Oh, baby, it's going to be a turbulent ride. I'm going to put some pressure. I'm going to put some pressure on some people in this studio. Carter's on the board. It's going to be like Crazy Taxi. Bumper cars. Oh, boy. When are we starting?
Such an underrated game.
Oh, it is a very underrated game. No, it's always good to see Carter. Spinoti is out. Lubman is running around. I saw his hands like shaking when he was passing me the papers. That's why I asked him if he was all right. It's like, boy, he is locked in. All right, Warriors are locked in. Well, maybe not. Steph Curry and Draymond Green are out tonight against the Houston Rockets. We'll see if one of those guys can go against Minnesota. We're still waiting on the MRI results for Draymond Green. Tari Eason out for the Houston Rockets. We got Niners stuff. We got a lot of things to get to. Shout out to those watching on YouTube as well. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. My boy Marquise hit me up last. Y'all got to get the chat up. And I sent you guys a video of him making his cameo in the 1,000-pound best friend or 1,000-pound best friends or whatnot.
Well, my mom was watching something yesterday called 1,000-Pound Sisters.
Yeah, they got that too. TLC network.
Oh, it's a different show.
It's a different show.
I was like, Mom, like literally I came home because she was watching The Little Guy. Wednesdays is her day. And I'm like, were you listening to the show today? She's like, what? What are you talking about? And I was like, why are you watching the show? She was like, because I like this show. And I was like, what is going on?
I had no idea about the show, but my boy made the season finale. Yeah. So he's like, stay tuned. We FaceTime on Thanksgiving. And Anna's sitting there, was like, so you got to give me the details. And I'm like, whoa. You got to wait till the season finale.
Yeah, there's NDAs.
Right, yeah, exactly. And he's like, you got to wait on that. Just tune in and watch. So anyway.
Oh, God, I'm so fired up.
Why? Packers and Lions?
Oh, that's going to be awesome.
Warriors and Rockets? Niners and Bears?
Oh, my.
Are you getting a little worried about the Bears?
Sharks and Lightning?
Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay's a tough team. They've got some cups. There's no doubt about it. Tampa Bay's good. This is good. I'm going to tune in on the Sharks because I have the night off tonight from NBC, so I'll be locked in on the couch. I'll have the quad box going. Hopefully they do the quad. Oh, no. Packers and Lions are on Amazon.
Yeah.
Damn, I like Amazon. I respect it. But the fact that you have to go into the app.
I know.
And you can't use your channel, so.
They found a way to make me watch commercials.
Oh, gosh.
You know what I mean? Like, you can't go anywhere, right?
I think Amazon, I'm going to do Lions Packers laptop, and I'll do Warriors, Rockets, and whatever else on the big screen.
Oh.
I think that's how I got to roll today.
Okay. I like that.
You know, the Amazon thing, you got to go in.
No, I know. And then they always ask me, like, do you want to start from the beginning? No, I want to, like, go right back to now.
I have to say, the rewind button feature on Amazon
is better than YouTube.
I disagree.
Really?
Yeah, I disagree. Because YouTube, you go back in 15-second increments.
Yeah, yes.
You can't do that on Amazon.
No, you hold it.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Oh, okay.
I don't like that. You hold it and it goes too far back.
Have you ever done the Amazon one where it's like all statistics and...
Oh, the NetGen stuff?
Yeah,
I did it one
NetGen.
time.
I was trying to think of what it was called.
I did it one time.
It's kind of cool.
It's not bad. And then now on Amazon, they highlight who's blitzing.
Yes.
Which is funny how they could dissect. I was like, wait, Kirk Herbstreit knows who's blitzing?
It's pretty cool. Sharks broadcast is doing these like... I would call it like a silhouette. I don't even know what the way to describe it. It almost is like a video game circular shadow box over Macklin Celebrini, correct? Sam, how would you describe it?
I would say just like highlight. Like they put a little circle around Celebrini or Will Smith so you know like where they are on the ice.
So for like breaking down, see us breaking down film on the show.
You guys do that too. Yes.
That's what they're doing with Macklin Celebrini.
It's pretty cool.
You kind of watch them. Or like, ESPN and TNT were doing this where they just have the name while the guy's got the puck. And you're like, who's skating with the puck right now? That has the name right there. So the hockey, and they've taken that, I think, from a video game as well, because the video game had a little bit of that. NHL, very underrated.
NHL Live 95.
Oh, yeah, it's a classic.
Or was it Hits?
No, it was Live 95. It was NHL.
It was such a fun game.
It was NHL 95 and Sega Genesis, and Jaromir Jagr, Mario Lemieux were like a cheat code with the Pittsburgh Penguins, and the Red Wings had their line, and Steve Yzerman and company. So,
look at you flex the hockey muscle.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, dude.
I'm impressed.
So when Fox not only got football, and we're all over the place as we start to market. Trust me, we'll get into what's going on around here. But when Fox first got the football package, a few years later, remember they got the hockey package.
They did. They went with the red circular like streaks on the hockey puck.
Yes, and they would have Saturday afternoon games.
Absolutely.
The Sharks would be part of those games and the Red Wings and everything. So I started locking in on hockey. I had basic TV anyway, so I was like, what else am I going to watch? And so I was in hockey for a long, long time. Florida Panthers used to throw the rats with this. Who's the goalie? Was it Van Beesbrook or something? Van Breesbrock, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
They got swept in the finals, and they were throwing rats at the old Miami Arena.
Oh.
Now, kind of fell off of hockey. Now we're all back on board. We're all back on board.
Well, they've made some subtle changes to their game.
They have. Backless setup really good.
Well, the various icing calls and things like that. Maybe the Magic at bat can do it for people in baseball. You said you wanted to start off where we're all over the place. Let's have fun. There's a new segment I want to
Hold on, real quick, because you're not going to get away with that. Because every time you bring it up,
what's up?
I'm gonna have a rebuttal.
I love just needling you.
No, you're not needling with me. I opened up Facebook this morning. First sentence I see, Bip Roberts. Oh my gosh, I gotta. And I meant to send this, but I was like,
what did Bip say? I'm sure he hates it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at some point when it gets to 2 strikes with a batter, hold on. 2 strikes. Can I bring my closer in for 1 pitch to strike him out? I mean, what are we doing here?
But okay.
Wait. It's 2 strikes. You got an underhand toss to the plate. Come on. When does it stop?
Well, okay.
When does it stop?
I agree. It's an absurd notion on the surface. But simultaneously, can we at least acknowledge that, had Warren Spahn and Juan Marichal been notified after going 16 innings in a game where Willie Mays hits the game-winning home run? Again, the starters went 16 innings. Had I told them, hey, there's going to be a time in 2010 where the Giants are going to call on a lefty reliever to come out and get 1 guy out. Then they're going to go to a righty, and he's going to get 1 guy out. And then he's going to come out of the game, and then we're going to go to another guy who's going to get another 1 guy out. I agree. The Magic at bat is absurd, but simultaneously, there's been some evolution of the game that is also absurd to the older, keener eye from yesteryear. So
no doubt.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm intrigued by the proposition.
Leon Roberts is his name. Bip Roberts on Facebook. To go to that bat? Really? Please, man, leave the game alone. There's something called a pinch hitter for wanting to change a hitter in the lineup during a game. Shake my head. So, Rob Manfred I saw the Stugatz bit back in 2015 where Stugatz
we actually have that on the board.
Do you have it on the board?
Yeah, we pulled it.
Do you have it on board?
So it's funny because David Sampson is arguing with Stugatz about how David Sampson claims pitch clock and banning the shift. All these things have been talked about in league circles at the winter meetings year after year because they have a competition committee year after year after year. And David Sampson's claiming that he came up with the idea with other people inside of baseball. And Stugatz had Rob Manfred on about a decade ago. And here's what he said to Rob Manfred.
Hold on. Could David Sampson take a playoff?
He's
so innovative that he's out of the league right now, podcasting.
Well, I mean...
the guy can't even walk down a block on College Street down to Southeast
He didn't say
Florida.
He invented it. My bad. I misrepresented what he said. He was saying that the competition committee had brought up all these crazy ideas, right? And some of them are completely absurd. One of them that he was saying is hey, we need to go to 32 teams, which is what they want to do, have 2 extra expansion teams, 8 divisions of 4 teams, have playoffs, cut it down to 100 games. All these things that they've been trying to get to.
The funny thing about expansion is we can't field rotations with 5 legit starters.
Which is
why I'm going to add 2 more teams. I get why they would add the teams. The NBA is thinking about doing the same thing because you get that expansion check.
Exactly.
That $1 billion check, baby.
Well, and then you're selling more programming to networks. Exactly. And so what they want to do is reduce the amount of regular season games, increase the amount of playoffs, sell the playoff package. They can make more money. So here's what Stugatz had 10 years ago, essentially, said to Rob Manfred. Let's play that sound.
I'll do it right here.
Baseball, when I go to a Marlins game, I'm only see 4 at-bats at Stanton. So I want to implement what I like to call the magic at-bat, where each manager at any time during the game
for the love of God,
can go with, because, Commissioner, I'm not going to see a pitcher hit. I'm not going to see a shortstop hit. I'm going to see Stanton hit. So 4 to 5 magic at-bats for each manager, where he can put Stanton in whenever he wants. And
Speed it up!
And there's smoke, and the kids love magic,
You're
Commissioner.
wasting this man's time.
What do you think?
I'm with your friend. You're wasting my time.
Yes.
I think that's a crazy idea.
But you would agree, more time the stars are on the field, the better for baseball.
Really? You're going to continue to argue this? You're really going to continue to argue
Let
that.
me give you a really serious answer about a suggestion like that. We are very open to the idea of making changes to the game. We see pace of game as one example of it. We see instant replay from last year as another example of it. When you make those changes, I think it's always important to ask yourself the question as to whether you are interfering with the history and the traditions of the game. And I think the suggestion that you just floated would fall squarely in the category of would interfere with the history and traditions of the game.
So that's a maybe.
No.
I mean, look, I know it sounds absurd. And believe me, I understand that I'm kind of teasing and poking and prodding. I'm a baseball purist, but we all acknowledge, like, the game is not played the same way it is now as it was in 1950. I was telling Carter, Carter, when I grew up playing ball, we had 4 helmets as a team, okay? 4 helmets. You scored, you took the helmet off, and you handed it to the guy who was coming up to the plate. Now, every kid, forget the bigs, the kids have elbow guards, wrist guards, double Bruce bolts, their own helmets, shin guards. You could crowd the plate and not worry about getting ripped into the wrist.
Carter's laughing. Like, what is
Am I wrong?
Because kids have more access to equipment.
No, the equipment is out of control. They're using hype fires. They're using metal.
I know.
What? I'm just saying, the game has evolved dramatically. The bases are bigger. That's been a big success. We're seeing speed on the base pass. They've reintroduced speed on the base pass. Big success. We went with pace of play. He was talking about it 10 years ago. I think the pitch clock has been a smashing success. Television execs love it.
A lot of people like the pitch clock. Some people think the games are too quick. Some people think you can't get into the game. There's not a lot of people on board with that.
I think that's a quiet minority.
A lot of people.
Oh, we're not quiet about it.
No, they're not quiet about it. A lot of people are not on board with the extra inning second base. Place to run out second base in the 10th inning.
I think it's been a smashing success. No one needs 5-hour games on a Tuesday night.
I miss 5-hour games, though. I miss, like, 17-inning dramas. Like, remember that Angels game? It was like, what was it, 2016, 2017? I was up on, like, as a bachelor, I was like, man, this is awesome. I got baseball till 1 in the morning, and you're live betting the hell out of it. Hopefully somebody winning. It's not like it happens every game. We act like 17-inning games happen every single day. No, it's a one-off. There's exceptions to the rules. You may get a 12-inning game. You may get a 13-inning game. Now we're just like, you know what? Fruit Snacks, Capri Suns, go on second base. Let's go ahead and get the game. Like, you know, I don't mind it.
It's like we're going to the game just so we can go home from the game at this point.
No, guys.
Like when you're at those long games, years ago, I was at that Giants-Rockies 18-inning game, stayed till the very end because there's fireworks afterwards. Like, those games are so much fun because people do leave. And then when you have, like, a very empty ballpark at, like, 11:30 midnight, it just gets weird, and that's fun to be at. Like, it's a fun experience that you don't get with the extra runner.
With the games nowadays, you can make the argument that it takes you longer to get to the game and get home from the game than actually watching the game.
Which is ridiculous.
Guys. I've been trying to explain to you for the longest time. I love you both. The amount of people who go to games versus the amount of people watching games on their couch is a drop in the bucket, okay? And so to think that the game should be curated just for those attending the game, like, that's short-sighted. That's not how business is working.
We're not saying that, but sometimes at home we're like, damn, you get up, you go to the bathroom, and you come back. Wait a minute, I missed 2 innings? What the hell's going on here?
Every rule change is going to be for television, right? Like, whether it's the NFL, whether it's the NBA, whether it's soccer, whether it's Major League Baseball, they're going to put in rules either for player safety, to enhance television products, to keep superstars on the field. They're trying to make it better.
The quiet minority is speaking, Lovin. The quiet minority is speaking on a Comcast business.
Because you got a text. That's confirming
No.
Those are my people.
We got 3 texts here.
Okay.
Just bring the Savannah Beta and his baseball to the Major League.
Yeah, that's
Savannah.
Yeah.
Then if y'all want Brandon Moss walked off that game in 19 innings, 4 or 5. Clock sucks. Pitch out limits. Man on second base sucks. 3-minute batter sucks. Okay. Bring back baseball. Okay. There's a lot of people like us that want old school baseball.
Before the pitch clock, the umpires did have, like, the authority to enforce their own pace of play during games, but for some reason they just never did. Right. Look, I don't know why we didn't just lean on that more.
Sam, have you watched less baseball? You are a diehard baseball purist, quote unquote. Have you watched less baseball since the implementation.
By innings or by time?
Just period. Have you watched less?
Well, technically, I'm watching less baseball because these games are going by faster.
Oh, that's a good point.
But no, to your point, Shasky,
you're watching the.
I'm going to answer your question. I had to get. Here's my serious answer. No, I'm still watching the games, but
so just like that's.
About? But you know,
complaining about the product. It's a lackluster product.
Because I don't want to sound unintelligent here. The pitch clock was implemented in the playoffs, right? It was implemented in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
Pitch clock. So now the drama that we used to have in these playoff games between pitches, where a pitcher is just rattled and you hear the crowd and you're just like,
Game 1 of the World Series was one of the greatest games that's been played in the last 25 years.
It was great.
It had nothing. You could call a timeout on both ends. You could step off the rubber and you could step out of the box. I think that there was nothing lost. The 7th, 8th, 9th inning of Game 1 was as good of television as I've watched this year. It was unbelievable.
I don't know about that. Got NFL playoff games.
Okay.
NBA basketball. I don't know about that. But anyway, it was great. Yankees Dodgers. We got the perfect story.
I think Game 1 of the World Series was better than the NBA Finals, but that's my personal. Game 1 was better than any individual game of the NBA Finals.
Maybe.
Game 1 was awesome.
Maybe. Game 1 was awesome.
It was awesome. That's a one-off. But like no one was complaining after that game. You know what we were talking about? We were talking about the strategy of who you were going to late in the game. We were talking about defensive liabilities.
We were talking about Aaron Boone taking out Garrett Cole.
Yes.
When he was rolling and snatching him out, which we do every single season of baseball, in every single playoff series.
My point is nothing was lost.
So, no, it wasn't nothing lost there. There was nothing lost there. So that's fine. To go to that bat, though, you don't, again, I keep going back to Travis Ishikawa. There's many other moments in the history of baseball that you don't get if you implement this go to that bat. You don't get the little underdog stories in big playoff games. You may not get Dave Roberts still a second base.
You're still going to get those. Bat. You don't get 50 of these. You get one a game.
Yeah, I don't
you
like
get one a game.
I don't like it. It could take away from the moment.
You could have.
You know what, Bruce Bochy, you think Bruce Bochy with the go to that bat is going to Travis Ishikawa in that situation?
Well, he might have exhausted it the inning prior.
Yeah,
right. He might be hanging on to it for another. Like this is the beauty. This is the part where I actually like it, and it's not because of the game. Think of the conversations we would have the next day on when it was implemented.
I care about the conversations.
I think it'd be awesome.
About Ishikawa.
Strategy.
I'm not caring about the content the day after. I'm caring about the result of the game and the game being played the way it needs to be played. Instead, and it's not going to stop here. That's the funny part. We're going to go to that bat. We're going to go to that bat.
I don't think they're going to do it.
And then we're going to start, the pitchers are going to start crying. Well, do we get a mulligan? Do we get a mulligan?
What are you talking about?
The golden redo? I don't like that pitch. I want to throw that pitch.
Right. There's no redos, guys. What are we talking about?
We're talking about the fake batters. Like, so you can't have a golden. You can have a golden at bat, but you can't have a golden redo. Like, where's the line here?
We've done openers for a decade straight, and
you do the golden pitcher. The golden pitcher. Big situation. Hey, I got one at bat. Let's go to our right closer here, and then we could reinsert him back into the game. It's not going to stop.
They don't say there's no reinsert. It's just I can put up anyone who's in the lineup one extra time at a specific spot in the game.
I'm with 405. This is another 405. Forcing pitchers to work quick when they've trained their whole life in disrupting the hitter's timing. You've done that. What else is next in baseball? What else is next?
I think it was a smashing success this season. I don't know why we're angry.
No, it was the Yankees-Dodgers saved the season. They saved the season.
Padres-Dodgers was awesome. Guardians-Yankees wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people watched that.
Well, the home run by the Guardians was amazing.
This segment brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, and we succeed, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Fun guest list will reveal on the other side. Because you want to tune in to Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. What's coming up on the game brought to you by the California Lottery. We got more just shenanigans, random stuff before we get to the meat of the show right here on The Roast. All right, Big Pun, what is up? What is up? Everybody out there on a Thursday morning, man. We made it. Thursday morning, we made it. By the way, expansion draft tomorrow. Go to say, I believe the expansion draft. Let me get my facts right. Let me get my facts right with the WNBA. But something is cooking in the WNBA. I'll get that right going on in a second here.
They unveiled their jerseys yesterday.
Yeah, they did. Did you like them?
I think they have potential. I love the color scheme. I love the initial logo. I didn't love how the jerseys presented. It's tough. You want to sell sponsorship on it because we all know that the WNBA and their revenue, and they're trying to work on profitability and all that. And so you have a big Kaiser Permanente sponsorship on there, which totally makes sense. I mean, I would be doing that too. But I don't love it. It'll grow on me though.
Expected draft is tomorrow. 3:30 p.m. West Coast time. They have the 5th pick in the 2025 WNBA draft in April. But the Valkyries, of course, 13th team. Expansion draft is tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. So they're getting ready to roll here, and we'll see who's unprotected, who's not protected in the WNBA. See if they can get some talent out here and get rolling right away. But their colorways are really, really cool. Shasky, I've been back and forth on season tickets with the Valkyries. So it's going to be cool for my daughter and cool for the family or whatnot. I think it's going to be a great atmosphere. I just don't know my schedule. You know what I mean? I don't know how that's going to work out in the summer. And, selling tickets is a pain in the you-know-what.
They make it out to be easier than it is. No, it's much more difficult.
It's much more difficult.
And I actually think that the tiered pricing algorithms and stuff make it more tricky.
No doubt. No doubt. By the way, Anthony Slater, 8:30. Matt Lively, KPIX, 920. And if you don't know who Anthony Slater is by now, Star 95.7 The Game Insider does a great job for The Athletic covering the Golden State Warriors. He'll give us the lay of the land on Draymond's calf, Steph Curry's knee soreness, what's going on with the Warriors, Pods, Buddy, Kuminga, Wiggins. The Warriors have lost 5 in a row, and they're taking out a Houston Rockets. However, Tari Eason will be out for the Houston Rockets.
That's good.
So that kind of levels the playing field a little bit.
And they've got a back-to-back?
They've got a back-to-back. Minnesota tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
And you know what Minnesota did last night?
No.
Blowout the L.A. Clippers. 108-80. So they're starting to get right.
I saw the blowout of the Lakers.
Oh, my gosh.
That made me smile.
It makes everybody smile. They beat the hell out the Clippers. 108-80. The Lakers got smoked. And nobody's playing defense over there with the LA Lakers. So, that's the Lakers. LeBron is melting it in right now and coasting. Anthony Davis actually took a step back. I thought he was playing very good basketball. And then you look at last night and say, what the hell's going on with them? Yikes.
Bonte, bringing up LeBron actually gets to one of the things that I've been trying to get to for a couple of days, but I've got a new segment where I write down notes as I watch things, throughout the week transpire, things that I go, I want to hear Bonte's opinion on. I don't want to hear 30 minutes on it, but I definitely want to hear, a nice little bite-sized morsel of Bonte's opinion on something, because I do value your opinion, because as like a good friend, I want your thoughts on stuff. So here's a new segment. We're workshopping the name. Last minute leftovers, Butcher's Bites. You're supposed to play some sound there, Carter.
Oh, we have it open.
You're supposed to help me out there, bud.
Since
Wow. So that's what we came up with.
Boy, hold on. Wait, hold on. 1 second.
Spadoni's out.
One
okay?
second.
Spadoni's out. We were workshopping this. I usually trust his judgment. We were supposed to play a bed of music underneath. All right. We're missing on all cylinders.
Listen,
I feel like Brandon Allen's working the board right now.
All guests on 95.7 Game appear on the River Islands guest line. This is the time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop. All right, a couple things here. So I took Baby Chaz to Fisherman's Wharf, Ed and I, yesterday for her birthday. We're having fun in the arcade.
Cool. Yeah.
And they had this Fast and the Furious game. I was coming in first place, but it's like Rocky.
Yeah. So you were beating your daughter?
No, she was playing else. She was playing other games. I got on the I got locked in. And I said, hey, give me the card. I want to continue. Because I was in first place. I was like, I'm going to go to Abu Dhabi. I want to go to Cuba. Anyway, I mentioned at the top of the show that It's going to be like Crazy Taxi today. It's like bumper cars for Carter. You never know if we're gonna play the trash button during the live read with Dan Dibley. What's going on here? And then wait, Butcher's Bites. You hyped up the segment.
I know,
and that's the sound we get. You might as well just have me go.
Just play any music so we can get this thing off the rails.
Don't play any music. Just go. We may not need music. This is a rough draft, all right?
Okay.
This is a rough draft. Just basically like Fezzi said the other day, we're just raw dogging it right now. So go.
I'm not going to say that. All right. There we go.
Oh, we're going with Booker T and the EMGs.
University of Miami gets left out of the penultimate 12-team playoff. They blew a 21-point lead. Bonte, you hate to see it.
No, you love to see it. You love to see it because I was locked in on that game. The quad box was rolling at 12:30. This is after Michigan, Ohio State in the morning where everybody's talking about the brawl. And then it's like, well, we got to move off the brawl because this 12:30 state is legit. I mean, Clemson had lost to South Carolina late in the game. You got Beamer ball down to South Carolina. I'm like, wow, what's going on? It's not even 12:30 yet. And then you get to 12:30. You got the L.A. Memorial Coliseum with Notre Dame and the all whites against USC. I was confused for a second. They warmed up to it. And then you got the Hurricanes at the Carrier Dome. And they're throwing up the U.
Kyle McCord.
They're talking. They got a bunch of fans up there popping their chains. And next thing you know, it is 21-21. And I said, somewhere Sam Lubman and somewhere my boy David Teller are sweating. Teller's giving me the play-by-play.
We were punching air.
No, he was. Taylor was giving me the
bite-sized morsels. This guy's over here reading a novel.
Hey, listen.
Stop it.
My boy Taylor's giving me the play-by-play, and I'm like, first of all, you're not going to go for it on 4th and goal. You're done. You're done. You're done. With that said, they got hosed with the playoff bracket.
Okay.
They got hosed.
All right. Flag planting.
Sorry, I have to strongly disagree with you.
Okay,
there,
stop.
Bonte.
This is not your turn to talk.
Yeah, it's not your turn to talk.
Our turn. Oh, okay. So you're not sharing the leftovers?
No, we're not sharing leftovers.
Okay, I cook them up. I cook them up for you, but then you don't share.
Go to Taco Bell. Go to Taco Bell. He wants my opinion, not yours.
Flag planting in college football has jumped the shark. It's the majority of these fields are turf. You can't even plant a flag on turf, number one. And number two, like, we get it. Everyone wants to do it. It's just, it's kind of, I'm over it. I'm kind of over it.
Now, you know what? I like flag planting. Shocker, right? Shocker. Bonte Hill likes flag planting. However, it did jump the shark. Now, Michigan, Ohio State, you want to plant a flag in that game? Fine. Florida State, Florida, it's a lot of volatile history there. You want to flip? Fine. But when North Carolina and North Carolina State are fighting, nobody gives a damn about that rivalry of football. When Arizona State's trying to stick a fork in Arizona's field, nobody cares about that rivalry unless you're in the state of Arizona. It has jumped the shark.
It has.
But last weekend was a lot. But it's rivalry weekend, and you know what? Bonte Hill, the kid in me, I kind of liked it. Yeah. I liked the fire. I liked the intensity. And I thought it led us to a great Saturday of football.
No one says this guy's the greatest player in the league by any stretch. But it feels like the 3-9 Cleveland Browns are the most fun team in football because of Jameis Winston. Is he the greatest roller coaster in the history of sports? I'm dead serious. No one hates this guy.
My poor guy has gone 30 for 30. Dude, you look at the graphic, he's got 446 yards passing.
He had 6 touchdowns, but just 2 of them went to the other team.
I know. Hey, did you see his pie video, by the way?
It was incredible.
He's eating apple pies with the blindfold. He led Florida State to a national championship. And then Covey and I actually drove to the Rose Bowl where he threw that game away. So he is a hell of a roller coaster ride.
All right.
Just don't bring him to the Niners.
All right. Raiders Chiefs, that finish. I mean, are you kidding me? The Raiders, like Raider fans out there, I know you guys think that me and Bonte don't like you, whatever. I was pulling for you so hard to win that game. Aiden O'Connell threw dime after dime. And to end that way, I hate the Chiefs.
Yeah, Raiders got hosed. Let's just say you come in, one of the referees comes in, signally for false start, play shifted dead, they fumble. It's just they got hosed in that game. It sucks. But Kansas City, I'm going to say this right now. And I added old takes exposed or freezing cold takes. I added them after that game.
Okay.
Mark my word.
Okay.
The luck runs out for Kansas City this postseason. It's done. You ain't three-peating. Okay. No, hell no. Enough's enough. Enough's enough. Buffalo, Baltimore, Pittsburgh. Let's ride.
I'm with you, but you just gave me some Russell Wilson line, which I hate. All right, Joe Burrow, we found out last night on this AFC North Hard Knocks, he bought the Batmobile from The Dark Knight. He spent $3 million on it. Bonte, I'm going to read you a list of some of the greatest movie cars of all time in all of cinema. You tell me which one you're in or out on, all right? We're going to rat-a-tat-tat these. The DeLorean from Back to the Future.
Love it.
The Aston Martin from James Bond.
Oh, I love it.
The 68 Ford and Dodge Charger from Bullet.
Oh, you know I love that.
How about the General Lee from Dukes of Hazzard?
Oh, I used to jump in my grandfather's 67 Mustang like I was one of the guys from Dukes of Hazzard. Love that car.
All right, the Ghostbuster car. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. How about Herbie the Love Bug, the Volkswagen Beetle?
I do like the Volkswagen Beetle. Scooby Mobile.
The Scooby Mobile. I didn't even think of that.
Mystery Machine.
I didn't even think of that.
There you go. Mystery Machine. This is a classic.
How about the Mini Cooper in the Italian Job? That was sick.
That was
Come
pretty
on,
sick.
that was sick.
That was good.
What are we forgetting, boys? What's the greatest car in a movie of all time? Because I think the Batmobile that Joe Burrow bought is pretty freaking awesome.
It is pretty awesome.
It's incredible.
It is incredible. He's going to pull so much. Is he married?
It's not
I hope
street
he's not
legal.
married.
It's not street legal.
Oh, it's not?
No. There was 10 of them made. He bought one of them. I guess there's only 2 left or something like that. So
he can only go on the freeway?
I don't know. They said it's not street legal.
Oh, boy.
It's like my golf cart.
Oh, Gran Torino?
Ooh, that's wow. Well, I was going to say the Pontiac Trans Am, from Smokey and the Bandit.
Oh yeah, that's
with the Firebird on the that's always a classic.
The Firebird is nice. What did Beverly Hills Cop have? What was his car?
I forget.
He probably had a couple of dust buckets. Sorry, Eddie Murphy.
Monte, make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
Right, sorry,
Dude,
football Mike.
Well, we had so many more leftovers. We'll save them for next week.
Nissan GTR Paul Walker. Ooh.
That's a good one. Hit the nitrous.
All right, what's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises at the Doobie Awards. I got some explanations to do with the Doobie Awards.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
What up, Oreo Cookie? What up, roasters? Hopefully you're having a great morning. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting out their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what's happening? I like the big time Escada. Yeah, Cash Money Records in the building. All the overnight dancers, you know what it is. The Doobie Awards are coming up. The Doobies.
What are the Doobies? Like,
and I'm going to explain.
Yeah, because you say that, and then maybe I don't know because I just tuning in.
Yeah, maybe you're thinking that we're getting high on air. No, we're not doing that. Take December 20th off right now. Why? Because Morty Roast is holding down the 3rd annual Doobie Awards, which is our award show. Our award show where we give out awards for the year. Our Rookie Roaster of the Year, which is a hard category. The Roaster of the Year. The Roast Moment of the Year. The Guest Moment of the Year. The Roast Freestyle of the Year. And many, many more awards. And this time the roasters are invited because we're taking the show down to Laughing Monk Brewery in Sunnyvale. That's right, baby. What's so funny, Carter? What are you laughing about? I can't hear you, buddy. Ponte, it's a roller coaster.
You didn't get your way, huh?
Huh? Oh, no. Well, Cheetahs is down the street. I've been in contact with the manager. Jordan said Laughing Monk Brewery in Sunnyvale. Yes, I have. We award the best moments from the show, like I mentioned, and we start at 6 o'clock, and we're feeding everybody. So you want to get there early, get a good seat. Food and beverages will be provided for all the attendees. So go to our website at 957thegame.com to RSVP this event. This is the radio show of the year. This will be a big-time party. And Carter, I'm working the phones, man. I'm working the phones. Now, I was driving through Broadway last Friday because I had pizza night with Baby Ches. We do pizza night every Friday, right? Okay. So it's me and Ches. We went to Tony's, right?
Yeah. So you went inside?
No, it was packed.
Yeah, I was going to. Okay, that's
packed. Well, actually, we did go to Tony's. Actually, we did go to Tony's. So it was an hour away, so we went across the street. I don't even know the name of the spot. No, it wasn't Original Joe's. It was a spot on the other side.
Oh, a pizza place.
A pizza place. Yeah.
Because right across the street is
there's something. I know that. The Italian Athletic Club has something going on too. But anyway, I'm driving through Broadway. And it's just dead. I didn't realize that some of the strip clubs were shut down. Like Little Darlings, gone.
Little Darlings is gone?
Yeah, Little Darlings is gone. Carter knows.
Where my 18-year-old me cut my teeth.
Yeah, well, Big Al's. Remember Big Al's?
Oh, yeah, Big Al's.
Well, something next to
with the silhouette.
Done. Rest in peace.
We should get my boy Norm on to kind of discuss the North Beach scene.
We should get Norm.
Because Norm knows it better than anyone.
Well, no, hold on. And Norm, not only does he know the scene better than anybody, he knows all the managers down there.
Oh, he knows everyone.
That could get, we could get a caravan.
Shout out Norm.
Down to Sunnyvale.
What is going on
He's
here?
He's been asking Monte to join the spin class for months.
I haven't been there in a year and a half. Sorry, Norm, basketball season. 1 o'clock's usually nap time.
I love how he says basketball season like he's playing. Like the interpretation
season.
Like he's playing.
Or like he's Kobe or LeBron.
I told you I'm going to court like I'm Kobe or LeBron.
But you know what, Monte? The Doobies, right? I just want to make this very clear to everyone. Yeah, we're giving out awards. Really, it's about the fans. It's about celebrating our audience, and it's about us throwing a huge party where we just happen to be giving out awards for the year. So more than anything, we just want to say thank you to the people that are out there. And we're going to go down to Sunnyvale. We're going to Laughing Monk. It's going to be a great day. We want you to be there because we want to be able to say thank you to our audience. Without our audience, we don't have a station.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't want to say thank you to some of you guys. Like if BPA walks through the door, I'm not saying thank you to him.
Well, I'll give him a big hug.
I did ask if he was going to be there yesterday, and he said that he does not think he'll be able to make it.
No, of course he's not going to come.
Well, then that might disqualify him for Roaster of the Year.
It will not disqualify him.
Well, he should be the Roaster of the Year. I mean, is he really the Roaster of the Year, folks?
I think he's been pretty.
It's a very deep
year.
field, but he put up some good numbers.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't been good. He's been inconsistent. He's waffled on. Like you can't rip Steve Wilkes, say he's that terrible, and in 3 weeks into the season say, boy, we really missed Steve Wilkes.
Well, they made a worse hire.
Maybe he pivoted instead of panicked.
No, he.
What does it take to be a good roaster then? What is the criteria here?
He's got to have consistency with good phone calls. You have to be engaged. You have to know the rhetoric and the dialogue. You can't be condescending. You have to just bring it every single, or when you do call, you make them count. Like Nick in San Jose makes them count.
Yeah, he's good.
He makes them count. Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge makes it count.
But there are different characters. Like if this was Seinfeld and you're Jerry, he'd be your Newman.
He probably would be.
That's a good comp.
That is a great, that's a very good comp. That is a good comp.
You know?
He probably is. See, if he's not going to come,
every king needs a villain.
If he's not going to come, see, you gotta, you try to get on my bad side this morning. I got like 6 hours of sleep. I'm feeling good today. All right, you want to get on my bad.
I like how that's a lot of sleep for us.
Yeah, it's actually embarrassing. I was looking at my sleep patterns too. Stugotz was. One thing you probably forgot about was Stugotz joined us.
He says you age a decade every year.
Yes, exactly.
Doing morning radio.
And I think about that a lot.
I think about it every day.
I think about
Look
it every day.
Look at the bags under my eyes.
Yeah. You said it, not me.
I mean, it's true.
I saw that Zoom in the other day. Bully was like, yo, he needs some sleep, dude. I was like, yeah, I know. See, Oscar and EPA. BPA's a Jim Tomsula of callers.
No, I disagree.
He's also telling me if I go to Cheetahs, ask for Valentina.
Keep that in your pants.
Well, no, what I do? That's what he's just saying. He said, ask for Valentina. She'll hook us up. They're going to come. I'm telling you, dude, I want live dancers. I want mascots.
You know who I'm inviting?
People, they say, hey, is the Doobie Award show pet friendly? I'm sure we can make some accommodations.
Well,
262, our guests allowed to be high. You don't think people are coming high to this?
It is legal. I was going to invite mayoral-elect Daniel Lurie.
Oh, you should.
I'm going to. I want him and his family to come on down because he says his son listens to the show every day. I'm like, so I hit up, Annie, and I was like, yo, tell him to come on down. Let's do this.
Come down. Daniel Lurie can come down. He's a busy guy.
Oh, no doubt. But, make time for the roast.
Well, has he been sworn in yet as mayor?
No, he has not.
I think that's January 8th.
Yeah, so he's got time.
He's got time. Oh, yeah, the inauguration season's coming.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
They got to certify the San Francisco election, too, I'm sure, right? That'll go well.
Question from the booth. What are the criteria the roasters should determine who the roaster of the year is? See, I like that because it's up to us to decide who the roaster of the year is. But I would love audience participation on who the roaster of the year is. So go ahead and shoot your shot. Like a guy like Zucci Man who listens to the show all the time. Zucci Man would know who the roaster of the year. Like, who would he pick? Who would Oscar of EPA pick? Cover charge, Oreo cookie. There's no cover charge for this. You're going to be eating for free, baby. Yeah. EPA in the house. Bring the thugs, bring the Bloods, bring the Crips, bring everybody. Bring your baby mamas, your baby. Well, maybe not the Bloods and Crips. We don't need them in the same building. That could get a little, sketchy, And Shasky would say, the Hatfields and the McCoys.
It's been fun seeing all these roasters interacting with each other as well because we always interact with them individually, but we never see Tony and Nick and Berkeley together. We never see
Are we sure
Adam
they're coming?
They said they're coming.
I know Robin said Bruto. We've seen Robin said Bruto. We used to always come to the pregame show at the Hilton Hotel. Yeah. Rob's the best. He used to have the baseball bats, and that's when I stole from him. I go, where you sitting at, Rob? He goes, I'm sitting with Jesus. I was like, what? I was like, that's so good. So I dropped that on somebody the other day. I was like, I was at the Super Bowl sitting with Jesus, and they all cracked. I'm like, oh, my God, that's such a good line. I was like, I stole that from this guy named Robinson Bruno. I'm excited for the Doobies, man. This is going to be I've been waiting on this one, man. I can't believe it actually came to fruition. I had so many doubts, and it actually happened. Thanks to Laffy Monk Brewery. Shout out to Mondo, Sam, my boy Leo, and, of course, Matt Nahegan. We had to prod him a little bit. Prod him. Look, the Irish Cultural Center was a factor. I was down for that one, but then I started thinking about food trucks and this, and I'm like, dude, how much money are we spending? What are we doing there?
I was ready to come out of pocket.
Yeah, I know. That's a problem. Because then I would be forced to come out of pocket. It's like, got to match this guy.
Well, no, I wanted to celebrate with everybody. I wanted to celebrate with our audience. I want to say thank you to them. This has been a tumultuous year for quote-unquote terrestrial radio, and everyone wants to say what radio is and isn't, and I would say this. Audio's on fire right now. Audio is on fire, and you could basically, are we on the radio? Of course we're on the radio. No duh. And I still listen to everybody on the radio. We're also on YouTube. We're also on podcasts. If you don't know, wherever you find podcasts, you can find The Morning Roast. We're everywhere. We're on the Odyssey app. We are a multimedia platform. We have a TV channel, basically, that I call YouTube. We have a podcast form, which is exactly what it is, a podcast, which is the audio downloadable version of our particular show. And you can listen to us live. So we're everything you want to be. We're on fire right now. And we want to say thank you to our audience because without you, we aren't a show.
Golden State Valkyries, well said there. Golden State Valkyries unveiled their jerseys. Expansion draft tomorrow, 3:30. On the white jersey, it says Golden State Valkyries, Nike Heroin Edition. What's the Nike Heroin Edition? That's what it says. Like, look. Am I seeing things? I know it's early, but am I seeing stuff?
Don't talk about that.
I think isn't heroin like it's like the female term for hero?
Oh, it could be.
I don't think it's that kind of heroin.
Yeah, no, I know that. I was asking what kind of what
it's
what is
a
it?
woman. Yeah, a woman admired or idealized for her courage,
like
outstanding achievement, or noble qualities.
I had no idea. I like that a lot. Wow. Did Molly go blonde on first take? Holy smokes. Anyway, 925. Bonte Shasky more generous providing breakfast for their roasters. John Fisher sitting in billions of dollars. Love the doobies. Franchise. That is the franchise. All right. Let's what's going on?
Draymond
that segment,
and Steph.
Real quick, that segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I'm sure Golden State loves spending money on that segment. Woo-wee. What a hard hitter. Go ahead.
Steph and Draymond are out for tonight's game.
Time for the legal.
Yeah. There you are.
You're now listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ on FM 1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. KGMZ FM in HD1. You know, he just named how we're all
on the spot, off memory, pretty good.
That's not bad.
That's like me in church.
That's not bad. That's not
about
bad.
the golden legal.
Carter knows what I'm talking about. Carter, you're Catholic, correct?
Of course.
Yeah. So
Are you Catholic?
Yeah.
CYO, baby.
Yeah, exactly. You know when Father's up there and he's doing the homily or the gospel or anything, I start, doing the same thing.
You've been going to church your whole life?
Absolutely.
Man.
Got a lot of sinning I had to repent for.
So many guys who go to church. I do. I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to go 3-1 on Shasky here, but I knew a preacher, his son. We used to party all the time. I'm like, dude, your dad's a reverend, dude. Like, and you're out here getting high and what do these things? Like, what the hell is going on here? That's why. Yeah.
The preacher's son?
Yeah.
It's a song. So
go ahead.
Steph and Draymond are out tonight.
Yeah.
Where does that leave the Warriors, Bonte? Like, this is the 5-game slide?
They've lost 5 games in a row.
Okay. You got a back-to-back. You got no Steph. You got no Draymond. They got to get going here. They got to find a win. I mean, any one of these big losses where they've had a sizable lead at any point in the game just feels, I mean, looking back on it, it sucks. It sucks. They need to stop the bleeding, and I think they could be in for a big trouble here. What do they have to do tonight to stop the bleeding?
I think, I mean, we'll get there in a second because Houston's tough. And without Steph and Dre, I think that's the most important thing. And I think that was a big takeaway Tuesday night for me was like the long-term view of this roster was that Steph is banged up already with knee soreness in both knees, and Draymond has his left calf soreness. They're the 2 best players. That's tough. So I think it all starts with the update and what's going on with their injuries. So I think we should start there before we even think about the Houston Rockets. What they need to do, get some buckets, score in crunch time, play connected. Just try to get a win at all costs. How do you do that? By playing good team basketball. But without Steph and the gravity there, how does it change things? Because a lot of people I heard yesterday, Potts needs fewer minutes. Well, Steph and Dre's not playing tonight. So guess what? Potts going to play more minutes. And you have no choice.
Well, yeah, the silver lining could be that maybe he could find something. Maybe he can find himself a little in these games.
No doubt. Well, here's the update on Draymond Green's status for tonight and moving forward.
Yeah, he's doing well. He had the MRI today. We don't have the results yet, but all in all, I talked to him yesterday. He said he's feeling pretty good. We'll have more tomorrow. My gut is that this is not going to be, a super long term issue, but we'll have to see what our training staff says tomorrow.
All right, Will and the Dibs, of course, with Steve Kerr every single week. How do you manage Steph and Dre's injuries?
Exactly how we're doing it. Both guys are around 30 minutes or less per game. We think that will pay off over the long haul. Both guys have, I think yesterday was the first game Draymond has missed, but Steph's missed about 4 games, out of the first 20, with various injuries and, being banged up. And so if you just look at it from a big picture standpoint, hopefully at the end of the year, both guys will not have been overworked, and they'll be ready to go for the playoffs. So that's the plan.
That's the plan.
I mean, you got to get to the playoffs too, though.
Yeah, no, that's what everybody's.
I mean, there's
in the Western Conference. You think about where the Warriors were just a week ago, 2 weeks ago. They're the top dogs in the Western Conference. Now you look at where the Warriors are at right now, as we're 20 games into the season. They are now, they bumped back up to 6 last night due to the Lakers' loss and due to some losses, the Clippers' loss as well. So they're 6th place in the Western Conference, tied with the Phoenix Suns, tied for 5th place. So as we look at the standings here, they've lost 5 in a row. Can you get back on track? And can you just, I'm looking at the month of December, Shasky. Can you just weather the storm in December? Can you just get to 2025 in that top 6 with some healthy guys in Steph Curry and Draymond Green? That, to me, is the most important thing. Can you just go 500 for the month of December when you look at the schedule? Okay, you got Minnesota 3 times. You got the Rockets twice. You got the Lakers. You got the Clippers. You got the Cavaliers. You got the Indiana Pacers who are trying to find their way. In Indiana right now, they're 9-14 at 10th place, but they're going to turn things around and go on some spurt. That's how the NBA season works. So can you just go 500? So getting a win tonight, yeah, you want to stop the bleeding. No doubt about it. I think there's some positives, though, because I know I get how emotional yesterday was for everybody, including myself, and I was angry. I'm not angry, but it's just like, damn, got to get a win. But there was some positives, Shasky. Didn't it seem like Kuminga had a very solid game?
Absolutely.
No turnovers, didn't settle for the 3-point shot. Up until that bad sequence for Pods, how would you rate his game?
It was much better than the weeks leading up to that game.
Absolutely. It was one of his better games of the season. Moses Moody's spurt. How about the hustle on the steal? We didn't even talk about it. He comes, Steph turns it over, Moody hustles, gets the steal, drops a great pass. We saw some positives there. Looney, rebounding, saw some positives. So can you build off of that from Tuesday night against a top dog in the Denver Nuggets to another good team in the Houston Rockets? That's what we need to see tonight. And I think the win and loss result, that'll come. Hopefully you win the game, but we need these young guys to take that leap now.
I need Buddy Hield to play better. I really, I'm looking at Buddy Hield, and there's a direct correlation to, him playing well and the Warriors, the rest of the team really playing well. He's not the end-all, be-all, but they need his punch off the bench dramatically, and I feel like, the league has become so predicated on how many threes you hit and how well you shoot from beyond the arc that having one of the better three-point shooters in a slump has not helped them.
No, it's not.
During this period. Like the other night was a great example. You brought it up. I brought it up. You might have brought it up again. Nobody else called in talking about Buddy just smoked a wide open 3.
No, I did. I brought it up. Remember they were up to yeah. Somebody else hit us up. Burke in the Creek and somebody on Instagram hit.
He's got to hit that shot.
They would have gone up 10.
I know, and that's not the only reason, but it's just like that's what he's out there for. He's out there for his 3-point shooting and his prolific 3-point shooting. So they got to find a way to get Buddy Hield going here, and they got to continue to build off of the Kuminga thing. I know this isn't a conversation necessarily for right now, but this is something I'm monitoring all year. If you take it at face value that Kuminga wanted more than $30 million a year,
I don't
know who's paying him that right now. Well, I know there's always a sucker out there in the NBA, there's always somebody who's going to pay you a lot of money, but I'm monitoring that situation, and I'm just like, man, trade deadline's February 6th. How much does that factor into the trade? Does that weigh him down? Does that weigh him up? They got to do something here? We're like 2 months out because today's December 5th. I don't know. There's just a lot going on right now. The Warriors need a win in the worst way for the psyche.
The Kuminga stuff we'll be monitoring all year. Whether it's the deadline, whether it's the end of the season, that will play itself out. I don't bog down too much in terms of who's going to be traded or what's going to happen at the trade deadline because it's going to play out right in front of us. We're going to get a clear idea on who will want Kuminga, if Kuminga's going to be here, if the Warriors want to, if he could take that leap. Because he is athletic. You see him against the Denver Nuggets, man. He's like, damn, he's blowing by dudes. Mm-hmm. He's getting to the rim. He has that ability, the mid-range jumper. Where he told somebody in the post-game presser, we didn't play his post-game sound. Somebody asked about his mid-range jumper. He goes, I've been doing that since my second year. And I've been talking about that since his second year, and everybody ignores it. Like, he's got that little 10-foot fadeaway. He had a nice little bank shot from 10 to 14 feet out. So, I'm not mad, but you brought up Buddy Hield because I don't want to move off of him just quite yet. The splits are alarming when it comes to Buddy Hield. In the 12 wins, 24 minutes, 50% shooting from the floor, 48.5 from three, 19 points a game. In the 8 losses, 21.5 minutes, 9 points, 34.5% from the three-point line, 35% shooting. It's simple. He shoots well. The Warriors win. That's the way it's looking right here. That's the way it's looking, the splits and how it's playing out. He's so important. And now without Steph and Dre, you need him to drop at least 20.
One thing this team desperately needs is a guy who can get their own shot with 5 minutes to go in a game when things bog down. And I know Kuminga can score. I think the next step for him, if he really wants to cement who he is and who he believes himself to be as one of these kind of guys, like 5 minutes to go, can you lead this team to some wins here with both the top dogs out and be one of the primary scoring options, creating either for yourself or for others? That's tough. Not a lot of guys can do that in the league, period. No doubt. For example, we talked a lot about Bradley Beal. I don't really know if Bradley Beal can do that consistently as a winner late in games by himself, and the guy's making a ton of money. But that's what this team right now, the Warriors, desperately need. The other guy I'm looking at is Andrew Wiggins. He cannot go 7 shots in a game moving forward.
Get 7 shots. This is like Moody when he went 6 or 7. Only got 1 field goal attempt against the Brooklyn Nets in the second half. That can't happen when he's going scorching hot. When he's scorching hot there. 510 are Sacramento Kings fans allowed to win an award? I'll let you know on the other side. Brought to you by Safeway. Love it started to piss me off.
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
Well, Turtle Pie be in the building down at Laughing Monk Brewery in Sunnyvale for the Morning Roast Doobie Awards, where we award the best moments from the show and honor you, the roasters. Should we give people a snippet of what? Nah, maybe not. Maybe not. But December 20th, may want to take that day off. We'll have a lot of fun there. It'll be kind of our holiday party with the roasters down in Sunnyvale. We're going to do it. Third Annual Doobie Awards. Again, you want to RSVP right now at 957thegame.com. RSVP right now at 957thegame.com. Now, somebody on Comcast Business text, I said this, and I want to know this, if it is true. But they said they RSVP'd, and the alert they got back was, hey, we look forward to you joining us on April 30th at 10:30 a.m. Said that was the response he got. So we'll check on that. Maybe he's joking.
I'll talk to some people about that.
Yeah, what's our girl? What's our young lady?
Oh, Kalia?
Kalia, yeah, who basically works like 3 days a week. Good for her. Stealing money from the company. Ain't mad at people who steal checks from the company. Third Annual Doobie Awards. It's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to feed you. Again, it's like a party. It's like we're hosting a party. But it is an award show.
Bonte, heading into this year, after the offseason that the Warriors had where they were linked to teams and they didn't make any deals, and then you're thinking maybe they get an extension done with Jonathan Kuminga, and then you head into this year and they don't get an extension done, and they got him originally playing the 3, right, to start off with. And I know that, like, at times it's very positionless. I'm looking at this stretch right now with Draymond Green out. I need Kuminga to start rolling here. You know, I'm looking at it just his numbers, and we're very early into the season. I'm not here to say that this is some, like, sweeping indication of who he is.
By the way, that Zucci man saying that's a true text. The response they're getting is, can't wait for you to join us April 30th at 10:30 a.m.
Have to fix that. We're going to have to fix that.
Did it say, like, where to go at April 30th?
It just said April 30th, 10:30 a.m.
Yeah, okay. So, I'm just looking at the Kuminga numbers, the raw numbers. Again, it's early. Minutes are a little down, you know. Points are a little down. Turnovers are slightly down. But his effective shooting is down. His free throws are down. The three-point shooting is down. He needs to get rolling here. And I wonder how much of that is kind of the, you know, early season, trying to play him at the 3 versus playing him at the 4, playing him with certain combinations and feeling out some of your lineups. How much of that might be a natural slump or a slow start to the season. But they've got to get him going. And I want to see him get that total, at least the points total, up closer to 20, you know, as he takes on a larger role. I'd like to see his minutes go up a little, because I think with more minutes, then all of the usage numbers will fall in the line in terms of effectiveness. But I really do believe that right now is a big, key, seminal moment for Jonathan Kuminga for this season.
Well, for his Warriors tenure, right? It feels like we're going to know if he's going to be a member of the Golden State Warriors long-term after the stretch. Could be. I have no idea, man, because it seems, you know, he wants to start. Steve Kerr mentioned it at a presser. You know, we know he wants to start. He started 5 games this year, and he's got to start against Denver alongside Kevon Looney and Andrew Wiggins, which I haven't thought about in just a second after hearing from Steve Kerr on Willard or Dibs yesterday right here on 95.7 The Game. JK probably is a 4 right now in terms of offensive basketball. Offensively, you want him diving to the rim. You want him putting pressure on the rim. I love his mid-range game. I think the guy's mid-range game can be really, really good. I don't like when he settles for the 3. He only took 2 threes the other night against Denver. Great. Hit one of them. Great. Getting to the free throw line, his free throw shooting has to get better. You know, when it comes to free throw shooting, we've kind of lost the sauce on that one, as they're the worst team in the league of free throw shooting. Jonathan Kuminga, 59% for the free throw line.
You can't be a guy that attacks the rim and shoot that low.
That will impact the way you attack the rim. All of a sudden, you're shying away from the free throw line. You're saying, no, I don't want that. I don't want that at all. So, but another question, Willard Dibs, I thought it was very interesting. They asked him a question about Kuminga and Wiggins functioning together on the floor at the same time. Can they play together? Well, here's what Steve Kerr said about that.
Well, it depends on who they're with, and that's part of the challenge of this year's team so far. Is we got a lot of moving parts, and obviously we've been playing so many people that we've got plenty of data on a lot of different lineups. But I think at this point we have a pretty good feel for who we want to play together and who we want to avoid putting together and that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's all part of coaching and especially this team. Some teams that I've coached, it's pretty obvious and automatic kind of who we're gonna play and when. This one, I'll bet if you looked at the last 10 games, we might have a different closing lineup every single game. So we're still kind of searching for everything that we're trying to get to feel the most comfortable about our group. We're not there yet.
So he said it depends who they're with. Who are they with? Are they next to Looney? Are they next to Draymond? Are they next to TJD? Are they next to Moody? GP2. Pods.
Buddy.
Who are they with? Buddy Hield's a good one. I actually would be intrigued to see Wiggins, Buddy, and Kuminga together because you do have two very good defenders. And, Coach Vallejo called yesterday.
I'm 100% with that.
And Coach Vallejo was yesterday. It's like, well, Wiggins and Kuminga, if you got Pods out there, they have to guard the opposite. They got to do that every single night. They have to guard the Dame Lillards. They have to guard the Donovan Mitchells. They have to guard the SGAs. They have to do that every single night on this basketball team. That is their roles. So can they play together? I thought they played together well last season. But as Steve Kerr said, what else is around them? Around Andrew Wiggins and Kuminga, ideally for me, in my opinion, you want some shooters. So I would love to see Buddy Hield alongside them. Can Pods play point guard there? Can you get another shooter who could space the floor alongside Wiggins and Kuminga? Now, on the flip side the other night, I'm going to be very interested tonight if Wiggins does play. Kuminga and Wiggins, Wiggins only took 7 shots. You mentioned it before the break. Was that a byproduct of Kuminga having more volume for himself? Was that just a product of the offense that night? I don't have the answer to that question, but it's something I will monitor moving forward as long as Kuminga is starting next to Andrew Wiggins.
Well, they were denying Steph late in the game. I'm just going late in the game. And Kuminga got the shot blocked by Jokic where he tried to attack the hoop. And I forget what led up to it, but Wiggins had the ball and just fell. Mm-hmm. And so he doesn't get a shot off there. So I'm assuming he's trying to either make a play for himself or make a play for others. I go back to this. Like,
he's questionable, by the way. Andrew Wiggins, questionable tonight.
With what?
Right ankle. Impingement.
Oh, my gosh. Is there anybody healthy?
You got some minutes in you? You got out there and give him some minutes?
No.
You sure?
So, it's like I'm listening to you about the Pods thing. Like, I get what you're saying in terms of those two have to guard perimeter guys no matter what.
No matter what.
But I think what Coach's point was yesterday, and I don't want to get too caught in the weeds on this, but like when it's Steph and Pods out there simultaneously, those are two poor defenders who people pick on and attack.
No doubt.
The same can be said for other guys on the roster. It's just those two, that combination is a defensive deficient combination.
There's pros and cons, though, right? Because if you go to that lineup, and the con is, yes, defensively, you're going to take a hit. But offensively, if Pods is handling the ball, I'm not saying he's Draymond Green, but you got somebody who can facilitate in the half court. Now, whether or not you think he's a good facilitator, that's your own opinion. But offensively, you want Curry playing off the ball. You don't want him having that usage rate with the ball in his hands, unless you're running some pick and rolls late in the game, and you can run the two-man game with Jonathan Kuminga, which you saw at times. Curry dropped 11 assists the other night, and it was a great play, great clip from the other night where Kuminga sets a screen for Steph. The gravity of Steph and Curry draws the double team. Kuminga dives to the basket, easy two-hand flush. Also, a couple other assists where Steph Curry was drawing the double teams there. So I get why Pods would start, but I understand where Coach is coming from. But no matter what, don't get it twisted. Wiggins and Kuminga are guarding the top dogs no matter what. And right now, without DeAnthony Melton, you don't have many choices. Are you going to play? I don't know what Pat Spencer is right now. Is he a three-point shooter? Can he handle the ball? I don't know if he's ready for an elevated role. Is it Lindy Waters III? He was completely out of the rotation the other night.
He had his chance, and I think it's kind of coming past for the time being.
So there you go.
Doesn't it?
There you go. There you go.
I mean, this is a big moment, I think, for Kuminga. I really do. I keep coming back to him because he's probably the most desired trade piece that they have on their team. He's also the guy that I think intrigues Warrior fans the most outside of the top dogs on the team. You know, I think we're kind of getting a feel for who TJD is. Like, TJD's a really fine player off the bench.
Or spot
starter.
Yeah.
You know, okay. I kind of feel the same way about Pods currently. That can change. Kuminga's a guy that, like, all right, I can envision him as an impact starter, but he's got to go out and play like an impact starter over multiple weeks. And I just, with the contract, with the trade deadline, I think there's just a lot brewing here. And I think this is an opportunity for him to show himself, like, I can be that secondary guy that you're looking for to close out games. And I think the important thing is, hey, JK, we know you could score in the meat of the game. Can you score down the stretch when teams are really keen on you? It's hard.
No doubt. It is hard. But that's a lot to ask for a young guy, right? And I get it. He's been here for 4 years. And all of a sudden you're like, hey, come save us. Well, you got Steph and Curry right there. I just think they need to run. If you're running a little more sets down the stretch, and I don't know if Willard Dibbs asked him about that, about maybe running more just like simplistic sets. Hey, we're going to do this. I want you down on the elbow right now. We're going to get you the ball in this spot, in this situation, instead of ready to react, because in crunch time, things do speed up. They're pressurized situations, right? So for a guy like Kuminga, it's like, oh, man, he hasn't had many opportunities in that situation to carry the load down this stretch, and now we're asking him to do that.
But this team's looking for a number two option.
Well, I think Wiggins is that number two option. Here's the deal. What's going on. You know, everybody keeps saying, well, they need a number two scorer. I hear you on that. I hear you. But I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins right now. He's giving you 17. He's giving you 4. Are we looking for 20? Are we looking for 25? Kuminga's down at 14. I don't think you're getting 25 from Kuminga. The bigger issue is, and you can't say anything about it. Everybody's scared to say it. You're scared to say the loud part out loud. Stephen Curry's down to 22.5 points per game.
Okay, so that begs the question.
So if he's at 25, 26, we're looking at Andrew Wiggins as a second scorer, scored 17 to 18. I'm thinking, ooh, we got a second scorer. But Curry's down to 22.5 points per game. And so as he takes a little dip in points per game production, who else is going to step up with the points per game production to take that leap? And Kuminga hasn't done it yet. Melton's out for the year. Pods is trying to find his shot. So as we keep saying secondary scorer, I actually think, and Leroy's on the line, he just hung up, but he was talking about a big man. I think you need another big, and you just need a playmaker, a guy who could create for others and hit a wide open three. Like Tyus Jones would have been perfect for the Warriors, the way he's playing down in Phoenix. I underrated him, but a guy like that coming off the bench who can play at a fast tempo.
Isn't that what you want Pods to be?
You do. But Tyus Jones has been in this league for like 8 years. We're asking a second-year pro to do this.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying what the team was trying to accomplish. I mean,
right.
I don't know. Like your point about Steph, like I think you're talking about the quiet part out loud. Like we're getting at the same thing here. Like, yeah, the team's going to have to alter how they play. You know how Kyle Shanahan's like a run-first guy, and as their personnel is kind of dictated with all the injuries and everything, you might have to throw the ball a little. Like, Juwan Jennings is a really good play when you had Debo and Jennings and Aiyuk and Kittle. It's like, hey, maybe we should go to more 3 wide receiver sets. Where I'm coming at now is like, I know we want to play Steph off the ball predominantly, but maybe it predominantly becomes half the time he's off the ball, half the time he's on the ball, just to make things better. And then he plays a more traditional point guard, and you could play a Buddy Hield alongside of him. You could play Jonathan Kuminga in the pick and rolls, and you could play Andrew Wiggins in pick and rolls.
But as much as we talk about Pods' defense, have you seen Buddy Hield's defense?
Oh, it's not good. But his shooting is so much better. I'm trying to shore up the offense.
No doubt.
For me, the bigger issue for me is offensively, right? When I trust, and even though the numbers don't back this up, but when I trust GP2 from long range more than Pods, like that's a problem. It's a problem for a guy who's handling the ball that much.
I don't think anybody's trusting GP2 more than Pods from the 3-point line.
I know it's an absurd sentence to say, but that's how I feel.
But he's shooting 17% from 3. Nobody's trusting GP2 right now from the 3-point line. Other teams are telling you who they want to shoot the 3 late in the games. And they're leaving GP2 open for a reason. And I love GP2. If he can get that corner three down, damn. And he had a really good game, too, Tuesday night against the Denver Nuggets. But he's shooting 17% from three. So I don't feel good about a lot of guys right now shooting the three ball in this basketball team. They're just not hitting shots. I do have faith that Pods will kind of turn the corner here when it comes to his three-point shooting. I really do.
Why do you say that?
Last year he shot 38.5%. Now I get it. He's shooting more volume this year. I don't think he's a 20% three-point shooter. Those numbers will go up. Can you get to 33%? Can you get to 34%? I do think he's got a hot streak in him to where he'll get those numbers up. But look, man, without Steph, without Dre, this is a flawed roster. And when your best player is 36 years old and he's dealing with bilateral knee soreness and his production's down, we're scared to admit it. We keep scared. Steph needs a second score. Shoot, you got Wiggins scored 17 a game. Maybe you need a third score because I think you got your second score. Wiggins is doing just fine. Just fine. But Steph after coming off the Olympics, we're like, wow, Steph Curry's balling. He's going to average 27, 28 a game. When you go down to 22, now, it's for right now. I do believe Steph Curry could get those numbers up to 24, 25. And he didn't play in a few fourth quarters to start the season, so the numbers were down, and he missed a few games. We're talking about a guy last year, Shasky, who averaged 26 a game. That's a 4-point drop-off. It doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a massive, massive drop-off.
How many games have they lost by 2-3 buckets?
Exactly.
So, no, it's a huge deal.
So that, to me, we've ignored that. We've ignored that as we're waiting for the season to play out, And look at the shots, too. Steph Curry's only averages 16 field goal attempts a game.
It's the fewest since before his MVP season.
Well, it's the fewest I'm looking right
11,
here.
12?
Since 17-18, where he averaged 17 shots a game. He's at 16-4.
Wow.
So, I mean, he's down in those field goal attempts. So, with Steph Curry down, I think you would like Wiggins to be at 20, 21, but 17, I think everybody would have taken 17 from Andrew Wiggins this year.
Well, heading into the year, yeah, no doubt. But again, like, he is making $25 million, and then the other guy who wants $35 million, conceivably, is Jonathan Kuminga. And it's like, you can't be a 13-point-a-game guy asking for that kind of money, So that's what I'm saying. Like, the guys got to step up. The guys that want a bigger load need to go out there and prove it, and they need to play better, and they need to execute down the stretch.
Yeah, Curry needs a little help, man, and he's not going to play tonight due to bilateral knee soreness. And Andrew Wiggins is questionable. Boy, can you imagine them playing the Rockets without Wiggins, Steph, and Draymond Green?
It's not good.
So that's why you got to look for positives.
When did he hurt the ankle?
I don't know. These things happen, right? I don't know when Draymond initially hurt the calf. They just tend to happen. Now,
insert cynic NBA fan, like, they're all hurt all the time. It's just, gosh.
Well, you just said it too.
No, this was the joke.
You look serious though.
Well, I mean, hey, look, man. Like, if Draymond's out and Steph's out, like, yeah, I would like Wiggins to find a way to suck it up and play. I mean, if you can't, you can't. I get that, but come on, could really use you. Like, we need to stop the bleeding here, guys. We don't?
That's what he gave you. It's long-term play, right?
If you don't think things are in a precarious position, I don't know what to tell you.
Who done? They've lost 5 in a row. You heard how cranky I was yesterday. Western Conference is deep, and I've binocular Bonte's looked at the schedule, but it is what it is, man. It's, pivot, don't panic, right? Now, I do want to play this cut about Pods because we talked a lot about Pods, and here's his follow-up to his post-game comments on Brandon Podziemski. There was a lot going on with Brandon Podziemski yesterday on 95.7 The Game. Here's his follow-up to his post-game comments as he joined Will Leonard Dibbs yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, everything I said has already been said to Brandon. The reason I said it to the media is there's a little, it puts a little pressure on him. And I never say anything that I don't think about first. So that didn't just come, out of anger for the loss. That came because he needs to get the message. And the message is a really important one because he's such a good player. He's such an important player for us. But he's a typical young player, second year, a guy who's trying to forge his identity and figure out who he is. All young players go through this, and it's not an easy process because you have to make some mistakes to recognize who you are, what you can do, what you're capable of, and also what your team needs from you. And so we just need Brandon to speed up the process because, you guys were talking about it. We've got Steph and Draymond who are Hall of Famers and still playing at a really high level, but they're older. And we're trying to fit this thing together now and have a great season. So we need Brandon to take that next step, and I'm confident that he will.
So he wants to put pressure on him, and I'm not mad at that. He needs Brandon Podziemski. This team needs Brandon Podziemski. I know a lot of people don't think highly of Brandon Podziemski right now, but I thought he was balling on Tuesday night against the Denver Nuggets, and then he had that tough stretch, and he doesn't play the last 5 minutes of the game. It is what it is, but you need his ball handling and what he does to connect it. Last year, everybody was high on this guy. Everybody was had Podziemski fever. Everybody. First team all-rookie team. He's connecting the offense. He's getting that ball out of there, playing .5 basketball. Now, if he can hit a couple shots, damn, here we go. Let's go. But the guy has put a lot of pressure on himself because the guy wants it more. So it's not for a lack of effort. Look, he's got to get better, and he's got to leave the referees alone. That's my biggest issue right now. Not the shot itself, but just the referees. Every call, you don't need to go have a conversation with them. I don't know where he picked that up from, but he'll clean that up. I believe it, and that's what Steve Kerr had to say. Now, here's what Steve Kerr had to say about how he – I want to get your thoughts on both of these cuts, Shasky, how he handles players in the media.
Just get to know them and get a feel for their personalities and what's the best way to address each guy and is it just privately and never say anything to the media? I always approach guys privately first, but every once in a while, I think it's using the media as a way to get the message out there and make it a real issue can be a positive thing for some players. That's my gut here. I think it's really going to help Brandon in this case.
Yesterday, I mentioned how there was a deeper meaning to what Steve Kerr said Tuesday night. He knows that Brandon can handle that type of criticism in the media. He knows his players. He knows his personalities. We were just talking about this yesterday. You coach a different guy. You're going to hug a guy. Another guy you're going to berate because he can handle it. Well, some guys need loving. Some guys need tough love. That's where Steve Kerr's at with Brandon Podziemski because I don't know, as we talk about Jonathan Kuminga, I don't know if he could do that at the podium with Kuminga right now. I don't know if he could do that with the Moses Moody. I think Moses Moody could handle it better than many other players in this league. He knows Brandon can handle it. I'm not sure how Kuminga would handle that.
Well, forget the young guys. I mean, I just look at how they've treated Draymond Green publicly versus how he talked about Klay Thompson last year pretty vocally. I do feel like there at times he's handled Draymond in a way that is confusing to me, and I'm sure a lot of Warrior fans. And then there's other times where it makes sense. Like, it makes sense that he would, employ the less is more because you're dealing with dynamite sometimes when it comes to Draymond Green. There's no doubt. And I think at the end of the day, they really need Podziemski to start playing better. They really need Jonathan Kuminga to start playing better, right? They need all these guys. Look at how they handled Andrew Wiggins the last 3 years. I don't ever remember the coach coming down on Andrew hard at any point. Do you?
Different personality.
Exactly. And also he was dealing with different things, right? It wasn't just on-court performance or absence or anything like that. Like there's personal stuff. So, no, look, this is the psychology of Steve Kerr, and this is where playing for Lute Olson, playing for Phil Jackson, and playing for various types of personality coaches, you understand how to connect to people. I mean, famously in The Last Dance, Phil Jackson understood how to connect with people better than anyone.
Yep.
And he knew that there was a way to talk to Rodman, there was a way to talk to Pippen, there was a way to talk to Paxson, there was a way to talk to Steve Kerr and Michael Jordan, and you couldn't coach them all exactly the same.
No doubt. And that's what Kerr's doing right here with Pods. And he just told you that. So when I really thought about it and we were doing a show yesterday, I was like, you know what? He knows Brandon can handle it. He knows he's tough. He knows he's going to try to bounce back. He's going to be all right. He's going to be all right. Just less pressure, 20 games in. Now, he did talk about the sophomore slump, the whole sophomore slump. Where is that cut at? Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about that on Willard and Dibs.
Brandon had a really good rookie year, came into his second year, and he's thinking, I got to do this, I got to do that, and he's just lost a little focus on what actually wins. And, for example, the fouling, the 2 3-point shooters, we can't do that. We've talked about this from day one of camp. Fouling jump shooters it leads to losses. It really does. I mean, you can see that stat in the league. You can feel it. Not just the free points. It's having to take the ball out of the net. It's getting to the bonus earlier. So, I think Brandon's trying too hard. I mentioned that in the press conference too. He's trying so hard to make a great play every time. And you can't do that. You can't play that way. So maybe he's just trying to justify everything from last year or Joe's comments or whatever. I don't know, but it's all part of it. So I'm not concerned about it at all. I just want him to understand that we've got to speed up this process of growth as it relates to what wins games and what we need from him. And that's part of what's happening right now.
You know what? Against Houston, who has one of the best defenses in the league, and they put remember that on-ball pressure they put on the Warriors when they blew that 31-point lead? Well, now Pods is outside of slow-mo. Who else is going to handle the rock tonight? So you need to love up our Pods and hope he plays well tonight, because he's going to be your primary ball handler against his team.
I mean, who's going to handle Pat Spencer's going to get some run. I mean, you have to assume.
Yeah,
I mean,
all hands on deck.
I'm not saying that
all
that's
hands on deck.
Solution. I'm just saying.
No, it's all hands on deck.
Here's the question, though. What does Pods need to do better? Like, I know you're talking about the referees and that. I think, to me, it's very simple. God, it would be nice for him to just knock down a couple of deep ones.
There's no doubt.
And then the other thing I would tell him is, when you get that deep into the paint, trust that little baby hook, that little floater, that little runner that you do. I know it's not the most effective, but a couple of those go in, and now that defense has really got to honor you when you drive to the hoop, and they have to collapse in on you. And I think that'll open up some of his passing lanes. There are times where that ball can feel so heavy psychologically, and you're wide open, and you take that extra dribble, that extra thought, and you just kind of doubt yourself. And boy, if he could just hit a bucket from the outside, hit a couple of runners, it's funny how things are contagious. Look at Buddy Hield. 2 weeks ago, Buddy Hield couldn't miss. Everything he's throwing up was going in. Now the guy can't hit a thing.
That backcourt, I was ready to come in. Like, oh man, you should have Warriors backcourt. Podge and Curry outscored Murray and Brown 37-23. 15 assists from Pods and Curry. Oh, man, they were rolling, and didn't work out like that. But
both those guys made great defensive plays at the end of that game. Jamal Murray had a beautiful strip on Kuminga's near dunk, and Braun got that loose ball and dove on it and called timeout.
He did. Well, yeah. yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Anthony Slater's going to join us at 8:30. What is it that the Warriors need? Leroy in Oakland, he was going to call in. I guess he had to go to work, but he said basically the Warriors, he would like to see them have an established big man. Now, Loon's playing well. Loon's playing some good basketball, but a guy I'm looking at in Portland, Robert Williams, Time Lord. He's been playing for the Blazers. Now, he's had some injury history. How much you're going to give up for him? Do you want to give up a lot for him? Probably not, right? But he did make his return this season. And he's the type of big man I look at, I was like, damn, Warriors could use somebody like that. A guy who could play 15 minutes a night, could run the floor, block some shots. And we saw him in those NBA finals with the Boston Celtics. And boy, if he was healthy, we may have had a different series because that guy was that good. But he's only played in, this year he's only played in 7 games. He's averaging 10 and 6 in those 7 games and 18 minutes a game. So I don't know if that's the big man Leroy in Oakland was talking about. Not sure about that.
Yeah, I would love to see them get another ball handler. I know a big is something that I feel like the Warriors have been asking forever. There are other names out there that have been rumored to be traded. Jeremy Grant's a name that I've seen on various NBA trade rumors. I don't know how much that really helps them.
Contract, yeah.
These are just names. I'm just throwing out names. Like Bruce Brown was a name that I know the Nuggets were inquiring about bringing back, right? Like, I don't really know how much that helps them. Like, Like, there's not a lot out there, right? If you're not talking about one of the more headliner type moves. Brandon Ingram is another name that I've seen on various websites. It continues to get, kind of thrown at the Warriors. Well, I don't know where that fits.
Well, the Pelicans, I'm interested to see what they will do. Will they blow it up?
Well, okay, let me throw a name at you that I don't
Zion
love.
Williamson.
What?
Zion Williamson.
No. I mean, like, a McCollum as like a ball handler guy.
Like, McCollum, I'm out on that.
I am too. But I've seen that.
I say
floated.
no to that, and I say no to that. I'd be much more intrigued with Dennis Schroeder. CJ McCollum, absolutely not.
He's very old right now, but I know it sounds. I know it's a bad deal. I don't love it. I'm throwing names at you.
I'd rather go back to a name I brought up last year, and the 650 has brought it up and kind of sparked my mind. Kind of sparked my memory, I should say. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying right now. 650, Kobe White from the Bulls.
I would love that.
And I wanted Kobe White last year. I wanted Kobe White. He's quick as hell. Oh, my gosh. First step, really good. Can hit the three. Him and Vucevic in a package deal, who knows? Because Vucevic is the type of center that can stretch the floor and space the floor and go out there and open up the lane for everybody. Schroeder's a name that we just saw in Brooklyn. I mean, so there's going to be a lot of names, but I agree with you. Playmaker and big are my top two things right now that they're missing. And D'Anthony Melton, this is where the D'Anthony Melton injury. Somebody said, what about Lonnie Walker? He's playing in Lithuania right now. You want Lonnie Walker? Lonnie Walker? What about West Oakland Sam? West Oakland Sam, what do you want? What do you want?
Hey, my brothers. Hey, yo, so I drive for DHL, and my route is in Sunnyvale. So Sam just told me December 20th you guys are having the awards at the Laughing Monkey. It's literally on my route.
Let's go.
But I start work at 10 a.m. So are you guys going to be lingering around after this?
Absolutely.
Of course. Pull over for lunch?
Absolutely.
I'm going to pull over for lunch and get some chicken wings with you guys.
Let's go.
Absolutely.
Here's my thing. I hate Pat Spencer's number. I hate seeing him on the floor. How about this then? Because me and my homie was talking about it the other day. How do y'all feel about an R.J. Barrett? I don't know what his contract is, but
is he redundant to
like
Buddy
R.J.
Hield?
Barrett.
Can I ask you before you continue? Is he redundant?
Yeah.
I mean, no.
He's not redundant to Buddy Hield.
I'm asking.
He's more of like he's like an Iguodala to me, in a sense. Just think about it. He's like an Iggy. He's a very smart player. And he can control the rock. I know we need a big man. That's always been our issue since Bogut. We haven't had nothing. Shout out to Festus. I know he's with you, Bonte, all the time. But I know we need a big man, a defensive force who could also. But R.J. Barrett, just think about it.
Well, I like R.J. Barrett, the player. He's a different player than obviously Kuminga and Brandon Ingram. The thing about R.J. Barrett that he does very well is get to the free throw line. He's got that big body, those broad shoulders. He's physical, and we saw him light up the Warriors last season. My thing is, Masai Ujiri and the Toronto Raptors are not getting rid of R.J. Barrett after they traded a haul for R.J. Barrett. I don't think they're doing that at all up there in Toronto. They're going with the full youth movement. He's from Canada. He's from Toronto, for crying out loud. So I don't see how any deal gets worked out for R.J. Barrett. But the name, you can name the dude's giving you 24-6-5 right now. It's 24-6-6.
I like him.
And he gets to the free throw line, no doubt. But if you trade for him, you're just shipping out other guys who play his position.
Yes.
I don't know how much better you're getting.
Well, and the other name that keeps getting attached to the Warriors, and he's in the second year of a $90 million deal, a 4-year deal, is Kyle Kuzma. And I know you're out on that.
Yeah, I'd rather have Cam Johnson.
I mean, the Warriors keep getting linked to him.
Carter's shaking his head.
I don't want him either, but I'm just saying the Warriors keep getting linked to him.
Yeah, well, that's a rumor. Where's the rumor from?
Various writers, and they're saying Indiana, the Kings, the Dallas Mavericks, because the Mavericks almost traded for him.
Do you think, after
year
watching Kyle Kuzma, that he's a player that Steve Kerr will like?
I don't know. I don't, but I'm just saying, like, the Warriors have been linked. Look, at one point they traded for D'Angelo Russell, and I didn't think he would fit.
Yeah, no, you didn't. They flipped him. That was just an asset. That was an asset move to get something for Kevin Durant. They was like, all right, forget it. Let's go get D'Lo.
We're 2 months away from this deadline, and it feels like if the Warriors are going to make a move, I think they're going to be one of the first teams to make a move.
Well, they have to. You got to strike quick.
Exactly.
Let's go to KC and Maria. KC, what's happening?
Exactly.
Gentlemen, good morning, man. It's been a while. I'm enjoying the show as usual. I'm going to have a little bit of a different take. I've brought it before, but the romanticism of various sports fans, various media, It wants the players to stay forever, to retire in the uniform, and it brings the team down. It happened to the Giants, and it's happening to the Warriors. We're thinking Wiggins is going to come back from his previous form. He hasn't. We're thinking Kuminga is going to step up and start being a big-time player. He isn't. We're thinking Pods is going to become a player he's never been. He's had, a half a year success at Santa Clara and a decent first year, but he's not the player these fans are thinking he is. And we have a soon-to-be very old Steph, who is on the last legs of his career, and it's time to hit the reset, and it's time to recoup the value of the players we have and start to rebuild this team into a possible championship team of the future. And if not, they're going to be a team in the lottery with no lottery picks because of past deals. It's time to hit the reset. It's time to get assets.
Is it time to hit the reset? Is anybody subscribing to what Casey and Moran has to say? 888-957-9570 is the number. Anybody subscribing to that?
Am I the naive one for believing that they got one little maybe miracle run with Steph? Just one? Am I grasping at straws?
No. 888-957-9570 is the number. Time now for the injury report. I respect all writers. I used to be a writer, but I'm with the 510. Kyle Kuzma's an ultimate ISO player. How the hell is he going to fit in with Steve Kerr? I don't know. Who the hell? Maybe people were just bored. Now, our boy Raider Debater. Bring Jordan Poole back.
I want that.
Just think about what you're saying,
Well, I know what I'm saying. I would take him back.
I know you would take him back.
I don't think he would take us back. It says right here, Bucks, Warriors, Lakers, Heat, and Cavs among the teams monitoring Kyle Kuzma.
Oh, my gosh. They don't watch Warriors basketball, do they?
No, I know. I'm just telling you.
I hear you. Yeah.
Various people, Josh Robbins and people that are covering it.
I don't even know who Josh Robbins is.
I don't either. I'm just reading names.
Warriors, yeah,
I'm just reading the names. You're asking where. I'm telling you where.
Gosh. Warriors will host the Rockets tonight without Steph and Dre. Steph is out once again doing an ongoing battle with bilateral knee tendonitis, and the Warriors seek to limit the amount of wear and tear on his knees. And Draymond Green will also be out due to his calf injury. Andrew Wiggins, questionable night due to an ankle impingement. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerser, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. 888-957-9570. I'm seeing John Wall. John Wall name gets surfaced around here. This is why we're getting crazy.
Ponte,
we're getting crazy.
I have a question to you. The Niners feel like they're kind of at a crossroads. It's for this season. I think they'll bounce back. The Warriors feel like they're at a crossroads. It's still a long year. They're not done. And the Giants are clearly at the bottom. They got to work themselves up. Who are you betting on? Warrior fans. I was betting on the Warriors to have a really good year this year. I was betting on the Niners to have a really good year this year. And I feel really foolish.
Calm down. We're only 20 games in. You're panicking already?
Hell yeah, my panic meter's through the roof.
What happened to Buddy Buckets and Buddy Love?
Draymond Green just said that he's worried.
I'm actually intrigued with Casey and Moran. I want to know how many people feel like Casey and Moran. Casey and Moran said, it's time to blow it up.
Throwing in the white flag?
You just said you are. You're got red in the heartbeat.
I'm concerned.
How many people feel like Casey and Moran? Do you want to blow this thing up? Is it time? 888-957-9570 is the number. I don't think it's time, but I'm just one person. There's a lot of other people who love the Warriors as well. That's coming up on a roast. is happening, man? Let's wake up. Come on, we're out here talking about blowing things up and not blowing things up, and Kyle Kuzma. Kyle Kuzma. We're that goofy. 5-game losing streak, and we're getting goofy around here. But the Warriors do play the Rockets tonight without Draymond, without Steph and Curry. They're going to be shorthanded. We got Lions and Packers for Thursday Night Football. 888-957-9570. Anthony Slater's going to join us at 8:30. It's time to ramp this up in the third hour. It's time to ramp it up. The energy's been a little blah. It's been a little blah. I don't like this talk about Kyle Kuzma, and we're just throwing names against the wall. I know you didn't do that, but then stop quoting these no-name writers who are Kyle Kuzma's linked to the Warriors. Do you watch Warriors basketball, writer?
If you just
not
you go NBA trade rumors, okay?
Yeah, they're rumors for a reason.
I look at them. I look at MLB, NFL, and NBA trade rumors every day, and the reason why is because it shows all the transactions and who's in on what,
no doubt,
and various things. And there's like multiple articles linking the Warriors among other teams to Kyle Kuzma, and I'm like, really?
Yeah, that's silliness. That's silliness. 888-957-9570. Casey and Marin just lit a match, and he just said it's time to blow it up. 1 5-game losing streak. You know, I remember walking into the Bruce Mahoney game at Kezar Stadium. SISH. And I don't know what young man that was from SI. He knows who he is. We were walking for a minute. And he could not help but say, you know, Vontae, getting these 3 guys, and got to say, man, replacing Klay Thompson did us justice. Boy, we needed to remove him. And now, D'Anthony Melton's hurt for the year. Slow-mo's trying to find his way within the system. And Buddy's in the slump. So, you know, I don't know where we're at right now, but Buddy's got to get going. Kuminga's got to continue to play well. Pods has got to step up. There's no doubt. They got to start winning some basketball games here. And I just thinking, before we start blowing things up, I do want to know, though, it is Sports Talk Radio, 888-957-9570. I'm here to listen, and I will not cut anybody off. If you think it's time to blow it up,
unless it's
then
BPA.
Go ahead. No, well, BPA is he's out of his mind. Just says nothing. BPA. I think Desorts is the bad defense coordinator. But no, listen. It's going to be a tough December.
Okay.
It's going to be some up and downs in this month of December. So if you could just tread water, stabilize this roster, win a couple games here and there, and go into January in the top 6, that's what you want to do. Just be in the top 6. Now, 925, it's kind of stole my thunder here. Elfrid Payton dropped 21 assists for the Pelicans and got cut. Maybe you want a ball handler? Elfrid Payton can't. I don't know what his shooting numbers is right now off the top of my head, but he's a ball handler. I don't know. Maybe you sign him to a 10-day. I don't know. But I'm not ready to panic and blow this thing up now.
But you're asking why people are like losing their minds or whatever.
Well, I know why people are losing their minds.
But also, like,
I've been in this business for 8 years.
No, but this is also like the stock market, like other things in life. You know, price goes up and down. You yourself, yesterday's price isn't today's price. In the words of the great, American poet, Too Short and Jay-Z, it was all good just a week ago.
Oh, you're playing Jay-Z now?
It was all good just a week ago. A week ago, I had a healthy Steph Curry. A week ago, I had a healthy Draymond Green. A week ago, I thought Podziemski was going to turn it around. A week ago, it felt like Buddy Hield was on fire. Everything he threw up was going in. A week ago,
me and you were going to fight one day.
A week ago, the Nuggets weren't looking as good. A week ago, the Warriors didn't blow 7,000 leads. A week ago, a lot of things changed.
No.
A week ago, Brandon Allen was quarterbacking.
I had to hang up on my daughter. She just woke up. She can't wake up to that energy.
Yeah, it was all good just a week ago.
No.
And then
you know what?
Me
and you were going to fight. Fight a couple times. Because one, you're turning into Paulie Mack. I love you, Paulie Mack, but you're kind of turning into a Paulie Mack.
I don't make other people's songs. I use American culture to emphasize a point.
You don't listen to what I have to say, and you're down the line to Carter trying to effort that song while I'm trying to go out here and have a conversation. So me and you are going to fight one day. Me and you, buddy, you do that all the time. Me and you're going to fight one day about this.
It's called producing.
No, it's called the producer doing their job back there to do that stuff, not you. All right? But the lines are lit up here. So I'm going to go to the calls before we get to Anthony Slater. It's getting hot in the kitchen out here. And even the boss was like, wow, we want to blow it up. I said, this is how this is how Generation Z is built. That's how new fans are built. Let's just blow it up. As soon as we lose 3, look at the 49ers, for example. Hold on. Look at the 49ers for a second. with 4 NFC championship games last 5 years, 2 Super Bowl appearances, and all of a sudden we want to fire the damn coach because we're having a tough year with all the injuries and all the personal tragedies. People want to fire the coach.
Just a couple people say something.
Oh, no, not a couple people. You've hit it at Belichick, the whole damn internet, everybody calling this station. So many people have talked about firing. We had Mike Fleury on yesterday saying maybe Shanahan just needs a break. Maybe he's overworked. Like, you know what I'm saying? We're not built for this anymore. What happened? I belong in the 70s and 80s when things are tough. Tough.
The Giants were going through a rough patch, and you said you wouldn't watch a Giants game all year.
No, it's because of the way they built the team, and I knew they sucked. And what happened? They sucked.
You weren't strong enough to endure it?
No.
And come out on the other side tougher?
I watched every game, and I was like, what am I watching? I might as well go watch my Baltimore Orioles. We go watch my New York Yankees.
People Magazine, you're one of us, too.
No,
okay?
no. Don't put me in that boat. No.
You're not above the fray.
No. As everybody's blaming Pajinski, I'm saying, well, he didn't play the last 5 minutes.
You had the Niners getting Kirk Cousins after a quarter and a half.
No, I said no. I did not. Context matters.
Oh,
Context matters. You got to read, buddy. You got to read. I said Kirk Cousins is on the table if Brock Purdy doesn't pull it. And you think I'm lying? The broadcaster of the 49ers is saying, put in Sam Darnold.
This is what we do.
No.
That's what we do.
So stop. Don't put it on me. That was legit. We're throwing Kyle Kuzma's name out here this morning.
I mean,
my
the Denver
gosh.
Broncos traded everything for Russell Wilson, and within like 5 months, immediately regretted it.
And you know what?
Deshaun Watson was traded for the largest haul in the history of the game, and almost immediately everyone said it was horrible. Like, that's what happens in life.
No, we didn't think it was horrible. At first, we were like, damn, Cleveland Browns finally got a quarterback.
No, we didn't. He was amidst like 30 scandals.
No, but we thought, hell, the night we wanted him. We wanted Deshaun Watson for the scandals.
I hate to agree with before the scandals. Before the scandals.
Before that's what I just said. Yeah, before the scandals, we wanted Deshaun Watson. Nobody knew Deshaun Watson was going to fade this far. Let's go to the lines. I want to get to the calls. Richie Rich of Livermore, start this party off. All right, we got a who's who right here. Richie Rich. What's up, Richie Rich?
What's up with my dogs, man? Hey, before I get cooking, I got to say one thing, man. Doobie Awards about to be lit. I'm pumped. Hey, Shafty.
Let's go.
Feel me?
Hey, Shafty, you're my dog, right? You my dog. Hey, like Tony in the zone. You ain't in the zone, Shafty. We needed some dancers, dog. Me and B was talking, G.
Hey, we're going to get them dancers.
I see those family pics on Instagram, bro.
Hey, Richie Rich.
You talk a big game. I don't know.
Richie Rich, I got to follow you on Instagram. I got to follow you on Instagram, but it's the 5th. We got 15 days, December 20th.
Hey.
We got to get these dancers rolling, man.
Dog. You know, hey, if not, we got to get some food delivered, girls with the song. You know what I'm saying, Shafty?
I'm in on the food.
Scantily clad ladies.
Oh, man, my guy. Check it out. Hey, so, I got, like the devil's advocate, right? Like, I think what you're seeing is what you're seeing. Kirby averaging 22 points is real. Why? Because, dude, ain't no one really consistent throwing up buckets, and ain't nobody scared, right? I feel like, to keep it real, 100, you really do got to make a decision of going out there and getting Curry a top scorer, right? To value his last couple of years, because he's slowing down. So you need to go get that Giannis or what. You got to get somebody that puts the pressure that can score, because what you see with the Nuggets in crunch time, man, they want to pass. Curry couldn't get nothing, and Curry's the best point guard in the space. But no one else can get buckets in that last 5 or 6 minutes, and we've lost the last handful of games because in crunch time we can't score, man. And I think if we don't get that big name, you're looking at a 50% ball club. You know, just like last year, barely cruising in. So we need to get that big name. Otherwise, it might be time. You know, shake it up a little bit, fellas. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I can't wait to see you guys on Friday on the Doobie.
I can't wait. I can't wait, Richie Rich, the Doobie Awards, December 20th. I can't wait. Jonathan, Foster City. Your time is now. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning. Look, some of these losses that my man just said is just not able to score in the end of the game. Some of this regression to the mean, it is what it is. But if we don't get 22 chip, this front office is getting stared at like you wasted a lot of Steph Curry's prime. So I'm going to pose this question. Over the last 5 years, rank the front offices in the Bay. Giants, Niners, and Warriors. Who's done the best job down to the worst?
Niners, Warriors, Giants.
Who's done the best job in terms of what?
Just the front offices.
Who's done the best of shaping this team for sustained success?
Yeah.
now and moving forward?
I would say today. Now things change. Like, if a wave of prospects come in, I'll bow down to Farhan retroactively, and I'll say I'm sorry. But that being said, as he goes to the Dodgers, it's Niners, Warriors, and then the Giants.
Niners done a great job.
Even though the Warriors are the only one with a championship, right. I believe that the way the Niners have built their team, it's been pretty freaking incredible.
It's been good. CJ in the city. CJ, what's happening?
Hey, I just want to say this idea of blowing it up with the Warriors, I think the first question has got to be, what does Steph want to do? You're not blowing it up around him and making him spend the last 2 or 3 years of his career on a bad team. So unless there's a trade target he'd be open to going to, blowing it up just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I watched Cooper Flagg last night, who's, I guess, specific. Number one is most people think it's him or that guy Harper.
They got some other guy, too. A guy from who you watch college basketball, right,
It's
Carter?
Harper, right?
Duke. That was a hell of a game yesterday against Auburn, man.
It was a great game.
That was fun.
The shooter was killing it. My point being is, like, Cooper Flagg's a really good player, but I don't know if he's coming in and, like, just, like, taking over. Like, Wemby, generational talent. San Antonio still feels a little far away. You know, they might be better than the Warriors right now. I don't know, but they don't feel closer to a championship just because they blew everything up, do they?
No. I'm looking for the Curry quote because he asked CJ. Sorry, Shasky, I'm the one distracted now because CJ asked, "What does Steph Curry
Careful
want?"
what you say.
No, because this quote is. I always bring it up, and for some reason we never have it on the board. But Curry talked about this past offseason. Well, let's just see where we're at.
Yeah.
Are we relevant? So that's where Steph Curry's at to answer CJ's question. Where is Steph? What does Steph Curry want? And what did he say this past summer? Are we relevant? Can we remain relevant?
So his opinion would then be adjusted based off of the stock of the Warriors. Interesting. Sounds like someone I know.
No, it's something that Steph Curry said that we've all talked about. That if they're not relevant by the deadline, Curry may be unhappy.
Yeah, I know. It's called assessing your situation.
No, it is. No, but you flip-flop. Come on, you flip-flop day to day. It's a long-term play. Don't do that. You literally was.
Did I flip out over the first
talking
two
about
blowout
Buddy Hield
losses?
being an all-star? Now the guy, you don't even bring the guy up.
I never said the sentence
I mean,
of Buddy,
come on,
Buddy
man.
Hield is an all-star.
Stop. Lindy Waters had one game and you was ready to pop champagne.
We all were.
That's different. Your stock, you would be a terrible trader on Wall Street. You'd be flipping, you'd be shorting stocks left and right. You'd be pulling that the same day. It's long-term plays here.
A lot of pivoting.
Yeah.
A lot of pivoting. It's by the day.
It's how the great businesses stay on top forever. Amazon bought Whole Foods, and how they feeling right now?
Bitcoin goes from 20,000 to 10,000. He's oh my God, get it out. And now they're at over 100,000. You're like, damn, I missed out.
I'm out on Bitcoin. I'm always in on real estate. You know that. Come on. Know my portfolio.
Hey, but Bitcoin's over 100,000, man. A lot of people get rich. A lot of people get paid. Rob in Dublin, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning. Hey, I'm with you, Bonte. I don't think we need to blow it up just yet. But as far as, I think we need a true big man. And I'm not going to say this dude is a true big man just yet, but we have a cat down in the G League, man. We drafted this dude. He's a two-way player, averaging 17 a game and 9. And now, granted, it's in the G League. I got it. But he's a big. He's 7 foot. Put him in there, Quentin Post. Bring him up. Let him play for a couple games. Let's see what we got in him at least. We need a big down low, man. Jokic, all these bigs are killing us. The outside shooting from Pods and those guys, it's going to come. The game is going to come to them eventually. It's in Pods need to slow down. Slow down. That's it, man. That's all I got for y'all fellas. Good luck next week at the Doobie Awards. I wish I could attend, but I got to work.
Rob, where you work at? Where you work at, Rob?
I work in Dublin, man. I'm a government contractor. I did 22 years in the Army, retired.
Oh, wow. Thank you for your
I'm a
service.
contractor up here in Dublin, Camp Park in Dublin, bro.
Hey, can I call Camp Park, tell him, Rob in Dublin needs a day off?
I wish, brother, but hey, man, government got to keep rolling, man.
Yeah, I know. We need you guys in more ways than one. Right on, Rob. Quentin Post. Look, I like the Quentin Post pick. I'm not going to lie.
Well, okay, I don't know anything about Quentin Post, so explain.
But he's a pick and pop 5.
Okay.
Pick and pop 5.
So no defense?
He's an older guy. I don't know what he looks like defensively. Because NBA defense is different than college defense. You're playing in the ACC. It's a lot different than playing in the NBA. So I don't know where his defense is at right now.
Do you think he could play? Well, older guy, what is he, 28?
Look, I think
Chris Wenke?
Well, he's about 25.
Oh, well, that is
24 or 25.
Yeah, that is older for NBA.
But I'm intrigued to see him at some point. I don't know if he's the end-all, be-all, but I'm interested in this game.
With all these injuries, do you think there's a chance he gets called up?
He might. He just might. Because we got Andrew Wiggins, who's questionable.
Is he like a Meme Kerr? Like, what is he? Like, what's his...
From what I've seen, just a pick a pop five who could shoot the three. I have no idea because I haven't watched much G League.
Okay. I
haven't watched much ACC just from the clips I've seen. You know, but I don't want to put a name on him. I don't want to do that to him. You know, we did that with Caleb Williams. Called him the next Mahomes.
No one
He's
said
good,
he was
though.
the next.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Stop.
We said his mannerisms remind us of that. It'd be like if you saw a kid swinging the bat the way Julio Franco did. You say, "Wow, your mannerisms remind me of Julio Franco." No one's saying you are Julio Franco.
Oh my God, you didn't say that, but I digress.
If you shoot free throws like Bill Cartwright, I'm gonna say, "Wow, your mannerisms remind me of Bill Cartwright."
You didn't do that.
Over the year.
I love how the story changes over time.
Well, I mean, the context matters. Details matter.
It does matter. You're right. It does matter. Steve Kerr, who are the Warriors? Since we want to blow it up. Who are the Warriors?
We are a really good team. We're fourth in the league in defense. We have not made shots during this stretch, which is, in the modern NBA, often just the difference between winning and losing. Who's making threes and who's not. And right now we're not making threes. And I think in the midst of that, we lost a little confidence. We lost a little defensive edge. And so I think that, while we're in the midst of this streak, I still see a really good team with great chemistry, great energy. Guys care about each other. They work hard. And I'm confident that if we can stay relatively healthy, that, what you've seen through 20 games is who we are, which is a 50-win team. And you just, it's never perfectly linear how you get there. You're going to have some good stretches and some bad stretches, and we've obviously had both. But I really like this team, and I think we're going to be really good.
What are you? A 50-win team. I mean, we're in the middle of a losing streak right now, so everything feels bleak. But I'm sure it's not this bleak, right? Like I'm trying to show a little bit of perspective here. All right. Was it as good as I thought at the beginning? Probably not. Is it as bad as I feel like it is right now? Probably not. So it's somewhere in the middle.
Let's just keep it real. How this thing
This is how I feel, not how you feel about me.
No.
You can have your own opinions.
No.
Steiny, it's okay for allowing me to have something to breathe and just let it go into the ethos. Without dissecting it.
You know better than that. Ponte Hill has plenty of opinions. A lot of them are wrong. Some are right. But I have an opinion. I ain't no fence hitter.
50 feels aggressive, though.
I'm no fence hitter. But let's just take back to the Shasky. Since you said I felt good at the beginning. No, you didn't. Because I said that the unnamed player said they're going to win 50. You're like, yeah, okay.
Well, I'm talking about the beginning of the win streak. When
you did this.
What? They were so close to 10 over 500. They were so close. And again, too short. In my head, it was all good just a week ago. Last week, I had everything. The money, the cars. And now my boys start tripping.
Oh, man.
I'm paraphrasing because there's some swear words in there, Short. That song does knock. You like it.
No, you should have saw your face when you said, I'm trying to have perspective. Like, it is so hard for you to have perspective as being a fan.
I live in the moment.
You're like, I'm trying hard to have some perspective, but I just can't have it.
I know.
It's not like me. It's so hard.
Tony's got me in the zone, bro. I am who I
am. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Anthony Slater coming up in a few minutes here on the Morning Russell 95-70 game. I think we had Slater on when we were talking about Lindy Hornets at third. He's like, yo, slow your jets. When did Starsky and Hutch? Who your jets, Starsky? What was that line?
I don't know.
The new one with Owen Wilson and Ben Stiller.
Yeah, I don't even think I've seen that one.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't think I've seen
Will Ferrell? A movie you haven't seen?
Yeah, I know.
Will Ferrell?
Yeah.
Vince Vaughn? Oh, it's great. Who's the brother who's got the great mustache as a cowboy? We'll look at it during the break. I don't even know his name. I don't even want to jack it up. But Snoop's in it too.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
But all right. So if the Warriors, let me ask you this, so I know what I'm walking into tomorrow.
the beauty of me is you don't know what you're walking into tomorrow, but continue.
No. I know exactly what I'm walking into. I knew exactly what I was walking into yesterday. It's maybe a little cranky because I knew, Punch! I saw your video. It kind of gives me a glimpse. I could just look at the 200 feet and say, okay, cool. Got it. They lose a night, but they look good. Let me give you a scenario.
Then they're in the 6-game losing streak.
Woo! Hypothetical.
Woo!
Kuminga plays well. Scores like 26.
Does he even score in the final 5 minutes?
Well, no.
Well, I want to know.
Let me lay it out. Final game, Box. They lose by 4.
Mm-hmm.
Kuminga has 26 and 9.
Did they blow a lead?
Pods, has 13, 8, 9.
Okay. How many turnovers?
2 turnovers.
Okay.
Kuminga 1 turnover.
Live ball ones.
Moses Moody, 11 points off the bench. How are you going to be feeling if the youngsters step up and have a very productive day?
I'm probably going to want the win and be disappointed in that, but the silver lining is the youngsters played really good, but I want to see Kuminga score in the final 4 or 5 minutes when everybody's keyed in on him. There is a difference. Closing out games, there is a difference.
No doubt.
And I'm not trying to hate on him, but I do want to see him take that leap. I do like him. I do want him to be, but bro, you cannot deny $30 million a year and then not be able to get your shot off in the final 4 or 5 minutes. All of the young players, and again, their situations are slightly different, but all of the young players that are demanding that, my algorithm is all right, if you want that kind of money, you better be able to deliver down the stretch when teams are able to key on you as one of the top targets.
Well, he may get an opportunity tonight because when you play with Steph and Curry, you're probably not going to get a lot of those late game opportunities because you have the chef and you're going to defer to the chef. And half the time, Kuminga hasn't been in the game down the stretch in the last 5 minutes.
But right now, it just feels like Chef isn't 100%, and he needs someone to step up.
That was a fun little exercise. Thanks to Casey and Marin. So I wonder how many people feel like Casey and Marin, that they feel like they need to blow this thing up. I'm not going to blow anything up before the All-Star game, that's for sure. The guy's name, by the way, the cop.
Well, the trade deadline's on the 6th.
Yeah.
So it's before the All-Star game.
Before the All-Star game. So you don't want to, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Fred Williamson is the cop name, the Hammer. He used to play football. He's been in a lot of movies. You recognize this guy, yeah. This guy right here. Look at him. You know this guy. You've seen this guy in movies. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's in all kinds. He got great mustache.
Yeah, great mustache. He's in Starsky and Hutch.
It's like a caterpillar level
That's next level. He worked hard for that. All right. Anthony Slater coming up on the other side, and we'll get to some Niners in the last hour of Matt Live with KPIX. Caleb Williams coming to town with the Chicago Bears, but first we dissect Warriors, Rockets, round 2 between these two rosters. That's brought to you by the California Lottery. No, there's no dancing. Not like. Hey, I love that, Jeremiah. The way we were in sync right there. You like that, huh, Carter? You like that, huh, Carter? Come on, Carter!
Are you Kirk Cousins? Do it. Just do it.
No, I'm not going to do
Full
it.
transformation into the white guy.
I'm not going to do it.
Like that.
I'm not going to do it. Hey, man. Kirk Cousins, solid quarterback. You may be rooting for him next year.
My guy's throwing up paper airplanes to the other team, dude.
Dude, it was embarrassing. I had the Falcons winning that game. Cost me in my pick and pull. I'm now one game out of first place, and today's a big game because I think I'm going to be on the other side of a lot of people on this game. I don't know. I'm feeling like Green Bay may pull this out.
I thought you weren't impressed by Green Bay just a couple weeks ago.
I wasn't.
Wait a minute. So presented with more information.
No. It's all about matchups. It's all about matchups and division games and how you match up. And Detroit's beat up right now. So I do think, and Green Bay matches up well with Detroit sometimes. Bye, girls. Anthony Slater is going to join us. Sorry, I like to talk to my baby during the 8 o'clock and the 8:30 break because that's when she gets up and she gets ready for school. So she likes to FaceTime. She likes to hear the old baby and all that stuff. Yada, yada, yada. So we have Slater, yes or no? All right, we have Slates. He's back in the Bay. After going to Denver, Colorado for the Emirates NBA Cup Group C finale and the Warriors lose. Nuggets outscored the Warriors in the last 6 minutes of change, 21-6. So Anthony Slater joins us, Star 95.7 The Game insider, and also he joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. This is time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. And apparently, Tim Kawakami, and Anthony Slater with the Plus Minus podcast is now the property of Odyssey.
Oh.
How about that? Damn, Anthony, you still another check?
Yeah, stealing checks, right?
Stealing, it's definitely from Odyssey, man. How the hell did you make that happen?
Yeah, I'd keep that quiet. Hey, listening.
I heard you guys get more downloads in the morning roast.
I'll tell you. Hey, listen, tune into the Warriors Plus Minus podcast, and you'll know why it happened. There you go.
Oh, wow. What a flex. You know what? Hey, Anthony, have a good day, man. I'll see you. No, I'm kidding. Look, our headsets are falling off. There's a lot of panic, obviously, with a 5-game losing streak. A lot of the blame of Brendan Podjesky. Let's start there because I thought, look, Brendan Podjesky it was a tough sequence, to say the least, and I'm probably being kind here, but he didn't play in the last 5 minutes. And the Warriors did build an 8-point lead in the last 5 minutes, and they were up 7 with 3 minutes of change left. I don't know how that's on Podjesky the last 5 minutes of the game, but it is what it is. How'd you see how that game played out? What was your observation of what went down in Denver Tuesday night?
Well, do you want to go Podjesky first, or do you want to go closing time first, which didn't happen?
Yeah, either both. How about both?
Well, I'll start with why they might not have closed it. I mean, it's the flaw of the team, but think about their best wins this season, right? Boston, Oklahoma City, Mavs at home. What happened late in those games? Steph Curry went on a 12-0 run against the Mavericks. Steph Curry hit 3 straight jumpers to close out the Celtics in Boston. They were crumbling completely in Oklahoma City. Remember that, blowing the 30-point lead, and then Steph got hot and closed it out in Oklahoma City. That's kind of the formula for this team right now, right? It's just be deep, play good enough defense, stay in the game over the course of the game, and when you get towards the finish line, Steph Curry's got to drag you across the finish line, kind of like he dragged Team USA, across the finish line. But he's just, the last few games, he's either, been cold or not there because of this bilateral knee tendonitis. Obviously, he's not playing tonight. So I think part of, them going scoreless down the stretch the other night is Steph, didn't necessarily have it. I think he went, 8 of 23 shooting. They kind of need him to play hero late. And again, I'm not saying, hey, let's blame Steph Curry because they lost that game. It's probably hey, this might be the flaw of the roster. They need the 36-year-old who needs to be basically load managed at this point to drag them across the finish line of big games.
So what would you do with the existing roster especially with his knee injuries right now or whatever they're calling it, diagnosing it, what's the adjustment? How should they be trying to close games? What should they be implementing? What are the combinations?
I would try to basically elevate your young players, your two young players who you could either say are struggling or just like haven't been given the opportunity, whatever you want to say. But to me, the upward mobility of this team is Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski. I think with Brandon Podziemski, that's part of why, even though people would say, hey, he's kind of struggling right now, well, they're starting him and they're committing to starting him, especially with DeAnthony Melton out. We all know how big an injury that was. I think it makes sense now to hand the job to Podziemski, as much as fans might not want to hear it, and hope he grows. And in some ways, I don't want to say regresses, but turns back into the player he was a lot of times last season, which is, part of, as we can get into a conversation about him, I think that's what they're trying to make happen. And then the other guy who I mentioned, Jonathan Kuminga, however long Draymond Green's out, his role is going to be elevated. Go back last year when Draymond Green got suspended, that's when he exploded. Mm-hmm. He had... How many straight 20-point games did he have? Bonte probably has it set up for a pregame show.
It was like 6 straight weeks, dude. It was like he was on a run. I could pull that up in a second. You're right. And he did it. You know what, Slater? Even the season before when Wiggins had to go out due to personal reasons for a couple months, I thought he elevated his game then.
Yeah, he was one of the main reasons they got that 6 seed. They snuck into that 6 seed. And then, Wiggins got back and he got completely relegated during the playoffs, basically out of the rotation from one of their main pieces. And then, sometimes people wonder, why frustration might be bubbling. Well, that's part of the reason, right? Like there have been large moments, large patches of seasons in his career where he has shown to be one of their 3 or 4 most important players. And then he'll, find himself out of the rotation or on the fringe of the rotation. But anyway, to your question, that is how they get better. To me, is their 2 most important young players, the guy that they've protected and committed to and all that. Like they have to have, better seasons than they're currently having. And to me, Kuminga, it's more about opportunity and good lineups that he's in. With Podziemski, he's just got to play better.
So on Podziemski, because Kuminga, we're aligned. I referenced this to Bonte earlier. Like, just all of his numbers are a little lower than what you want him to be and what they were even last year. And so I'm expecting more usage. And the silver lining of Draymond being out is he gets the chance. But Podziemski, what is the Warriors' vision for ideally what Podziemski looks like? The ideal version of Podziemski. Like, describe what that looks like to the Warriors in terms of their vision for him.
I think it's last season, right? It's like he was like. I think he led the team in total rebounds last year. Obviously, we know he led him in plus minus and led the NBA in charges drawn and all those various numbers. But it's just like high energy, push the pace. I think he's at his best when it's rebound and it's up. But it's like sometimes it's not just dribbling the air out of the ball, getting the ball up. It's like that hit ahead pass, and then he's running up and he's cutting through the lane, and maybe he'll take a layup or an open 3 if it's there. But it's movement, it's energy, it's diving on the floor. It's he's always cracking down on the low man, doing some of these very subtle team defensive things that they love. He's super physical. He's getting his nose in there sometimes, as you've seen. It gets broken when he gets in there, but he's just like that type of player, and he's not so obsessively chasing the offense. I think some of the subtler parts of Steve Kerr's quotes the other night were interesting. He said, and he was talking about the whole team, but you could tell it was kind of aimed at Podziemski. He said, we don't need to always be searching to get on the highlight reel, basically, get on Sports Center with an alley-oop pass. And you go back and look at that play the other night, that 5-on-4 that he was referencing, it's just a nice little pass to Trace Jackson-Davis, probably right when you get past half court and Trace is cruising in for a dunk. Instead, he kind of tried to aim right and throw the lob. And I think to Steve's point, that's him wanting to he throws the lob and then they celebrate, and the announcing crew goes like, "What a lob by Podziemski!" I feel like they're hinting he's chasing those type of moments when it's like, bro, last year you just make the pass, Trace scores, and hey, guess what? Your plus minus goes up by 2. Right. Instead of down by 2 because your turnover turns into a bucket the other way. So, and the other thing I'd say about Podziemski, which they love, he can handle Steve Kerr ripping him to him in a press conference. Part of why they're so willing to do this publicly is because they do love the makeup of Podziemski. He can take criticism like that. Rick Celebrini clearly traced it to a disc in his back, and that ended up making him miss a couple months. But that took a while for them to kind of diagnose. Again, I'm not saying that it's the exact same this time around, but if you go listen to Draymond's podcast, he's signaling that there was at least similar type of symptoms that were concerning him. They believe they caught it early. Nobody who I've talked to said to expect some super long-term absence, but they're trying to figure out exactly what the best treatment plan is, and obviously they're going to be careful. I'd expect something today, some type of official, statement. I don't know if it's going to come with any type of timeline. We'll see. And then as far as Steph goes, I mean, it's simple. He's got this knee tendonitis. He's talked about it. It should be a concern to people. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask, you mentioned, some of the coach shooting 4-15 from 3 the other night. Have you noticed, because you're at the games live and you see it, they're right there, especially on the road, do you see any limitations in his movement skills off the ball, on the ball? What are you seeing from him with the way he's moving with this bilateral knee tendonitis?
Not really. To me, the biggest limitations is like how careful they're being with him, and that tells you all you need to know. I don't it's not like I'm watching Steph, and to me, he looks about like the same Steph. He's still getting the same shots off. Right now, he's not necessarily hitting them at the same clip he was, 2 weeks ago. Right. But I mean, the fact that he's averaging 28, 29 minutes a game. He's sitting right now, preemptively on this back-to-back because they don't want him to play both games. Y'all probably saw his interview from the locker room in Phoenix. I mean, he's not being hidden about it. I mean, it's something he's never dealt with. He mentioned the idea, hey, like you get later in your career, this type of stuff pops up. Like, it just is what it is. He's 36. This should have been a concern to everybody.
Well, Anthony, I'm not suggesting this. I've seen others suggest it, so I'm going to ask you because I think it's a fair point, and I don't have an answer to.
Are you about to ask for the full rebuild?
No, he's about to ask about Kyle Kuzma.
No.
Ooh,
is there any of this? Is this I know he's older, and I get it, but there were people that hey, this is why I didn't want him to play in the Olympics.
Sure, but tell Steph Curry that.
No, you and I agree. Look, you and I are in alignment here. I'm asking the question.
I will say this: it ain't as bad as in Philadelphia. Should Joel Embiid have played in the Olympics? In Denver, should Jamal Murray have? I mean, hey, the Warriors, with Andrew Wiggins, basically decided it was better for his body and his future to not play for Team Canada. But Steph Curry wanted to complete the resume, and I'll tell you this: Steph Curry does not regret that choice right now.
No, I agree with you. I just, there were people at the station that were saying they didn't want him to play.
Yeah. Who at the station didn't want him to play?
Willard expressed that.
So that's it? Is it? Who else?
Well, I've seen people online saying, it was great
people at the station. Who at the station?
I'll say this. I don't think the wear and tear of a short Olympic spurt did anything. I will say he's 36 years old. He's heading towards, the back end of his career. And an 82 game season is going to generate these types of bumps and bruises, and they're going to decide, hey, their next 3 nights, it's Wolves, Rockets. These are some of the fiercest, most physical, biggest teams in the league, and it's just hey, you can't play him all 3 out of those 4. They've decided.
I didn't mean to jump down.
Well, I'm just saying, for me, it's a trade-off. I'm a Steph fan, and I'm a Warrior fan. It's a trade-off I was willing to make if he misses some time in the regular season because of that moment and those moments that we got in the Olympics. For me, it was clearly worth it. And I'm sure for him, it was worth it. It's probably one of the coolest things he's done in his career.
Slater, real quick on the Houston Rockets. We saw him before, 31-point lead the Warriors had. They nearly blew it, but look, how ironic is it that Pod saved them at the end of the regular season. I mean, regulation in that basketball game was 6 big buckets, or 6 big points, I should say. And then Kuminga in overtime carrying the load there. Now you're playing a Rockets team, no Tari Eason tonight. And they're going to see the Rockets. This is the first of 2 matchups coming up next week in the Emirates Cup. Houston, they're playing some good ball here, man. What do you expect tonight?
I mean, they're really defensively focused. I think they're number 2 in the league right now in defensive rating. And that comes from the head coach who got tossed the other night. He went even more ballistic than Steve Kerr did, basically at the same time. But that's the Ime Udoka coach team. They're Steven Adams is going to be coming off the bench, and I think the Warriors need to attack Alperinson when he's on the floor. Now he's a really good offensive player, and he's going to give it to the Warriors a little bit on the other end. But I was watching that Kings game the other night. Every time he was in there, it was De'Aaron Fox trying to get him in pick and roll, Malik Monk trying to get him in pick and roll. Just get him in action and then get by him. Because once he's off the floor, they're bringing in rugged Steven Adams. They're bringing in Amen Thompson, who's an insane athlete. They were bringing in Tari Eason. That's actually a pretty big loss. If you remember that 31-point near-blown lead by the Warriors in Houston, that was when they went small with Tari Eason and Amen Thompson. They switched everything, which is always tough for the Warriors because They lack like one-on-one scoring creation, right? We all know that's the flaw of the roster. They don't have Steph tonight. They didn't have Steph in Houston, by the way. They beat the Rockets without Steph that night.
That's right.
Yeah, but part of why the Rockets came back was because they just started switching everything and trying to make the Warriors beat them one-on-one. Eventually, late in that game, Podziemski did 3 times in important moments, and then Kuminga did in overtime, which, to your point, to me tells me like those two are vital tonight. And doesn't it feel like a moment that those two kind of need to like rise up and maybe win the Warriors a game?
Especially after Tuesday night. There's no doubt about that. What's the latest with Andrew Wiggins' ankle here?
Yeah, look, he's questionable tonight. He was questionable last week. I watched him go through a warm-up on the first day. He was questionable. They're calling it a right ankle impingement, which is, it's just kind of like, it's not a swollen sprain type ankle, but it's just a kind of pain in the ankle. People can look it up, if you want. But he's fighting through it. Like I heard, he was talking the other day saying, it's not swollen, but it's clearly something, again, like this is their third best player, third most important player, you'd probably say. And he's kind of getting a little bit later in his career and dealing with the bumps and bruises of the season. So he's probably going to get spot rest too, at various points.
How you know what? I'll save this question for next week. Now's not the time. Now's not the time for it.
Slater, were we going trade deadlines?
Yeah. Well, there's some of the rhetoric. We have some fans calling and saying, "Hey, blow it up," or
we're not there.
Patient. I don't think we're there yet. 5-game losing.
We're not. I'll tell you why we're definitely not there. December 15th is when it can be even unlocked in the league, because December 15th is the date that any contract signed this past offseason is eligible to be traded. So even DeAnthony Melton's contract, for example, which obviously at this point has become a vehicle for a trade if the Warriors want to make one, it can't even be traded until December 15th. So to me, that's like the starting line, even though I don't expect any action that day.
All right, Slates. Have fun tonight. Chasing a little back-to-back again. Minnesota for a little weekend double dip, man. I wonder if there's any lingering feelings about these two clubs coming in from what happened last year. Anthony Edwards, Rudy Gobert. It's going to be a lot of fun. Slates, good stuff, man. Talk to you next week.
I'd like to see Draymond in that matchup, but we will see.
We all would. Wouldn't you, Shasky?
Of course I would.
Yeah. I got to loosen Shasky up, man. They lost 5 in a row, man.
I asked Slater a question.
His head is spinning. His head is spinning right now. No, it wasn't spirit. I said I apologize. Bye, Slater. Bye. Let him go, man. He's got a baby.
Keep it kumbaya. All right.
No, we're all good. We're all good. I wanted to know what people.
It is the season of joy.
No. You said people at this station didn't want Steph Curry. Say bye-bye to Slater. Let him go. He's got a baby. He's got to change diapers. You were like, people at the station didn't want Steph Curry to play in the Olympics. So I was like, I don't remember that. Yeah. Who was it?
Mark.
And then, you threw him under the bus.
Well, no, I'm not throwing him under the bus. You made it.
You said people.
You asked me who, and I answered the question.
Well, you said people. There was just one person.
But I've had other people references to me as some of my friend group. Like, hey, look, the trade-off was like, if Steph plays in the Olympics, you're probably going to, at some point, he's going to have some wear and tear. Something is going to linger into the season. And it's like, I personally, that's a trade-off I was willing to make, and I'm sure Steph, obviously himself, was willing to make that. And look, now that you're in the portion of the season where, whether he was hurt because of wear and tear in the Olympics or not, or it's just old age, like, it is what it is. And you're just going to have to figure it out and ride the wave.
I didn't even think about that. I didn't know Mark Willard didn't want Curry to play in the Olympics. I had no idea.
I just think he was reluctant of, it was something to the effect of like he didn't want his players playing, not for his team, which I think on the surface makes a lot of sense. But when I look at like Steph Curry and his career, the one hole of a basketball career was probably like he did stuff in college, he did stuff with the Warriors. It's got All-Star game stuff, like 2 MVPs in the All-Star game. Got the shootout stuff. Like this is part of the career arc, you gotta have some USA moments, and it was. For many people, is one of their favorite Steph moments.
I'm going to say, hey, Mark Willard, I respect your take. I'm Bonte Hill. I just didn't know you had that take. I didn't know that. I'm sorry, Mark.
I'm not trying to rip takes. They're opinions. How you feel is how you feel.
Yeah, how you feel is how you feel.
Like I felt like wearing a sweatshirt today. Oh,
my God. Let's not be so sensitive today, man. We're having fun. Oh, man. We need some wins around here bad. That's what it is. We need some wins, and we need some other things to happen. We are tight around here. Attention. Whoa, tight. We need to win. Feel like Tuco in Breaking Bad. Tight. Blue, yellow, pink, I don't care. You know what I'm talking about with that. With Tuco in Breaking Bad. Smile a little bit, man.
I'm good.
Smile. You look so serious, man. I'm like, whoa. Warriors lose 5 in a row. Oh my gosh. Jeez Louise. Where do we go
I
here?
feel great.
How can I make you smile? How can I make you smile?
I feel so good. I'm a little hungry. I had half of an orange.
Yeah,
a navel orange.
Yeah.
I got it all over my hands, which, now I got sticky orange stuff all over my hands, and I'm good to go.
Here, let me make you smile. I'm going to make you smile. I think this will make you smile.
They're a fun little team to watch. When they're making threes, they're tough to beat. But I told you, I don't believe in the Warriors, but they're cute. They're fun to watch. Steph is obviously on the...
What makes you not believe in them?
I just don't think they have enough talent. They got a bunch of Jags. They got Steph and a bunch of Jags. Just guys. Just a guy. And they don't have enough star power.
Can I make you laugh again? We just got a text on the Comcast business text. I'm just here to make Chasky smile.
Thank you, Vontae.
I need you to smile, man. You're killing me right now. 650. Sam Darnold is better than Purdy. Doesn't that make you smile?
This year he might be.
Let me make you smile, man.
I mean, he might be. But don't tell that to David Lombardi, because somewhere David Lombardi.
No. See, we've been on the show for a while now. What I'm learning.
So you're allowed to call people out?
No. I call people out every now and then. I haven't called people out in a long time. I don't name them. That's how I call. I just don't name them. They don't need to know their names. They don't deserve that satisfaction.
That heavyset guy with no rings on TNT. Screw him.
Oh, Charles.
I'm not going to let you know who that is, though.
No, Charles Barkley's fine. I don't screw. Charles Barkley's great. I love Charles Barkley. He told me. The thing what Charles Barkley told me?
What did he tell you?
Back in 2019.
What did he tell you in 2019?
Young man, that's the best question somebody's ever asked me.
Oh.
Warriors lost game 4, and I did not care because Charles Barkley told me I asked him the greatest question he's ever been asked.
It's not like Barkley's ever exaggerated or lied on radio or television, but nonetheless.
See, here comes a high-level hating. What was I going to say, man?
I'm just trying to find
a high-level hate, man.
But Barkley's been hating on the Warriors for over a decade. And so, I would just say to him, Chuck, here's the deal. We know your setting is automatically you don't believe in the Warriors, and that's fine. Eventually, you'll be right. You will. You say it long enough, eventually you'll be right.
What I was going to say was that we're Lions. We're Lions in the sports media game. Shasky, you and I were Lions. Rawr, rawr.
What?
Rawr. We're Lions. No, we're not meows.
What?
We're not little meows. We're rawr.
I just watched Lion King.
Yeah.
So does that make you Mustafa?
No, we're just Lions. We're just both Lions.
Mufasa.
Musa.
What did I say?
Yeah.
You said Mustafa. The safety for the Niners.
I mean, geez, I can't even get it right.
Listen, we're Lions. We don't need to worry about the sheep and call them out anymore. They're worried about us. That's why. That's why your boy is covering the 49ers. That's why. What'd you say? Oh, I was talking. I couldn't hear you.
I said you sound like Tywin Lannister.
Oh, all right.
We're Lions. Lannisters. We're Lions.
We always repay our debts.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, guy who wants to say that everything's great with the 49ers, we don't care. And that's why I deleted my tweets and said, you know what? I don't need to punch down anymore. Let the sheep be sheep. We're Lions in the game.
Well, you might be.
No, you were too.
I'm probably more like
get snatched. No, so you need to give yourself some more credit.
Matata. What was it?
You give yourself some credit, man.
Simone and Pumbaa.
Simone and Pumbaa. That's me and Carter.
You see this? You guys are missing this. I'm trying to pick my guy up on a foggy, gloomy. Well, actually, it looks like the sun's breaking out on a Thursday morning, and he can't even accept it. You're with me, big dog. You're a lion. People ask about you. This is what's it. They don't even ask about how I'm doing. How's Shasky? They see me. So, Bonte, how's Shasky? They want to know about you.
I'm a likable guy,
You're a lion in the game.
I mean,
you're a lion.
Behind every great king is a great army. And, I'm one of your generals.
If I'm Fred Warner, you're Dre Greenlaw. If you're Patrick Willis, I'm Navarro Bowman. Come on, man.
Consider myself
dynamic duo.
Brooks. I'll jump off sides every now and then.
See, you're doing it. I'm trying to pick you up. That's all. We're going through some turbulent times in the Bay Area with our sports teams. but it is the holidays, and you love Christmas.
You said this to me about, I don't know, a week ago.
What did I say?
Well, you were like foreshadowing. You were like, I don't know about this Warrior team. This is off air. Right, this is off
no,
air.
you're not saying. See, you're not supposed to bring the off-air stuff to the air. Off the record.
I'm trying to keep it real.
Oh,
as the kids say, a hundo.
I'm sorry, Bonte, the amount of times you brought up stuff that I've said on show calls, whether I actually said it or not.
Exactly. No, that's a lie.
Off-air stuff.
That's a lie.
No,
that's a lie. That's a lie.
We misspelled King. It's spelled kettle.
That's a lie.
Kettle.
That's a lie.
I'm not crushing for it, but no, let's
that's
just be real here. Sometimes the off-air stuff.
We bring the show call. The show call's not off-air. We bring up show calls all the time. That's not off.
That's what's
limits.
said on the show call, though.
When I say off the record, that means off the record.
When have I ever disclosed anything that you told me off the record?
I'm not going to go there, but continue.
I have never done that.
No, just continue. I don't want to derail the show. Continue.
I've never done that.
Just continue. There's even Lubman's laughing back there. Where's the cap? Where's the cap? Just explain the story, what I told you last week, because now I want to hear it.
said, hey, look, there's an opportunity here for one of these teams. Like the Niners they're in a little rut right now. People are kind of emotionally drained by the Niners. I'm the Bay Area sports fan. Like the Warriors, it felt like they were going to capture our hearts for this year. And now we're in a little slide, and we'll see where it goes. You know, like, who knows? Like, who knows with the Warriors? They could come right back and be at the top, right? But, like, if you were asking me, like, what team has the biggest opportunity to kind of grasp everyone, a part of me wants to say the Sharks. Like, that's number one, which I thought was almost impossible to say, a couple of years ago. 6 months ago. And, like, there's another side, it's like, hey, man, with everything going on down in L.A. with the Dodgers, and I know that we're looking at the Giants like, come on, man, do something, like the meme with the stick. If the Giants just, like, if they're just competitive and, like, close to the Dodgers this year and find their way in, the David Goliath story, they could honestly, and I mean this dead serious, with the new management group and everything that's going on, like, I know the Giants felt so much beneath the Warriors and the Niners over the last few years. I think there's an opportunity for one of these teams to just like grab the hearts of the Bay Area sports fans.
So this is what I said last week to you?
Yeah, but not as eloquent.
Oh.
It's the art of storytelling. I mean, that. It's like a campfire story.
Oh, man, you forgot to add, too, with all the management groups. Yeah, I guess you covered everything that I said.
I mean, if you want to, draft off of it.
No, I mean, you basically, the conversation started with something I told you last week. So you just basically said you.
I one-upped you.
It's kind of hard to draft off of something that I brought up.
Look.
But you're right. You're right. I mean, look, we're down and out right now. It's.
I mean, the A's are leaving, right? There's a huge vortex right now.
This Niner thing is we're going to talk to Matt Lively coming up at 9:20. I do wonder with the 49er fans what they want to see the rest of the season. One thing we haven't brought up was what do you want to see the next 5 games? Do you want to win out and try to make a run at this thing?
Time for the legal.
You want to start shutting guys down? Like, what do you want to see from the 49ers? Like, that's the biggest thing because the Niners and the Warriors have had a stranglehold.
Yes.
Curry's getting older. Draymond's getting older. They still have that cachet. Mm-hmm. They're still popping that chaser.
I thought Purdy had a chance to kind of like take the mantle from Curry because Curry's an all-timer. But you know what I mean? Like, jump into the spotlight.
Well, I guess the next young star in the Bay Area, as we're looking for. Mac Celebrini right now is blown away. His Q rating is unbelievable. Bryce Eldridge has a shot.
I don't think Chapman's star quality is of the caliber that would be required to be at center stage. Do you know what I'm saying? In this hypothetical auditorium that we're creating right now. He's a great player. I love Matt Chapman. You know I love Matt Chapman. Like I really do. But I don't think he's good enough. And I don't think Logan Webb, who pitches once every 5 days, I don't think he's got more Matt Cain qualities than he does Lincecum. Lincecum was like a meteor.
Like Elliot Ramos had a chance and then he kind of faded.
And I still let's see what he does.
Let's see what he does.
But Bryce Eldridge, like Bonte, when he does something online, people will retweet it. When Macklin Celebrini does something online, you feel inclined to retweet it and to repost it. I thought maybe Kuminga had a chance. I don't know, Pods early on last year.
Yeah,
it's so hard on the same team of Curry to like.
It is.
Have a star.
Mac Celebrini, I think, is in a different stratosphere than Bryce Eldridge.
No doubt.
I think because I see the Bryce Eldridge stuff, and to me, just from afar, I'm like, what is the difference in terms of like the engagement when it came to Marco Luciano? Like Marco Luciano videos got pumped out and pumped out and pumped out. Everybody's retweeting and stuff like that. But Bryce Eldridge, I'm excited to see what he does.
He's 6'7", too. So I think once he steps in the batter's box for a Giants game, he will look different.
Well, Aaron Judge, which is why we all we look at Aaron Judge when he steps out that Friday night game at Oracle Park, when he took a step up in the clubhouse. And you're like, the dugout. And he got into the on-deck circle. You're like, oh, my gosh, look how huge this guy is. Yeah. So if Bryce Eldridge looks like that stature, there's no doubt about that. But I want to get back to something you said. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Brock Purdy, where is his Q rating right now with the fan base? As a fan base, as an audience, where are we at with Brock Purdy? I think we want him to be the quarterback next season. I think he's going to get extended. I have no problem with him getting extended. But the belief that he's our guy for the next 5 years.
It's not as
I don't know. I don't know if people exactly. I don't know if people feel like they felt like they did. And maybe it started to fade after the Baltimore game. Maybe it started to fade after the Green Bay game. I have no idea. But it feels like his Q rating that was as high as like coming into the season.
Well, CMC, I don't know. Think about CMC. CMC was, I believe, the most popular player on the team. That's my personal opinion. I could be wrong. Approval rating through the roof. Nobody had a negative thing to say about him. It's hard, though, to be a mega superstar at running back.
Yeah.
It just is. Like, in this market in particular. Like, Frank Gore was a quote-unquote star, but, like, come on. Frank didn't really talk much, and CMC don't really, like, he doesn't say anything at a podium. When you're the quarterback, you're the quarterback. We already see Purdy on a million commercials. I hate saying, like, his opportunity came and went. But it does feel like he had a chance. If they just win, he didn't even have to play any better than he did. If they would have just beat Mahomes, Bosa stops Mahomes on the 4th and 2. I think the whole thing changes. This whole year's a pass. He beat Mahomes. We got our Super Bowl. He was the guy to get it. All the stuff plays out exactly the same. And I just say, we got Super Bowl champion Brock Purdy. Like, think about how things change. I think about that all the time with Kaepernick.
Yeah.
Forget the kneeling and all that. I'm talking about just winning the Super Bowl against the Ravens. Jimmy.
I watched the videos yesterday as various beat writers were posting videos about Brock Purdy throwing the football, and it was just coming out funky. And I'm like, it feels like just so many people. I get so many texts every day about, man, Brock Purdy ain't it, Ponte. Brock Purdy ain't it. I'm like, where was this energy 6 months ago? Where is it 3 months ago?
He hasn't played as consistent. Can we acknowledge that?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't, but we were afraid to say that for so long. And you look at the last 3 games, and you look at what's going on with Ricky Pearsall, you hear what George Kittle has to say about the lack of targets, and you look at where the passing game is right now, where everybody's kind of ridiculing the passing game and saying that, man, they don't really throw outside the numbers. And last week they led the NFL with 7 screen passes in that game against Buffalo. All they did was throw screens, it felt like, in the pass game. And I get it, it's snowing. And also your quarterback is dealing with a shoulder injury. You don't know where his arm is at, but the fact that he hasn't really thrown a pass outside of 20 yards, it's, oh my gosh.
It's funny, like, no one wants to hear this now, because, like, again, when you bring up the name Colin Kaepernick, people lose their minds. He outplayed Tom Brady, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers in a playoff game, Matt Ryan, and Cam Newton in a playoff game. All those guys. He outplayed those guys. It was just crazy. It's a crazy. Remember when he went down?
It's not that crazy though.
But remember when he went down in New Orleans and he outplayed Drew Brees?
Well, it was his first ever road start.
It was
his first ever road start. Then he went to New England and he outdueled him. And he won play. Yeah, there's no doubt.
And then in the playoffs, he hung 45 on Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers, and then went to Atlanta and outplayed Matt Ryan. Like, so my point that I'm going at is he was outdoing the best of the best since the Baltimore game. Last year, and even before that, when Joe Burrow and him went up against each other, it feels like his star has looked not as bright as the other stars in the game. Part of the lore of Joe Montana, part of the lore for me and many others, He outdueled Danny White. He outdueled Dan Marino in the Super Bowl. He outdueled, Boomer Esiason, who's the up-and-comer that year. And like
John
what
Elway.
he did to John Elway, exactly. You're taking the words right out of my mouth. And so like all of his contemporaries, he would outduel. I'm looking at these Brock games where he's played Lamar and he's played Kirk Cousins and Joe Burrow and Mahomes a couple times. Even the Jordan Love game's kind of up in the air for some people. And then Sam Darnold earlier this year. And Mahomes again, and Kyler, and Josh Allen. He just, again, the numbers don't look good against the other top dogs. And I do think that's kind of diminished his star quality a little.
But you know what, though? When you bring up Kaepernick and how he faded, I think that a lot of that had to do with the turnover in the roster and coaching staff. One thing I know about Brock is that Shanahan's not going anywhere. No matter how they feel about Kyle Shanahan, he's going to be back on the sideline in 2025. This is what he does. He's a coach. He's been basically coaching his entire life. He's going to be back with Brock Purdy. And I think that stability at the head coaching position as your offensive play caller will help Brock in the future. Kaepernick, once Harbaugh left, there's no Greg Roman. There's Jim Tomsula. Who they have an offensive coordinator first? Was it Jeep Chris?
Yeah.
And then you had Chip Kelly and Ryan Davis as quarterback coach. The turnover in roster and coaching staff did Kaepernick in more so than and his play too. His play did sputter. There's no doubt about that. But I wonder if he had a coach that just wrapped his arms around him. I always thought, man, what if Shanahan just said, you know what, we're going to ride with Cap for 1 year as we rebuild, because they ended up trading for a quarterback that season with Jimmy Garoppolo. Nobody ever brings this up, and I get it was time to move on. Trust me, it was time to move on. Like, I believe it was time for the Warriors and Klay Thompson to part ways with each other. I understand everything about that. Now, I miss Klay, but I understand the business of it, and I understand everything that went down with that. If Kaepernick had played one season with Kyle Shanahan in all the zone action and get the quarterback out on the perimeter with the boot action game, I always wondered what it would have looked like. Could Shanahan and Lynch have saved Colin Kaepernick? We'll never know. Probably a lot of people say, no, he can't play in Shanahan's system or whatnot, because I still think he had a lot of being on the bones. And obviously when the political stuff started happening and him fighting for social justice and all the stuff that came with that, the NFL is like, yeah, we can't have this guy. We can't have this guy in the league. So I just wonder.
The one thing like about Purdy early on, he did outduel early, like a lot of great quarterbacks. He did. Like the first start against Tom Brady, he looked way better than Tom Brady in that game. Way better. And I'm just saying these recent ones against these top dogs, he hasn't looked as good. But to your point about as long as he's paired with Shanahan, you do feel good about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You do.
So,
you absolutely do.
All right, Matt Lively coming up at 9:20. We'll get more into the 49ers, what's going on with Shanahan. We'll play some Shanahan sound. We'll end the show strong. Chicago Bears are coming to town. Caleb Williams. We haven't talked much about Caleb. Let's talk about Caleb for a little bit with Matt Lively, and we'll talk some Niners. And love me. You're looking at me so confused. You okay? You shocked? You all right? It's coming up. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
whole crew, we are throwing a big party to celebrate you, the listener, on December 20th at Laughing Monk. And we want you to be there. We're going to have food, drinks, and we'll be doing an awards ceremony just to make fun of ourselves in the show that we've had this year. But more than anything, we want to meet you. We want to say thank you to you, and we want to party with you.
Don't you downplay our awards show. This is a big deal. I've seen Ernie Chavez put on his Instagram and Twitter bio, Morning Roast YouTuber of the Year.
Oh.
I saw Sleepy Floyd, first ever Roaster of the Year. Uncle Gene, Roaster of the Year. These people Tyler Miller has it in his bio. By the way, we got to have the YouTuber of the Year, even though the chat's been shut down for half the year. We do need a YouTube of the Year.
Is the chat just never going to get resuscitated, or what's going on there?
No, I have no idea. But don't you downplay the award show. Yes, the free food is going to be great for all our listeners. Yes, the environment's going to be great. Laughing Monk Brewery is in hell of a restaurant. You should go down there and check it out, Shasta. It is beautiful. The food is awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. But don't you downplay these awards, because it means something to these people out here in these streets. It does. Could Matt Lively be the guest of the year?
I saw Matt Lively at the Giants golf thing when they had the Backyard 9. He was hitting them.
Damn. He's a golfer too?
Yeah. He's mediocre, but he was hitting them.
Did Greg Cosell join Willard? Was it Grandy yesterday?
Yeah, it was Grandy.
I guess they took Cosell to task about Ricky Pearsall. I need to hear this.
Oh, no.
I didn't hear that.
Who?
Grandy or something, because, Greg Cosell said a few weeks ago that Pearsall looked juicy.
Cosell does not like pushback, so I would love to hear this.
Oh, yeah, I would too, because the last 3 games, Ricky Pearsall's run 63 routes, has no catches, and 3 targets. So Katie beat man coverage. Baldy tells us that he doesn't see it. We didn't see it when we're at the game, but Cosell said, people don't know what they're talking about. Just like he said, McCaffrey has his burst. He had the burst in the Buffalo game, and that was that. Matt Lively joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game, Shasky, appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it the time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And we love Matt Lively from KPIX. And you know what, Shasky? This is why I say we're lions in the streets. We're lions in the Bay Area game when it comes to sports media. Because I didn't hear Matt Lively on the airwaves before us. And we brought Matt Lively on. Now, Matt Lively, play along if you were on the airwaves before us, and just ignore what I just said.
Old Radnich bit. Keep going.
I know it is.
I made Lively.
No, I didn't say I made Lively. I wasn't saying that. But I say we introduce guests to the airwaves, and they become stars.
Matt was
all of a sudden, everybody wants to book Matt Lively, just like Laura Britt, just like Carlos Ramirez, and just like a slew of other guys. So Matt and women, Matt Lively. Good morning to you, buddy. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. I can't wait to have you in the room with me for my next contract extension.
I'm telling you, I helped, man. I could sell water to a well. Shout out Jay-Z. Matt Lively. Were you at practice yesterday, buddy?
I was at practice yesterday. I was at a very somber practice yesterday as the 49ers fall to 5-7, and it feels like the sky is falling in San Francisco. And honestly, for the first time this season, it might be.
How did Brock Purdy throw the football? How
Brock Purdy throws the football in practice. I do laugh a little bit. Like I could post a video of Usain Bolt running down a track and someone could comment, I don't know if Usain looks that fast right now. So, I mean, everybody wants to chirp on Brock Purdy right now. I know the debate is, do the Niners pay him this offseason? It was a foregone conclusion last year. This guy's going to get $65 million, and now everybody, is very nervous about whether or not you keep him as your franchise quarterback. At practice, did he look like he had lost a step? Does his arm look different? I'll be honest, guys. It was practice. He's running, he's throwing 10-yard routes for the 5 minutes that we're out there with him. And so I can't say, oh God, he looks bad. His shoulder looks bad. Like I'm not gonna say that. But if we look at his play on the field over the last couple of games, even before he missed the game, I would say there could be an issue with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I mean, I've been a huge Brock Purdy fan. But I just did the head-to-heads. And I know you're playing other teams' defenses, so this isn't like for like. But when he's faced Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, Lamar Jackson, Jordan Love, because he didn't play in the one recently, Mahomes twice, Stafford, Sam Darnold, Kyler, and Josh Allen, he has 9 touchdowns and 18 picks. Conversely, those other guys in the 10 games against Brock, they have 19 touchdowns and 8 picks. What do you make of that?
It has felt at times like those big games haven't gone the 49ers' way. I mean, the worst game I've seen to date was that Christmas game a year ago where, I mean, it was as bad as it got with all the interceptions. And then you have Lamar running around, and Lamar basically locks up the MVP in that game against the 49ers. You could almost say the same thing about Josh Allen this past week. Did he lock up an MVP while the 49ers offense faltered yet again? I mean, it doesn't look good. It feels like they don't rise to the occasion in on many of these stages. I mean, look at the playoffs. They came back, but for the first halves of the Packers and Lions game, it was like, where was the team that we watched in the regular season? They couldn't close it out in the Super Bowl. But then I asked myself, I have the internal debate, like, this is Brock Purdy's second full year starting. I kind of discredit that first year. He was just thrown into the fire and said, perform. And so I don't know how much I put on that first year, but this is only his second full year starting. He had an injury that he came back from last year. I don't know what he's dealing with this year. But, on the other side of the coin, you have to ask your quarterback to perform when you don't have everybody out there, when you don't have 6 All-Pros on the field around you. You're still expected to go out there and win games, and right now they're not winning games, so the conversation switches to, is he the guy?
Matt Lively, KPIX Channel 5, does a great job as a sports anchor on that station. Joins us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Now, you mentioned how somber it was. What's your take from Shanahan's presser? He seems to be going through a lot, and there's a lot of rumors swirling around Shanahan, and I don't think he's going to get fired, nor do I believe he should be fired. I think the Niners can reload in a heartbeat this offseason. What's your take on Shanahan and from the pressers you've seen? Because there's a lot going on with this team right now, on and off the field.
Yeah, I mean, let's remember, there's so much going on off the field for this team. Kyle Shanahan's had to deal with a lot of non-football issues with really prominent players this season. So I think that's taken a toll on him. Shanny's demeanor week in, week out is just about the same with us in the media. Yesterday he made the joke, dang, I didn't know Juwan Jennings wasn't talking to you after losses. Can I do that? But I don't know if that would have been any different in week 1. I think any coach in the National Football League would like to avoid speaking to the media as much as they possibly could. I haven't seen his demeanor change a whole lot, but I do think that this season has taken a toll on him. And how could it not? I mean, when you think about, 1, they're 5-7, then take a layer back, all the injuries that he's had to deal with as a head coach to top positions, then take another layer back, the personal issues that he's had to deal with Trent Williams and Mooney Ward and Ricky Pearsall. There's a lot. This is a complicated season that goes way beyond guys not running the right routes and block assignments not getting picked up. There's so much going on with this 49ers team that seems different than any other team in the National Football League right now.
So you were there last year at the end, especially when they're rolling and they're winning the West and they're trying to get the number 1 seed. And I don't expect things to be kumbaya this year, but how dramatically different is the vibe around the team just in terms of, the down times when guys are just changing at their locker room? How different is things?
You walk in, they're still playing basketball. I mean, on a Wednesday when I'm in there during the week, midweek, things are very much the same. Basketball's being played, music is being blasted, guys are laughing, guys are having fun. Where it's looked way different is after so many of these losses. I mean, you're watching guys like Fred Warner and Christian McCaffrey sit at their lockers in full pads, staring into the distance, like into the abyss, for 5-10 minutes, not saying any words, not really moving. That's the different part. And that's when you can tell this vibe is completely different about this team. A lot of the guys don't want to talk to us this year after losses. A lot of them do, but some of the star players that we would like to speak with haven't. And that's been tough because I do think, as leaders of a team, you should put a face to a loss and take accountability and responsibility. And I mean, the usual suspects do. You always have George. You always have Fred. Brock talks to the media after a game as is mandated. But it does feel like there's a lot of guys that are just kind of bewildered that they can lose these games. And each week we hear, well, the answers are in-house, or we just got to get better. We got to watch film. Well, I guess they're not doing it week in and week out because the product has not changed on the field over the last few weeks.
Wow. So you brought up leaders and guys with a captain on their chest, and let's just say it's Deebo Samuel. Matt, Deebo Samuel has been disappointing this year, and especially when you consider with a lot of fans, we see it, and even in the media, when they interact with Tabor Pepper. Now, I took it as like, hey, this could bring the team closer together. You win a big game at Tampa Bay, but Deebo's done next to nothing since that point after the Tabor Pepper situation. So Deebo, in terms of a list of disappointments, he might be at the top of the list, and he may be playing his last 5 games with the 49ers. I'm guessing, or assuming you're saying that, because that, to me, Shasky and I were talking about this. Deebo didn't talk after the Green Bay game, and I'm like, why? He's one of the captains. He should be talking. So has Deebo talked at all since the Tampa Bay game?
He talked right after the Tabor Pepper incident. And from my understanding, because I did not go to a couple road games, I do not believe he spoke.
Yeah, he didn't speak in Green Bay. I know that for sure.
And as a captain, it does feel like that's something that should, be mandated. And it's not on a lack of not trying. I know there are people who are saying, hey, it's a good idea to talk to the media. And I look at the scope of the last year for Deebo Samuel, and it's probably been tough on him. You come off the Super Bowl loss. You immediately jump into trade discussions. Should the Niners trade Deebo? They ultimately decide not to, and then it appears that they draft his replacement in Ricky Pearsall, a guy that does a lot of the same things. And then since the beginning of the season, it just hasn't clicked. For whatever reason, it's not been clicking. And maybe it's been the absence of Brandon Aiyuk. Maybe it's the fact that Aiyuk didn't have a preseason or training camp, and then he was injured early on in the season. But I agree with you. I mean, and I think Deebo Samuel would tell you the same thing. He's not played up to his expectations, his standard, and it's definitely hurting the team.
Question on Deebo, and just to get a little goofy here for a second, I watched the receiver doc, and he seemed pretty normal and down to earth, and he seemed like a good dude. He did, and it made me really appreciate him and Kittle and their family dynamics, each of them, but the outfits. Like the pregame outfits on Deebo. I am seeing these comedians on Instagram just absolutely roast Deebo on the pregame outfits. Now, that's on game day, okay, where he's dressing wildly. Does he dress like that during the week?
No. During the week, he's usually workout attire, athleisure. And as somebody, in referring to myself here, as who, I don't think I've got crazy great style. I can't say anything about Deebo's fits. The leather shorts in Tampa was a
choice.
That was a choice.
Yeah.
But I respect it. I certainly am not walking out of my apartment with anything too extravagant. So I applaud him on that aspect. Actually,
who is the best dresser on the team, just in general?
Oh wow, Trent Williams actually.
Yeah, Big Trent can dress.
Interesting. Okay.
Big Trent got swag.
Trent Williams can dress really well. Also, Fred Warner, very hip now. I think he got the Abercrombie.
Abercrombie Fitch. Yeah.
Lively was super excited by that Abercrombie contract.
Yeah,
he looked very dapper after every game.
I seen Trent Williams walking the Chase Center, man. He had this Gucci jean fit on. I was like, damn. It may have been Louis Vuitton.
Well,
yeah,
Matt,
it may have been Louis Vuitton.
But Bonte was wearing a pretty sweet Versace shirt the other day, so
I've had the shirt for about 3 years, just a t-shirt, a little t-shirt. Daughter's birthday, that's all. Bust it out when I need to.
You looked good.
When I keep the gut down, you know what I mean. When I'm watching the weight.
Exclusive, no,
it was for if Versace was supposed to be. Boy, I'm right here. Versace, Louis V, Gucci. Hey, Matt Lively, one thing you got to know: you're gonna go bougie one day, and once you go bougie, you never go back. Trust me, you never go back. So back to the Niners. So they're playing Chicago, and look, can they still win a division title? Sure, yeah, why not? They can win 5 in a row. It doesn't look likely.
2 games out of the division.
Yeah, it doesn't look likely.
2 games out of a top 5 pick.
Yeah, it doesn't look. It doesn't look likely. When do you think they'll make the decision to start shutting some guys down? And no, just forget all that. Forget that. I know we can talk to you about that next week. I want to know about Ricky Pearsall. Now that we're here, what's going on with Pearsall? Did anybody ask Shanahan about Pearsall and the lack of targets?
He was asked about it after the Buffalo game. He said he had one look, he slipped. But it is bizarre. Ricky Pearsall has gotten out 3 games, no catches. We haven't really seen much since that Tampa game. And I'm racking my brain as well, and I'm going, all right, well, maybe that's, maybe I'm giving too many excuses to these guys, but, he did get shot. He didn't play.
Yeah.
I don't think that's that crazy of an excuse. He's still learning. He's still young. But you did think without Brandon Aiyuk and without a couple of these other injuries, like he would play a way larger role. And the separation numbers aren't great. When you go 62 routes and you have one target your way. And I know Baldy was pretty down on him on, no, he can't get open. He can't get separation. Sample size. Everything comes in sample size. Let's give this guy a couple more games before we're labeling him as anything.
All right. So earlier today, I told Bonte, and we discussed how Joe Burrow bought the Batmobile. All right. I don't know if you saw this over the internet, but he purchased the Batmobile from The Dark Knight and spent $3 million on it. And I said, Bonte, if you were to pick any, and I'll start rattling them off so you can think about it, any of the movies' best cars, the best car from any movie, okay? The DeLorean, and Aston Martin from the James Bond series. Maybe it's the General Lee from Dukes of Hazzard. Maybe it's a VW Bug, go from Herbie the Love Bug. A Mini Cooper from the Italian Job. What is the vehicle Matt Lively would buy from a movie just to have?
Your first choice was my answer. My brother, who is the biggest Back to the Future fan, I think he went as Marty 10 years in a row for Halloween.
Wow, great
has
costume.
has 7 flux capacitors on his wall and a hoverboard somewhere. It would have to be the DeLorean. I think I would buy it I think I would gift him a DeLorean.
What about the
Sorry
shoes?
About the car insurance hit, but the shoes? What?
The straps.
Yeah,
Remember
like
Michael J. Fox in Part 2? The Nike straps? They did rlease those. They were like $3,000 or something.
No,
like that.
I was going to say they did come out with them.
About 7 years ago. Yeah, I'm going to look it up right now.
Wow.
But go ahead, Mike. Keep talking, man. Because this is fascinating.
So the DeLorean.
No, I mean it's the DeLorean. That's a heck of a Christmas gift right there. He's on the tab for the insurance hit, but I'll take the payment up front.
Yeah, I'm showing Chasky right here, the Michael J. Foxes right here.
Wow, those. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't wear them because whatever. But
I would definitely wear them.
You would rock those.
I don't think there were rave reviews on that though. I felt like I think there was an issue with them.
They kind of look like wrestling shoes. If you've ever seen like wrestling shoes, my cousins are wrestlers, and they kind of look like wrestling shoes.
Yeah,
so
they're I mean, not everybody could pull these off, but I would definitely try.
Well, do you think the Niners win this weekend?
No, the Niners. Come on, Chicago's winning, right? Right,
the
Matt?
Bears, man. I mean, they're going to win this game.
You know what's funny? When you looked at the schedule a couple weeks ago, you're thinking, finally they get a break with Chicago, and then Chicago fires their head coach, which is the last thing you want as the team immediately coming off the game where a coach is fired. I'm not so sure. Caleb Williams also over the last 2 games, if anybody's noticed, he's playing really good football.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he lit up Minnesota's defense. He lit up Detroit's defense finally in the second half. I know it took a while to get going, but he's using his legs. His arm seems to be coming around. There are obviously some Matt Eberflus issues on that team that they're now rid of. So you just hope they don't get the rah-rah interim head coach or playing for you game this week at Levi's.
I feel like they are because they have the wide receivers and the Niners have no freaking pass rush. And that is a rookie quarterback's best friend. Oh, no pass rush? Oh, I'm going to just throw the ball all around the yard. I don't have the Niners winning this week, Matt. I really don't. I'll take the 4 with Chicago.
I haven't written up my prediction yet, but it's 50-50 for me right now. And I think just saying that alone is a really negative thing. This should be no doubt about it win, and I'm really not that sure.
Wow. So, by the way, before we let you go, Matt, the Back to the Future shoes sold for nearly $100,000 out in Europe. They sold a bunch of them, but somebody bought a pair for $100,000.
Wow. I'm good off that.
Well, I know I made it when I have my Bonte Versace shirt and my Back to the Future shoes, and I ride in the Chase Center on my hoverboard.
I love it.
Hey,
what a line.
Hey,
Mic drop.
Matt.
Have a great weekend, Matt.
You make more money than both of us combined, man. I see that $1 million smile you got. All right, Matt. Matt Lively joining us on the River Islands Guest Line. You know what? I didn't even know it was a rat in his bit. I forgot it was a rat in his bit. But I do feel like we deserve some credit, man. We bring on some who's one of Boston was like, Matt Lively. And then 2 months later, he's like, oh, well, I wonder what's going on with Matt Lively. And then you see Lucas Alexander booking Matt Lively. You see Evan Giddings booking Matt Lively. You know what I mean?
Lucas is accustomed to the 4 books a day. So
what's the 4 books a day?
Yeah, some shows need 4 bookings a day, you know? Just teasing. I'm teasing. I kid.
I know you're kidding.
So the Grandy Man and Greg Cosell went at it over Pearsall?
No, I don't know who went at it with Pearsall. I don't think they went at it, but they asked him about Ricky Pearsall, correct?
Yeah, because Greg doesn't, and I'm defending Greg here. He doesn't love a lot of the pushback on his opinions.
He doesn't like pushback. No, he doesn't.
That was at the beginning of the interview. That wasn't about Pearsall. But I have the cut about Pearsall, if that's what
Well, I'd like to hear any kind of tension, quite frankly.
No tension. Huh?
Tension, I can get ready.
Well, all you got to do is say something to piss me off. You get some tension. You like that. See, you're smiling. You've been smiling. When you smile, I smile, and I feel good about myself. It's nothing like a Shasky smile. It really is.
I know. I told you. Peanut butter's not the same without jelly.
See what you got?
Gotta have a little jelly.
Oh, man.
Kool-Aid's not the same without sugar.
Breaking news. Jim Harbaugh wanted to talk to the Bears in January, but Kevin Warren squashed it via long-term employee. Harbaugh expressed interest in the head coaching job. Stafford told Ryan Poles, who told Warren the president dismissed it right away. Nope. No Harbaugh. Dumbass franchise. Just like the Raiders. Should have hired Jim Harbaugh, too. All right, give me the cut, or whatever you talk about, Carter. Give me the cut. Cut.
It's a word salad to say. Basically, he didn't do anything this week. I mean, Greg, I could have. I didn't see much. This is why I love Baldy.
Hey, no, yeah, I know. I'm such a Baldy.
I'm not trying to hate.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to hate. I told you, I like Greg.
Baldy's in the. I like Greg too, but man, I don't need you to get all technical and sound like you're the smartest guy. Greg also needs to play football. I don't think he can play football. Just break down. Is Pearsall getting off man coverage or not? I don't need this and the function of this and the function of that and the function of this.
This is a Steiny word, and he uses it so perfectly. He's been kind of lousy. Like, that's okay to say. Like, it's okay to say that. And I like Pearsall. We know what he went through, and we know he's a rookie. And like we all, but let's call it what it is.
Dude,
he's been kind of lousy.
Because he was the guy.
Why are we afraid to just say that players are playing lousy?
Listen,
no one is saying they're done or that their career is over, or it's just, he's been.
Oh, you went full Steiny on me.
I know, I'm sorry. But I love when Steiny uses that word. Because it's a seldom used word that I actually think.
Lousy is underrated.
It just reflects the actual play that I've seen.
It reminds me of Grandma Essie. Oh, that poor, we used to watch wrestling. That dog, he's such a lousy dog. It's such an old school word.
It is.
It is. He's kind of lousy dog.
I think it's apropos to what I've seen.
I kind of like it.
Now, where did the testing part? Because that kind of, I'm here for the
apparently, according to the Comcast Business Text, like Cosell body Grandy last week about Debo, and they brought it back up. They brought it back up. But Cosell, I went to the Kansas. Were you at the Kansas City game?
No.
No, you didn't go. So I'm at the Kansas City game. And I was texting the thread. I said, boy, ain't nobody getting off press, man. I'm watching Pearsall. I'm like.
I was watching on home, and I was pissed.
It was just like.
Remember, that was the day I got COVID.
Oh, yeah. So I'm thinking to myself,
it's horrible.
Yeah, Pearsall.
Like the 12th time.
Dude, yeah, I know. I'm only called it twice. Well, maybe I've caught it more.
I'm like now convinced the booster's actually making me get it. And that's not this one. I haven't gotten one in years, but
even if I
we've all got that uncle that tells you. I mean, you're actually more susceptible.
Well, even if I have gotten it, I won't tell anybody anymore. I'm like, whatever. No, I'm kidding.
I literally couldn't get out of bed.
I don't know. Like COVID is a monster. But the Pearsall thing, I saw it in Kansas City. I was like, well, he ain't getting off press man. I thought he's like, okay, he's not getting off press man.
Yeah.
And then Bodie's like, yeah, I know he's a little invisible. Then Cosell comes on the afternoon and said, oh, boy, he was winning all his routes. And, boy, quite frankly, he looked juicy. And then I look at the last 3 games. And look, we're always going to get this guy. Like, how long do we give him the grace period? Because I get Cam Emmett just talked to Ricky Pearsall about getting shot right down the street.
We're very empathetic, but both are true.
But he also went down to Tampa Bay, had the 46-yard catch and run, and then had 2 big catches on the game-winning drive. And I'm thinking, okay, we're over the shot now. Let's go. Let's roll. He's got no catches since that game. He hasn't caught 1 pass since that game, and he's been targeted 3 times. And so, when I see certain texts like, oh, man, you guys act like Ricky Pearsall should be in the Hall of Fame. We should have heard the people who were talking about Pearsall before he hit the field. They already called him the best route runner.
People were comparing him to Puka Nacua in training camp.
Right. Said he could be the next rookie Puka Nacua.
I already made my mistake with Trey Lance.
You're not making that mistake
I'm
again.
not doing that again.
That scarred you, huh? The Trey Lance video scarred you?
I'm a little gunshot.
No.
Hey,
I'm not gonna lie.
Unless I have the duck hunt controller right up next to the screen, I'm not shooting off any shots anymore on prospects.
You know what?
Although I am all in on Bryce Eldridge.
I'm not gonna front. You asked about Cooper Flag and a couple months ago. I'm like, man, Cooper Flag. I'm not going down the route with prospects anymore. Prospects are prospects. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not doing that either. But there's a lot of people said he's the best route runner on the team. He can have a similar year to Puka Nacua.
in an offense where we don't even throw the ball. Brandon Aiyuk's averaged like 4.3 catches his career in this offense, and we were like, he will put up 1,900 yards.
So I'm not.
What?
We are empathetic about what Pearsall went through. Of course, we like 4 or 5. Have you ever been shot before? No, I haven't been shot before. Thank God. Thank God. And I'm thanking God that Pearsall's still alive. I'm thanking God he's still alive. But he did at the Tampa game, and we're like, oh, he's back.
It's funny because people always like, I want honesty. And then you give them a little bit of brutal honesty, and they're like, I don't want that much honesty.
That's the biggest myth in America right now.
What's that?
That people want honesty.
Yeah, no.
They want the truth. No, they don't.
No,
they don't.
I want the mirror to tell me I'm skinny. Am I wrong?
Nobody wants the truth.
I went to my tailor, and I was like, hey, this is a true story. This suit, this is the suit. The guy who cleans all the stuff, the cleaners, so the Mariloma cleaners, whatever it's called. And I go, hey, I need you to take like a 1/4 inch out of these pants. I got these pants back in 2009 leading up to my wedding. This is my first ever suit, and I got it, hemmed up and everything, but I need to take the pants out just a little. He goes, you got fat. And I was like, damn, bro. He just said it just like that to me, and it hurt. And I was like, yeah, it did. I did put on a little weight in the last 14 years.
Can I admit something?
What?
So I have a tailor, too. Shout out to Carl Gordon, who put me on.
But it hurt me. And I was like, I wanted you to be honest, but I couldn't come up with a lie.
So Carl Gordon put me out to We met Carl. You met Carl in Philadelphia.
Yeah, great guy.
He did some business with us here at 95.7 Game. Shout out to Carl. Phenomenal beard. The guy's so well-dressed. Put me on to my guy Jacob, who's been calling me to pick up this one suit.
Not Jacob the jeweler.
Not Jacob the jeweler. Jacob the tailor.
Okay.
It's a tailor, Shasky, not jewelry.
I know, but Jacob the jeweler was a thing in the rap game.
Well, yeah.
It was a joke.
I have 3 suits in the closet right now.
Uh-huh.
And I'm waiting to bring them in just so I can shed a few more pounds to get them tailored right.
There's nothing worse than when you put on the suit and I call it the muffin top, and you get a little over the top and you're like, damn. And then you put on the white or whatever colored shirt and you're like, yeah, I look bloated. I can't do this. And you're like, you're sucking it in just to get because there's the inside, in a suit, there's the inside button thing. Then there's the middle zip thing where you put it on, and then the other little button. There's like 3 connectors.
Yeah, I know. I wear a suit.
I know you know. I'm telling it to the audience that's out there.
I'm sure the audience
God, it's the worst. It is the worst.
Welcome to the suit life, Joe.
And I tried to explain to my dude, nah, man, I put on some good weight, like the muscular weight. And he looked at me like, nah, you're just fat.
KC Santa Cruz. Let's get him out here.
Save me, Casey.
How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing all right.
Doing better.
So I'm looking forward to this game. I'll actually be in attendance. I've never been to an NFL game. So,
that's awesome.
Yeah, so looking forward to it. About Shanahan, I know a lot of Niner fans are kind of fed up with him right now, but as a Bears fan, I will gladly take him as my head coach. So I think fans should – I mean, I know things are going well for Niner fans right now, but, I mean, it's just – I feel like it would be foolish to let go of him. And one more thing before I get off here. Yo, Shasky, did you hear yourself on Thursday Night Football last week on the Friday game, the Raiders and Chiefs game?
It's interesting you say that. Yeah, it's interesting you say that. Somebody DM'd me that video from the Amazon Prime. Yeah, was that you?
Yeah. No, it wasn't. I was thinking about it, but I was like, I don't know. That's kind of weird. So
no, I appreciate it.
What did the video say?
Well, it was me basically saying
it was the rant about Mahomes, how he hated him more than LeBron. Yeah.
Oh, you hate LeBron?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you hated LeBron James.
One of my many greatest hits.
Oh, I didn't know you hated LeBron James.
I made the Amazon Prime podcast.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I showed my mom actually yesterday because we were just BSing as we were putting the tree stuff on at her house, and she was very, very, very proud. I go, Mom, we're in a lot of things.
So, but you hate LeBron now.
I do.
I didn't know that. No, whether it's Shasky, a segment introduction, I was getting railroaded the last 10 minutes.
Carter, turn the volume down. Here's I have it on video right here.
My God.
Here it is.
Being very, very loved to despise. I think I might hate him more than LeBron. Right now, the Butcher Boy?
Thank you to whoever sent that to me. That was me on the Amazon Prime broadcast.
So, he sent that to the thread, right? And I was going to say congratulations, but I wanted to say something different because this is what brothers do. It's like a little trash. I said, oh, you hate LeBron?
Yeah. You did
and
say
I got no reply.
I didn't need to.
Whatsoever.
Question. What's a bigger career moment for you? That right there, or when you guys were worried in the Steph doc?
No. The best, this is the best, was when we were on the Fred Warner and Matt Chapman little Instagram posts, and I know someone from the other station cried and complained, and they had to remove that post only to repost it without our audio, and then my brother's in the comment section saying, hey, wasn't Shasky and Bonte on here? And then I hit the like button on that comment. That is so inside radio.
That is just it's just.
But you feel me on that.
Yeah, whatever, it's fine.
I love that stuff.
It's fine. I've had things deleted before from the other station. The Steph doc was cool. The finals are really cool. NBA finals.
Yeah, the
NBA
final thing was cool.
That was cool. The Fred Warner thing was cool. The Niner thing was cool. The Niners like the tweet of mine back in the day. TNT had me. They had a voice of mine one day before they were playing Harden and in the playoffs, and you can hear my voice. And then next thing you know, somebody sent me a picture, and they're showing Harden warm up, and it's me in the background,
your favorite player,
talking to somebody, and I'm in the background looking like an agent or something. Well, not really an agent. I had the flannel on with the credential, and somebody's like, "Look at you in the back of Harden." So those are always fun. Those are always cool. Always cool. Sorry.
Hey, Carter.
The money's better, but.
I'm glad you combed your hair today.
Yeah, right? It's a disaster up there.
Yeah.
My final thought of the day is I'm very sad to hear some news in the boxing world today. Gervonta Davis announced that he's retiring after 2025, and I'm a big fan. He's just, I think, a phenomenal athlete in the ring. And I think boxing is really headed into a dark place. So.
I actually disagree with that. My boy Turkey out there, Saudi Arabia, has got a stack card coming up in February.
Your guy is named Turkey? Yeah. Or this is happening in Turkey?
Yeah, Turkey, His Excellency. Turkey, last name I'm not going to pronounce. We're trying to pronounce.
This is your friend?
No, he's not my friend.
Oh,
he's
I just like my boy Turkey.
My boy, I was just saying, my boy is my boy.
So Sam, I was not the only one.
Not literally my boy. Oh my gosh.
Well,
my gosh,
you guys, your other boy was
no.
We
know that's not what
you
you
guys
meant.
are cool, and sometimes you guys get so white on me. Carter knew what I meant about that. My guy, Turkey, he's putting together great cards.
I don't.
But you know what, Gervonta, he can retire. Get the hell out of boxing. You know why? Because you haven't fought anybody. You haven't fought anybody.
You fight Logan Paul.
Ryan Garcia. You made him weight drain himself. He was a dead man walking into the ring like De La Hoya gets back out. So get the hell out of boxing if you don't want to fight nobody. You don't want to fight nobody? Go.
How much cocaine is De La Hoya on currently? That guy's videos
is hilarious.
Hilarious.
Clapback Thursday.
I'm concerned for his heart.
Clapback Thursday.
Guy's out of his mind.
He's something else.
By the way, his penthouse, wherever that is in Vegas,
it's pretty sweet.
Oh,
but
yeah, it's a suite, all right.
I disagree with you. We're seeing some great fights in boxing, including Fury and Usyk, December 21st. Heavyweight unified title, the rematch. It was great. That would be great.
That'll be good.
That a boy, Jim Lampley.
Love Lampley.
Really quick. So my final thought is, you know what, guys? How about those A's? Did you see this? They just signed Luis Severino
is that
to
what
a
you put in the box?
3-year, $67 million deal, the $22 million a year guarantee. That's the most the A's have ever guaranteed in their history.
No, A's are going for it.
Are you kidding me?
A's
are
signing
going for
Luis
Move over
Severino.
Eric Chavez.
You know what?
Move over Country Breakfast.
Got a little hot stove.
You know what? They're opening up with the Cubs up in Sacramento.
You're not going to the Cubs. You know what? I'll call you out on this. I bet you won't go.
I never said I was going.
You were going to. You were very close to saying it.
No, I was not. I wasn't even, driving to Sacramento for a baseball game?
Hitting up your boy Vivek?
I wasn't even close to thinking about that.
He's not going to just drive from here all the way up to Sacramento. Come on.
No,
he's the king. He's got to get a helicopter.
All right, none of you guys are on the chair. Now you're going to piss me off before the show meeting. And now I skip out on the show meeting. Listen, I wasn't going to go near that. I was just saying Cubs are starting with the A's. Wow, that's all. Dramatic effect. This guy, you're not going there. Of course I'm not going there.
He was going to say,
go to Giants games.
He was getting there.
It would be a fun game to go to.
I went to two Giants games last year. I went to 2 Giants games last year, for crying out loud. I live 15 minutes away from Oracle Park, okay?
But if Aaron Judge is there and your Yankees or your Orioles or your Blue Jays
or the White Sox
or your White Sox
Blue Jays,
make an appearance in Zach.
No, my Orioles, my Yankees, pretty soon to be my Padres with the way the Giants are acting, my Atlanta Braves, my Florida Marlins, my Milwaukee Brewers.
You are like Drake.
You know what? I like the Angels. My Astros.
You like the Angels? Name an Angel.
My Royals. Mike Trout. That's it. Fast Five. Brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. Anthony Rendon. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices, Ron Washington.
Here's Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I guess that's the one they picked this morning.
I don't like it.
Why not?
Bonte telling me he gave you a 10-8 round yesterday in the 1 o'clock hour when you went on about Steph and possible slippage. Like, what do I do with that? He got off to a good start, dude, but I'm not going to let it affect me because it's payday.
He said it was that close? I had me at 10-5.
Oh, boy.
That's what the punch counter had.
Stop. What's up, baby?
Warriors Rockets tonight.
No Steph, no Dre.
Yep.
And
It's always fun.
Wiggins has an entanglement. What is it, Evan? I mean, what is it, Evan? Infringe.
An impingement.
What is that? Scotty, I think you don't know. I think you would.
I had an impingement once. It's when my two discs were pressing against the.
Oh well, then that's
the nerve.
No, you're being serious.
Yeah. Huh? I don't know if it works itself out or not, but yeah, no Steph and no.
How do you stop the streak without those two?
What streak?
The losing streak.
What do you mean? They've beaten the Rockets 14 straight games.
I'm talking about the last 5 games, partner. And nobody cares about my
life. They beat the
life.
Rockets. Not really. They beat the Rockets without Steph earlier this season.
They blew a 30-point lead in overtime.
They held on to win in overtime. See,
Did you think you looked at the game like Houston's younger, faster Steph, and I'll be in tomorrow when Guru brings his dad to his first game at Chase? If Norm gets to the facility and Steph's not playing,
what about it?
There'll be water.
Well, the most exciting player will still be playing, Anthony Edwards, tomorrow.
Wow.
Like, that's the one your dad probably wants to see.
No, it's Curry. I'm going to call you Rambo. Jack Rambo, early. What we got?
Well, the Warriors is one thing we got. So they're 12-8. They've lost 5 in a row. The season is 25% over.
I'm out. Wow.
Why? And that's what I'm going to get on Warrior. You can't be out yet. Come on now.
Well, if you're telling me
you can't be out yet,
I got to tell you something. If you're telling me the next 25 is going to consist in this season, I can make parallels with the Niners just in regard to the injuries or the constant nags that these athletes are going through that are serious. And Steiny, if you're telling me early on this is going to be part of the future, Steph in and out, and Draymond, I know they're waiting on the MRI results or whatnot. That's what I don't like, that it's rearing its head this early.
Yeah, I don't like it either. But if you didn't prepare for this, then that's really on you, isn't it? Not you, the Warriors.
If you didn't prepare.
If you're going to still have Steph and Draymond on the team and be as integral as they are, you had to prepare for the fact that they both may miss. I don't know. What's the number you put on it? What would be a healthy year for Steph Curry, and what would be a trouble year for Steph Curry?
I did your math coming in because you said, Goo, so they played 20 games. He's missed 4.
Right.
If we do that out over 82, he would only miss 12. Get what? Yeah.
16.
16.
Right.
I'll take that all day.
That would be about 65 games.
Dude, let's go.
Would you take that right? See, this is the thing.
I would take it right
I
in
know
a Texas
you would.
second.
I know you would. And you know why you would take it? It's because you're worried he's going to play less. And I get it. And that's, I've been, Evan and I were batting around some stuff yesterday about, what are the Warriors going to do? What are the Warriors going to do? And one of the things that I can't stop thinking about, it's less about what the Warriors are going to do. What's Steph thinking right now?
Oh, man.
What is Steph Curry thinking right now?
That's a bar. Let's just talk about it.
He's got 2.5 more years left on his deal. They're 12-8. And let's just say they're headed toward another season where they win 42, 44, 46, 48.
And last year that wasn't enough because you're in the Western Conference.
It feels like that's not good enough. For example, the Warriors right now are 6. Would you take it right now, that they're the 6th seed at the end of the year?
Yes, and that would mean no cockamamie playing. I would take it, Stoney.
Is that enough, though? Not. Two things. Is it enough for the fans, and is it enough for Steph?
Well, it's twofold to me because now if he is going to be dealing with these issues, but you said, okay, I'm there 65 games, how mad can he really be about what's going on? Because I'm trying to I feel like he's closer to the summer Steph when he was in Vegas at the summer league when he said, basically I'm paraphrasing, he's monitoring what's going on with this team. But if he can't help as much, how much does he take a step back? Like, how mad can you be when your absence is a big part of us being hopefully 6? I'd take 6 in a second after no playoffs.
Yeah, I would too. I would too right now, but it's only because I'm starting to get worried about Steph and Draymond and this team. And the old, and we've kind of been in it the last couple years, is how can you be a top 4 or 5 seed if those guys are going to miss a quarter of the season? You know what I mean?
Well, that's the scary part. I feel like we're seeing.
I know.
With them, it's going to be a bear. Now it's a gorilla.
Exactly. So what do you do? Do you just keep playing it out? And now you've got your 2 stars, Draymond and Steph, both saying, they're both banged up, and they both use the term, we got to try to stay ahead of this.
Yeah.
To me, when I hear we got to try to stay ahead of this, it means that they're going to have to load manage over the course of the year. Oh, that would be the best case scenario without getting a big injury, but it sounds like that would only mean 60 to 65 games, even if they're relatively healthy for the whole year.
And I don't feel like they're deep enough to salvage that without those 2 guys.
I feel like they're deep enough, but they're not good enough.
Then that means you're not deep enough.
Well, no, they'll still be able to put 9 guys out there who are quality guys.
How impactful how effective is that going to be?
Well,
and they're 3-0 without Steph. That was early, right?
But I think they lost the game with him recently. But
I don't know, Steiny. I'm not trying to be negative, Nancy. I just, if I'm Mike Dunleavy, I'm on the phone. Or I'm in the lab trying to concoct not an escape plan. This is no shaded who's on the roster, but Steiny, if you're really all in, you got to find some improvement. And right now, I just don't feel like that's on the squad right now, especially not even knowing Draymond's what's going on with him moving forward.
Yesterday we were talking about Steph, and I said, one of the things I wasn't crazy about was, Mike Dunleavy saying, it's about Steph's window. And the thing I didn't like most about that was it felt like you announced to everybody kind of what you were doing. But the more I think about what the Warriors are trying to do, I don't know that it's ever been done before. And that is build around a 36-year-old guard. And I'm just going back over the greatest guards in NBA history. And, whether it's Steve Nash or Isaiah Thomas or Allen Iverson, they just, at 36 years old, he's embarking on something that they were never asked to do, which was be the best player on their team at that age. Isaiah Thomas retired at 33. Steve Nash was 36 playing for the Suns. They missed the playoffs 2 times in a row with players like Gortat and Vince Carter was on that team and Turkoglu, Jason Richardson. And I don't know. I feel like were our goals unrealistic?
I feel like he's your engine. So it's already built. Now it's about the spark plugs. It's about your oil filter. And that's because the reality is, Steiny, you're not going to replace the engine because Steph still, to me, on a good night, is a top 10, 12 player. To me, I believe that. But now it's just imperative that he needs help, and there's nothing wrong with it. And right now, I don't feel like they got the necessary help, and I wonder what he feels.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan said, I think we should take some time to kind of reset and reevaluate where we think this team is, where it's going, and kind of what lies ahead. I mean, they're 12-8. They're still 6, but
you got a game tonight against a young team without your 2 best players.
Right.
Should I expect them to win?
Probably not. No. Probably
so that would
not.
Be 6 that we got to go. That would be 6 in a row.
What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Experience a European-style holiday market in downtown Los Altos. Find unique gifts, holiday decor, and special treats. Thursday, December 5th and 12th, 4 to 8 p.m., presented by State Street Market and Los Altos Village Association. Find more info at downtownlosaltos.org.
It's Bonta Hill. Life in hectic.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Little Shengun flu?
Oh,
Little
man.
Shengun flu for
This sucker.
Draymond?
Where is Priest? We need a prayer. Give us a call, buddy.
I'm a back off.
Hey, the boss didn't know I was going to bring this up, but I retweeted the station accounts. Low Neal not paying me the $200. I still don't have it. So I play you in the 95.7 The Game fantasy. It's the last season.
You don't play me.
You need to get in. There is a price. It's payday. I'm available. I can lay down. If you treat me right Friday, maybe, talk to me, Stoddy.
I'll tell you what, the NFL. Evan brought this up yesterday. How the hell can you have a bye week 14?
That's just
too
foul.
late.
That's
too
foul.
late.
You're right.
I got nobody. You're not playing my team.
You're right.
You're playing 4 guys I picked up that I've never heard of.
Waiver wire.
Because 4 of my guys aren't playing.
Yeah. You'll be all right.
You hate to see it.
You got to think about that during the draft, Stein. You can't stack those week 14 buys.
Top heavy.
That's levels, and I didn't get there. I didn't get there on the fantasy draft. Anyway, the Warriors. They've beaten the Rockets 14 straight.
I don't like that. That's got to come. You would think.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get into some Steve Kerr because he was on with the with Willard and Grandy yesterday. Where do you want to start? They hit him on everything. What's like a big issue for the Warriors right now?
Well, there was a lot of noise in the background, and Willard did a great job on asking him, Coach, what are you doing? Steiny, the man, said he was making stir fry, but guess what was in it? Because Willard probed swordfish. That's when you're balling. Not chicken.
I don't know if I've ever had swordfish.
Great Halle Berry movie.
Yes, it is. If that isn't the
what's
most
it about?
Elitist stir fry I've ever heard of in my life.
I said, Coach, okay.
Is swordfish good?
Yeah, and
I've never had
expensive.
it. Oh, it's expensive?
Oh, man.
The fact you haven't heard of it means it's probably pretty pricey.
And you're a foodie, I thought.
I'm not. I'm a very picky eater.
I am too.
Very picky. I've gotten a little better.
It's got to be cooked for me.
What's the biggest issue? How about, what we didn't even talk about yesterday? Again, revolving around Steph Curry. Like, they changed his minutes. They used him differently.
Yeah.
And he came out, I think, 4.5 minutes into the game, then sat for like 3 minutes, then came back in at the end of the first quarter. And Kerr was talking about why he did it. And one of the big reasons why they did it was they don't feel like they can have Steph off the floor for a long stretch, like 6 or 8 minutes.
Those are facts.
But I don't know. Like, I've always wondered, why don't they just go to the old John Stockton model?
Give it to me.
Which Stockton used to play the first 6 minutes of every first and third quarter, and then he would always sit the back end of the first quarter and the back end of the second quarter, 6 minutes. So you work with that to start, and that is 36 minutes if he were to play every minute besides then. But maybe what you got to do is play Steph the first 6 minutes, then he doesn't play the rest of the first quarter, and then you bring him back real early in the second quarter, and that's about 15 minutes, and then you give him 15 minutes each half, and that way at least it doesn't solve the problem of keeping Steph off the floor
and what happens
for 6 or 8 minutes, but it guarantees that Curry's going to play the last 10 minutes virtually of every game.
And I was looking at how Malone was using Jokic, Steiny, even the first half when Denver was getting away from him. They brought his ass back, and they tied the game up at half. So I'm just saying, Coach is fighting. He's trying to come up with something. But why he's doing it differently, Steiny, is he's watching what happens when he's out the game, and he don't trust it.
Well, and that's part of their inherent problem right now. Is they've got a player who they must manage his minutes and the games he plays, and you know that when you don't have him, you're a completely different team and you're fighting uphill all the time. And I'm just starting to wonder where can you go with that? Like, how are you going to be able to build momentum, and how are you going to be able to kind of stack wins if you gotta worry about you can't win a game when Steph doesn't play?
Well,
or
how much
doesn't play enough?
Let me ask you this: how much of this is predicated on what he's dealing with his knees?
I think it's partly the knees, and then just partly the maintenance of a 36-year-old. But yeah, the knees I think are a big factor. Let's start with Draymond Green, because I was coming into work today and I was thinking,
no results.
What's going on with Draymond? Do we really even know?
Shocked you talking to me.
He missed last game. He's going to miss tonight. Here's Kerr on Draymond Green.
Yeah, he's doing well. He had the MRI today. We don't have the results yet, but all in all, I talked to him yesterday. He said he's feeling pretty good. We'll have more tomorrow. My gut is that this is not going to be, a super long term issue, but we'll have to see what our training staff says tomorrow.
I don't like that.
Yeah, and you got a game Friday against Minnie.
Well, they've got 3 games in the next 4 nights. 1 against Houston, 2 against Minnesota. I don't know. I mean, I just feel like, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, but if he's not playing tonight, why would he play tomorrow?
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'm out.
Or maybe he's just going to play 1 game of back-to-backs, and it'll be the game that they pick at their discretion. But no, I'm just. And the other thing is I'm listening to the morning show, and a lot of guys are making suggestions about players, and a lot of the players that we're talking about are role players if it's not going to be a star. And I'm wondering, like, does a backup point guard and maybe 1 additional rotation player really change what's going on with this team? Or do you have to wait for a star? And is there even a perfect star out there for this team right now and for Steph?
That I don't have the answer to, but I think at the end of the day, when you talk about IOUs, or if you feel like, what Mike Dunleavy is on record as saying is, we're going in all for Steph, it's not about when you get that person, it is, right, the result, but it's about did we give our best effort? Did we try to mortgage the future for Paul George? They tried, but Steiny, I guess the bottom line is I would feel better knowing, and I think they would, that they did something to get to that plateau to find out if it worked or not. And right now, I know you keep scoffing at Melton and the 6 games, but when you're this, I guess, version of thin, what he looked like he was going to be able to do, and I'm not saying they were going 82-0, you already are missing, you're feeling the brunt of him being out.
Well, I mean...
So when you say a backup PG and another, like, they chose this. I think now a role player with the Warriors is almost like a starter. I know that sounds crazy, but that's what you signed. That's what you said you were married to. So it's got to be a strength in numbers until it's not.
I just think they're right now in a really delicate situation.
You
because
are not, boy.
I just think they're in a delicate situation. Let's say Steve Kerr was asked, "Hey, Steve, where do you think you guys are right now? Right now?"
We are a really good team. We're 4th in the league in defense. We have not made shots during this stretch, which is, in the modern NBA, often just the difference between winning and losing. Who's making threes and who's not. And right now we're not making threes. And I think in the midst of that, we lost a little confidence. We lost a little defensive edge. And so I think that, while we're in the midst of this streak, I still see a really good team with great chemistry, great energy. Guys care about each other. They work hard. And I'm confident that if we can stay relatively healthy, that, what you've seen through 20 games is who we are, which is a 50-win team. And you just, it's never perfectly linear how you get there. You're going to have some good stretches and some bad stretches, and we've obviously had both. But I really like this team, and I think we're going to be really good.
All right. Now, I didn't hear that, but that was pretty optimistic. And I guess that's where I'll start, with Warrior fans at 888-957-9570. Let's use 49 because that's what it extrapolates. Do you think this team can win 49 or 50 games?
If we get 65 from Steph and Draymond, I think it's feasible. But for him to say right now, and I hope he's right, Stoney, they're in a shooting slump, and this is just not who they are because they didn't shoot it well last year. And Buddy Hield got off to a great start, and I'm not saying he's playing bad, but he's been in the league forever. But, Stoney, they know now, you leave this sucker open, he's going to drain it, and they are in his space. And, it's upon the offense and the ball movement to try to, get him to have that space so he can let him go. But I'm seeing him have to reload. That's a concern, and that's a tip of the cap to the other team's defense. But you ask me, I could see 50, and if he's right, and this is just a blip in regard to shooting, then nothing to see here.
Warrior fans, you think this is still a 50-win team, like Steve Kerr says? And I wonder how much of it is, if any of it, if you're Steve Kerr, don't you have to keep saying this is a good team?
Oh, man.
If for nobody else than Steph? Looking at this team, we can still win 50 games with this team. Right. I believe it. Like,
I get that.
Don't they have to do a real-time sell job with Steph Curry?
But he's no dummy, he's living it. He's playing it. You know what I mean? He knows what it is. Like, he could say he could have recited the national anthem. Curry knows what it is,
Okay, is this good enough?
Well, I don't think it's good enough because Steph can be better. And he's got to get healthy for that to happen. So I don't think right now, and you didn't say it, that he's bitter, but I know Steph is just focused on him getting to be the best version of himself and then let the chips fall where they may.
Here's Steve Kerr on how they're going to deal with Steph Curry's age and injury.
Well, that's where the Brandon piece comes in. He's going to play the non-Steph minutes. He's our backup point guard. There's a reason that I said what I said last night. He is the guy most capable, Brandon is, of taking charge of our team, whether Steph's on the floor or not, and making sound decisions, getting us organized, and making one good play after the next. He controls the game. He plays a different position from all of our other young guys. Those guys are all wings and not really point guards, decision makers. So Brandon's the guy who we're counting on to help get us organized, and then it's up to us as coaches to put him and the rest of our guys in the best positions possible.
All right, so that's important because Pods is one of the most talked about players on the team, and there are a lot of fans out there that think he gets too much of a leash. But right there it is. Steve Kerr's telling you that there's no other backup point guard on the roster right now because they can't use Melton, who's out for the season. So the idea of Steph and Moody together can only happen if Steph's on the ball.
Yeah.
And we know that Steph's not going to play 16 or 18 minutes a game. He's going to play 30 to 32 minutes. So Pods is getting 16 right off the bat. Minutes, 16 or 18 minutes. Yet, and like, can you have a problem with that?
What
if Steve Kerr's saying he's the only, if Steph comes off the floor, especially if Draymond's not healthy, he's the only guy who can get us organized and get us into our offense.
And that equates to me. I know people know I need meds, but Stoney, Denzel was the equalizer, and it sounds like to me the Warriors identified Pods is the stabilizer. But had they known that maybe he was going to have a sophomore slump, whatever you want to call this, but the rat on the table to me is if they don't get last year's version of Pods, I swear to you right now, hearing that soundbite, I thought of, oh my God, they could really use Chris Paul. Because that's what you're asking Brandon to do in year 2. And if he's trying to do 8 things at once, it's understandable he's a young player. But my God, how would Chris? I can't believe I'm saying it. If Chris Paul had to take on those chores, the vet, I would feel a lot better if we don't get an improved, more seasoned Podziemski.
It didn't feel like there was a clamor to keep Chris Paul around after last year. I thought he was fine. I didn't think he made a dramatic impact on winning or losing last year. I'm not going to deny that he's a better true point guard than Podziemski.
But if you saw Melton go down this early and then Pods take a step back early, then are you thinking differently?
Yes and no, because you've invested so much in Podziemski. You feel like he's part of the future. So if he's going to be the backup point guard, then he's got to be the backup point guard. He's got to work through whatever he needs to work through. But, then you risk, you want to bring somebody else in here and all of a sudden Pods is not as big of a factor. Well, then we're going to get back into the conversation that we've had all the last 2 or 3 years about Moody, about Wiseman, about Kuminga, and about the young guys and say, why aren't we playing more of the young guys? I'm just looking at this team right now, and I guess here's what I think. Here's what I'm starting to think is just the idea that you were going to, like the idea of having to put a championship type contender around Steph Curry in the snap of a finger, essentially. I think it's unrealistic. You know what I mean?
Well, it's looking that way now.
But if we're talking about a 5 or 6 seed, get to the high 40s in terms of wins, try to stay out of the play-in game, and go into the playoffs and see what we can do. Okay, that I can get behind. That I think's realistic. But the talk of winning a title where they're at right now, I don't know how do you get back to a championship contender knowing you've got an unbelievable time constraint on your hands?
Man, Steiny, if I had that answer, I wouldn't be across from you, but I'll just say this. Right now, you just want to be a threat. And last year, they were not a threat because they didn't get invited to the party. But, I'm just honing in on, and this just came to me, the Chris Paul aspect or component of his game to where, he unlocked TJD. He unlocked Kuminga. He gave him the ball in no spots, and even at times Klay Thompson. So I'm saying that just to bring it back to Pods and what's on his checklist. And maybe he was working on threes in the offseason, but is it fair to really think he can get up and running to where he can have that impact that Paul had on other players? And right now he might be in his own head worried about his individual game, but a PG, I want to see Pods, help other guys. And I don't think right now through 20 games we've seen that. Maybe that's why Kerr had the reaction he's had.
888-957-9570. Let me just ask Warrior fans this. What are your goals and expectations for this season? Like, what are we really talking about? Are we talking about making the playoffs as a top 6 team? I think I can get on board with that. Are we talking about more than that? If we're talking about more than that, I gotta ask you if you think it can be done with these guys or if there's something out there that can change the dynamic of this team. And I remember saying this last year when they were going into free agency and we were talking about trades and upgrading the roster, and the whole idea of Joe Lacob saying, we're going big game hunting. We're going, we're big fish hunting. Pointer. What if it's not out there?
Then
what if it's and I don't?
You got to make your stir fry with what you have.
I don't think this move is out there that they're hoping for.
Oh man, and that's Steiny as a fan. That's hard to hear, and I hope you're wrong. But if you're not, then the reality is this is who you're going to battle with, and you got to some guys got to make it happen. It's not just Pods. Wiggins can't shoot 7 field goal attempts. Like it's everywhere. And is it fair now because you didn't foresee these injuries or the injury to Melton and the age and attrition kick in with your 2 studs early? That the point guard it's all on Podziemski's shoulders. Like, if that's what it is, then I'm really nervous.
Listen.
You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot.
If the Golden State Warriors, first of all, Steph Curry's got this year left in his deal, next year and the year after that. And Draymond's got, I think, 2 more after this. You can't, 2 things. Did you really expect these guys to be healthy for the remainder of their deal, let alone just this year?
So you're talking to the organization.
Yes.
Go ahead, yeah.
Yes, and then
I got to believe the answer was yes.
Well, then I wouldn't have been on board with this because that's too much for me to. That's too much for me to expect that these guys are going to be playing at a high level for a lot of games for the next few years. Maybe we just underestimated the difficulty in that. Let's go to West Oakland Holloway to get us started here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, West Oakland?
What's up?
Hey,
what's going on?
Talk to us.
Okay, so look, I got three little things real quick. So with the current. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be 100% honest. When Golden State had the worst record in the league that one year, I think they ended up with the second pick and took Wiseman, right?
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken. Okay. So we could have took Ant-Man if the balls would have fell our way and we'd have had the number one pick.
True.
And the reason I'm saying that is this. Golden State, I'm lumping all these draft picks in. They haven't had an impact player in the draft since when? 10 years? 15 years? Okay, Jordan Poole. So they've been drafting terrible. And I'm lumping Kuminga, Moody, Pye. I'm lumping all them dudes up in here. What Golden State is going to have to do,
yes,
and this might not even solve their problem, they're going to have to take a page out of the Lakers' book. When the Lakers went and got 80, now Golden State might not be able to get a superstar, but you're going to have to get a star player, run the offense through the star player, and let Steph be the secondary star. Because he can't carry this team by himself, man. He got knee problems. He's 36. Like you said, Stein, he's a 36-year-old guard. It just haven't happened.
Wow.
So y'all tell me what y'all think. Y'all just tell me what y'all think. I'm going to get off.
I'm going to be honest with you. I agree. I agree with you wholeheartedly. But the problem is, I think if you say that, then people think you're running down Steph Curry. And I'm not at all running down Steph Curry. And I get it, Denver's a hell of a team. But, the last 6 minutes of that game, they can just throw it to Jokic. He holds. He waits.
Yeah.
He surveys. They cut. He hits him. And it's just the ease at which they got good shots. That's alarming to me. Not because the Warriors' defense is necessarily terrible, but because it's become hard for the Warriors to generate good shots with the personnel they have.
Now, if I hear you real quick to his point, West Oakland Holloway, what if I told West Oakland Holloway the movie of, because it sounds like he's already determined, Moody and Kuminga, this is the most important chapter of their Warrior tenure, even though I know Moody has a new deal. But the bottom line is, again, you're hoping, I know it's not a strategy, but Steiny, what if they turn the corner? What if in 10 games, the next 10, they take the bull by the horns? He's right thus far. They haven't hit, but now it's imperative that they do. And I'm lobbying to see more of both of those guys before you say they got nothing from them.
Okay, and I'll meet you there. If Kuminga, like I look at it as, okay, if Kuminga and Moody start playing a little more and they quote unquote hit,
yeah,
that's how, to me, that's what I'm assuming happens on your way to 48 wins. Wow. I don't look at, well, if that happens, we can get to 55. I kind of took into account that Kuminga would be better this year than last year. And so far, he hasn't for whatever reason. And Moody, the same way. Moody's been Moody, but maybe you need him to be more than just Moody. What do you guys think, Warrior fans, at 888-957-9570? Is there an elusive player out there that could fundamentally change this team? And the second thing is, do you even need to fundamentally change this team, or are we just overblowing a 5-game losing streak when they're a little bit banged up and the schedule's pretty tough? 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Plus, on January 1st, tolls on the Antioch Bridge will go up $1. Don't wait for the invoice. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. It's the most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started at BayAreaFastTrack.org.
It's your boy Guru, and Prize Picks is the best place to get the jersey and I took the snapshot.
It's called posing for the photo.
But this turning red because you were beaming. It's all good. Just embrace it.
I won't.
What's your problem?
This is what we're talking about. And it's a simple question, Warrior fans. By the way, here's what's going on today. Let me give you the lowdown. We're going to go Warriors first half of the show, and then we're getting into the Niners the second half of the show. We got Ted Nguyen coming up at noon. He is an X and O guru, and he'll talk 49ers football with us. And then we've got David Haw. He's a co-host of Mully and Haw in Chicago at 670 The Score.
Okay.
And he's a Bears guy. And, of course, we'll talk to him about the Mike Florio sound about Kyle Shanahan getting traded and what they would possibly think about that in Chicago.
Now, I was shocked.
I have a feeling I know.
Okay, because you said something yesterday that had me talking to myself in the caddy. It was actually profound, but you are right, Steiny. Teams that fire their coach, they're the best version of themselves that first game after. And if you watch the Bears this season, I mean, they've been in games, Steiny. So I guess I'm saying that to say this won't be easy Sunday for the Niners. But Dre Greenlaw might be back for the Rams that following Thursday night here at Levi's. So could you imagine if somehow they could just get hot?
Not right now. Yeah. I can't imagine how they could somehow get hot.
I get that.
But maybe they can. Yeah. Maybe they can. Oh. You
all right?
You don't get those alerts?
And I'm getting bothered. They don't care about me at AT&T.
Okay. Yeah. Let's get to the crux of the matter.
Tsunami warning.
Is that what it is? For where?
I thought it was for goose waves.
Oh, wow.
That's a 4.
Wow.
That's a 4.
Wow, Evan, I'm going to give you.
And now it vanished.
But you should have it on silent. But even if you do, that's going off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's
not on my phone.
Steve, who are the Warriors?
We are a really good team. We're 4th in the league in defense. We have not made shots during this stretch, which is, in the modern NBA, often just the difference between winning and losing. Who's making threes and who's not. And right now we're not making threes. And I think in the midst of that, we lost a little confidence. We lost a little defensive edge. And so I think that, while we're in the midst of this streak, I still see a really good team with great chemistry, great energy. Guys care about each other. They work hard. And I'm confident that if we can stay relatively healthy, that, what you've seen through 20 games is who we are, which is a 50-win team. And you just, it's never perfectly linear how you get there. You're going to have some good stretches and some bad stretches, and we've obviously had both. But I really like this team, and I think we're going to be really good.
I believe he believes that, but I got to tell you from a fan standpoint, I wish right now, today after 20, they were a 2 or 3 seed because we got off to that great start, but now it's starting to reality setting in. And when you look at the Warriors and they're above 500, Sonny, they're still in the play-in. And I know the season's not.
They're 6.
Well, I thought I had them at 7 here.
I thought they were 6. I mean, the Wolves are howling, but they're still in 10th or 11th.
Butt last night. That make you feel good? You can be honest. Yeah, Steiny, they're 6. You're right. So they're not in the play-in.
So let's get into it, Warrior fans. At 888-957-9570 is the number. It's a simple question. You think this team's a 50-win team? Because if you think it's a 50-win team, then this is just a bump in the road, which is understandable because you're going to go through highs and lows. But the question is, do you think they're a 50-win team like Steve Kerr? And if I'd have to bet right now, and he's saying 50, I got to take the under.
I would take the under, and I'm taking the under. And you could say, Guru again. Steiny, with Melton, I'll bet the 50 over. Without him, and no moves made.
Well, he's not going to be here.
And
Melton's not coming back.
I hope I'm wrong. Okay. It wouldn't be the first time on a bet, but I'm taking the under.
I think I'd have to take the under, too.
And the cold part about this, we talk about it with the Niners. Their lives and everything is still in front of them because of the division they're in, so they still got action. Steiny, we saw it last year, man. You could say, hey, individually we won 46-4. But if it's not good enough, it's not good enough. And last year it wasn't. And that's what's bothering me, too, is they're in the Western Conference.
Well, that's not going to change.
Wow.
And while it works for the 49ers, it don't work for the Warriors. And, the whole thing about how many games you have to win, like a lot of that's out of your control. And we saw that the last 2 years. They won 44 2 years ago, was good enough for 6th. 46 last year, couldn't get him out of the play-in.
But what's that tell you?
It tells me that 44 could get you 6 this year, but 49 might not be enough.
And to me, that means your conference is also getting better too.
Exactly. And the conference's young teams are starting to get more and more experience. And yes or no, Warrior fans, are you buying Steve Kerr saying that this is a 50-win team? It doesn't look like one the last 5 games.
Right. All right.
It kind of looked like one the first 12.
Man.
So what do you guys think, Warrior fans? Do you just kind of hold the line right here with this squad, assuming that Steph and Draymond are going to be managed, let's just say managed well over this stretch, and maybe they'll just miss a couple games and they'll be right back at it? I mean, that to me is the other thing. It's not that if Steph and Draymond both play 60 to 65 games, to me, there's a difference between, well, how's it managed? Like, I don't want him. We can't have one of those guys missing 15 games in a row.
Oh, man.
Now, I think we can overcome, and when I say we, I'm talking as a Warrior fan, but I think we could overcome load management that picks a guy out of the lineup here and there when he needs a break. But I do think there's a difference there in if you're going to get to 60 or 65 games, how do you get there?
Now, I want to just double back to Wes Oakland Holloway's call because the Warriors were a dynasty, right? And I think it's unfair to say they missed on their first-round picks when a lot of times they were at the bottom. But how fair is it that they did have before they won their last championship, the number 2 pick, and it didn't hit? How fair is it what he was insinuating that they haven't hit on those picks? Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman.
It's very fair. It's very fair, and I'm with you. I thought that the Warriors got hammered too hard when they were drafting at the back of the first round.
Bales.
For picking players that you have to kind of take a chance on, and they hit on a couple. Looney. Jordan Bell helped him for a couple years, but they also had, Jacob Evans, somebody who didn't pan out, and then eventually, Pascal's another one, but I mean, he wasn't a high pick. But no, when you have the number 2 pick, and now he's turned into nobody, he's literally nobody, that's a problem. And then Jonathan Kuminga as his number 7 pick. I actually think you picked an 18-year-old at number 7. It's still not a bad pick. I don't think Kuminga was a bad pick. I just think we have to be prepared to wait a little longer for him to reach his potential. And Moody,
do you have that time to wait? That again, this no shade.
And I'm glad you brought that up.
I don't think you do.
Well, and that's what's unsolvable to me. Like when we, and I'm not saying you're there, like that's the point. And that's what I'm talking about with Steph Curry. When you talk about we got to maximize Steph's window, then all of a sudden there's an unbelievable time constraint on what you have to do and how fast you have to do it. And that sounds to me like a little place of desperation.
Oh, no doubt.
Well, then
urgency.
Well, then how often does a guy hit a grand slam in the bottom of the 9th to win a game? I mean, it feels like sometimes that's what we're expecting. And I just think the more I think about it, maybe we were a little unrealistic about the expectations of this team once they got off to that 10-2 start.
And when you say we, they is in the organization, right? Because you could say what you want about Pods, what he did last year, and I said this last year. You tell me, Stoney, if I'm fronting, because I'm not lying. As much as I love Pods, the impact he had, I thought was an indictment on other guys on the roster that opportunity was there for a first-year player to come and seize it, and he did. But what if Jonathan Kuminga could have, and I know you're going to say, people out there, oh, Toronto and the Magic aren't playing high-leverage basketball games, but if he could be further down the road like a Wagner and Scotty Barnes, just in regard to his game, what would he then be, and what would this team be? Like, they're dying for Kuminga to take the bull by the horns, and he can't crack the starting lineup if a guy's not injured. And I'm not saying he can't or won't, but right now, Steiny, the siren is red for me that they need that infusion of something. And right now, I'm looking at the roster, not knowing if somebody's going to step up.
You know, the thing about Kuminga that's such a shame is now you're in a position with Kuminga after 4 years where he's got an uncertain future. And, like, I do blame the organization for this. And you drafted an 18-year-old. Are you really telling me you're going to put in 4 years of work with a flat-out project when he got drafted? A flat-out project. You're going to do the work for 4 years with this guy.
Wow.
Knowing damn well he's still only 22, but we don't like the idea of, well, when I keep saying, he could be really good at 26, that's not good enough. Like, that's a fundamental issue that you got to deal with. Then you got to either move him or you've got to say, no, we still believe in Jonathan Kuminga, and we know at 26 he's going to be a hell of a player. And you know what? With or without Steph Curry, we can't give this guy up because he represents some hope for the future after Steph Curry. Like,
that's a wow.
My point is, when you put the onus on everything for Steph, I think you're setting yourself up to fail because what you're asking to happen is a long shot. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go real quick to Marcus in Pacifica.
Mark.
What's up, Marcus?
Good morning, gents. I just wanted to jump in to answer the question. The current roster, I do not believe, is a 50-win team. Early success, I think, was attributed to the fact that, Draymond and Steph were able to really play at a certain level. As the season is going on, we're starting to see that, the 30-minute mark that Kerr had set for them, I think they might even have to pull that back a little. And with that being said, there's not the guys on the roster that are going to be able to step up. Buddy Hield has been Buddy Hield. He had a good run there for a minute, but he's starting to slow down. Defenses have adjusted. Pods is going to still be Pods. He's not that guy that can really hit those open shots. And I would hope that the Warriors have set a standard as far as what their threshold is. And looking at their 22 roster when they won the championship, we've replaced solid superstars in Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole. Wiggins that year played like Wiggins has never played ever in his career, and he hasn't played like that again. Guys like Bielitsa, Otto Porter Jr. I mean, they're just guys that were able to fill in. Juan Toscano-Anderson. They just don't have those guys. Lindy Waters is not that guy.
Right.
Nice guy. You root for him, but they just don't have those people on the roster. They're going to have to make a move. I don't know if Brandon Ingram or Vucevic, if there's any legitimacy to even try and get these guys. But if they're serious about winning, they're going to have to make a move, and they need a consistent second scorer that can step in and be the number one on nights as well.
That's something I agree with, too. And I think when you say they need a one, it's a real buzzword because, it sounds like an insult to Steph Curry. But I like the way that he said it was some nights you're going to need a player who's got to be the one.
Yeah.
Those guys, man, they just don't grow on trees.
But you think you have two of them. I'm keeping it real. And we've seen it in the first and second, third quarters, and sometimes at the end of games. I just feel like Kuminga or Wiggins could be that guy. And you're probably going to say, Guru, when are you going to stop saying it? And when the plug's pulled. Well, but I don't think I'm saying it. Every game that the Warriors run out that tandem or this team, they're hoping for it too.
Why don't we have the discussion this way? Because I think this is more fair. Okay, I'll meet you halfway. I think Kuminga can be that guy too. but not now. He's not ready for that role right now.
Wow, man.
And Wiggins is Wiggins. So, like, if I'm not under the illusion that either one of those guys this year is going to be the guy we're talking about.
And that's why I
have to go on the past.
I got you. And I'm going to say this. You talked about, to the caller's point, that Kuminga, are you really going to invest 4 years and say bye-bye?
Yeah.
Well, Steiny, it could really be 3.5. And if you allow me to introduce my scoreboard on the Kuminga front, the fact that they said pause on the new contract for whatever reason, that leads me to believe the scoreboard's reading he might be somewhere else more than brought back.
It's possible. It's possible.
And that 4 might be 3.5 if you pull a trade off that includes him.
It's possible. It's possible. So what do?
This is
Warrior fans. And again, the question is, do you think this is a 50-win team? Because Steve Kerr came on these airwaves yesterday and said, hey, who is this team? What is this team? And he said, we're a good team. We're 12-8. That's 50 wins. Essentially, it is. And we're going through a rough patch here. We're not making shots. We still have the 4th best defense in the league. That surprises me, but I don't pretend to look at defensive stats every single night. I wouldn't have thought they're the 4th best defensive team, but if that's their ranking, that's their ranking. And then they can pinpoint more of the issues on offense. But the other thing is when you talk about we're not making threes, well, how good a three-point shooting team is this really? I mean,
it wasn't a good one last year.
Right, and they went out and got Buddy Hield, and even though he's struggling, he's still probably shooting over 40 from 3. Steph's still shooting over 40 from 3. Draymond's over 40 from 3.
Wiggins
is up in the high 30s. So maybe they are a better three-point shooting team than they've shown the last half dozen or so games. I don't know what the answer is.
When you describe it like that, Stoney, I feel like, you know what, is there. It's just now it's got to pop.
Okay,
and maybe it popped early and now it's fizzling, but you know, it's got to pop. Put the popcorn back in the microwave.
And I guess what I'm saying is, what's there? What does that mean? You know, if you like you saying
firepower.
Okay, but
offensive.
But what does it result? Like, how good are you then? If you know everybody's there and they do their jobs.
Their record where they got off 2-10-2. Then when it's not there, and that's what's concerning me, even against the likes of Brooklyn at home, where the faucet in regard to your offense just stops, the water's cut off, I'm starting to believe, like it's Jekyll and Hyde. Which one are they?
Yeah, and that's why
I get Kerr saying we're a good team, and he's right now, but man.
And that's why I've got to – my big picture is kind of what I ended yesterday's show with when we were talking about, well, what should you do? What should you do? Who should go? Who should stay? Do you sit tight? Do you not? I got to see more. I've got to see them play at least 15 more games, and I've got to see what Draymond and Steph do in the next month or so with their age and their injuries. Because right now, I don't even know what does this team need if it even needs something. And
score, size.
Well,
a shot creator. That's at the top of my list.
All right, and let's say you need all three of those things in a big way. Well, who are we kidding? Like, who are we kidding then? We need a big guy. We need a number 2 scorer, and we need what was the third one?
Size.
Size.
Yeah. Well, you said big guy, but
yeah. I'm not. I don't know.
Now,
I don't know. I don't know.
I pat myself on the back for my analogy game sometimes, Donnie, but honestly, and I used this a couple of days ago, and I'm going to double back and do it again. I just need a letter grade, and it's okay if you give me an F on using my situation here at the station. I won the contest and had to prove my worth, and it took years. They didn't just put me in drive time the morning or the evening. They didn't, because they had talent greater than myself, and I had to prove myself. I bring that up because Pods was able to come in, nothing against him, and have an impact. Lindy Waters III was your starting point guard for a few games by necessity, and I think that's an indictment on the roster. Is that fair or foul that guys, Lindy Waters' name could have been Earl Brown. The fact that they needed you and inserted you into a lineup that normally it should have been too thick for you to crack, is that valid or an indictment on the roster construction that guys could get it that quick, the opportunity?
It shows you where they are. It shows you where they are. It's like if you would have, they put you on Sunday nights. Well, maybe because you won a contest for a national radio show. I mean, if you would have gone maybe to Dubuque or Des Moines, you would have gotten drive time. Because
I got you.
And Brandon Pajemski didn't get drafted by WFAN or WIP in Philly. He got drafted by a station in, I would say a station in Indianapolis.
But they still had heavyweights like Walter Cronkite, Steph Curry, Draymond Green.
But
Gary Radney. You're around champions.
That doesn't guarantee you anything to be around champions.
Well, and he seized the moment because I feel like nobody else did.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with you that, Wiseman got drafted and Kuminga got drafted onto a team that was committed to winning a championship. They're not now. Like, that's the other thing. Yeah. Like, why are we saying they can make a run and they're a championship-type team and they're a 50-win team if we don't think Pods is that great and we don't think Kuminga can take the next step anytime soon? Like, I'm telling you right now, would you really trade Jonathan Kuminga because you can't wait 3 years for him to reach his potential?
Hell yes.
And that's where I question the philosophy of making those moves all for Steph Curry when you're still trying to thread a needle that is so narrow as to be maybe unrealistic. That's just me. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at noon, we got Ted Wen of The Athletic. We'll get into Niners talk, but first, we're getting into the Golden State Warriors. They've lost 5 in a row, and they got a back-to-back against Houston and Minnesota at Chase Center tonight and tomorrow. And they need to get a win first and foremost. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal, 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. That segment also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, family...
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
I was at the Circa putting in work.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's all locking in for me.
Give Evan the bucket for that because we use that more now than ever. Lock in. But go ahead. What's locking in?
It's just hit me. You brought up the fact that you won a contest.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
2012, April.
Oh, my
April
gosh,
3rd.
12 years.
Yep.
12 years.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say 8 before you really got
right, yeah.
Let's say
Norm
8.
was like, son, it's over. It ain't going to pop. Yeah.
So the 415 goes, no. That's
okay.
What the guy goes by. No. That's so badass that you won a contest, Guru, and that you've done such high-level work since then. Props, sir.
Oh, wow.
But
there are nice people
This is
out
what
there.
I'm getting at. I think you're probably in your prime right now.
Oh, some would say past
I
it,
think,
but,
you know who I think you are? You're Kuminga. And it would have been like.
Well, that means I ain't got my chicken yet.
22 years old also.
Don't you get it? You won a contest and you started working. And you had a lot to learn.
Yeah.
And you paid the price and you put in the time and you took the advice of veterans and you put your nose to the grindstone. And after 4 or 5 years, you became a finished product.
But this
you
timeline,
can't rush progress.
Well, you're talking to the powers to be.
No.
Because now it seems like the plug could be pulled on his tenure here.
Right.
I'm
and it
not
would have been
lobbying
like,
for
and
that.
it would have been like if you got the ball rolling here, we lived with some of your growing pains, which were very few and far between. And then it was like, holy hell, I think we got something here. Well, what do we got? I don't know, but I think in 2 or 3 years it's going to be really good. Well, we got to get rid of him. Why? Because even though we know he's going to be good in 3 years, it has to happen now, which is unfair to ask him in the first place because he didn't have any radio experience.
But that's life.
Well,
things are, but then put upon you that you don't see, and you gotta adjust on the fly. Just let me finish this, Donnie. With everything you just said, now I feel more empowered to say, do you not want to turn around when somebody like myself or Coach in Vallejo says you owe it to yourself and the player to give him that 30 minutes a night?
He's getting it.
Yeah. He played 29 on, but let's be honest.
If he can't get 30 minutes a night without Draymond Green playing, then
no, it's
wrong.
bigger than that. It's with reality is with Draymond playing.
My big point stands. My big point stands. And that is, you drafted a kid at 18. Are you really going to see him through till 22, 23, do all the work or most of it in developing the kid, acknowledging that he's going to be a lot better 4 years from now? But you know what? We can't keep him because it's all about now and Steph Curry. That I do have a little bit of trouble with. Because I think what you're searching, I think what you're searching for isn't out there.
Then okay. Or no shade at Kuminga. He shouldn't have been the pick at that time because you should have thought about, again,
I think they did. And
timeline.
let's be honest with what happened. When he got drafted and Wiseman got drafted, the Warriors thought their title window was pretty much over.
You believe that?
Absolutely, I believe that. And they drafted a couple guys that they thought could take the mantle from Steph, Clay, and Draymond right about now. Or in a year or two.
I mean, Wiseman started. So
because he had to.
Well, again, Stoddy, that's why they drafted him. That was in position of need and hope. And they inserted him right away because they thought maybe he could get it.
Okay, well, they made a mistake. And maybe that's the thing. Where they're at right now, they made two big mistakes with Wiseman and with Kuminga. And you know what? Maybe now the chickens are coming home to roost. Because Wiseman should be 25 years old and a legitimate center in the league, and he's not. And I guess you thought Kuminga would be further along, even though he's 22 years old and never played a stitch of college basketball. So I hear everything you're saying.
I hear what you're saying.
But that's like, I think if it's all about Steph right here, right now, no compromises, well, guess what? That puts you way more in a box and in a corner than you want. And there's no guarantee that what you're sniffing around is out there.
Well, let's do this. I'm watching the Raptors the other night, and I don't know what they got going, but they got a couple pieces. If somehow, and we're doing, Siakam is available, wouldn't you just give your right arm of what you'd have to give up to go bring that type of player to put alongside Steph and Dre? Like, that's what I think their options are. And it might not work, but at least you say, we did it. Steiny, I'm sorry. If there's not a safe somebody outside of Dre Steph on this roster that would prevent me from trying to go up, picks included, to go get a guy like a Siakam.
Well, I would not automatically conclude that Draymond couldn't be traded. Like, if
well, then it's Steiny. It's over if he's gone. Like now they're married at the hip now.
Wow.
Let's keep it real.
Okay, well then again, think about what you're trying to do. It's impossible. It's impossible.
I get it, man.
What are you going to keep Draymond? Keep one other guy? You're not going to. Let's move Pods and Moody for marketing. I know they can't even trade him for now. I think we've been.
But this is the reality of where they're at.
Right. And so
nobody's being negative.
But there's an unreality that there's something out there that's going to magically change the dynamic of this team.
But you never know. And you were the guy saying, Goo, why are you so down on going in? And I was like, I don't know about playing 11 and 12, but you kept saying the deadline.
No, I know.
Now, to me, and the deadline could be tomorrow. Who knows? But Steiny, in life, things happen to where opportunities arrive. Did the Niners see McCaffrey being available and it changed their, you know, they still didn't win it all.
That's true. I think I don't know. Were the Niners closer than the Warriors are now? Let's get into some calls. Let's go to Chucky D in Concord.
Chuck.
What's up, Chucky D? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Steiny. I remember the first time I always hear you on the radio, but never really seen you till I went to in Concord, Friedman.
Oh, yeah.
You had that show outside.
Yeah, Chucky.
And,
thanks.
Brought you the beer, too.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Appreciate it. Now listen, Chucky, the one thing I do know is you didn't pay for the beer because it was at Friedman's, but you did tap it for me, which I appreciate.
Yeah, man, you're the best, I mean.
Oh, thank you.
And Guru, you're right there, too.
All right on, man. I appreciate
all
you.
the time. Hey, what I want to say about this whole thing, I've been a Warrior fan since I moved to California in 1986. I went through the losses, the depression, the rotating doors, all these players. If I go back over the list, you'll probably laugh. But the thing, we won with Steve, and I just think Steve Kerr is he did his thing, but I think it's out of his hands now. He cannot handle young players. He puts in. I'm sure the draft doesn't happen in a vacuum where he doesn't have any input. So he helped to bring these guys here, and then when they're not functioning as well as they want, it's like, oh, the guys are this. The guys are very young. I mean, when you look at his talent, you gotta see that this guy is going to be a star. Maybe a couple of years from now.
Oh, Chucky,
we lost him.
Can't develop young players, and it's him. I think the whole problem we have here is Steve Kerr not knowing how to infuse young talent with the regular roster, and so he's in this scratching his head and acting like his head's on fire, and this is a problem, and the Pods is a problem. The problem is, honestly, man. The problem is Steve Kerr. We need to get somebody who can develop young players and blend them with the talent we have.
Appreciate it, Chucky.
Now, I'm just keeping it real for the people out there. Love Chucky, Steiny. You got to give Kerr credit for Pods, right? Made all-rookie team. I just know it's not about individual accolades.
I mean, the all-rookie team, I don't like.
Okay, wow.
That doesn't matter to me.
That serious?
No, because I've seen you know what?
But he was a plus last year is what I'm saying. Yes, Pods was.
Like, and I'm not saying he's Eric Paschal, but Eric Paschal was
I got that.
First-team all-rookie. He's not in the league. Like, that's the other thing. Like, you can have a good rookie year. That doesn't mean you have staying power. Maybe he doesn't have staying power. I will say this, and we kind of got touched on this yesterday, Goo, is, look, Steve Kerr, as long as Steph's here, I don't think Kerr's going anywhere. But I do think it's fair that, Kerr's got this year and next year. It's like, if you have to go in a different direction, I think it's very fair to say, do we want another coach in here? Yeah. And I think it's very logical to say, let's get another coach in here to take this team to, because we know we have to pivot or transition, and that's not what we think Steve's great at, or even if it's just we need a change. But I don't think we know Steve's not going anywhere as long as Steph's here.
Washburn was on that 86 Warrior team with Mullen, Joe Barry Carroll, Purvis Short.
There you go. Jose's in Mountain View. What's up, Jose? How you doing?
I'm good, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, look, I'm like the previous caller. I've been a huge fan of the Warriors since I moved here, like in '84, and I've been through it. I remember going to the games before on TMC, and dude, there was nobody there, man. And so it's great to have this discussion now about what to do.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the team that we have. I think we just need to have scrappiness and toughness. Ride this out these last 2 years worth of stuff. We're not going to get any trade value for the players that we do have. There is no KD to come in here. There isn't that option for us to go and tap into again. So ride with what you have. The other question is, who do you pick? Would you invested so much investment and future potential with Podziemski, but it seems like he got that more than Kuminga did when he started. And so who has more potential? Who has more value to the team? Who's more explosive? Someone like Podziemski or Kuminga? And I like to think that that's the example that we should look at for when we look at Steve Kerr and his handling of young players. I think he preferred to deal with Podziemski for whatever reason because he saw something as opposed to Kuminga, which he's been seeing more and more of lately. So he handled both of those two guys differently. And I don't understand that. So if we could have Steve here finish out his contract, great. But I'm going to keep Kuminga because I like to see what we have with him, because if we just let him go, we did this for what then? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so,
and
anyway, that's all I have, guys.
No, I appreciate it. And that's why if you're going to move Kuminga, you better get a player who can play more than the next 2 years here.
And to be fair, when Kuminga was drafted, the team was at a different phase of its life. And I'll say this, Carter Chickering got my ear about the Rookie of the Year. No shaded pods. And I love this guy. Tyreek Evans got Rookie of the Year, and what happened? And I thought he was a baller, Steiny.
I would have bet on.
I loved this game, man. But he was a badass. Now he got a contract from the Kings.
I would have bet that Guru loved Tyreek Evans.
Played with him at the 24-hour fitness one time too.
You remember who the runner-up was that year, 2009?
Steph,
oh my God.
I believe.
Wow! Look at E.
Yeah. Do you know that?
Boy, they got it wrong then.
They could have cut off Tyreek Evans' left hand and he would have been the same player.
His body broke down, but
his left hand never.
God, I like that guy.
Yeah. Tyreek Evans. Yeah. All right, let's go to Greg in San Jose. What's up, Greg? How you doing?
How you guys doing?
Doing well, man. Thank you.
I think we're in a space where Warriors fans need to be realistic.
Thank you.
And understand that when we beat Boston for title number 4, that was the gravy. That was the cherry on top.
Wow.
That was the one where we won and we shouldn't have won. I want to cherish the time that Steph's here, but at some point in time, we got to bridge what this looks like next versus mortgaging a team where if it gets down to it, we can't guard Jokic, and we don't have a second scorer. So trying to get a 5th championship without that, with the continued way we turn the ball over, that's a stretch. So I think enjoy Steph and Draymond and Looney, but realize if we don't retool, that the 4th one was the cherry on top. All right, guys, thanks.
Yeah, it's something I kind of believe too.
Steiny, I would love for somebody to give a comp to that Warrior title in 22 coming out of nowhere in any other sport and the NBA. Like that was, you got to win 4 out of 7. They were down 1-0, 0-1, and down 1-2 to Boston and came back and won it. But like you said, Stoney, the team thought they were probably done, and they won it all.
Looking at some of these all-rookie first teams.
Give it to me.
Well, I'm not.
Give me some.
There's some good ones. 2020, 2021. Sadiq Bey, first team all-rookie.
Yeah, how'd that work out? Yeah. He beat the Warriors on the game winner.
Jayshawn Tate, Houston. Let me go back. 2019-20. John Morant, obviously great player.
Yeah.
Kendrick Nunn. Yeah. Hell, the Warriors had him, I think, in a summer league. Brandon Clark, Zion Williamson, Eric Paschall. I mean,
man.
Marvin Bagley III, no longer in the league, was a first-team all-rookie player.
Man, it's hard. I get it. I get what you're saying.
There you go. Ben Simmons. He was a first-team all-rookie player. Hey, you want Malcolm Brogdon?
What's left of him?
Yeah, he's actually playing now for Washington. I'm sorry, he's losing now for Washington.
That's a 4.
You know, he's he
can run up and down
sometimes.
Well, I'll tell you what,
he's about 32, 34.
They could use his skill set. If Melton is missed, Brogdon could come in here and get buckets, because that's what he can do.
Problem with getting Brogdon is you're probably going to have to take somebody pretty lousy.
Poole.
I was going to think like Kuzma.
Well, I like Kuzma.
Yeah, I know
he can score the ball.
He's like Tyreek Evans.
Dude.
Let's go to Frankie's in San Rafael. This is going to be interesting. Frankie.
Oh, man, they traded away their heart, dude. They traded away Klay Thompson over a little bit of money. All they had to do was pay him. That guy's worth $8 billion. The owner bought him for $400 million, and now they're not going to win it. Now, maybe if they go grab that guy from Milwaukee, I don't know if the talk is still on, but for them to win the world championship, absolutely not. You can chalk up Boston to go back-to-back on that. That team puts up 140 points a night most of the time.
Wow.
Yeah, and let me ask you this. I don't know how you guys view the Warriors situation, but a team like the Warriors, like I never think about the Eastern Conference team. Like, okay, let's say he's right. Yeah, they can't beat Boston. Okay, I kind of agree with that. But if you play them in the finals, then that's when you worry about them. Like I only think about the Western Conference teams, and we'll figure out the Eastern Conference team when we get that far. No, I mean, Boston looks like they're the best team in the league. Cleveland's pretty good right now. But Al is in San Francisco. What's up, Al? How you doing?
Hey, man. Thank you guys for putting me on here.
Sure.
Hope you guys had a blessed Thanksgiving. Merry Christmas.
Back at you.
Yeah.
I just want to talk about the Warriors, man. You know, they're good, but they just have that little thorn in the flesh during that, the fourth quarter, the last 4 minutes or 5 minutes. They need Wiggins to score like he did the other game where he scored 30 points. If Wiggins can score 20 or more points, I think they're legit. And if Kuminga can help up a little bit where he's helping, that's cool. Buddy Hield should start with Curry at guard. That would take the pressure off of Curry, because then you have two deadly shooters that they're going to have to key. They can't double-team both of them, so they're going to have to double-team one, and it'll open up the shot for the other one. If they put Hield in there, bring Pajuski off of the bench and let Hield start with Curry as a point guard. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I think we're rapidly approaching seeing if that can pop, Stoddy, because I'm telling you, he's right. You can't double both.
Every solution's got some
drawbacks,
consequences. Yeah.
But right now you need scoring.
But to me, like Buddy Hield, he's played 20 games. He's been really good in half and not so great. Well, I shouldn't say that. But if you I heard the guys talking about his splits. In the Warriors' 12 wins, he's been unreal.
Yeah.
In their 8 losses, he's been not very good. But that's who Buddy Hield is. Like, to me, Buddy Hield was a great signing. Why? Because you're getting exactly what you thought you'd get out of Buddy Hield. Melton, that didn't work out. He played 6 games. You saw a role for him. but the injuries got him. And so that one hurts. And then Kyle Anderson is somewhere to me in the middle where he's helping, but maybe you want him to help a little more. But
he just is who he is.
Kyle Anderson is an acquired taste. I can see why people watch him and say, I don't really get what he does.
Yeah. But
what he does is stuff that coaches appreciate, but a lot of us can't see. 888-957-9570 is the number. Vucevic is someone I've been eyeing for years now. Not sure when he's a free agent. Well, he's got this year and next, and he's making reasonable money, Vucevic. But I got to believe that they might want to give you Zach LaVine, too. And maybe you don't want Zach LaVine. Like, I always feel like there's certain players that, hey, Zani, would you want this guy? Nah. And I say nah all the time. But then after a while, you realize, well, the guy doesn't stink.
No, he does not.
And so sometimes you can find a guy who's Andrew Wiggins. You know, his value wasn't really high when the Warriors got him. And he's been mostly the player that they acquired, but he did have a stretch where he helped them win a title. You know, are there players like Wiggins out there that are undervalued right now on another team that you see, if we got him in here, he would change the dynamic of the team?
And speaking of Wiggins, Stoney, I was just thinking around the league, I can't think of another player in a league that is numbers, shots, like a Wiggins, to where he's an enigma, to where you got to kind of hope he's aggressive.
It tells me that he's not.
That's what makes it just so painful.
Me he does not love the game of basketball.
And the question would be why?
Because I've always looked at Andrew Wiggins as somebody who's got I think he thinks, and rightfully so, there's things that are more important than basketball. There just are.
But that consumes you to not be aggressive when you're on the hardwood 48 minutes or 29 to 32, 30. He's so good, man. That's what I'm saying. He's not a superstar, but you know what I mean. He is if I want to call him a sidekick, that's not even shade. It's a compliment. He can defend. He can jump. He can shoot from three. He can do his the float game, but it was 7 shots when the game's begging. Take over.
I guess what's really frustrating is
I'm still waiting.
Yes,
I'm Forrest Gump at the bus stop.
We've had this discussion for 5 years, and it went away for 3 months once.
It did. It really did. And I think that Willard said that. Our guy Willard, he said this yesterday when Kuminga and Wiggins are on the court. The difference is, when Kuminga's out there, Steiny, and he has an opportunity, he's taking it from Wiggins because Wiggins is letting him take it from him because he's so shy. Like Kuminga's like,
they're the same player.
Well, that you would hope.
No, they are.
Wiggins has way more polish than Kuminga.
Yeah.
Or explosiveness goes to Kuminga. No, all day. Did you see that?
They complement each other terribly.
Oh well.
Terribly.
Yeah, I think that's an issue.
It is an issue. It is.
But something the greatest coach couldn't fix.
I don't think so. No, I mean, just break down you were going to say something.
I threw on the fourth quarter of the game the other night against Denver.
And they lost.
They gave Kuminga the ball, and he came from the side, and it looked like he did a Dominique Wilkins. Had the ball at the bottom, right by his pelvic area, and a guy was waiting on him. It was Jokic. Went up so fast and just smashed it.
Oh.
And I was like, that was Dark Knight-like.
Yeah.
The dude's got gifts, is all I'm saying.
He's got gifts like December 24th around the Christmas tree. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. BayAreaOilChange.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, earn up to 5 times reward.
I want them to send a message.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Apparently, there's a tsunami warning. Not apparently. There's a tsunami warning for San Francisco.
Man.
There's an earthquake. And
West Berkeley being evacuated now.
Series of powerful waves and strong currents may impact coast near you. Get away from coastal waters. Move to high ground. Keep away from the coast until local officials say it's safe to return. I was just talking to some of our salespeople, and they said BART's shut down from Daly City to Embarcadero. I think the Transbay Tube is not in use right now. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, no doubt.
I guess be careful.
Yeah.
What'd the boss say? Anything important?
He's in Sunnyvale.
The game's not serious, but it could impact the game tonight.
Did you read that?
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay, so I just be aware of it.
Well,
and, be
scary,
safe.
man. Yeah, be safe for real.
Yeah. We'll continue doing what we do, and we'll monitor the situation for sure. And I don't know, maybe we'll get our guy Sal Castanet to tell us what's going on. But we got
he's your guy.
Okay.
Yeah. He didn't invite me to the party.
No, he didn't. Chewy got invited, though. Chewy Gomez.
He went?
Mark Spears was there. Yeah, a lot of bigwigs. Wow. Mark Ibanez was there.
Wow.
I think, Tara Moriarty was there. Oh, man, all the bigwigs were there. They were. Every bigwig showed up.
I'm going to text Sal here in a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, now, this is serious, Donnie.
No.
Thoughts and prayers.
Ted Wen is a writer for The Athletic and covers the NFL, and his specialty is breaking down film. And we talk to him once every month or so, and looking forward to talking to him at noon about what's going on with the San Francisco 49ers. And then at 1 o'clock, we've got David Haw of Mully and Haw. It's a sports talk radio show on 670 The Score in Chicago. Of course, Mike Florio of Pro Football Focus. No, Florio. Yeah. So anyway, we'll talk to David about the sound of Florio saying maybe Kyle Shanahan has run out of time here in the Bay. But right now we're talking about the Warriors. But before we talk 49ers, let's get to Mystic real quick.
Our man.
Mystic's in San Francisco. Hey, Mystic, how you doing?
Good to talk to you guys. Back to Wiggins. So I think that what we're looking at here is the inevitable. You're looking at the fact that Steph Curry just isn't the Steph Curry from 22. He never will be that Steph Curry again. His knees are going out. Draymond obviously cannot run for 35 minutes anymore, dragging centers up and down the court. So I think instead of having them as the focal point of this offense and this team, a transition needs to be made now. Oh, you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear the tsunami warning.
Yes, it's a tsunami. I'm on the hillside watching the water.
Okay.
So here's the thing that I'm looking at. I think that Kuminga has talent, but Kuminga has not been groomed to be a big-time scorer for this team because the way he plays is opposite of how, Kerr likes to run his offense. And so you saw that at the end of the game the other night. He wasn't given the ball in times where he could be an impactful scorer at the end of the game. He hasn't been in that situation enough as a 22-year-old. You got to groom him for that now. And that means to me, one of the big three, Wiggins or Draymond, needs to come off the bench now. They need to come off the bench now, one of them, so Kuminga can start in their place. He's got to get the ball now. That's the only way he can grow into this role we need him to evolve into.
I'm with you, Mystic. It's just getting more Kuminga, Stoney. I don't know if it's that way, but I'm with him. Like, man, we got to take the training wheels off, man, and just live with the Maggie Seaver, the growing pains.
But doesn't that fly in the face of winning for Steph?
Well, I would retort, well, what are we doing now? And I know it's just a 5-game losing streak, but what if this were to continue to where you were more of the team you were last year, which wasn't good enough?
Yeah, then I just got to make that decision at some point. But there's a lot going on with the Golden State Warriors. Here's the one thing I want to get into before we get into the 49ers, because obviously after the Denver game, Steve Kerr absolutely tore into Brandon Pajemski. And the guys yesterday, Willard and Mark Grandy, followed up on that. And I haven't heard it yet, so I want to hear how Steve Kerr explained why and what he said about Pajemski. Here's the first bite.
Brandon had a really good rookie year, came into his second year, and he's thinking, I got to do this, I got to do that. And he's just lost a little focus on what actually wins. And, for example, the fouling, the 2 3-point shooters, we can't do that. We've talked about this from day one of camp. Fouling jump shooters it leads to losses. It really does. I mean, you can see that stat in the league. You can feel it. Not just the free points. It's having to take the ball out of the net. It's getting to the bonus earlier. So, I think Brandon's trying too hard. I mentioned that in the press conference too. He's trying so hard to make a great play every time. And you can't do that. You can't play that way. So maybe he's just trying to justify everything from last year or Joe's comments or whatever. I don't know, but it's all part of it. So I'm not concerned about it at all. I just want him to understand that we've got to speed up this process of growth as it relates to what wins games and what we need from him. And that's part of what's happening right now.
Interesting that he brought up, I don't know if it was Joe's comments or whatever. So obviously what Kerr's referring to is Joe Lacob saying that they think they've got a future all-star on their hands, and maybe Pods is putting that kind of pressure on himself to be that player right now.
Yeah, and Kerr, just keeping it real, Stoney, would you say the whatever? I know we'll be joined by Ted Wynn in, 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
And he's hearing the scuttlebutt maybe too, and that's what whatever meant. Because I was like, oh, whatever, So he's hearing the noise too, Kerr.
Before we get to Ted, I do want to hear the rest of this, and let's go to follow-up of what Steve Kerr said about Pods on Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, everything I said has already been said to Brandon. The reason I said it to the media is there's a little, it puts a little pressure on him. And I never say anything that I don't think about first. So that didn't just come, out of anger for the loss. That came because he needs to get the message. And the message is a really important one because he's such a good player. He's such an important player for us. But he's a typical young player, second year, a guy who's trying to forge his identity and figure out who he is. All young players go through this, and it's not an easy process because you have to make some mistakes to recognize who you are, what you can do, what you're capable of, and also what your team needs from you. And so we just need Brandon to speed up the process because, you guys were talking about it. We've got Steph and Draymond who are Hall of Famers and still playing at a really high level, but they're older. And we're trying to fit this thing together now and have a great season. So we need Brandon to take that next step, and I'm confident that he will.
And wow, Steiny, speed up the process. I think that applies to Kuminga.
That's what I thought, too.
Oh, my gosh. If you're using that for Pods after 1 year and 20 games, my goodness, they're saying that. They have to be saying that about Kuminga.
Last one on Steve Kerr. I just want to get through this because I'm finding this pretty interesting. This is talking about players to the media.
Just get to know them and get a feel for their personalities and what's the best way to address each guy and is it just privately and never say anything to the media. I always approach guys privately first, but every once in a while I think it's using the media as a way to get the message out there and make it a real issue that can be a positive thing for some players. That's my gut here. I think it's really going to help Brandon in this case.
Yeah, and I think to me, that's also vintage Steve Kerr philosophy about coaching that a lot of people have is you got to treat everybody differently. And, I don't know. Does it say anything to fans that he did it to Pods, but he wouldn't do it to Jonathan Kuminga? And what does that say about each player and maybe their ability to handle criticism in Steve Kerr's mind.
But but at the end of the day, and our callers can back me up, Stoney, what if some would say Kuminga nor Moody never were afforded that luxury to get as much pie early on as Podziemski?
I think it's probably fair to say they didn't get as much leeway as Pods immediately, but I would disagree with people that say Kuminga hasn't gotten a shot in 4 years.
No doubt.
I think he's had multiple opportunities in 4 years, and I'm not saying that he's failed in those opportunities. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But, it's just interesting that he goes out and makes it a point to say, we've got to speed up Pods' growth. He would never say that about Kuminga.
Yeah.
Why?
Because he would take it different.
Maybe, yeah. I think there's a few reasons. One is, I think Kuminga's more sensitive, and he's also less sure of his game. Like, the best part and the worst part about Pods is that he feels so sure about his game.
But he's got to fix it's early, Stoney, but Pods, if you're going to, and you are the backup PG, you got to be shooting 75% from the free throw line.
He's at 74.
Well,
he's at 74-ish. All right. We're going to get into some Niners talk with Ted Nguyen. He's an NFL staff writer for The Athletic. He also is a co-host of the Just Win podcast, and he's going to be joining us momentarily. All guests, by the way. I'm sorry. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and the San Francisco 49ers at home, 125 on Sunday against the Chicago Bears. The Chicago Bears and the 49ers, they got to win this game.
There's no doubt. The playoffs have started for them.
They got to win this game.
Yeah, if you're trying to get there, you're right.
I think we're looking at a team that's got to win 4 out of its last 5.
And the last game against Arizona, who leads the division now, headed into a division matchup with Seattle.
I think we're looking at 4 out of 5, and you got to beat the Cardinals and the Rams. All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's talk to Ted Nguyen. He's an NFL staff writer for The Athletic, and he's also the co-host of the Just Win podcast. Oh, and he's got some puppies in the background.
Roof.
All right. That's all right. I'm a dog person, so there's no harm, no foul. Let me ask you this, because we haven't caught up with you in a little while. This team is 5-7, and they just have not played their best football. Do you think that in the next 5 games, they'll resemble a playoff team and be able to get there?
I think it's hard. They have so many injuries, and these aren't guys that are going to come back. Christian McCaffrey is going to be out, and Deebo Samuel just hasn't looked like the same dynamic player we've seen. The defense is definitely not at the level that we've expected for the Niners, and that's kind of to be expected because of all the money that's going on the offense. And when you have that kind of attrition, the offense needs to be elite, and they just have not shown signs that they can be an elite unit. I think they can be very good, but I just don't know if this offense is going to be good enough to carry them and for them to get to the place that they want to. But saying that, I think looking at the schedule, there's a chance. There's a chance they could win 4 out of 5. I think winning the Lions game could be tough, but every other game I think is a possible win. So we'll see. This team has rallied from bad starts in the past, but this one's going to be a little bit different. But I think it's possible.
Ted, I've been telling my co-host and the fans, I'm definitely not saying Brock Purdy's been bad. He's not, but I just feel like it's not as polished as last year. What do you make of Brock Purdy going forward and just what you've seen from him thus far this season?
Yeah, I think this season they really tried to turn him into a drop-back passer. They went away from, especially early in the season, they went away from play action. They were passing, their pass rate on early downs was way up. And for a time, he was putting up really good numbers. He was number 1 in a ton of categories, and since then things have gone down. And that's to be expected when you're missing as many players as you have. It's hard for any quarterback to deal with that. And I thought at a point this season that Brock Purdy was playing better than he ever has, even though his numbers weren't as good. So I think there's definitely a lot to be encouraged with Brock Purdy, even though the numbers don't show it. So, I mean, I don't know if he's done enough for you to just throw $60 million per year at him and feel happy about it.
Yeah.
But I definitely think he's gotten better.
Ted Nguyen joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can read him at The Athletic. He covers the NFL for them, and he's also the co-host of the Just Win podcast. Kyle Shanahan has obviously gotten criticized this year. I hear over and over that, maybe the opposition has caught up to the Niners a little bit. There was a soundbite from Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, that maybe he's running out of time here, and even threw out the idea of trading him to the Chicago Bears, who need a coach. What's happening with the Shanahan offense? Is it the personnel, or is it that he's got to make some kind of adjustment with the way he sees the game?
I mean, to me, I think the Kyle Shanahan talk is a bit ridiculous, just because the Niners have been one of the best teams in the league for so long. They have one bad season, and all of a sudden, you're talking about firing the coach that put you in this position. I mean, it's ridiculous to me. But I mean, there's some small criticisms I have of his offense, but overall, this team, he's been one of the best offensive minds in football. Every team is trying to copy what he's trying to do, and even when you look at that Bills game, there was a lot of good schemes and plays that he drew up that were pretty effective, and they burned out in the red zone. And I mean, Brock Purdy is clearly not at 100%, and it's hard to win when your quarterback, isn't throwing the ball like he needs to. So I think, I mean, he's to me, Kyle Shanahan is still an innovator, and there's some tweaks he can make with his offense, and maybe he does, looking at the film. But I mean, it's hard to criticize the coach when you just look at the laundry list of injuries for the Niners, and for them to be sort of in the playoff race with all these injuries. To me, it's pretty surprising.
You know what, Ted? Just speaking of the injuries, I just want to talk about the defense, and mainly the defensive coordinator. Last year was Wilkes. He got fired. There was a lot of drama in that. I thought the defense performed well in the Super Bowl last year. Nick Sorensen, what have you seen from him? And is it legit to say, what, he's been without Greenlaw? Bosa's been gone. What do you make of the job he's done, and how much of the injuries gives him a pass per se?
It's tough because he's a first-year defensive coordinator that doesn't really have a resume that you can look at to kind of prop him up and say, because of all these injuries, he's underperforming, and we could look at something in the past to say that maybe he could return to this. He really doesn't have that, so it's tough. But the injuries are hard, and this defensive line isn't anywhere near the defensive lines that the Niners have in the past. It was pretty much just Nick Bosa and Hargrave, and then Hargrave goes out, and then now Nick Bosa's hurt. And we have to remember that this entire defensive premise and their entire defensive philosophy is built on the dominance of the defensive line, and they just don't have the players to do that right now. I think some of the younger players in the secondary are developing nicely, but again, this whole thing is built around the defensive line, and they just don't have those guys. Greenlaw has been out. Warner's been playing with a hurt ankle. So it's tough to really judge Nick Sorensen based on that, but it's also tough because he doesn't have anything to fall back on to say that, we can trust him to get better, or we can trust him to return to the baseline level that his defense has performed at, because he doesn't have that.
Ted Nguyen joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the NFL for The Athletic. The 49ers played their first 8 games without McCaffrey. And over that time, they had red zone issues, and the offense just wasn't quite itself. And I think the expectation was that when McCaffrey came back, we'd see a change. And the reason I'm referencing him is because it looks like Dre Greenlaw could come back a week from today against the Rams. And what could we reasonably expect from Dre Greenlaw as a member of the 49ers actually playing? Will we notice anything with the eye test that you think will look different?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a medical expert. I just know that anytime somebody's come back from Achilles injuries, it does take time to really return to full form, and we've seen that over and over again with players in different positions. So my expectation for Dre Greenlaw isn't very high. I mean, it'd be good to get him back out there. I think he could still be an upgrade to what the Niners have been putting out on the field. But I mean, I would temper my expectation. And again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a medical expert, but just based on the history of Achilles injuries, it's tough for me to see him just going out there and being a 100%.
Ted, we like to have a little fun. I don't know if you gamble on the show, and if you had to make a bet right now with where the Niners are at, trailing Seattle, and they got a showdown with Arizona, who leads the division. I mean, is chasing Seattle, that the Niners would make the playoffs. How would you bet it right now?
What are the odds? You know, the odds are right now?
Minus 120 that they make it.
Minus 120 that they make the playoffs?
That's I mean,
plus 240.
I would think.
Hey, Ted, plus 240 then.
Okay, plus 2. If it's plus 240, I mean, I might just throw something in there just for fun, you know. But like I said, there's 4 out of 5 games that I think are winnable games in the end. And the Detroit Lions are a beat up, very, very beat up team right now. So, you know, who knows what happens with that game. And, you know, I have a very high regard for Kyle Shanahan, and maybe he figures this thing out and gets him in there. If it's plus 240 or maybe plus 300, you know, maybe throw something in there just for fun, make it a little interesting.
All right, I'll take that.
Ted going odds on this, Steiny, but I think he's
smart.
saying no. If the odds were just even, I think you're saying no a little bit.
No, yeah, if the odds are even, I would not take it. But I would not imagine that the odds for the Niners to make the playoffs are even or close to it.
Yeah. Thanks, Ted. Appreciate it, as always, and great stuff, man.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. That's Ted Wynn.
Yeah.
You can read him in The Athletic, and he's the co-host of the Just Win podcast. I got some good news and bad news.
Well, give us the life news first. Did you get it?
No.
The tsunami warning has been canceled.
Oh.
Yeah. Good God, I was nervous, man.
Well, we're up 10 floors high. I think we'd be okay.
But I'm the type of guy everybody's not. I think about other people, too.
Why?
I got you. I got you.
For what?
Dude, I was worried about everybody. I got people in Berkeley. Got people everywhere.
Family's in Sacramento.
Dude, I needed a cigarette when he said there's a war. Tsunami?
Hey, how about, and we got to go, but
all right.
One good news and bad news?
Yeah.
I'll give you the bad news first.
That's how I do it.
Right now, the 49ers have a 6% chance of making the playoffs.
Is that real?
Well, that's what the numbers say.
Dr. J. Oh, no.
Now, I got good news.
All right.
If they win, I guarantee you that number's going to jump up into the 20s. Easy. Because the Cardinals or the Seahawks are going to lose. So you win, you'll pick up ground.
But right now, your only real way is the division. So if the Cardinals win, if Seattle wins.
You know what? I got to look at the standings because you said we want Seattle in that game if we're a Niner fan. I got to go inside the numbers a little bit on that. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get to that Florio sound, which is fascinating. What's coming up on the game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Segment was also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. Dobbsy.
Hey, Mario Lopez here, and I got the ultimate.
It's an unforgiving land.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Bartender.
He deserved it.
Come on, man. T-Pain.
Who?
T-Pain.
Huh?
T-Pain.
Who is he?
Was a rapper.
He's dead?
No, he's Milli Vanilli. He was using the little voice stuff.
So he cheated?
Yeah, a little bit.
That explains it.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
I hate that phrase so much, I can't tell you.
You take pictures on your tippy toes, you're cheating the camera.
You know what? I want to punch you right now.
I know you do.
I really do.
I'm in a good mood. You can.
Why?
Would it hurt? You got a little oomph to it? You know me. You'd be on the floor.
I got no power anymore. I just have no power. You know who I'd be good for, though, right now? I'd be good for the Warriors.
Tell us why.
I got mid-range. Man. I don't have a three-point shot anymore because I can't reach.
Well, let me tell you who would love that. B.J. Armstrong. He misses the mid-range game in this association.
He ain't the only one.
Yeah.
49ers, they're in a shambles. Can they come out of it? Can they come out of the shambles?
And you got me wrong. I told you Seattle's leading the division. We want Arizona to win that game.
You know what? We're not in a position to root.
Well, technically you are.
No, you're not.
You don't control your destiny. You don't play Seattle again.
No, if you go 5-0, you're going to make the playoffs.
You think so?
Yes, of course.
But you're telling me then Seattle's going to drop 2.
They are. Come on,
well,
dude.
It could be 1 this weekend.
I mean, hey, Evan, if I asked you, hey, 49ers control their own destiny, what would you say?
How?
I think win 5 games.
That's a no.
Like, if they win 5 games, the odds of them not winning the division, I'll bet, are 10%.
Kind of doesn't work that way.
What do you mean?
They need help.
They'll get help.
Okay.
You know how many games they've won consecutively this season?
Oh, man, they put together a 2-game winning streak earlier this year.
I know the answer. I'm going to see if Steiny can figure it out.
Yeah.
3?
So why would they win 5?
Wait, they have a...
It's 2.
Yeah. They haven't won 3 in a row yet?
No Mason. We don't know. But
he's a backup.
Kyle said some things yesterday. I know we got the sound about the availability, the possible availability of one Nick Bosa.
Okay. Let me
You're the man.
Let me play it. On Bosa's future availability. What is going on with Bosa?
I mean, I'm not God, but I think he's got a chance to play this week. So I would think that would lead to getting a better chance each week. But I don't know the answer to that.
Kyle, we know you're not God.
You picked a good piece of sound.
Dude, wow, Kyle. I'm not God.
I mean, I'm not God, but I think he's got a chance to play this week. So I would think that would lead to getting a better chance each week. But I don't know the answer to that.
My man brought religion into it. Oh, boy. There is a clip up there, Steiny, about he explains why he answers the way to the media the way he does.
Thank you. How about this in your face?
Give it to me.
According to the New York Times, and you can take them to the bank, the Niners have an 80% chance of making the playoffs if they win all 5. That's as good as gold. There's nothing 80% in this world.
I want the New York Times to reveal their sources. I'm like, wow, where did you get that from?
It's a model.
So it means that they're not guaranteed to make the playoffs if they win 5 in a row, which is
Evan,
what you just said.
Hey, Evan.
Where's the other 20%?
22%, I think.
There's 2 things. One's called the spirit of the law. One's called the letter of the law. And I operate with the spirit of the law. And what I'm saying is, yeah, you're going to win all 5 games. Oh, and Seattle's going to run the hit the pike. And nobody's running.
Well, Seattle has to go 4-1.
Exactly.
Well, no, that would
3-2. They have a better conference record.
Yeah.
No, not by the time the 49ers win 2 games on the conference.
Man.
Stop being so negative, guys.
No, we're not. Hope is not a strategy, Steiny. Boy, that hit me.
You know, that's been around for like 100 years.
Wherever it wasn't where I was at. That just changed a lot, man.
All right. This is some good sound from... How about the vibes? Where are we right now with the vibes of the San Francisco 49ers?
We don't go off vibes as much. I mean, we were pretty disappointed after that game and stuff. That takes time. But you don't need much more than 48 hours. We're in here on Wednesday. Guys are ready to go to work. I mean, I think when you compare outside the building, inside the building, I mean, we're a football team that goes to work and tries to get better each day we're here. If you spend your day outside the building just reading and stuff, I'm sure your vibes won't be the same. But our vibes here are all about work, and that's what we enjoy doing.
But he's just not giving you anything, is
through
he?
the radio, man.
I mean,
God bless him, man. And he knows what's out there. You know what I mean?
What else you want to hear from Shanahan? Because we haven't gotten into any of this
He gave a
yet.
reason why he answers the questions from the media the way he does. I don't know if it's
Well, how would you characterize the way he? Let's do this.
He's agitated. Or is it shtick like Big Bill Belichick? I don't think he's being his true self. The dude loves rap music. He's hip. Had Rick Ross at the party. You remember they had the little thing before the season kicked off?
Remember they all went to the party instead of worried about Ricky Pearsall?
They checked
Maybe
in on him.
that fractured the team.
Stop.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I wouldn't describe Kyle Shanahan as agitated at the podium.
What would you use?
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah. He doesn't treat them like dummies like some coaches do. He's agitated.
I don't think he hates doing it, but all right, let's go to that side. Hey, Kyle, why do you answer the questions like you answer?
I don't know. That's just how I am. I answer questions. I'm not a good, I don't make stuff up, so I try to answer your guys' questions, especially if it's not a stupid question. Sometimes I struggle with ones that I don't understand. Forgive me if I think they're stupid. They might not be. I just don't understand them all, but that's how I do press conferences. I answer the questions. So I always try to do that without hurting our own team. And that's really about as simple as I keep it. But no, I don't take losing well. But I'm not showing you guys how I deal with my life in these 8 great minutes.
I'm loving him more, Evan. Invite him to the ship, man.
You know what that's?
I'm liking him more.
You know what that is? That's a guy with job security.
Well,
not going anywhere.
Well, he's earned it. Let's be real.
He also knows he's getting another job if something happens.
That's probably true. Let's go out to Charlotte, North Carolina. Talk to Caleb. Hey, Caleb, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Hanging in.
All right, thank you for having me on. I want to talk a little bit about the Niners coordinators real quick. I know that's kind of been a topic recently. So I just saw earlier today that UCLA is letting go of Eric Bieniemy, the offensive coordinator, and there's been talk about the defense potentially with Bill Belichick, Rex Ryan. I want to know where you guys stand on the coordinator position.
Where do you stand on the coordinator position?
You said this last week, and I didn't tell you, but it resonated.
Oh, thank you.
He's too prideful, and he's come too far, Kyle, that is, to relinquish those duties. I think that's his baby, calling the offense. So I find it, I feel like Kyle would say, fire me or relieve me of my duties as head coach if you're going to take away my play calling duties, because what it will insinuate or look like. Now, defensively, I do have questions as how Nick Sorensen and Niner fans can question. We don't have the horses up front, manufacture pressure, because that's all you can do when you ain't getting home. And I don't think on Sundays we see that button pressed, but I could see a possible change. But then the reason I don't see a change, Steiny, is it would signal that Kyle's got the defensive coordinator position wrong 2 years in a row. You asked.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I mean, the only thing, what if Jed York went up? I don't even think you can do it. If Jed York said, Kyle, let's get you an offensive Brandon Staley in here.
Well, that's your boss talking then.
I know. But then maybe you say, why don't you just fire me?
Well,
and then Jed says, because we're not. Go ahead.
He's had one in the past. His name is Mike McDaniel.
Okay.
I think what the caller might be asking is, Andy Reid calls plays.
All right.
Eric Bieniemy was his offensive coordinator. Just because you're the OC doesn't mean you call plays.
What do you do then?
Well, I think what the caller is asking is, does there need to be another set of eyes in the room or hands?
I wouldn't be against that, but when we talk about Nick Sirianni, for example, he's not an offensive coordinator or a defensive coordinator.
Walk around coach.
Right? And then we got Kyle Shanahan, who calls his own plays, I mean, what if calling plays is your so-called best, attribute, can you ask a guy to not call plays if that's what he hangs his hat on and what has made him successful?
If I were him, I would hell no, Stoney.
But I don't think that's what he's asking. He's not. He might be. I don't think it's unfair.
He was asking, what does the offensive coordinator do, Evan, that doesn't call plays?
Well, Sean McVay has had coordinators. Like Kevin O'Connell was Sean McVay's offensive coordinator.
All right.
He didn't call plays when he was the OC for the Rams.
So he didn't catch heat he wouldn't catch heat for me, O'Connell, if the Rams offense wasn't clicking.
Zach Taylor was an OC for the Rams. Like these are all players that now call plays for their respective teams. But when they were under Sean McVay, they didn't call plays.
And my question would be and I'm not being smart. Remember, Gary Radnich used to always say that. I'm not being smart here.
Man.
So if you're an offensive coordinator under a guy like Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay and you don't call plays, you're just overseeing the plays that are called and trying to refine them?
You're there to help the game plan. You're there to add an extra brain to the operation, which a lot of people have hypothesized that's what Shanahan's been missing ever since Mike McDaniel left.
So in other words, would the offensive coordinator, he would just suggest things to Kyle, and then Kyle would either have to accept them or reject them?
Well, Kyle still calls the plays during the game, but again, it is like a Staley, like someone that helps during the week construct the game plan. If you're mad about Kyle not using two running backs or not using this guy enough or that guy enough, this is an extra brain that can come in and say, this person needs to be used in a certain way, and then during the game, Shanahan calls those plays.
Goo, does it feel like, in addition to doing a great job of explaining to us some nuances of football, that Evan seems a little agitated by having to inform us about the nuances of
and we didn't get the answer.
No, we got it. Yeah. No, we got it. I get it.
I was trying to introduce you to the gray space.
No, we love you. No, but my point, he's right, is
the offensive coordinator does a lot during the week.
But they're not going to be the fall guy. It's still, to me, tell me if I'm wrong, it's if you got those guys under you, that's still a little ego of, I got the final say, and if the offense is not putting out, production, it's still going to fall on you, not the group.
Right, and I don't have a problem with that, but what I'm hearing is if they would have an offensive coordinator, the 49ers, that didn't call plays, this is when he would be busy right now. The week leading up to it, and he and Kyle Shanahan are talking about, hey, is there any way we can get Mason in there? I know he can't now, but Mason in there with McCaffrey, or maybe design a few more plays for George Kittle.
I don't think Kyle's the type of guy that wants that, and that's why it hasn't happened. Well, Evan said he had it back there early on. I forget the name you said. Who was doing it for Kyle?
Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
Who is considered a pretty good offensive mind. Yeah, you know what? I got to tell you, I
Or also losing Bobby Slowick.
Okay. If he's done it before, he's got to be open to doing it again, right? And
so I guess I was talking about strip him of it and just have a whole nother actual offensive coordinator.
You know what I mean? Yeah, no, that's what I thought too.
And I was like, Sirianni, the walk around coach.
Right. I mean, the way I understand it now, I don't think that's a bad idea at all.
Yeah. But Kyle's got to believe in those guys like he did in McDaniel.
Exactly. There's got to be somebody out there who could help.
What if Kyle's listening like, guys, I don't need that. That's why I haven't replaced McDaniel. And that's why Evan was saying, the caller was saying, if Bieniemy is available, would Kyle look at him and deem him worthy of having that job?
Yeah, I don't dislike the idea at all.
I just hate the team doesn't throw the ball deep, and I know
they can't. And did you listen to Ted Wen? Did you hear what Ted said?
Yeah, I did.
That Brock Purdy isn't 100%, and he's not throwing with the zip on his ball. How come you just can't acknowledge that they don't have
acknowledge.
They don't have the personnel to throw deep.
I will not say Debo now. That's just crazy. Man.
So you finally came around that Debo's not it.
No, he's it. It's just now you got to get you got to do tricks. You know, it's like the spray paint when you're balding and the guys try to trick the
like
camera.
Carlos Boozer
or LeBron.
Or Jalen Rose?
Well, he's got the hair. He just...
No, who am I thinking of?
It ain't you or I, so we're good. But bottom line is, Steiny, you got to find a way to get him to rock, man. And he's a kickoff returner.
I mean, Debo. I thought you meant
Debo.
Kittle. Okay. Caleb Williams. You like him?
I don't think he's having the greatest year, and you know, him being able to do the backyard boogie and run around on Saturdays didn't help him on Sundays, but he's a tough SOB and he's not bad. I think in a better scenario where he get protection, we'd be able to evaluate him better. But I won't rob him of 2 or 3 years now, maybe being the man.
Let's listen to Kyle Shanahan. I'll bet. Now, I haven't heard it.
He's going to
praise the hell out of Caleb Williams.
As talented as there is, I mean, just the stuff that you saw in college, you can see in the NFL. I mean, as good of a thrower as there is, born to play the position, got the athletic ability to do whatever. He's got the speed to do whatever. You know, he's gotten a lot of playing time. He's getting better as this year goes. I think he's getting a lot more consistent. I think he's been playing his best ball probably here the last few weeks. He's put him in a chance to win here in these last few games.
I believe he believes that.
Is he better than Brock?
Well, we would have to do put him in this system.
Well, let's do it.
He's got more arm talent than Brock.
Oh, well, then you would take him.
Film on Mike on line 1. But yeah, he's got more arm talent than Brock.
I'm looking forward to seeing him play.
I don't want the season to end. I really don't, because we all love football, Stoney, but there's 5 weeks, hopefully more. But probably the bottom line is what's going to happen with Purdy is I can't wait to see how that plays out. Do you just make him play on what it is now? Do they come to some agreement? But man, Steiny, I was the guy that said coming into this season before kickoff,
you don't have to reference your mistakes.
It's not a mistake yet.
That was a big
he's
mistake.
Not getting 60.
He's not. I told you that 7 months ago. Nobody listened. Mike Florio on Mike Shanahan or Kyle Shanahan and Purdy, and what Purdy's contract may mean to Shanahan's future.
And this will be, I think, instructive on what Jed York really thinks long-term about Kyle Shanahan, because if there's any thought that, you know, we're playing wait and see with what Shanahan does over the next couple of years, that's a reason to not make a massive investment in Brock Purdy, because you could have a new coach who could say, I don't really like Brock Purdy.
So what Florio's saying, and we'll get into some of the other stuff that he said in a minute, is that if the 49ers don't sign Purdy to a contract extension, it means that they're not sold on Kyle Shanahan for the next 2 or 3 years. Like, that's what I heard him say.
Wow. I mean, I don't get that. Like, you already know what you got in Kyle. He's proven
I get it. That's just what, I don't know. Did you hear the same thing?
Yeah, I heard it, but I don't agree with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
You already know what Kyle is, and he's a top 3 coach in the NFL.
More Mike Florio, and this is what we want to get into. Is this all right? Is this fascinating to you or pie in the sky?
We don't know what's lurking behind the scenes, and we don't know how Jed York would respond if somebody were to call him up and say, what would you want for the ability to try to negotiate a contract with Kyle Shanahan for him to become our new head coach? And whether it's Shanahan, whether it's John Harbaugh, because there are times where it feels like the Ravens and Harbaugh could benefit from a fresh start, whether it's Mike McDaniel, because maybe the Dolphins regret giving him an extension. Whoever it is, I think the Bears need to be thinking about current proven head coaches who might love the opportunity to work with Caleb Williams. So that's how that all came up. It actually came up earlier in the day. Devin McCourty and I were coming up with candidates for the job, and that's when it hit me, hey, wait, whoa. There's a whole universe of candidates we're not paying attention to, and that's current head coaches.
Wow. Now,
we always talk about what Purdy's worth money-wise. How many picks is Kyle Shanahan worth?
I believe it would be one more pick had he cashed in the Super Bowl. Like, or do you think teams look at him like, nah,
I don't think
you can get us there. That's just as like winning it.
I don't
is there a demerit on Kyle because he's been to 2 and didn't get it done, or is it like, nah, you shown you could build a program and get to 4 straight NFC championship games and 2 Super Bowls? Come on, we'll give you 3 first.
I don't believe that front offices around the league, or a big percentage of them, think you know what? He's a great coach, but he'll never win the big one.
Well, Andy wouldn't have got hired in Kansas City, right?
I think of all the things that we say and just kind of spout, the one thing I do believe is if Kyle Shanahan were available, he would be hired immediately by somebody. I still believe that. Do you?
I do.
I do too.
But I hate that in the sense that I always go to the relationship, Steiny. When you break up in a relationship, who cares what the person you break up with goes and the success and the happiness they find? Okay, that's why you were with them. But the fact of the matter is there was a reason you guys had to part ways, and you focus on who you get as opposed to worrying about how many people will be lined up to get who you're leaving.
I mean, I don't even entertain not having Kyle Shanahan as coach unless you know you can hire somebody that you want and you think is better.
I don't think that's on the horizon.
I don't either. I'm with you.
I really don't.
And like that's one thing that's to me I go back and forth on all the time. It's clearly there's a percentage of 49er fans that they want Shanahan gone. Okay. Is that 5% of the fans? Is it 25% of the fans? Is it more than that? Because honestly, if it's 5%, then we're talking about what Brian Sabian used to call the lunatic fringe. But if it's 30% of the fan, like I do believe.
I think it's there. I think it's that like that.
30.
25.
See, to me, 25 or 30, like I do believe fan noise when it comes to coaches matters. I mean, and a guy like Eberflus was obviously one end of the spectrum, but clearly in Chicago, the fans were like, this kid, the noise got so loud, you had to do something.
Especially after the Thanksgiving debacle.
Exactly.
But let's just take Coach Kerr, who's won 4 chips. What if you you talked about how toxic it was on Twitter for him, or is that, you know what I mean? Like, he couldn't escape it. And nobody wanted him removed, but there was I don't want to say a section of the fan base, but fans that think Kerr, and he's won 4 chips, Donnie.
Right, and I do think that's where there's some reality to it, and that's like when people say they need to get rid of Steve Kerr. It's like Steve Kerr's not going anywhere for 2 years. He's not. He's under contract till the end of next year, and I'd be shocked if he's not the coach till then. And the 4 titles are the biggest part of it. But Shanahan, while he's had incredible success, he hasn't won the big one, and that does stick in the craw of a lot of fans. And if the noise starts to get really, really loud, then that's something owners pay attention to.
You can't cheat. I know we're up against it. Yeah. There's 5 coaches that have been traded in the NFL. On the other side, I'm going to see if you can guess it.
Oh, sweet.
But you're going to check.
No, I'm not. You know
Evan,
what?
We'll be looking at you.
I hate that you think I would do that. A guy like me who loves playing these kind of games. What fun would it be for me to look up the 5 and then act like I know? It is funny. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. BayAreaOilChange.com.
If you're looking for the
When are you going to get a heart?
Can we get to the bottom of the wives?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, you got to be honest with me. Did you or did you not? Be honest.
Oh my God.
And I have to preface it with you being honest.
Yeah. We'll see.
Because there's been too many instances here of me knowing you're saying something that you don't believe. Now, all that aside.
What a shot.
Did you read Mike Silver's story in The Athletic today?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
And hold on. You guys didn't give me a homework assignment because normally I'll go on there. I didn't read it.
Okay.
Why? Because I brought up the 5 coaches that got traded?
No, and we'll get to that in a sec. Right. But you used the phrase that was actually in the headline of Mike Silver's story.
Great minds.
Today.
Oh.
And when I saw the phrase that you've just used, or you used during the break, it was exactly the phrase I saw in this headline. And when I saw the headline, I said, that's not really true. And it was that this has been a season from hell for the 49ers.
Oh, you got to be kidding me, Scotty.
And I thought when I saw it in Silver's column,
gotcha.
And then you brought it up again, it reminded me, well, okay, you ready? No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. And if it's a season from hell, it's on you. You know, in the old days, you ever do this?
What?
Back in high school, a guy would get a foul called on him, and the crowd would go, you, like you fouled him. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I've never heard of that.
Well, it was a long time ago.
They used to yell Daryl out on the bench, though.
But that was in a mocking
Evan
way.
had me. The inception of that thought was when Evan left out and said, if you win 5 in a row and you still are not controlling your fate, that kind of tells you it's symbolic of the season you're having. Yeah. And then I said the season from hell.
I don't think it has been.
Well, because when one of your players gets shot and almost loses life.
I'll give you that.
Blessings. You had 2 guys lose their children.
That I'll give you.
Okay.
And that's it.
The disease of me with what you said.
That's them. That's on them. They brought
it's
that.
It's fine, though. But it's still part of the hell.
Well, but you're responsible for it. They are responsible for that. I'll give them.
But it's on the ledger. And if I'm hearing you out 20 hours a week, you feel like that's where it started. I'm not.
I do feel like
they're responsible for it.
That's right.
The 3
That's right.
Not the 3 things we just talked about.
They're responsible for the season from hell.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think they would tell you that.
But here's the other thing. And with all due respect to Ricky Pearsall. Okay, Ricky Pearsall.
Throw him
a
pass.
Shot. But he can't. He's been back since week 5.
61 pass routes without a pass to him.
What does that tell you?
I'm looking at the quarterback and the coordinator.
But he's got a blank check still in your book. Now, I don't want to go there.
Because we still are not.
Trent Williams tragedy.
No doubt.
Charvarius Ward tragedy. And Pearsall having to miss 5 games.
And then
that's it in my mind.
Okay.
That's it.
Right.
Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers conspired to screw things up from the get-go.
But nobody saw that injury.
It doesn't matter. Christian McCaffrey and getting that money the season before he was ineffectual, self-created. And the Trent Williams contract part, if you can separate it, that's on them too.
Right. But they did those 3 things.
Steiny, you've done terrible shows 4 out of the last 6 shows. I know. I'm having a week from hell. It's my fault. It's my fault.
And I don't think anybody outside of the things we mentioned with the families and Ricky Pearsall getting shot, I'm telling you, you got to own it. And they're, as a collective, they're owning it. And
see, I'll tell you what.
In some instances, it costs the coach their job. It's not going to do that here with Kyle. And I'm not saying he should be fired. But Stoney, I'm not saying it's an excuse.
Yes,
I'm saying it's on everybody.
When I hear
chicken and not getting physicals for, if you think there was something with McCaffrey, playing chicken with Aiyuk and he won.
Right.
You could have had
it's your fault.
It's on everybody.
Exactly. So what I'm saying, here's what I hear. When I hear, oh boy, 49ers, they've just had a season from hell, then it takes all accountability out in my mind. That's what I hear. I hear, well, you know, you had some injuries and you had some contract holdouts, and guys, nobody played up to the way they're used to playing. It's like, okay, that means you underachieved. That means you didn't get it done. That's not a season. A season from hell leads me to believe, they just think that 10 things conspired to make them 5-7, and just because it was a season from hell, next year will be fine. And I don't believe that for 1 minute. I believe a lot of what's happening right now will linger into next year unless they deal with it.
Well, what if I wake up in the morning and I call you guys and say, hey, somebody stole my car. Then 2 days later, somebody broke into my home. And then 3 days later, the house caught on fire.
Did you leave the stove on?
No.
Well, you might have.
But in this case,
did you lock the front door?
I did that.
Did you have a computer in your car when it got broken into?
No.
The answers for the Niners are yes, yes, and yes.
But on top of that, here you are going into a game, and your best defensive lineman, who's
only
been
missed 2 games,
right? You don't know if you're going to have him available.
That's football.
Okay,
that's not season from hell. But that's football.
Right, give me this. Then you go up to Buffalo to play the Bills.
Yeah.
And not only do you lose a guy that you didn't have for the first 8 games, you lose his backup, a doubleheader of injuries.
That's football.
But that's out of your control. But that goes into what I deem, Steiny, a season of hell.
Okay.
Regardless if it's self-inflicted or just some things that you can't control. Okay. I think if we were in the courtroom, I'd get the dub.
We're not.
Well, Evan is the judge.
Season from hell, to me, sounds like we had a lot of injuries, a lot of adversity, and next year it's going to go away because we were snake bit this year. I don't believe they were snake bit.
See, that's where we part ways.
They weren't snake bit.
I think you want to place blame for the season of hell, but you can't run from it being a season of hell. It doesn't matter how it happened. It just happened.
No, but
and
again.
all at once,
But again, this is kind of like the Warriors. Yeah. You paid Trent Williams.
Yeah.
He's old. Okay?
Now, how many were saying that at the time of the signing?
A lot.
But the people that matter. They deemed him.
But that's my point. They made that decision. Mm-hmm. The 49ers made it along with Trent Williams.
Yeah.
They made that decision together, and it hasn't worked. That's not bad luck.
Okay, the McCaffrey is money.
You knew he was hurt when you gave him the money. He was hurt in the Super Bowl. You know what? That's a rat on the table that nobody wants to get into.
All right, but hold
the
on.
fact of whether or not the All-American boy, Christian McCaffrey, who everybody loves, knew he was hurt.
I got to.
And I find it hard to believe.
When I said in the Super Bowl he was messing around with the Theragun on his calf, and you were like, all of them use it.
They do, but that's fair. But what I'm saying is, has anybody asked the question about McCaffrey's motives?
Wow, no.
And we just heard about Fred Warner, who said, I got a fractured foot. And everybody said, well, you think the team knew? And everyone says, well, of course the team knew. Well, you think the team knew McCaffrey wasn't healthy in the summer? Well, I can't believe they thought he wasn't. If they knew in the Super Bowl he was hurt.
But I bet you this, they did not foresee before they wrote that check that he was going to miss the first 8 games of the season. There's no way.
They knew he was breaking down at the end of last year, apparently. Like, that's not bad. Like, that's a decision you made in concert with Christian McCaffrey, and it hasn't worked out. And you know what? Like, here's the other thing. Is it what's it called? Second guessing? I guess it may be second guessing, but we can't deny that. Here's one thing I heard from a lot of fans. I'm worried about Christian McCaffrey because of his workload over the past 2 years. I heard that.
Oh, and gotcha. The numbers back it up. We even did it.
Okay, so you signed a guy to be the highest paid running back in football.
So you're saying you
wasn't healthy.
So you're saying now, Monday morning quarterback, you said it. You're saying now they should have thought long and hard about giving them that bread.
Yes, I guess they should have.
That's all it can be at this point. Because when it happened, we were all like, the time is peculiar. But nobody said don't do it.
Well, exactly. But they didn't even think about it. They just did it. And it's like when we get into all the things about this season and when it may have gotten off track and we go back to the off season. I mean, if you're an outsider looking in, What do the facts tell you? The facts told you that Brandon Aiyuk wanted money and he had to wait all off season and it was ugly. The facts tell you Trent Williams held out.
Like veterans do.
Held out.
Okay.
Was as ineffective as you would expect early in the year. They paid but McCaffrey, we didn't hear anything about it. Just boom, here's your money. Boom.
But
here's your money, Christian.
And Stoney,
why did Christian McCaffrey get money like that when the other two guys had to work their ass off to get it? I'm just asking the question.
Well, I'm going to take a crack at it because you asked me. So McCaffrey's the most important out of the three. Okay, everything is McCaffrey-centric, and Trent Williams is a big part of that. But let's not lie to ourselves and act like Trent, at his age, it was an actual benefit that him at the age was not partaking in camp.
It was
almost like
it didn't work.
But at the time, it kind of made sense. Trent will be here. He's
disagree.
an OG.
The last 3 or 4 weeks of the Trent Williams thing, some people were saying, this ain't good. Like, just this, he doesn't need training camp. Oh, really? Really, he doesn't. Yes, he does.
And
yes,
I'm
he
not
does.
telling you.
Because he got hurt.
All right, and I got to say
and he hasn't been the same player the last 2 years.
All right, I got to say this to the McCaffrey part, and I'm not saying he's Gandhi or Mother Teresa, but you truly, when you work with somebody, you think you know him, right? And I'm not fighting you on if he was hurt or not, but I told you I saw something in the playoff games to where he was reaching, pulling, tugging, but he's a football running back. But do you really think he's the type of dude that knew he was going to miss 8 weeks?
I think that's the type. I think in the NFL, those are the type of dudes that must go get their money. That's kind of what I think. It was kind of like the Aiyuk situation. I'll guess. I'm sorry. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, I don't have my legal. and I still, after 9 years, haven't memorized it. My fault.
I get mad at the text line sometimes. Like, if you do good, I do good. Evan does good. The show does well. And we've experienced that. We've been able to celebrate at times. And I'm not saying you're bad today, but when somebody texts, Steiny's locked in today, I would just like to see the analytics of what you said. Not taking anything from you. Why am I not locked in? Why is he locked in?
Do you realize?
Help me, Evan.
That nobody sees that but you and me. So if you don't bring it up, no one has any idea what you're even talking about.
But I'm being so real. I just said it. Steiny locked in today.
Well,
like you went for 48 at the Garden. I'm playing good D.
If you really want to play the analytics, I tell you to lock in every single day. So the fact that it's finally come through to the text line that Steiny's locked in.
I'm not hating, partner. They gave you love, but damn.
I think what's really bothering you is that the truth of it is you did hear the boss say it about me multiple times in the last month. Well, Steiny's been locked in. Does it hurt your feelings?
No, him and I.
Do you need me to coach you differently?
I don't want to hurt your feelings.
You want me to coach you like Kuminga rather than Pajemski?
The boss and I, we talk, Steiny, and we do have the conversations with the Steiny gauge. How's he throwing? The spirals coming out, Goo?
Of course.
Is he calling the audibles?
Yep.
So we talk about you when you're not around.
Of course you do. I'm talking about a lot.
If you're in a zone, we're in a zone. And I've carried you at times. You carried me a couple of times.
The analogy I would make is, you know what? You've carried me as much as, the same percentage of time Wiggins has carried the Warriors. How about that?
Wow.
You've had a good 3 months once.
We don't know where Wiggins is. With his entanglement tonight.
I don't know if I want to relitigate the offseason, but what the hell, let's relitigate the offseason. Did it? And I've thought about I can't be the only one that has at least given thought to why did they do what they did with Aiyuk and Trent Williams, which is run them through the gauntlet, negotiate all off season, play hardball like you never play hardball before. And in the midst of it, Christian McCaffrey got broken off without any criticism, without any insight, without any
physical,
without any of the criticism that came along with the way the 49ers were handling Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk. Why did they just break McCaffrey off? Why didn't they tell McCaffrey, you know what? You're a veteran. Just do the Trent Williams thing. Don't even come in here. Like, why didn't they do that? They didn't even do that.
Right.
They said, absolutely, here you go. What do you want? Here it is.
But I believe I think that's a part of all this. It was a level of importance to me. And C-Mac was a necessity.
More than
than
Trent Williams.
Yes.
But don't you remember the way we were talking about Trent Williams? Kind of like people were talking about Draymond Green in the past. We can't operate without Trent Williams.
Right. And he was coming off an all-pro season. Even if you and others, because you're not by yourself saying he didn't have his best year, it equated to all-pro. Steiny, I just think they knew it was Jordan with McCaffrey to Curry, and Draymond was Trent Williams. And I still, to this day, believe Trent didn't want to be a part of camp when you get to this age. So the whole thing, the conversation about a water cooler was, you know what? They kind of know when it's go time. He'll be back, and he came back.
And he wasn't the same.
Now that's a whole different thing.
But it's true.
But Steiny, I'm doing what you do in the show open. You have to say what you mean and mean what you say in regard.
I just did. I'll say it again.
McCaffrey was hurt to where they said, go get a checkup.
We don't know. I mean, I don't.
But you can't be mad at McCaffrey then.
I'm not mad
at the team didn't ask him.
No. What I'm saying is, when we were getting into the season from hell, it's like, just you're Joe Schmo on the San Francisco on the 49ers.
Right, so you're
just
clout.
a player.
You got no clout.
Right. You're under contract, and you watch the way the 49ers went about their offseason. They had what they thought was a great receiver, a great offensive lineman, and a great running back.
Facts.
And they treated two of the guys significantly differently than the great running back. I don't think that is. I think there might be something to that.
Okay, and I'm not mad at that.
Especially with the McCaffrey injury and when it happened and what they knew and what he knew, et cetera.
But isn't it fair to say all three of those guys that are different junctures of their career?
Trent,
so
go ahead, Evan.
You're ignoring something that is very important in this.
Okay.
Money.
All right.
Christian McCaffrey was given $50 million less than what Trent Williams held out for.
Okay.
And Christian McCaffrey was given $90 million less than what Brandon Aiyuk held in for. I think it's as simple as that. He was cheaper.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a priority issue, perhaps. And maybe the priority was the priority because...
If Christian McCaffrey cost $35 million per year, I think his contract would have taken a little bit longer.
But I'll just use it on the scale. Like, we're talking about three guys who wanted to be among or the highest paid guy in their position. I get that McCaffrey's highest isn't going to be Trent Williams' highest or isn't going to be what Aiyuk ended up making. And that's a fair point, but it's about the optics too. Like, okay, tell me so you think it's enough. You're convinced that the way they handled McCaffrey in comparison with the other two is a nothing burger.
I think the way they handled McCaffrey is how any team would have handled his contract.
All right.
Now, the Trent and Aiyuk one, I do think they have some fault in.
All right. And I disagree a little bit there. That's all.
Whether it's the correct decision to give guaranteed money to a 20-year-old running back when the position typically breaks down is another discussion, but to just ask McCaffrey to play on non-guaranteed money, I think you would have ran into a hold-in or hold-out situation with him too.
That is a great point. And Evan, can I just double back to your point, Stoney? Tell me what you think. Could I make a parallel with why Moody got his money because it was smaller than what they had to pay Kuminga?
100%.
But those other two ended up getting their money. Kuminga hadn't. So they drew a line. The 49ers.
Those two dudes Trent and McCaffrey were proven, Stoney, and it was kind of nothing money. Like, he's right. Have they been asking for?
He's the highest paid running back in football. And, okay.
And one of the best still.
And he was banged up when you signed him. Are you not willing to even give me that?
But what so what could the Niners, I'm asking, I'm being real.
I don't know.
What should they have done to know that if I don't believe McCaffrey knew he was missing 8 games out to shoot. I just don't. And we heard it all.
Maybe not 8. Maybe not 8.
And let's double back. Do you think if they knew he was going to miss the first 8 games, what are we talking about now, guys? What would have went different, Evan? I'm just asking, do you think something would have popped off to where, it would have been a little friction?
But the whole reason why you wait to get the guaranteed money, like if anything, Aiyuk probably feels vindicated. Imagine he tore his ACL in his 5th season.
I'm happy, no doubt. That's the only plus for me on how bad his situation is. He got his money.
Who Aiyuk?
Aiyuk. Imagine him not
after 6
paid.
months in the dentist chair. He got his money.
I would think he would say it's worth it.
I know he would say it's worth it, but I'm just talking about the message that was sent.
Well, Steiny, he wasn't a choir boy in all this. He was making the rounds on every podcast and saying he wanted to be up out of here. I'm just saying he didn't handle it the greatest way. But you got me on McCaffrey. I just don't think, Steiny, he looked good in the Super Bowl. He was hampered. I'm not saying he wasn't hurt. And I kept saying that they're going to. But to say they knew or he knew he wasn't going to be available for 8 games. No, that's different.
That's different. I'm not saying he knew he was going to miss essentially the whole season, which he's going to. I'm not saying that. But you can't tell me that they didn't know he was banged up in some form. And who knows? I mean, did him getting that money make it easier to miss the first 8 games?
I don't think he's built like that. I hear you. I hear you.
And that's all I'm saying is, I just think it's interesting the way we just assume that Christian McCaffrey is, I'm not saying he's not the ultimate team player and he'll sacrifice anything. And no, we should look at him the same way that we looked at Aiyuk and we looked at Trent Williams during this entire period of time, which was, some of us thought that Trent Williams was a little bit greedy, a little bit selfish. Okay, I think I can say that about McCaffrey too.
But,
that's all.
Oh, yeah. And the flip side, people want you to answer, but you kind of have is, what was the alternative with McCaffrey? You need him. He was your everything. But he had a card. He played it. It worked. It wasn't even a poker game.
It worked for Christian McCaffrey.
But then,
it didn't work for the San Francisco 49ers.
But when they signed the deal, Steiny, they did not see 8 games being missed and then him what happened with the knee.
I mean, I'm sure they didn't see 8 games being missed, but did they see 17 games coming down the pike for the next 2 years for Christian McCaffrey? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game? It's presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I get it. I'm looking back at this offseason, and I'm asking a question that, I don't know, it's been on my mind for a while. Just the way the 49ers handled each of those 3 differently, and why they didn't, if it was money, McCaffrey's easy. We'll just give him 16. The other 2 guys, it's going to take all my... I'm not dismissing that at all. I'm just saying Aiyuk and Williams were centerpieces every single day of the discussion about the 49ers in the offseason, and all the while, McCaffrey just went in there and got his money. 888-957-9570 is the number. Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
You hear that? That's the sound of it.
If I were president, I swear to God, Evan, you're being an ass. It's a radio ass.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm a little irritated. I think we got a pod situation going on here.
Give it to me, baby.
Ken from Jersey, our board op extraordinaire, is in. And when he first started here, he'd always come in, give up dap, what's up? And he's just looking at us like we're monkeys in a cage. He didn't come and say hello at all, and I don't like it.
I said hello.
Guru.
Yeah, but you used to come in, Ken. It's manufactured now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I had to get it off my chest.
He deserved it.
What do you do when you go make your rounds? You're like that little boy, just let the people come to you sometimes.
Goo.
Norm told me
I'm old. I sit in this box, this shoe box, this Nike freaking shoe box for 26 minutes at a time.
I get it.
Give me a break if I want to walk around.
I get it. Get away from me,
for
too.
2 minutes.
I get it.
Between. All right. Here's all I'm saying.
All right.
And we'll
because I'm going to bring this up to Willard and Dibbs because it's fascinating, just mainly with because I don't have the answer.
No, I do. I do have the answer. Don't you get it?
Well, you got the feeling.
So here's where it started. 49ers had 3 guys this offseason that effed up the season. I'm kidding about that. But they had 3 guys that wanted money. And McCaffrey got broken off immediately.
Right.
And I just said, I did find that interesting. For lack of a better term, you put Aiyuk and Trent Williams through the ringer, and McCaffrey just got his.
Gotcha.
Now, Evan brings up a great point. The investment in McCaffrey as a running back was significantly less than the investment that was going to be for Trent Williams and for Brandon Aiyuk. Fair. But here's what happened. And I don't know if this has an effect, but over the course of the summer, okay, when we talked about Aiyuk and Trent Williams, it got to a point where we began and were critical of Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams. And I think at one point, I probably used the word selfish, that those guys are being selfish in some way or the other. All I'm saying is that by breaking off McCaffrey immediately, like he doesn't get lumped in with those guys. And I think that's unfair.
Wow.
Like Aiyuk and Trent Williams took hits for what they did and what a lot of people said, they had to do, and that's what NFL players do. They still took hits from it. McCaffrey didn't take one hit, not one. Yeah. Why? Because the organization said, we got you. We got you.
Okay.
And if the 49ers would have done that with Aiyuk early in the offseason, nobody would have been like, he's kind of selfish, and, Aiyuk and Trent, and they're not really, are they really team players? And all I'm saying is, it'd be fair to put, McCaffrey must be put in that twosome with those 2 guys.
Okay, I hear how you feel, and here we go. I'm Malcolm X when I need to be, right? I always say that, Steiny. So when something's foul or off, and it might be race-related, I'm not afraid to bring it up, but I'm seeing some of that on the text line, and to me, it's so far from that not being the case because I go by rank. McCaffrey was more important. I know you're going to tell me Trent blocks. It was McCaffrey. That's why I feel like they knew they had to get that done and probably had the money on the side in the kitty. Like, we got to take care of him. No, it quick, fast, and in a hurry. Then with Trent, I got to be honest, Steiny, I don't have him lumped in regard to being selfish as Aiyuk. I said I love Aiyuk, but if you think you're Justin Jefferson before we found out what he was trying to get and Jamar Chase, you're tripping. You're asking for too much. And that, to me, is why the words came out of my mouth. Man, Aiyuk might have a false sense of self-worth. He's tripping for trying to bring the house down. Trent, we were told, Steiny, by people that follow the team, we were told it was a wink-wink deal. And because he's a veteran at his age, it was almost, they knew he would, and Lynch had talked about it, be better working out or doing what, not coming to camp this late in the game in his career. And he wanted, because he's at the end, but still real effective, made all pro, that it kind of was like they had an agreement, a wink, wink. So that's why I never lumped in Trent with Aiyuk, because Trent, is going to the Hall of Fame, and McCaffrey's going with them. So what you have me thinking about now, and I think is fair, is something I don't think anybody would have known, is how healthy. Like, had McCaffrey did a Greenlaw and left the last game that we saw them play with a major injury, then hell yeah, you got to step back. Hey, are we sure we want to give him the bread? But Steiny, he finished that game. And that's why I believe rank is why he got his first.
And I don't believe that's the reason. I
hear you.
Because here's what's ended up happening, okay, with those three guys. And this is the part that the more I think about it, the more I think this is the part that's just significantly unfair, is that of the three guys, Brandon Aiyuk's reputation took a hit. Trent Williams' reputation took a hit. And McCaffrey got to skate because it was just done so quickly and with no fuss, no muss. Nobody lumps McCaffrey in with those two guys as having the same exact motive that those guys did, but he gets to skate because the organization acquiesced immediately. That's all I'm saying.
So do you think him, if you're right, do you think that went through the locker room?
I think
because if he got to skate,
I bet it was thought about. It's been thought about.
Where does what do you call it, and how does it hurt or deteriorate what you got going on in the locker room?
A lot. I mean that stuff happens all the time, and I'm not saying it's happened, but yeah, I think it's fair to say that just a regular old 49er player would go, McCaffrey got his without any fuss, and the other two guys had to hold out and for 3 months, they're being talked about on Sports Talk Radio like they're kind of selfish and get into camp. And, is Aiyuk really a team player or not? And McCaffrey got to avoid all that. Let's go to TC in Sacramento. Coming up in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, we are going to... 5 minutes, we're going to talk to David Haugh, and he is a co-host of the Mully and Haugh Show on 670 The Score. You can also download that app on the Odyssey app. We're going to talk to him about Kyle Shanahan and what Mike Florio said. TC, let's go up to TC. What's up, TC? How you doing?
Hey, Willard. Hey, man, I ain't talked to you in a minute. Willard and man.
Oh, my God.
Man. What's up?
TC,
now you got to take this up with Guru.
TC, tell us you're sorry first, and then we'll let you go, man. Come on.
I am. I know. I am. I'm sorry. Steiny, Guru. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm so fired up about my take, right?
Okay.
I'm all over the place.
All right. We love our guys, but man.
Yeah, but listen, okay, so Steiny and Guru, y'all know how I've been coming. Y'all know the road I've been coming down Shanahan, and everybody thought I was crazy when I was saying it. Now everybody's starting to wake up and smell of coffee about this dude, bro. Who was in charge of those contracts? I'm with you, Steiny. Who was in charge of those contracts? Should have been made out all together. If we're going to keep the band together, we're going to keep the band together. All this playing back and forth, that was playing. I don't care about McCaffrey's check was lower. No, bro, all three of those guys should have been paid. Guru, BA stood on his business, and I called y'all and told you that when he did what he did. He wasn't wrong. This ain't got nothing to do with Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. This ain't got nothing to do with them. This has something to do with him, his pockets, his team, what I've done for this team, and what I've done for you, Shanahan, since you put me in some doghouse, whatever. I did everything you asked me to do, bro. So now I need my money. That's what that was for. That was coming personally. That had nothing to do with the team. That was personal. And give me my money, bro. Everybody else getting their money. Look how y'all gave Christian his money. But y'all want to play with my money? That's what Trent was talking about. Steiny, I'm with you. But who's the guy at the helm of all this? Who makes those decisions? Kyle, bro. That's why we're over this dude. I'm with Florio. Trade that dude to the Bears, bro. Period.
Wow. Thanks, TC. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, I'll be Dibs. You can be as Willard. Yeah, but yeah.
All right. We're efforting David Haugh of the Haugh and Mully and Haugh Show in Chicago. This is what we're going to be talking about. This is Mike Florio on Pro Football Talk, talking about Kyle Shanahan, the Chicago Bears, and whether they should maybe think about trying to lure him from San Francisco.
We don't know what's lurking behind the scenes. And we don't know how Jed York would respond if somebody were to call him up and say, what would you want for the ability to try to negotiate a contract with Kyle Shanahan for him to become our new head coach. And whether it's Shanahan, whether it's John Harbaugh, because there are times where it feels like the Ravens and Harbaugh could benefit from a fresh start, whether it's Mike McDaniel, because maybe the Dolphins regret giving him an extension. Whoever it is, I think the Bears need to be thinking about current proven head coaches who might love the opportunity to work with Caleb Williams. So that's how that all came up. It actually came up earlier in the day. Devin McCourty and I were coming up with candidates for the job, and that's when it hit me. Hey, wait, whoa. There's a whole universe of candidates we're not paying attention to, and that's current head coaches.
All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in David Haugh, co-host of Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score. You can also download that app in the Odyssey app. David, you guys been talking about this in Chicago at all?
Oh, yeah. Oh, we love the idea. I mean, it's a great idea in Chicago, believe me. It has very little, it's rooted in very little reality, I think. It's highly unrealistic. It's highly unlikely, but it is fascinating to consider because Kyle Shanahan, regardless of what people might think of him now in San Francisco, regardless of how difficult the season is for the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan would be a home run hire for the Chicago Bears.
Wow. I mean, I told my partner, I just think it's unrealistic with what Kyle has done, and I've been on him because he hasn't got it all the way done, but he's built a program. But let's just start there with young Caleb Williams. If he got the tutelage from a Kyle Shanahan, who sometimes I call an offensive Jedi, what would that do for him?
Well, let's just go back to reality. And the reality is the Bears are going to be searching for a coach that can actually do for Caleb Williams what somebody like Kyle Shanahan can do for young quarterbacks. And I think that Caleb is a guy that you have seen in the last three games kind of get back on track. He struggled in the middle of the season, and he had some down times. Rookies are going to have ups and downs, but Caleb Williams has special talent, as you heard Kyle Shanahan describe yesterday. That was very flattering and complimentary and also very accurate. What Caleb Williams has done here in Chicago is that he's established himself as a clutch quarterback. In the fourth quarter, he's had three games that he has brought the Bears back for drives late in the fourth quarter that were good enough for them to win. If not for a bad decision by the head coach or bad execution by some aspect of a special teams, the Bears' record would be much different, and Caleb Williams would be thought of in a much different light. So they've got the quarterback right here in Chicago. And you know what? You guys know it's been a very long time since anybody here has been able to say that.
So, David, it's fair to say that most Chicago Bears fans and media think Caleb Williams is the real deal.
Yes, I do think that after maybe some back and forth, I don't want to speak for everybody. Right. I've been a Caleb guy from day one. I was one of the guys in town that was in favor and believed that moving on from Justin Fields was the right thing to do. Nothing against Justin Fields, but I just really believed in Caleb Williams' arm talent, and just he has an easy confidence and demeanor about him. And everything that we thought that he would be, he's had ups and downs. I'm not going to overstate or exaggerate his progress, but he has shown signs of being that quarterback who can win. You can win because of. And the Bears really haven't had a quarterback that you can win because of. A lot of guys they maybe could win with because of a defense and special teams and whatever. But this is Caleb Williams is a guy who they can win because of.
Well, let me follow up this way, David, and we're talking to David Haugh, co-host of the Mully and Haugh Show in Chicago. From afar, and I get it, you're in Chicago, but what do you think of Brock Purdy? And I'm asking because you said that Caleb Williams might be a quarterback that you win because of. What do you think of Purdy from afar?
It's a great question because I think the outside perspective is sometimes interesting. I've always been a Purdy fan from afar because I really appreciated the way that he protected the football, got the ball to the playmakers, and understood his limitations. I've always considered him a game manager and a guy maybe you win with, not maybe because of. I'm not saying that's entirely fair, but that is a perception. This year, as we kind of take a closer look and watch some games a little bit closer the second time around in leading up to Sunday, and you look at his numbers, 13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, you realize that he struggled without the weapons being healthy, and you wonder about those other special qualities that we see in other quarterbacks that are in a different category. I really like Brock Purdy, and I think that he is, but he's got to be a guy that is in the right system. I don't think he's one of those quarterbacks that you can put in any system and expect him to have success. He's disciplined. He makes good decisions most of the time, but I do think he's got to have a real predictable set of circumstances around him to be at the highest level of success.
I'm looking at the Bears and told my co-hosts and our listeners, man, the Bears play hard. You had the debacle on Thanksgiving against the Lions. You played the Vikings and Packers, and we saw what happened on the Hail Mary with the Commanders. I'm asking you, when coaches get fired, I always feel like that team gets a jolt that first week, whoever they're playing for, and the Niners have lost 3 in a row. They're injured. How do you see Sunday's matchup? Would you be surprised if the Bears kind of played the Niners tough?
Well, I think that's a real savvy comment because you understand football and you know that you're going to get, whether it's the interim coach bounce or the new coach bounce, you're going to get a bounce because Thomas Brown is going to inject this team that has been pretty listless and luckless. They've been bad and they've had worse luck, but he's going to give them a little bit of some juice, and they're going to come out with a sense of purpose and play with passion. And I would not be surprised at all, given how long the injury list was. I mean, the 49ers, everybody understands what's going on here. It's the NFL. Attrition has hit this team, unlike many in the NFL. I would not be surprised. The Bears are 4-8. We look at the point differential. You understand how they have been in games, and really they were victims of their head coach's bad decision-making as much as they have been victims of anything. So, no, it would not surprise me at all if the Bears go out to Santa Clara. They play really well, and Caleb Williams has one of those games, and the defense finally rises up, and they end the 6-game losing streak. That would not shock me, and that's not a provincial comment because we are tired of watching the Bears lose, yes. But I do think that when you understand where things are in the course of this season, they're due to have that kind of a game.
Let me ask you this, and we're talking to David Haw, co-host of Mully and Haw in Chicago. Because you use the word listless, is the perception in Chicago that the issue with the coach was strategy or maybe personnel, or was it he wasn't getting the team to play as hard as they should have been playing?
He lost the locker room early, and I think that was a problem. When I say listless, I mean that when you watch a team that has developed and invented ways to lose as creatively as the Bears have, you see when they fall behind, or you see when things aren't going well, just kind of the air being sucked out of them collectively. And this is not a team that you have noticeable energy and you have noticeable adrenaline spurts, and you just don't see a team that understands the value of momentum or capitalizes. That's football, and I think that the Bears have not done a good job of taking advantage of those opportunities, and so they've struggled as a result.
Let's say Kyle Shanahan, he's off the board. He's not going anywhere. And I love this when, teams don't want to be in this position to have to get a new head coach. But you personally, looking at the field, do you have anybody in mind that you would like to see take over the helm in Chicago and lead Caleb Williams and the Bears to the playoffs?
People are going to love the idea of Ben Johnson. I have a lot of respect for the Lions offensive coordinator. I think you got to take a look at him and evaluate how good he is in front of the room and how well he interviews. So I think he is somebody the Bears fans are clamoring for, and I understand that. I'm a real big fan of Mike Vrabel. I think that he's the guy that has a presence, and this team needs that. This team needs somebody who's going to get in front of them, and they believe that they can, just the power of his personality and positivity. Mike Vrabel is one of those guys. Brian Flores is another. I think he's should get a look, even though he has some baggage with the Miami pass and the lawsuits. I think he's a guy that makes a lot of sense for the Bears. Cliff Kingsbury, because of his past as the Arizona Cardinals head coach, because of his proximity to Caleb Williams at USC last year, he's got to be somebody you look at. And I think Joe Brady from the Bills, another young offensive coordinator, never been a head coach before, but maybe that won't matter. So I think that's the short list that I would hand to George McCaskey and say, okay, take a look at these guys, interview them, see who the best fit is.
Wow. Let me ask you this. I know the Chicago Bears obviously are a legacy franchise, and it's a great job franchise-wise. But if I'm asking you about the personnel, the quarterback, the front office, is the Bears head coaching job a good job?
Well, that's a really interesting question because I think that you understand by asking it that the degree of dysfunction the Bears have experienced in the last 13 years or so. It's a complicated job. and it's a job that won't appeal to everybody. And you could talk yourself out of it because ownership is a step behind. It seemed like a lap behind. There's all kinds of issues that you're dealing with. Because of that, you have a general manager that's been weakened in Ryan Poles, and you wonder about his future and the alignment. But, you guys understand the league, even though you haven't dealt with a lot of down years in San Francisco. But when you have a quarterback, that's the toughest thing to find for a new head coach. The next head coach of the Bears will have a quarterback. He'll also be coming to a city that is starved for success, be coming into a situation where there's $80 million in salary cap space, be coming into a situation where they know if you win, you have a legacy. So that's irresistible to coaches who have an ego, and every coach has an ego.
David, thank you so much. I got to tell you, I don't know if you know our boss, Matt Nahegan. I think you do, but he said this guy knows his stuff, and congratulations. It's the first time my boss has been right in about 4 months.
he was due too.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, David Haw, co-host of Mully and Haw on 670 The Score. You can also listen to him on the Odyssey app.
What if I told you Kyle's not going anywhere, but I like that list that they have to choose from. Floors, you like Cliff, right? Why do you like Kingsbury?
Because everybody hates him.
Oh, well, I should have known that. But Ben Johnson
because everybody makes fun of him, just like they did Sirianni. And now how does he look?
He probably makes the most sense.
You
does
think
he
so?
because of the ties to Caleb?
Man, to be reunited. Yeah. It's so funny. Poor Eric Bieniemy was the offensive coordinator, like Evan was talking about, under Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Couldn't parlay that into a job, but Mike McDaniel did that here. Not hating on Mike because I like him.
Of course.
In San Francisco, and he got a head coaching job. Just go figure, man.
I can't speak to that.
I know.
Why do you think?
I don't know.
You got to say what you really mean.
I said it. That's not, we ain't got enough time.
All right, we got crossover coming up on the other side.
TC.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Well, I think that's a real savvy comment.
River Islands is finishing up the year with so many things to celebrate. It's the
Would you be surprised if the Bears kind of played the Niners tough?
Well, I think that's a real savvy comment because you understand football.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Baby. I have 7-4 in fantasy, by the way.
No, you're not. You're 8-5.
He doesn't even
7
know.
plus 4
3 over,
equals 11. I wish you were in week 11. The Niners are still 500.
Let me get to something very important first. This is the crossover, and it's brought to you by Abundant Weight Life. Oh, God.
3, 2, and loud. You never get a second chance at a first impression.
He's the real Gary Shandling, man.
I can't believe it. Wow.
You are special.
Wow.
I'm blaming Lucas.
You could play for the Warriors in the final 3 minutes with that, Reed.
Count me down again.
3, 2, and...
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Yeah, it didn't roll off naturally. It will. It will, Abundant.
It was an effective pause. You took your time.
I said abundant. Yeah, the life weight. It's Abundant Life Weight Loss.
Yes.
Right.
Not Abundant Life Weight Loss.
Steiny needs to be a smart radio host.
And I'm following Dib's footsteps. He dropped 30 pounds. I start tomorrow, Will.
Yeah, I
Wish
love
me
it.
luck, baby.
Yep.
I'm going in.
No
You
drinking.
dropped 30?
25.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Because your face counts. He had face work.
Yeah.
Like he looks slim.
Yeah, life changing, to be honest. You know.
I got Goo struggling, though, with it.
No, we're having a great show.
Wait, you're starting already? So what about tomorrow?
Tomorrow it starts.
Right, but tomorrow's Friday.
That's okay.
It's
You know
not
what
a
I'm saying?
payday.
Yeah, well, yeah.
What?
It is a
It is a very
I'm mad at
effective.
him now, but
I mean,
you're
when you
right.
talk about effective weight loss, it starts and ends with Abundant Life. What is the
gist.
everybody likes to have a little alcohol, maybe a beer here and there.
Yeah.
Can you incorporate that into this wonderful program?
You can, very sparingly. You're allowed, not allowed, but they recommend about 2 to 3 drinks a week.
Yeah.
As opposed to
that's what he said. 3
7
glasses
to
of
9
wine.
a day.
That's a ton.
You know?
That's plenty.
Well,
So
he
can
drinks
you-
1 day of the week, Will.
Dude,
That's a good week.
That's about where you
That's
sit
a
right
great
now.
week.
Yeah.
So can you,
I'm on 0 so far.
That is
It's Thursday night.
So can you suck it up for a week and then the next week have 7 drinks in a day?
No, they frown upon that.
Yeah.
And it's not the best way to lose weight. As you know, Steiny, a guy who can lose, 4 pounds just when he gets mad at himself. You get mad at the
Look
mirror.
at him.
Not the man in the mirror. You get mad at the mirror.
That's a 3.
And then you'll drop a quick 7. You just won't eat for 2 days. And then you get back in the beam, you'll gain 9. And then you'll lose 5. And then you'll gain 3. You'll lose 7. You'll gain 11.
There we go.
Classic yo-yo. You can't play with my yo-yo.
Well,
That's
usually
a
this is when
4.
you guys come in and say, so I heard you talking about this.
No, Will
And-
didn't have us on today.
Oh.
Yeah.
I went for a hike today.
How about you ever come out with like a take and it's like, you know what, that was harsher than I wanted, and then you kind of
most days,
and then you kind of
most days
pare it back. So let me give you the pared back version.
Okay,
all right,
help us out.
So 49ers, they had 3 guys who held out, said wanted more money in the offseason.
I mean, sorta. Right.
Aiyuk, McCaffrey, and Trent Williams.
Sure.
So I was thinking they essentially put 2 guys through the ringer, and 1 guy got his money in a snap of a finger. Now, Evan brought up a good point that maybe that had a lot to do with the fact that you get McCaffrey for 16 and the other 2 are going to be more than that. But what I was thinking about is, as it was prolonged over the course of the offseason, Aiyuk and Trent Williams got criticized at some point or the other for holding out or not coming to terms, selfish, or you know what?
One much more than the other. But yes.
By breaking off McCaffrey immediately, he got to skate from any of that kind of criticism that the others got. But they were all doing the same thing because the Niners, we didn't really even hear about McCaffrey. It was just like, boom, it's done. But he really, in principle, did the same thing as Aiyuk and Trent Williams.
I guess, okay, you're a man of nuance, I'm told.
Oh, sure.
And so here's a couple things that I think, to be fair, need to be added to the conversation.
All right.
One of them is not terribly fun. I now look back at August. I don't know what was going on with Trent Williams and his family. and I therefore don't know how much of it was actually that. Because we did hear all along, Trent's going to be there, and Trent's an old guy, and so him not being in camp is actually maybe even by design, right? Also, Trent and Christian, I can't put them in the same sense as Aiyuk because what they were basically asking for was really just a little extra crumb, just a little extra piece, a little something for the accomplishment. Brandon's looking for a completely new, life-changing, like, what is the direction of my career type of a thing.
Couldn't I say, though, that, yes, while the money was different, they all essentially wanted to be among the highest paid in their position?
Well, Christian already was.
So he and Trent needed to stay at the top.
Yeah, and they wanted the guaranteed money.
Right.
Too.
Right.
That's what they wanted.
You can say that.
Anyway, and then here's the other thing.
Hold on, I ain't going to let you off the hook because I see you getting off the hook.
Oh, yeah, because
I'm with you. We were told that Trent had like a wink-wink deal because of where he's at in his age, and camp was kind of a monotony, so it was all good. Just stay working out. We heard Lynch talk about it, so that's why I don't look at Trent as selfish. And he's an all-pro. He's been an all-pro. So is McCaffrey. So I look at it as rank. The importance was McCaffrey, Trent, and then the reason it got so, to me, messy with Aiyuk is, for a second, I thought you were trying to get Justin Jefferson money, something I deemed you weren't worth, and that's different than those two. But Steiny, we had a provocative conversation, and it started when you said you thought McCaffrey was hurt. How did that just go? And I said, they didn't, had they known he was going to miss 8 games, it wouldn't have went that easy. And I don't believe they knew he was hurt. So how do you look at that? Because Steiny said, well, how do you know?
Well, here's how I look at it. I don't like it. It feels like the premise here is maybe not sort of like I wouldn't share it and in two ways. It feels like first of all, the premise that if they wanted more money, they're selfish. I don't know that A equals B there.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like, you have to get your money. You have to try.
Thank God Aiyuk got his, right?
Well, thank God for him.
Thank God for him.
For real.
Not thank God for the 49ers. Right. So that's the first thing. The second thing is it feels like the premise is that Christian and Trent, something about those, they're really just restructures to a degree. I know there's a little extra money on there. That doesn't damage the 49ers in any way. I don't think that nothing happened there that now handcuffs them
or hurt the team
going forward. Then that's why, I don't think that at all.
Because we were talking about
You're talking about two highly accomplished, probable future Hall of Famers. That's why I put Brandon over here, Trent and Christian over there. Because Brandon's is a completely different deal. I didn't feel like deserved. He got it, so good for him. But I wouldn't assign Brandon Aiyuk to that. And it may potentially handcuff you on different things going forward or force your hand to cut players that you're not quite really ready to cut. I don't know. Do you guys think that they're selfish because...
No,
I don't.
No, but I do think McCaffrey, because of the way it was handled, was able to avoid that kind of criticism that came up periodically during the course of that.
Don't you guys think? I think it's this simple. As far as Christian not getting criticism, it was incredibly quiet and the offseason. Trent's was incredibly quiet, but was happening as the season was approaching.
Yeah, during camp.
Brandon's was loud 2 days after the Super Bowl.
Okay, then I would ask this.
I think it was just how loud it was.
What about, why wouldn't they have just kind of, if they winked to Trent, why didn't they wink to McCaffrey?
How do you know they didn't?
They did.
They did something
No,
better than wink.
But I mean,
what do you mean?
Instead of taking care of McCaffrey immediately, just kind of said, well, we'll deal with him just like we dealt with Trent. And because I think by dealing
what it
with...
would look like to others? Why would you have to do that?
I bet Christian would hate that idea.
And why would you have to do that, though?
Christian doesn't want to sit
to make it look different?
To avoid the optics, which now...
But
I'm asking about.
Kyle joked that he was running routes as he was walking down the aisle in the offseason. That guy doesn't want to miss camp.
I know he doesn't want to miss camp.
And he's a lot younger than Trent.
No, I get all that. I'm just saying, on the surface, I lump the three of them together, and I'm not even going to use the word selfish because it's the NFL. The three guys that, made it a priority to take care of themselves because the game is so physical and violent.
Yeah.
And the one guy that got taken care of right away, I don't know. It just, he avoided all kinds of criticism, but philosophically, he did the same thing as the other two guys.
Yeah, philosophically, but in reality, he didn't because he didn't miss any camp. And so even though philosophically he wanted to get his money as they all did, he did it. And, we had the reports of, McCaffrey may want new money. And within a day or two, it was done.
Right.
And so he was ready to go to camp and he was ready to play football in theory. But then the injury cropped up and he couldn't play. For me, the bigger question in all of this is the Niners front office. And I actually shared something on our thread earlier. Who's had a worse year this year? Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, or Parag Marathe? Because Parag reworked Debo's deal, and now Debo is a player that you can't get rid of unless you want to eat $32 million in dead cap money. And you gave Brandon Aiyuk $30 million, and no one knew that he would get hurt, but you kind of knew that he wasn't going to be the receiver that was going to be worth $30 million. Parag Marathe, in my opinion, made bad deals this offseason, and they're going to come home to roost.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Real quick, Dibs, which one would you say? Because I think that's being harsh. They've had bad luck, and at the day of the signings for all three outside of Aiyuk, mainly Trent McCaffrey, you've already got something from Debo. He delivered, and it's a bad year, and we don't know why, but everybody's suffering. But what contract of those do you think he had a bad offseason? Because nobody questioned either one, and the one that would be Aiyuk.
Yeah, Aiyuk. I mean, you could have signed him in March for $25 million, and instead you dragged the whole thing out. He missed camp, and you ended up giving him $30 anyway, and then he got hurt. And Debo, you reworked his deal. And I don't think that Debo is the same player that he was last year. And maybe it's the Super Bowl hangover or the scheme or whatever you want to point to. But Debo Samuel is probably the 43rd best wide receiver in football right now. Yeah. And yet you're on the hook for another $43 million in cap hit for a guy who was coming up on his 30th birthday. It feels a little bit to me like the Giants when you gave out all those thank you contracts. And now you're stuck with, you've got Bosa who is making huge money and he's not playing, and you've got Debo Samuel who's making a big piece of change and he's not the same player, and Aiyuk got $30 million and he's not playing. You're kind of stuck in a lot of these contracts.
Yeah, I think Debo is the same player, and I think that a lot of what's
so why has his year been bad then?
For the same reason it's been bad for a lot of the other guys. Like everything around them has crumbled. Nobody's doing well. We had Greg Cosell last week while you and I were out called Debo Samuel a schemed player, which if you had said it about Brock Purdy, you better duck and there's going to be a fight in the streets because that's what everyone was arguing about all year last year. He said it about Debo Samuel. We followed up with him about it yesterday, and the way he described it, and I think that this is fair, he goes, teams go into the NFL draft in a very different way than fans probably think they do. They don't go in there going, okay, we have the 28th pick. Who's the 28th best player? Or when we get there, who's the best player? What they look at is who fits us the best? Who can really succeed with us? They don't care about these rankings that we do. Debo's the 43rd best wide receiver in football. They don't care. Where does he rank as far as who would do what on the 49ers in Kyle Shanahan's system? It's not working this year. We can go through all the reasons. I think people
But on the kickoffs with the ball in his hand, that's made me change like, something's there, but how do you get that without a kickoff?
They're trying to spark a team that's in a bad way right now by doing stuff like that. I don't think they normally want Debo returning all the kicks. That's not necessarily the way they want to do it. But I buy what Greg is saying. This is a schemed player, and the scheme is not working this year for reasons that are attached to offensive line, to poor individual play, to
and it's
injuries.
Impacting Purdy a bit if you think he's regressing.
To the defense now. It's all, they're a team. They're a team, and very little is working right now. And so when I look at Debo, I still see the same speed when he finds the opening. The openings haven't been there, but look at him in Seattle down the left sideline. He looks slow to you?
Well, last week he didn't. Up through those, we could have ran through those holes.
I mean, he's in a blizzard, right? But I'm talking, in Seattle down the left sideline, they hit him with a pass. He didn't get caught from behind. I don't think that they want to move on from Debo. I don't think that's the Niners' plan. So I don't think that they dislike the restructure.
What about I think that's now been affected by Aiyuk's injury.
Maybe. Maybe. Aiyuk's in a spot where he's a maybe in terms of health for week 1. They also have a first-round draft pick at that position that, in theory, should be a different player.
But Debo's doing nothing down the field, though. Like it's glaring.
But he never was.
But it never felt or looked like it does now when they need him.
When's Debo ever gone deep?
He had 1,400 yards a couple of years
without ever running a go route. Never. That's not and that's my point. That's not what the Niners want him to do. I believe he can still do. It's not there right now.
So, and that's the other point. Have they taken it away from Kyle's offense?
I don't think so.
Right.
I don't think,
absolutely.
I
believe there's something to that.
So the defense woke up this year, the league just this year. Kyle Shanahan.
Are they not allowed to wake up this year and figure it out?
But he's been calling plays in this league for 15 years.
So let me ask you this: if Debo hasn't lost a step, and Debo is getting largely the same kinds of plays that he got in the past, why isn't he able to do what he did before?
I first of all, faulty premise to me. I don't think that he's getting the same kind of plays. I think that they're trying new things at the beginning of this year with Brock. That's why you're seeing more quarterback runs and more downfield throws early.
So what if I bring Super Bowl up to you? Not saying he played bad. He was, and then the whole playoffs, their offense was coming. It started last year for Debo, because teams were ready for it, and when he gets it down, it's 5 guys waiting. There's nowhere to run.
There's 2 different questions. There's 2 different questions for me. If you want to say, is Debo done? Is he declining versus is he playing well? That's 2 different questions to me. I don't think Debo's done. I also don't think he's playing well this year. I think a lot of people around him aren't playing well. And again, we can go through the list of reasons. I always have a hard time when things aren't going well and we have to find one person and be like, it's this person's fault. Everything stinks right now, from their emotions to their physicality to their morale to their play calling to their execution to their handling of the ball to the fact that rookies are everywhere, injuries. It's all bad, and they're all showing it. I don't think it means now that this one player, because he used to be good, is declining. I don't see it. I think he's still there. Why did Andrew Wiggins suck for 2 years and now he looks good again? He's still there. It's in there.
Personal issues would be the thing.
And the Niners as a collection, believe me, I've talked to people down there who say the staff is struggling.
Yeah,
they've been.
Everyone's struggling.
The one thing I did hear you guys do today that I disagree with is the thing about it being a hell year. I agree. But you said a lot. You said a lot of it was self-inflicted.
Yeah, it is.
They're going through hell.
Come on, man.
People who have nothing to do with anything that we care about on Sunday. They are dragging.
This is the reason I just hate it's just a season from hell.
I know what you mean.
I feel like it takes accountability off everybody.
I don't.
And the premise is, just we'll be okay next year.
But maybe they will. Maybe they will. But I hear what you're saying there. I don't think it does strip accountability.
Neither do I.
For the things that deserve accountability. But the Niners also have a lot of answers on things that don't deserve accountability.
So, Dibs, you don't think he's done, Debo?
I think that he's closer to being done than he is to being good again. I think that the defenses have schemed, and you could say they woke up this year, whatever you want to say, Mark, but you watch the game and you see what the Niners used to do that would work, and now it's not working. And a lot of it is the Debo jet sweep and the quick throws to Debo, and they're onto it. And I don't think that Kyle Shanahan has adjusted, and that, to me, is the reality of this offense. And it's hard because you don't have the same level of skill guys that you had in the past, and now you don't have McCaffrey. So now you go into this Sunday, and you've got Garendo and Debo and Kittle and Jawan and Ricky Pearsall. That's probably not going to be good enough to win 5 straight games and go on and be a playoff team.
79% if they do that.
I heard you earlier. Yeah, that was great. That's a great one.
In theory, each week you should be getting interesting names back.
Well, Greenlaw for Miami.
Greenlaw, Rams.
Excuse me, next week.
Okay, Greenlaw. Can we put air quotes on Greenlaw?
No, we get it.
I don't know what he's going to look like.
Right.
I used the word interesting. I didn't say
you wouldn't tell him to stay off the field. Let's see what you got.
He's in a contract year, so you can't keep him off the field. But you're looking at You're looking at Dre Greenlaw being probably 50% in the first couple of games. Maybe. I would imagine coming off an Achilles.
Is that better than Campbell at 100?
We'll find out.
Well, no way to know. No way to know.
I think
Nick might be back Sunday. Like that's a huge change for their defense.
I kind of look at Greenlaw the way now I look at McCaffrey is I thought when he'd come back we'd see something that looked different, and I don't know that we did, and so that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, don't get too wound up about Greenlaw coming back because maybe he'll just affect the team like McCaffrey did, which won't be the bottom line of winning or losing.
That's the hard part about McCaffrey is because he finally was showing you that he was actually kind of back to being McCaffrey, and then he hurt his knee.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me is the maddening part of all of that.
It's true.
To me, what I would love to see, I don't know if it's possible, but did they find someone on the left side of the line last week because of the injuries? Does Trent Williams come back at some point? Because historically, if your last name is Shanahan and your offensive line are performing, you put a lot of different running backs back there, and they'll get you 100 yards. And I firmly believe, Garendo can do that.
But there's something about the weapon of McCaffrey out of it.
Oh, of course. Of course.
All right. Well, it sounds like
we got a minute. Okay, are we going to end on trivia? 5 NFL coaches have been traded. Can you guys name them in the history of the league? 5. Well, Steiny got one. There's 4. Gruden. Okay, there's 4 left. Yeah, thank you, Grandy. 4 left. 1, I don't think you guys are going to get.
Can I ask you how far back does this go?
So the inception of the merger.
I'm going to say Don Shula.
Nope.
Okay,
Dibs. I'm waiting on you.
I do. Oh man.
There's one that we should remember.
He's married. He's dating a young lady.
Belichick?
Yeah. Traded from the Jets to New England 2000. Bill Parcells.
Yeah.
So we got 1 left, and this is the one I don't think anybody.
You said 5.
Well, you named.
Belichick, Parcells, Gruden.
That's 3.
Yeah. Who was the 4th
There should be 2 more.
Oh, yeah. Okay, go ahead. We got 2.
Okay, we got 2 more.
You played to win the game.
Herm got traded?
Dude, from the Jets to Kansas City in 06. Who remembers that one?
I'll bet the next one is one we're going to go, that's right.
Like Weeb Eubank?
He just made the Hall of Fame. He just got inducted to the Hall of Fame, and I put out a tweet about it.
Barry Switzer.
Nope.
Mike Holmgren?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
1999 from the Packers to the Seahawks.
Good Lord. I don't remember.
It's a good question. That's a very good question because it wasn't so archaic that we wouldn't have. That's a good question.
And I was wondering earlier, like, if the Niners were able to get what the Raiders got for Gruden, if they were able to get 2 firsts at 2 seconds and $8 million, would they do it?
Would you do that? I love Kyle, but at this point,
what Will's going to say.
No.
And by the way,
absolutely.
By the way,
pack your things. 2 firsts and 2 seconds.
Did you not hear Kawakami say how ticked off the locker room would be if you traded Kyle Shanahan? And I know it's a stock quote, but who is your next coach? Yeah. Who is your next coach? And oh, by the way, do the Bears want to do that? Because Kyle would be like, hell no. I'm not working for that front office. I'm not signing up long term with the Bears. This is
the Bears.
Legacy franchise.
Non-starter. It's a non-starter for both
Sounds
franchises.
like Brock Purdy.
What's that?
Okay. Non-starter. All right, here we go. Don't go anywhere because
listening.
Dibs is back with Willard. It's been a day since they haven't been together, but now they're back right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right, sick of them.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Yeah, Dibs is back in the saddle. Matty Barrow's a little bit later on in the show. We got plenty as we also start counting down to an important game for Golden State Warriors. There won't be any Steph. There won't be any Draymond. So it's a little daunting, no doubt about that. You texted me earlier today and you said the Warriors are in big trouble.
Big trouble.
Go ahead and cook.
They're in big trouble. You've got your star, who is going to be 37 here in, I think, 3 months. I think he's a March birthday. He's 37, and he's got knee tendonitis, both knees. And when you have knee tendonitis, that doesn't just go away. You can do cortisone, you can do treatment, you can do whatever you want to do for the knee tendonitis, but that's not something that goes away. Like a sprained ankle gets better and a broken bone gets better. He's got bad knees now. He's got knee tendonitis at 36. This is going to be a load management thing all year long. Draymond Green's got a calf strain, and we don't know exactly how bad it is, how much time he's going to miss. And then you look at the rest of the roster. Andrew Wiggins he's having a good year. He's been great. Jonathan Kuminga does not fit. And Brendan Podziemski, he's overrated. If you want to talk about what everybody talks about with Pods, he can do everything. He can fill up the box score. He can't shoot. And he is a 21-year-old player who's not yet a real rotational piece. So what else do you have on this team besides Draymond and Steph? You've got a bunch of role players. This team's in trouble. If Steph Curry can't play 75 games, you're in a world of hurt.
Did you feel this way before they lost 5 in a row?
Starting to feel that way, yeah. Because when
they were 12-3, you felt like I didn't hear any of this from you.
No, you could feel it. You could start to see it. And
really?
When you lose Melton and you start to look at a 13-man rotation and you look at, Kuminga, who I like Jonathan Kuminga, but I don't think that he necessarily fits. Buddy Hield has come back to earth even through the winning.
Sure.
He's been a guy who's, really come back down. Brendan Podziemski, I don't know if it's a sophomore slump, but he's not been great, certainly scoring the basketball. And when you really look at the other teams in the Western Conference, there's a lot of teams that are better than the Golden State Warriors. So, yeah, I'm not saying that they're going to be a 13 seed and they're bound for the lottery, but the whole idea about, 10-2, championship or bust, I think that that's fool's gold.
Can I tell people how you ended that text when you said the Warriors are in real trouble? Maybe we should start thinking about selling at the deadline for the future instead of buying for now.
Well, when you get there...
Do you believe that?
When you get to February, if you are 28-34, or whatever the number of games will be at that point, probably not that many games, but when you get to that spot, are you really going to look to load up?
Okay.
We're going to look to sell the future to bring in that one guy to put us over the hump?
Why you got to wait till February?
You don't.
All right, so why can't this team, why can't they do something soon to change their fortunes?
Like what?
Make a trade?
Right.
The same thing everyone's been saying that their roster is built to do for the last 6 months. Do you not buy this? Steve Kerr told me and Grandy this yesterday. Do you buy this?
We are a really good team. We're 4th in the league in defense. We have not made shots during this stretch, which is, in the modern NBA, often just the difference between winning and losing. Who's making threes and who's not. And right now we're not making threes. And I think in the midst of that, we lost a little confidence. We lost a little defensive edge. And so I think that, while we're in the midst of this streak, I still see a really good team with great chemistry, great energy. Guys care about each other. They work hard. And I'm confident that if we can stay relatively healthy, that, what you've seen through 20 games is who we are, which is a 50-win team. And you just, it's never perfectly linear how you get there. You're going to have some good stretches and some bad stretches, and we've obviously had both. But I really like this team, and I think we're going to be really good.
You don't buy it?
I don't buy all of it, no.
What don't you buy?
Well,
and what do you buy?
Well, I buy that they can be a good defensive team,
right,
but I don't buy that they are a team that can really go out there and make shots at a high level, because I look at the roster and I think about who can really make shots. Well, Steph, of course, he's one of the greatest shot makers in the history of the game, and Buddy Hield, he's very streaky, as we've now seen through 20 games. He can get hot. He can be really, really cold. Who else on this team can, quote, make shots? You've got a bunch of players who are...
Andrew is making shots this year.
Yeah, he's doing great.
He's making shots?
He's making shots. And then
they have other people that, when you...
They're allowed to make shots, to use your line, but I don't believe in this team in terms of them being a good offensive team.
I mean, Draymond Green is making outside shots this year. Lindy Waters makes shots. GP2 is a corner 3 shot maker. I mean...
Now we're getting into the reach.
Moses Moody can make shots.
Department.
We are?
Yeah, we're starting to reach.
Okay.
I mean, they can make shots, like 2 shots. Are you looking at a guy who's going to get you 15 or 18?
I mean, they're 12
You don't
and 8.
have that.
Dibs, they're 12 and 8.
They were 10 and 2.
Yes.
And
yes.
look at what they've done against the
row.
good teams. They haven't done great against the good teams. They beat
haven't?
Boston. They beat Dallas.
They beat Oklahoma City.
Right. And then you've gone out and you've lost a lot of games.
They beat the Houston Rockets. They were in their building.
Well,
they were up
Houston now looks to be better than you, and Memphis is ahead of you.
And they beat them. Like you said, what have they done against the good teams? I'd argue that in the first 3 weeks of the season, they had more wins against good teams.
The first 3 weeks of the season.
Yeah, they're in a bad streak.
Well, you're in a bad streak, but you're dealing with an injured roster, and Steph Curry is...
So why can't they get better?
They can get better, but you're talking about an almost 37-year-old star who's got knee tendonitis, and I don't like the forecast for what that means for his season. I don't think that he's going to play 70 games, and if he plays 60 games, and Draymond's got a calf strain, and now both of them are not going to be able to play tonight, and you're going to be relying on Kuminga and Wiggins and Pods and the rest. I just don't look at this roster as being that formidable. 10-2 start was great.
Do you remember something quirky about that win that they had in Houston? Do you remember it?
No.
You don't?
Something quirky?
Yeah, like something that might be relevant for what they're about to do next when they play them tonight. Steph Curry didn't play in that game either.
Okay.
That was in their building, and they built up a 31-point lead. I guess here's my point. What you're saying to me at this point in the season feels defeatist. Like
It's a reality.
Well, it's not a reality yet.
It's my viewpoint of it.
That's fine, and that can be your viewpoint, but it is a projection. You're saying I don't like where this is going with Steph Curry, but we don't know.
Of course.
Steve told us yesterday, Draymond Green, he actually sort of flippantly was like, I don't think this is a long-term issue. I don't think it's a big deal. And if he says that publicly, I'm gonna believe him because he has no reason to say that right now. I can't refute the idea that these guys are getting up there and they're in their mid-30s. I just think that's just from my perspective, that's a little bit of an overreaction to a 5-game losing streak this early in the season to sort of like switch immediately to, there's no real path for the Warriors. And you're breaking down their roster, and even if I bought it, who says that the roster might change? We've been talking about it all year.
Right.
All I'm saying is the idea of not being about now has not even crossed my mind yet. I am completely still about now with the Golden State Warriors.
Well, of course. I'm just talking about as you get closer to the deadline and as you find yourself being in that middle ground where you don't necessarily have a clear path toward getting a player to put you over the top. And I don't think that this roster, even if you took 3 or 4 guys and you traded them for whoever you want to trade for, I still don't think that gets you over the top to where you can be a real factor in the Western Conference. I think you're kind of stuck. You're stuck with Steph Curry, who's having, and you can just say it, I'll say it if you won't say it, he's not having a good year. He's having a down year scoring the basketball. He's averaging 22.6, and on this team, he needs to average about 28 or 29. He's not that player right now, and maybe he's not that player anymore. Well, and you watch the end of these games,
but that's based
and
on
Steph
minutes,
Curry is unable to.
That's based on minutes.
Whatever the minutes are,
percentages.
You get down to the end of the game,
shooting 42%,
and Steph Curry's unable to get open and do the things that he used to do in the end of games. Why can't they score in the end of the basketball game?
I'd actually argue that he's doing exactly what he's always done, but in fact, the Warriors went out and signed Kevin Durant for this very, very reason. Like, Steph Curry is a small star, so he's not Nikola Jokic. It is harder for Steph to get an open look than it is for Nikola Jokic. And when the Warriors have won, even most recently in 2022, what were they able to do down the stretch? Yes, Steph was fantastic, but they had to use what the Warriors always use, which is they had to use ball movement, they had to use strength in numbers, they had to have other people step up, and their other people right now are down. Their other people right now are down, but I don't think that means that they're going to be down for the rest of the year. Some of the guys that we were so excited about 2 weeks ago, it now sounds to me like you feel like they don't even have the ability to find themselves again? Why can't
they can find themselves?
Why can't Buddy Hield get hot again? Why can't?
Well, you sure can. But if you look at Buddy Hield and the back of his basketball card, this is kind of the player he's always been. Like really hot and then really cold. He's not a guy who's been consistently great, which is why he's been on 5 or 6 different teams.
Well, let's hang out till he gets hot again. Maybe they'll win 5 in a row.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like
it's possible.
And how about this? The concept, and I know you're saying not right now, but the concept even in February of selling rather than buying, what do you mean by that? I mean, are you suggesting trade Steph Curry?
No, of course not.
So what does that mean?
Well,
sell who?
It means maybe position yourself to get draft picks for the future and start to. No, not tank, but maybe you sell one of your veteran pieces, or maybe you make a trade to bring in a draft pick or a younger player, somebody who's going to help you. Everyone wants to talk about making a trade for a big boy like Brandon Ingram. Let's bring in Brandon Ingram and hope that sticks. Or everybody wanted Lauri Markkanen in the offseason, as did I, and everybody wants Paul George, and you want to go out there and get Giannis and all the rest of it. It might be more sensible to make a smaller move, a more incremental move to make you better in the post-Steph era.
In the post-Steph era?
Sure. You start to rebuild this thing going forward.
I guess I'm struggling to even see what a deal, like give me a name. Who would be on the way out the door? Who's that person?
You would trade like GP2 or somebody who's expiring, and somebody.
I mean, you get maybe a 2nd-round pick,
or maybe you trade Andrew Wiggins, or you trade somebody
Wiggins.
Somebody who has value. Andrew Wiggins having a great year.
Yeah.
So, and he's got 2 more years and a player option on there.
I'll be real. It is fascinating to me that your mind after a 5-game losing streak went that broad. Like, I understand the concepts of what you're saying. I understand the fear around the health of Steph and Dre. Certainly we understand the lack of a consistent number 2 scorer. I do not buy at all that Steph Curry's having a bad year. His numbers don't suggest that. Him averaging 22 a night has much more to do with him playing in smaller spurts and fewer minutes and the way that they're managing that injury than it does anything else. His percentages are fine. The percentages are right.
Percentages don't matter to me when you look at the end of the game and you look at the end of these games and he's not able to get open like he used to. He's not able to score like he used to. And you've got no other option on the floor. And this team, there's a reason why they're blowing all these fourth quarter leads. It's because Steph Curry's more guardable than ever, and he has no help out there offensively.
I think you're forgetting some of the games. Like, I mean, when they were going good was because of what he was doing in the final 5 minutes of games. What he did against Dallas is one of the most special things I've ever seen him do in a regular season game.
We were there for that.
Yeah, and Oklahoma City, when they won that game, I'll grant you that he hasn't been able to turn that on immediately in these last 5 games. Again, to me, this feels like a very, very broad reaction to a 5-game losing streak. I am in no way off of this year. I am in no way off of Steph. And even if that sounds myopic or overly optimistic, I don't even know what the other option would be right now. You know what I mean? Like you still have, you've got a lot of pieces on this team. And there are trade winds blowing, and they don't have to wait to February to do that. I think that what you're saying to me just kind of lacks fight. Like the Warriors, they got to fight right now.
Of course, you got 62 games left.
You're in a losing streak.
I think that you're overestimating and you're over analyzing what these pieces are on this roster. And if you look at this roster from a distance and you look at all the players that they have on this roster, there aren't a lot of guys on this roster that many other teams would actually want.
I don't agree with that, and I also think the roster might change. So I am completely still in on this year. Do y'all feel like the Warriors are in trouble? That's kind of the premise of how the conversation started. 888-957-9570. Would love to take your calls. We're sponsored by the California Lottery, and look, everybody, Dibs is back. It's Willard and Dibs.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give Scratchers.
Bay Area, it's Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
No wonder they all think your picks stink. You all think they can't shoot. Tell Moses Moody he can't knock down a shot. He can knock down a shot.
Yeah, when he gets to play.
Yeah.
Did you ask Steve about that?
About Moody?
Yeah, because you had your big tweet yesterday.
Asked and answered.
You had your big tweet about...
That wasn't my big tweet.
It was your big tweet.
It was not my tweet. It was Lucas's tweet about something I said. It was not my tweet. I didn't tweet it. I didn't tweet it.
That was your tweet.
I didn't tweet it.
It was your statement.
It was my statement.
It's time to play less Kuminga, more Moody.
No, less Podziemski.
Gotcha.
And again, the context that gets completely blown to smithereens on social media, which is that I think that that's in this moment. I'm not saying forever. And by the way, Steve was careful to point out yesterday that Brandon Podziemski and Jonathan Kuminga, Podziemski more so than Jonathan because Podziemski's mistakes in the final 5 minutes were much bigger. They were more problematic. Steve was much more activated about those. But both of those guys made big mistakes in the final 3 minutes of the game. But boy, they were really good up until then. They were really like Podziemski did not have a bad game in Denver. He had a very good game. And then made hellacious mistakes in the final minutes.
Bunch of them.
Jonathan made minor mistakes in the final couple of minutes. And that's the thing. You're dealing with young players down the stretch of games, and the Warriors are still searching and all of that. And they're hampered some by injury. None of that is for excuse reasons. I just think that this is, to me right now, this is ebb and flow stuff. Like, I absolutely buy what Steve says. To me, this is still a 50-win basketball team.
Yeah, I take the under on 50 wins.
Okay.
If you want to make a little wager, we could do that.
I'd be happy to make a wager. You want to put it at 49.5?
Sure.
All right, let's put it at 49.5. What do you want to put on it?
You name it. Name your stakes. You owe me babysitting,
No, we're not doing babysitting anymore because it's not realistic because your family wouldn't even allow me to do it anyway. And I'm not driving.
The lovely Christy would be there.
I'm not driving to the East Bay after a show. Like, we're just not. Let's do something realistic. If you win, let's
put some
see.
pizza on it. Let's put some pizza on it.
Put some pizza on it. Sure.
That way, Grandy and Lucas can reap the benefits. No matter who wins, they win.
Oh, I was going to
like that.
I was going to go buy the slice. But anyway,
Nice.
No, let's go to Telmo. Telmo, welcome to call in. Div says the Warriors are, quote, in trouble. I get where it's not that your concerns are not valid. They just feel a little bit too in ink.
I get
for
it.
me.
I get it.
Yeah.
I look at the roster and I look at, what you're asking these players to do for this team. And Andrew Wiggins, again, great example where he had another K-Wig game where you shot the ball 7 times and he was a minus 20 against Denver.
I like to talk about that, by the way.
Like, can we be impactful on the regular? That game was a disturbing game for Andrew Wiggins. That was the old Wiggs.
I didn't find it disturbing. I get where you're coming from. I'd like to actually talk about that in a sec. But Telmo, go right ahead. 888-957-9570. Do you think the Warriors are, quote, in trouble? Hey, Telmo, thanks for calling.
Hey, guys, how's it going? First of all, a pizza isn't a bet, okay? That's what you give your children when they do have a good week at school. You guys got to do House of Prime Rib or go home. That's a bet. A Manhattan and a steak.
You know what the problem is with that, Telmo? There's only, I get where you're coming from. The problem with that is that means that after we've sat here and spent 5 hours together, we need to go somewhere else together. And I just don't think that anybody's up for it at that point.
Just a gift certificate.
Oh, a gift card. The gift cards have ruined the holidays, by the way. But anyway, go ahead.
Here's my thing. Daniel Dibley is I don't know if Guru's rubbing off on him or what's going on, because he is starting to do this high-low emotion reactionary thing. Because they lost 5 games. That is not good. But in those 5 games, okay, they were up by 18, 17, and 12 points late towards the end of the third quarter or further in those games. And then the Brooklyn game came down to the wire. So they didn't get blown out in 5 games. They didn't play 5 games of bad basketball. They had 4 games where they had stretches where they made mistakes and didn't get it done. That doesn't mean they're a bad basketball team. That means they have things to figure out, and that means that some players didn't make plays when they needed to. That does not constitute a bad basketball team or a bad brand of basketball. The last thing I'd like to add in here is to Mr. Dibley. I know his basketball acumen's pretty high. He did coach Pee Wee basketball, if I believe. But does he think that he sees something in Brandon Podziemski that Steve Kerr doesn't see? Because Steve Kerr, who is I consider somebody who would know a little bit about basketball, seems to think that Brandon Podziemski has a future in the league. So calling him overrated, and maybe he's overrated based on expectations that media put on him, not anybody else, that would be fair. But seeing that he's a sophomore, I just don't think it's fair to say he's overrated when somebody like Steve Kerr has the confidence in him to not only keep him around the organization, but put him, want him to grow and put him in situations where he will develop for the future.
It's the fans, Telmo. Thank you for the phone call. The fans are the ones who overrate him, not so much the media. And yeah, he's a good player, but you watch him shoot the basketball from beyond three, and it's awkward. And you could say that, oh, he's going through a little bit of a funk right now, shooting-wise. His three-point shot is worse than Jonathan Kuminga. His three-point shot is worse than Jonathan Kuminga's. Yeah. So if you want to just start with that as a baseline for Brandon Podziemski, and yes, he does all the little things, and I enjoy watching him play, but if he is a starter on your team, if he's a mainstay on your team, to me, you're not a playoff team because he's not that guy. If he's your starting member of your backcourt, your two guard, and he's playing 26 minutes a night, you're not a playoff team.
You want to know what's interesting about Brandon Podziemski, I think, in this conversation, is that he played too much last year for us to be fair to him. He doesn't feel like he's as young of a player as he is.
He's 21.
When I hear you talk about Brandon Podziemski just now, like if you were saying that about any other second-year player in sports, people would be like, dude, like, can he grow for a second? But he doesn't feel like that because he got so many minutes last year. I hear more people talking, hey, relax about Kuminga. He's only he's in year 4, for God's sake.
Right.
Brandon has played 1 year and 20 games. And now we're already on statements of like, if this guy's a big part of your rotation, you're in trouble. Like, can he have a minute? Can he have a minute here now?
Sure, he can have 3 more years. But my point is, if you are relying on him to be a starter or to be a 25-minute-a-night guy, I don't think that you are a real threat in the Western Conference.
I think if you're asking him to score 17 a night, I agree with you. But he can start. You're allowed to not be a great scorer and be a starter in the NBA if you do a bunch of other things.
You already have 5 of those guys on your team is the problem.
Well, no, I don't know about 5 of them. And there are lineups. That's Steve's job, is to make sure there aren't too many of them on the floor at the same time. The reason Steve, to me, is banging on the table the other night about being smart is because of what you're saying. Brandon right now is pressing. He is pushing. He needs to chill. He needs to chill. I would argue that a lot of the young Warriors need to do what we all know happens in the NBA. Get a circle and everybody take a few hits. Relax.
Look at you.
Relax.
I wasn't sure you were going to bring that to the air.
Yeah, Jonathan's over here, needs his contract. Brandon's hair is just flopping, freaking out. All that, like, dude, the arms are up after every play. Oh, the ref and coach and, hey, review. And dude, chill. Just chill. You're fine. It would be good if you could shoot, but right now you can't. You can still be on the floor, but, your second year, you're learning. But that was Steve's message, I think, the other night. And obviously he's given it to Brandon directly 18 times if he's now doing it to the media. And he admitted as much to us yesterday. By the way, here's what Steve said about Podziemski and the sophomore slump.
Brandon had a really good rookie year, came into his second year, and he's thinking, I got to do this, I got to do that. And he's just lost a little focus on what actually wins. And, for example, the fouling, the 2 3-point shooters, we can't do that. we've talked about this from day one of camp. Fouling jump shooters it leads to losses. It really does. I mean, you can see that stat in the league. You can feel it. Not just the free points. It's having to take the ball out of the net. It's getting to the bonus earlier. So, I think Brandon's trying too hard. I mentioned that in the press conference too. He's trying so hard to make a great play every time. And you can't do that. You can't play that way. So maybe he's just trying to justify everything from last year or Joe's comments or whatever. I don't know, but it's all part of it. So I'm not concerned about it at all. I just want him to understand that we've got to speed up this process of growth as it relates to what wins games and what we need from him. And that's part of what's happening right now.
I thought it was interesting that he brought up the idea of justifying Joe's comments.
Joe's comments, yeah.
And for those of you who don't know what he's referring to Joe Lacob saying that Brandon Podziemski's a future All-Star and indicating he didn't use the word untouchable, but sort of indicating that, like, that's not an asset we're looking to trade. That's a future All-Star. And, that's a lot. That's a lot to put on someone who's played 1 year in the NBA. And I heard the guys earlier talking about all the names of people who've made the all-rookie team who then ended up sucking out loud in the NBA.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens a lot. Just because you're on the all-rookie team does not guarantee anything. So the idea that he's out there already with that label now, future all-star, and then he was the one who said future face of the Warriors. Yeah, dude, chill. Just chill.
Well, he doesn't play like that.
But he needs to chill. But he needs to think like that. He doesn't need to play like that. He needs to think like that.
The way he plays is not chill. And that's what has gotten him all the way to the association, is because he plays with his hair on fire. His hair is flying all over the place, and he's taking charges, and he's closing out guys. But he has to be a little bit smarter about what he's doing. And the Denver game is a great example. He fouled 2 3-point shooters, one of whom made the 3, 4-point play. And those are things that you just can't do. And the other piece of it is his shot, 20.6% from 3 right now.
Yeah, it's brutal.
It's ghastly. He's 14 for 68 from 3. And that's something where, when you have a team that wants to shoot a lot of threes and you already have a bunch of guys who don't shoot the 3 very well, Looney and Slow-Mo and TJD and GP2, guys who are on the floor a lot. These are guys who already don't shoot. So if you're playing out their pods, you're going to have to be able to shoot the ball a little bit better.
Did you say 14 for 68?
Yeah.
It should be 13 for 68. He banked one of those things in.
It counts.
And that doesn't.
GP2, 4 for 19 on the year, 21%.
Yeah.
And
Kuminga's at what, about 29, 30%?
29.7.
Yeah.
Yep. And Slow-Mo's at 27.3.
All bad. Leal in Oakland, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Leal, what's going on?
Hey, overall, I'm not really upset. I mean, looking at this, because some of these games are really, they're close either way. They win by 2 or 3 or something. They lose by 2 or 3. I think there was one, you guys will remember which one. There was one that really bad blowout game. What was it, 20 points or 30 points, 130 to 88 or something. Well, okay, that's bad. But they haven't been performing.
You're thinking about the Cleveland game, Leal. If you're, I'll let you keep going. But if you're talking about the 5-game losing streak, they were technically all clutch games. They were technically all close with 5 minutes to go.
I agree. That's my simple point. Basketball is winner take all. You can lose by a point and it's a loss. But you can win by a point, and it's a win. And it's sort of been a clutch season, my sort of take overall. This is my take. It's been sort of a clutch season, except for that one. Okay. So am I worried? No, I think they need time to get together. Correct me. But the only time they really get to play together in a competition is on the court during a game. And you need games. So, another 20 games from now in January or so, I think they're going to have their rhythm really together. I mean, that's just my sense. That's all.
Leal, thanks. Did you hear the way Steve ended the interview yesterday?
No, missed it.
Hang on, where is it? Right here. This is like we don't. Okay, thanks, Steve. Man, he was. I don't know if you were listening. He was cooking stir fry for his daughter.
Okay.
And we asked him what was in it, and the first thing he said was swordfish. Our head did the same thing yours just did.
It's crazy.
We're like, damn. Okay, Steve. Okay. But before he wanted to hang up, he wanted to say this.
We're going to bounce back. Like I said, I feel good about this team, and it's going to be a fun year.
Okay. It's going to be okay.
Right.
Don't take these.
And that's what he's always going to say. And that's what he always says.
I don't believe that.
I believe that. I don't think that Steve has ever come on and said, guys, we're in a world of hurt right now.
No.
We're not very good.
Of course
we
not.
Stink.
Hold on.
We lost 5 in a row. Of course he's going to say that.
No. He has very often not said that. That's when you know. Of course he's not going to say we suck, but Steve does not need to say what he said yesterday, and we already played the minute-long one of how good he thinks this team is. Why would he set expectations there? Why would he set himself up to overpromise and underdeliver? And I would ask, why do these last 5 games have to be so defining when the first 15 weren't? Or
they were defining.
They were?
Yeah, they were defining.
Then this is a really good basketball team.
They're a good basketball team. They're not really good. And, they won games early on when everything was humming and you had DeAnthony Melton and Steph Curry was scoring and finishing games late, and Draymond Green now is out with the calf strain, and Steph Curry's got knee tendonitis, and you've lost 5 in a row. And you've got Houston tonight. You've got back-to-back Minnesota. You've got Houston, Memphis, and Minnesota again. I look at the next 6 games on your schedule, and I don't know how many of those games are going to be wins.
They won't be the next 6 games because it's the NBA Cup, so there'll be more games, or at least one more game after that game against Houston next week. Don't know who it's going to be against yet. Listen,
unless they beat Houston, and then they won't. The semifinal won't be that quickly.
No, yeah, there's a whole week of openings, and I do think there's at least one more game in there no matter what happens. I don't have all the rules and schedule in front of me for the NBA Cup, but I don't think they're taking a whole week off right before Christmas. But anyway, be that as it may. I don't know, man. I can't disagree with you that they're in a bad spot, but they're in a bad spot. When you're in a bad spot, try to get out of it. And it feels to me like you're kind of saying right now, don't really see the possibility of them getting out of it.
Well, they can get out of it.
Yeah.
I just don't see them as a 50-win team.
Okay, I mean, that's fine.
I could see them as, what I thought they were going in, which is a team fighting for the 6th seed and a team that's probably at the bottom of the playoff or maybe the top of the play-in, 44 wins.
You thought they were a 50-win team before we left for Thanksgiving. I could play the tape for you.
When they were 10-2, sure.
43
and that's what the over-under was.
The over-under was 43.5 preseason, and you said they're going to blow that out of the water.
And they should still. I mean, they're 12-8.
Blowing that out of the water means 50 wins.
I don't know if they'll blow it out of the water. And honestly, new information, and the new information for me is your superstar has got bad knees. And he's got knee tendonitis.
Not that new. We knew that 3 weeks ago.
He's missing games now with knee tendonitis.
He's gonna. I think that.
He rolled an ankle and missed 3 games, and now he's got knee tendonitis, and he's going to miss tonight.
I don't know if you're watching the NBA right now. They're all missing games.
Right, but this team doesn't have a buffer. This team doesn't have another player. This team doesn't have a fallback plan if Steph misses games.
What's their record without Steph this year? I think it's pretty good, isn't it?
Probably 3-0.
Yeah,
I know they won the first 3.
And I know that's a small sample. But anyway, look, a lot of people want to weigh in, and we want to hear from each and every one of you. So we're coming. 888-957-957. 957 is the number. And we're coming to you in just a second. We do want to introduce this, though, as well. Something new that we're going to be doing here on Willard and Dibs for the rest of the Warriors season. Every time the Warriors make 10 or more three-pointers in a game, 10 or more three-pointers, which quite frankly should be all of the games. But anytime they make 10 or more three-pointers in a game, Pettinelli Financial Partners is going to make a donation to the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. So we're going to get started with the game tonight, right? The game tonight against the Houston Rockets, or did it already start with Tuesday's game against Denver?
Yeah, Tuesday's game in Denver.
It already started with Tuesday's game. I don't know. Did they hit 10 three-pointers in that game? Phenomenal. I love that they set the number at 10. Get as much money as possible going to the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. It is time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Warriors made 12 three-pointers Tuesday in Denver, which means a donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. That's the first donation of the season for Triples for Autism. Steph Curry had 4 Andrew Wiggins, Buddy Hield, and Moses Moody all had 2 apiece. Kuminga and GP2 each chipped in with a made three-pointer as well. So that's here on Willard and Dibs, and we love that Pettinelli Financial Partners is a partner with us and is helping out Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. To make a donation to autism yourself or to get involved, go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to pettinellifp.com. So we'll be doing that after every Warrior game, which means we're going to be doing that tomorrow. We're going to be doing it tomorrow, and we'll do it again on Monday.
Awesome. Yeah. And 10 threes is a good bar because they should be able to hit 10 threes. It's not just Steph hitting 10 threes, right? It's the whole team.
No, the whole team
threes.
gets to do it. Yeah. There wouldn't be many donations if Steph had to hit 10. But
yeah.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
All right, Mr. Negative Nelly.
What happened?
Draymond Green's MRI is in, and the calf is clear. He will miss tonight, but could be cleared as early as tomorrow for the games against Minnesota this weekend.
Big.
If true.
Yeah. And there you go. And that's going to go a long way to us hitting that Pettinelli 10 threes a game mark.
You want to redo the bet?
No.
50 wins. 50 wins.
How many games do you think Draymond will play between now and the end of the year?
At least 6.
Yeah, he's got 62 more games in the season, and he'll probably play
north of 50.
I would go south of 50, but you know, if he could even play 50 of 62, that would be great.
All right, a lot of
Warriors,
people,
by the way, averaging 15.7 threes a game.
Okay, so that's going to be a lot of donations.
Yes.
You know what that is?
It's a donation sensation.
Sure is, yeah. So we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Okay, Andy and that guy, D, Bobby, Kevin. Here we go. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Mario Lopez here, and I've got the ultimate pickleball gift package. Celebrity Pickleball Bash is the great sport of pickleball.
Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Tell everybody what your buddy just texted you.
My buddy Alex Steele, one of the great ones, he said, I swear every time I hear the breaking news sounder, I say, aw, F, and he's expecting bad news.
That's how you know it's been a little bit of a rough go in Bay Area sports.
Yeah.
Whenever you hear the breaking news, you're like, oh, crap, who's got a high ankle sprain now?
Right.
Who's going to IR now? Like every now and again, Grandy hits that beautiful noise and something good happens on the other end.
It's 1 in 20.
Maybe
honestly.
tomorrow the Giants will sign Juan Soto.
I heard his pick is in.
Well, there is. Here's the only buzz I hear about
2 days ago.
Well, the reporters are saying they're expected that he will decide by the time the winter meetings start, and I think that's this weekend.
Okay.
And the other thing, they're buzzed. They could be wrong, but I'm hearing them sort of insinuate it's probably not the Yankees. Probably not the Yankees. I don't know. I still would guess Mets, but whatever. That's different story for a different day. There was actually good news on the other side of Grandy's noise, and it is that Draymond Green's MRI is clean, and he will still not play tonight, but it sounds like they're expecting him to be cleared and good to go against Minnesota tomorrow. And I will say this, and Grandy will back me up on this, when we talked to Steve yesterday and we asked him about Draymond, and he's just flippantly there, like turning swordfish over with a spatula, I'm like, he doesn't sound very concerned about Draymond at all. And we know Steve, and we know how pro teams handle injuries. And if there is anything going on, remember what he said to us about Melton right before that news came out? He was like, there's some concern there, and I'm not sure exactly. And it's like, actually, he's out for the year.
Yeah.
The way he talked about Draymond yesterday, I'm like, he doesn't sound upset or concerned about this at all. And I'm a little surprised that he might play as early as tomorrow, but that's phenomenal news.
It's great news.
I mean, in theory, with what they're doing with Steph, sounds like there's a very good chance that their two top players are back on the court in 27 hours.
Yep, we'll see about Steph. I mean, with the knee tendonitis, and I'm just looking, they've got tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. They have 3 games in 4 nights, so I don't know if you want to rush Steph back for tomorrow.
Well, you missed this one because that way, like, you can create a night off.
Yep.
After or
you got Minnesota back to back, both here at home. So,
right, but a day off in between.
Yep, exactly.
So, we'll see. All right, 888-957-9570. Started the conversation. Dibbs basically said Warriors are in big trouble, and the fact that Draymond and Steph need to be managed the way they do, and then the big old fancy statement that you made. What do you got? You got Steph, you got Draymond, they're both hurt, and everyone else is a bunch of role players.
Well, I mean, just
Charles Barkley said the same thing the other night. I
didn't hear that.
Well, he called them a bunch of Jags.
Yeah. Oh, I did hear that. Just a guy.
Yeah,
it's one of
a bunch of
Guru's
Jets of guys. He did to the Warriors what I've been doing to the Kings. He called them cute.
Yep.
He patted them on the head. He said they're fun to watch. He called them a cute little team.
Yeah. Wow.
They are little. They are little,
and
for
they are
an NBA
cute.
team.
They're very cute.
No, they're adorbs. But I also think that there are scenarios. I want to be real clear here. I'm not sitting here telling you, Warriors are amazeballs. They're the best team in the West. I just think that we're only 20 games in, and there are a lot of different avenues for this to go. Steph and Draymond could stay relatively healthy. They could make a trade. They could make the trade at 5 o'clock tonight. There's a lot of different avenues for this to go. And, you brought up Wiggins. I know hoping for Andrew to be more aggressive is a lifelong struggle for the entire league. But, boy, I would love to see in the final minutes of games, I'd love to see, like, that aggressiveness not only there for Andrew, I'd like him to take it from Jonathan. Like, to me, there are too many looks that Jonathan is hunting for that I'd like Andrew to hunt for. He's a better finisher, and most importantly, when he gets fouled, he's going to go make the free throws.
Yeah, most often. He's 78% as opposed to Jonathan, who's at 59 right now. But that, to me, is the biggest issue with this team, and you see it over the last 5 games, and maybe that's why my opinion has changed so rapidly, is you get late in games, and if Steph doesn't do hero S, then you don't score and you don't win because Kuminga is going head down to the hoop and Pods is throwing hook passes to no one and fouling three-point shooters, and you don't really have anybody else who can score the basketball. Kuminga tries, and at times he does. Pods can't shoot. Wiggins disappears. Draymond's not a scorer.
Buddy Hield's a scorer.
Yeah.
He's cooled off.
Boy, is he cooled off. Is he ever cooled off.
I think that here's your statement and here's mine, and they're not that far off. You say they don't have anybody else who can score. I say they don't have anybody else who's scoring right now. They have. They can.
Well, they all have.
They're in a bad streak. You got to go find a good streak.
Yeah, I don't think it's that easy.
They've had a good streak already.
Yeah.
They had a good streak.
Buddy had a good streak. And now you look at, Buddy over the last, and it's been more than just a couple of games now. It's been, I'm looking at his game log, the last dozen games. Man, it's been a struggle for Buddy Hield over the last 12 games. He was unbelievably
he was
hot
incredible.
early.
He was incredible.
And then now he's back to being, he's Buddy. Yeah. He's averaging 11 a game, shooting 37% from three, 39 from the floor. This is the Buddy that everyone warned us about.
Well, I don't know about that because they haven't put that much, he's not in as key of a spot as he was, say, in Sacramento. His minutes fluctuate, as we know. Everybody's does in this particular group.
12-man rotation.
Andy in Nevada. Let's get out to the callers here. Andy, what's going on? What you doing, man?
Hi, guys. Hey, I want to throw my 2 cents in about the Warriors, but beyond that, I have a question that's been killing me, and I wanted to get it in front of you two guys because, honestly, I believe you two are the smartest guys on the station. But let's talk the Warriors first, and if you want to take that other question, I would love it. So I like Moody. I like TJD more than Steve does because he doesn't play them that much. I'm not crazy about Pods, and I think Buddy and all the team would be better served less guys playing more minutes. Buddy, he fell off a cliff, but, the minutes are so sporadic. The substitution patterns change constantly. I love Steve Kerr. I'm not one of those bozos that says, fire the coach. The guy's great. But he likes all the guys on the team, and he's trying to play them all. I don't think you can play 11 or 12, and I really think it's hurting. I feel really bad for Moody. He's been here 4 years. He deserves more of a shot, and I like TJD to get more time. Now, can we talk about this other question? It's a little off the thing, but I really need you to help me with it.
What is it? What is it, Andy?
Okay, it's making me nuts that the Dodgers have $1 billion in deferred
money.
salary.
Yeah,
and now they're going to go out and they're going to sign another couple bombs. They may even sign Soto.
They might.
I think our terrible commissioner, you can't let them do that. You can't let them have deferred money so they can triple the salaries that everyone else spends. It's wrong. It shouldn't be allowed.
It's a loophole, and the Giants are allowed to do it, Andy.
Thanks.
The Giants can do it.
They can. They can. And actually, they are empowered more than most to do something like that.
Because they have the money.
They've got the money. Oh, my God, they print money over there. The Mission Rock Project, dude, don't ever...
Well, most of their money is busy working for your government.
Yeah, there's that, too. Yeah, don't ever accept the fact... No, but there's too much of, Giants fans look at the Dodgers, and it's like, oh, this evil empire with all the money. The Giants are a hell of a lot closer to that than 90% of the league. So I'm sort of with you in terms of don't get mad at the Dodgers about this, but I do think that the league has to figure out a way for this to not let the Dodgers and the Yankees turn into Alabama and LSU.
Yep.
You can do that if you want, but just know it's stupid. It's not good for your sport.
It's interesting you say that because the English Premier League that we all love, you've got 4 teams ever that have a chance to win the title.
Right.
Now, Leicester City won it once, and it was the biggest miracle in the history of professional sports.
You mean Leicester?
Exactly.
I just want to talk like a non-soccerist.
Jamie Vardy and Leicester, when they won it, they were 50-1 preseason. It was the most improbable thing in the history of sports.
You'll always get those once in a while.
But it doesn't happen.
No.
And baseball is much more like that, where you've got 2 or 3 or 4 of your big spenders and they're always going to be good, and the other 26 of you, have some crumbs. And that's just, I would love to see it change, but they'll never change it.
I don't know how they can, and this has to be collectively bargained, and that's years down the road. But like if you are truly thinking to yourself, let's have some competitive balance, you can't have the richest team in the league constantly taking loans, which is essentially what they're doing. And interest-free ones at that. That's a little wild. That's a little wild. And so, again, it's not wrong. I don't blame the Dodgers. If you got the resources to do it, and this is the way you want to play it, rock out with your Brock out. Like, go ahead. Do it. But if you're baseball, just understand that that's absolutely where you're headed. And you may say, oh, Alabama and LSU, those are the brands that drive the sport. Sure, but it disenfranchises large sections of the population. And I'll say this as a former employee of the Pac-12 network. Do you know how many college football games I've watched this year?
Probably 0.
Like, the only reason it's not 0 is because my family does a pool over Thanksgiving break.
Right.
And so I watched a bunch last weekend. I could not give one rip about what any of your college teams do. It's a silly sport right now. And if baseball wants to join them, join them. We're sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. On January 1st, tolls on the Benicia Martinez Bridge will go up $1. Don't wait for the invoice. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. It's the most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started at bayareafasttrack.org. We'll keep going on this. Are the Warriors, quote, in a ton of trouble? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes.
Bay Area, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to Willer and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibbs? I like your picks.
Hey! Got another one coming up here in about an hour.
FTD used to be about flowers, not anymore.
No, now it's about wins.
Hey, the Dibber.
Wins for you, losses for me. And was that Monday night? That thing was bananas.
It was Monday night.
Yeah, boy.
It feels like it was 7 days ago, but it was 3 days ago.
Well, I've been going through it now.
And you lost.
Yeah, you lost. And then I backed it up with a loss on the Warrior game on Tuesday.
I got mad at you about that, by the way, and you don't even know.
About which one?
Well, here's what bothered me about it. And you and I are friends, so I can speak straight to you. I can look you in the eye and tell you that something you did bothered me.
Talk to me.
Down the stretch of that Warrior-Nuggets game, if you're a Warrior fan, that was an emotionally negative moment.
Yeah.
Like another lead is crumbling. The officials are doing what they're doing. It doesn't matter if we agree. I was bothered by it.
Yep.
And
you and Steve both.
Right. And we were actually bothered by different things. He was more bothered by the non-timeout thing. I was more bothered by the review on Looney. And I firmly believe that the league should look into having someone other than the person who made the call review the call, because they're emotionally attached to it. I don't like that, but whatever. Water under the bridge. But down the stretch of this game, as show text threads are wont to do.
Oh, yeah.
People start texting each other, good Lord, oh, wow, did you see that? Here we go. You, in the meantime, are fully focused on your...
Not fully focused.
Fully focused. You had no response, know nothing about anything with the Warrior collapse. You're fully focused on your fakakta pick that didn't mean anything to anyone because you barely even made it on the air.
Meant a lot to me.
It was not a Fade the Dibber pick. Nobody
It was actual money involved.
Right. And all we're coming down the stretch and losing a lead, and you're like, I need 3 more from Jokic.
Just a rebound.
I'm like, this guy. Will you, Jake Moody, lock in?
I was locked in.
Get off your stupid prize picks and get into the real world.
First of all, it's not stupid.
And root it. No, it's not.
Use the promo code Guru.
But in that moment, be a fan. Be a Warrior fan. Stop worrying about Nikola Jokic and his, what is it, PRA? Is that what they call it?
Yes.
Points, rebounds. Thank you.
First of all, the entirety of our show thread was you leading it off with horse bleep call. So it's not like we had a big old back and forth
because
going.
We got to the final 5 minutes. That's when people lock the F in.
Your Warriors. The first text in the thread is you saying horse bleep call.
Because it was.
And I responded with borderline. Shout out Madonna.
And I responded.
It was borderline.
I didn't even
you
need
didn't
to
respond.
look. I did. I wrote
responded
ugh, which I hope you know was not ugh about the call. It was ugh about your response. But anyway.
Respectfully disagree.
Yeah, go ahead.
That one looked pretty easy to me.
And then what happened next?
Kick your ass!
I said Jokic at 52.
Oh,
I need 55.
We all care about that. Dibs has got $7 on Prize Picks.
Actually, it was 20.
The Warriors are facing down the barrel of a 5-game losing streak and a double-digit fourth-quarter loss. And here you are with $7 on Jokic PRA.
You got to go out there and be tough.
Lock in.
It was 20 to win 70.
If you say something about the Rockets tonight, I'm going to get in your Tabor Pepper face.
Is Şengün playing?
Lock in.
I like Şengün.
Şengün's playing.
Yeah. I'm going to get on
Tari Eason out tonight.
I'm going to get on some Şengün tonight.
Oh, do we have what's my guy who's questionable? Van Vliet.
I'll get it for you. Give me a sec.
And is Dylan Brooks still annoying?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
That's not listed on the injury list as annoying. But anyhow.
That bothered me.
Okay.
I'm angry, Dan.
That's awesome.
Thank you. I'm over it now, but that's because you're back today. This happened 2 days ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
I was eye-rolling you.
I was locked in. And
no, you weren't.
I was totally locked in.
Yeah, on Jokic.
I wanted everything. I wanted the Warriors to win. And you also said something about Kuminga, which I thought was very telling. You said that drive by Kuminga right there is, I want to get it exactly right.
Is exactly why he doesn't fit or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fred VanVleet is officially questionable still, by the way. Another update comes in like 7 minutes.
Okay. So. Please break in with that noise and then make everyone's anxiety go through the roof.
Totally.
So that you can tell us that Fred VanVleet is still a maybe.
Andrew Wiggins also still questionable as we speak.
Thank you, Grandy. Appreciate that. All right. Come on, Wiggs.
Isn't he always questionable?
Totally.
You said, and that drive right there is what I can't stand about Kuminga.
Totally.
Who's largely been good tonight.
Yeah. He was great.
Yeah.
He was great.
Yeah.
But his decision making when there's 3 minutes left and he gets the ball, and you can see it in his eyes. He turns toward the hoop, and I just want to go, pass the ball, John.
Don't do it.
Pass the ball, John. And he's just like, I think I can fly. And
I believe I can fly.
And flies in, and Jokic is like, flick. We're going the other way.
Yep.
It's like, dude, move the ball.
Well, equally frustrating for me was the Podziemski.
For sure. Well, no, good Lord.
Forget the fouls, but Pods gets it behind the line, and it's like, boop, let it fly.
Yeah.
And then the other one was like 3 seconds on the shot clock. I get that. He had no real option, but offensively right now, he is lost.
Fitz said something funny on that call. It made me laugh. The Pods late in the shot clock 3. He goes, Pods, for 3. And he rims it out. And I was like, that's an interesting phrase. Rims it out makes me feel like boom, 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 like
in and out.
In and out.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, that was a clank off the front rim.
Right.
He didn't rim that out. It didn't even get over the front rim to begin with. Anyway, I get it. Play by play, you're moving fast.
No, I get it. And if the rim was John Sterling, then the rim would have said, ow, ow, ow.
That really hit me.
Sorry. I probably tried too hard to get that in.
No, but it's good.
Yeah, thank you.
D in the city. We're talking Warriors future. Dibs thinks they're DOA. Hey, D, what's going on?
Hey, I've just got a quick question. Do we still have the same team players when we had the Dynasty Championship?
No.
Not all of them, no.
Mostly, though, right?
Only 2 of them, I think. I mean, and Kavan, if you want to throw him in there.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah. So, because when coach says certain things, that kind of tick me off when kind of like a cyberbully kind of type when he needs to pressure one of the players, but it's talking to the media. So that means they don't have no communication whatsoever.
D, you're talking about Steve Kerr?
Yeah.
What specifically?
I'm just calling it out right now.
No, but I'd love to understand. No. Wait, what specifically, like you said are you talking about when he was calling out Pods the other night?
Yeah, just to pressure a player? Like, come on. You can't talk to him directly to fix the problem?
Wait, you don't think he did? D, let me promise you something for 2 reasons. 1, I knew this before he said it, but 2, Steve directly said it to us yesterday. He has spoken to Brandon many, many times about this very issue, and he admitted to us yesterday, he goes, the reason I did it public was to ramp up the pressure because talking to him privately, the message has clearly not gotten home yet. You have a problem with that?
No, my other question, let's say everything is true what you're saying, right? So do they practice in any of our players need to be fixed or need to be worked on? Does he do that? Does he do that with them? Like,
Yes.
Do they practice?
Of course.
Because it seems like it's been happening for a long time. I mean, if it's a problem, then you should be fixed as a coach.
D, do you have kids? You have kids, D?
I do.
How old are they?
I mean, that's just turning 21.
Okay.
I mean, I did pretty good on mine.
I bet you did. I bet you did, and congrats on that. When they were growing up, did they do everything that you told them to do the first time?
I mean, that's what you do. You become a parent, right? So you kind of cushion them as much as you got. You got to give them the knowledge when they do it.
Right, but
you got to explain why they did it and what's wrong and right.
But sometimes,
fix it and how.
But sometimes it takes them. It takes them a bunch of tries, right? And then
time.
and then they mess up, and then they figure it out, and then sometimes they don't figure it out, and the deal. You've raised someone all the way to adulthood.
But the actions speak louder than the words, though, right? So if it's a coach being a coach, you know what I mean? That the action shouldn't be always the same or similar to it.
Well, but I guess
you get what I'm saying?
I do, D. But I guess I would respond by saying that the actions aren't always bad. They're 12 and 8, and these players that we're talking about, they do a lot of good things out there. No.
And as much as a coach, that's your problem. You got to own up on it. This is your team. This is your kids. You got to own up on it. Don't blame the player because they make a mistake. You're coaching them. You're supposed to coach them where to go.
So, D, thank you so much. I very respectfully disagree with this. I think that, and again, if you're not clear on what D's kind of referring to, and I would have loved if, I'd gotten sort of your reaction to this because you weren't here yesterday, but the banging on the table and going after Brandon Podziemski in the press conference afterward, it sounds like D's perspective is you don't do that as a coach. You have to coach them directly. And my response would be, that is what that is.
Well, to me, that's like step 11 or step 12.
Which he admitted.
Exactly.
He admitted yesterday.
And you saw it on the court where after Brandon fouled the three-point shooter the first time, Brandon came over and Steve was very demonstrative in explaining to him that you can't do that. You got to close out to the other hand. You can't foul him in that spot. And Steve was, kind of going off on him, and Brandon sat there and he took it.
Yeah. For those of you who didn't hear it, I don't want to assume you all heard it. This is after the loss against Denver. Here's Kerr on the podium, and Podziemski comes up.
So Pod's a hell of a player, but he needs to, and I've told him this, he needs to be a smart player. He's one of our guys who's capable of making really good decisions. He had a lob when we're up 12 in the late second quarter that was frankly insane. It's a 5-on-4. You just keep hitting singles, throw the ball to the open guy. He had the same play last week against Brooklyn where he tried to throw a lob over his shoulder. He cannot be that guy, and he can't foul jump shooters. So I love Brandon. He's a hell of a player. He's got a hell of a future ahead of him. But I hope he watches this clip right now of me talking because he needs to hear it. He's got to be a smart, tough, great decision maker, and he's very capable of it, but that's his next step.
Man, I am passionate about this. That is coaching.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
Well, that's not what you do if that's all you do.
Correct.
But that's not all he did.
Absolutely not.
So if that's all you do, then I'm with the caller. That's not coaching, but he's obviously talked to him about it behind closed doors, near closed doors, in front of open doors, on the sideline, in the huddle, pregame, postgame. Steph did it. Draymond did it. Now you get to a point where you got to get to that next level.
So here's what Steve then said to us yesterday after that press conference about the whole situation.
Yeah, everything I said has already been said to Brandon. The reason I said it to the media is there's a little, it puts a little pressure on him. And I never say anything that I don't think about first. So that didn't just come, out of anger for the loss. That came because he needs to get the message. And the message is a really important one because he's such a good player. He's such an important player for us. But he's a typical young player, second year, a guy who's trying to forge his identity and figure out who he is. All young players go through this, and it's not an easy process because you have to make some mistakes to recognize who you are, what you can do, what you're capable of, and also what your team needs from you. And so we just need Brandon to speed up the process because, you guys were talking about it. We've got Steph and Draymond who are Hall of Famers and still playing at a really high level, but they're older. And we're trying to fit this thing together now and have a great season. So we need Brandon to take that next step, and I'm confident that he will.
Yeah, the other thing that he also admitted is that he's going to handle different players different ways. And that Brandon is someone who he believes can handle that. And maybe not every player can. But the coach's job is to know what button to push at what time with which person. And Steve very much felt like that was the right button to push at that time for that person. There's no way to know in this moment if that was the perfect time to do it. But he's the head coach, and you're not going to hit the button the right time 100% of the time.
Right.
But his batting average is pretty good. He's pretty good. I tell you what, I trust his timing on that a lot more than anybody else who might have an opinion on it. But just from the conceptual standpoint, I firmly have no problem with Steve saying stuff like that. My goodness, he yelled at Steph Curry earlier this year.
Right, and I think Pods also took to the podium after the game, and he spoke about the interchange between he and Steve Kerr, and he basically said, yeah, it's good coaching, and I can take it, and I can handle it, and I love to have that.
He said, I need to be better. I was like, oh, my gosh, it's Brock Purdy's press conference over and over again. Yeah, let's do Bobby in Los Altos. Hi, Bobby. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, there's so many topics that have been discussed since I called in. So I want to say, first of all, I want to talk about the Warriors and their 600 record. But I guess the idea of super teams, because you talked about that before the break, I'm all for it. Obviously, it hurts that the Dodgers are the super team, but I don't think it's an issue. I think it's probably good for the sport. I mean, if you look at like the MLS, there's Inter Miami has Luis Suarez, Sergio Busquets, and Jordi Alba, and then this one guy named Lionel Messi, and I don't think anyone's complaining.
Well,
so,
Bobby, I don't have an issue with super teams. This one, to me, that conversation was more about money and the way you go about the deferrals of all of it. Like the Warriors were a super team. I had no issue with it. I don't have an issue with super teams. I think you're right. Big brands in sports, that's great. But the idea of not having to pay for your super team until, some of us are even like no longer on the planet. Like if you're doing that over and over and over again, I think there's a conversation there. That's all.
I guess. I mean, it's not like the Giants are a poor team. The rule isn't just for the Dodgers. So
agreed.
If they can't attract talent and they can't use it, I get it. This is a Giants home, whatever market, but I don't have an issue with it. And quite frankly, it looks like they're probably going to get that young kid, I don't know, Roki something or other.
Yeah, Roki Sasaki.
They're probably going to get him too, but they're going to get him for super cheap because, he's too young to get a contract. Anyway, I'd like to talk about the Warriors, and I think they're a victim of first impression. Obviously when they started the season, I read this article maybe like 10 games in, and it wasn't strength of schedule, but it was something like their expected win rate was the easiest of any team in the league. So, it got capped off by that amazing win in Boston. And so I don't know what people thought. They were going to be like an 800 team or something, but I always thought they'd be a 600 team. And, I think I don't know how many games are in the NBA anymore. It used to be 82. I don't know if it still is.
It's still 82. Still 82. Still 82.
Okay. So what is that? 40? I mean, Dibs is like a human calculator, but that's like 48 wins, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. So depending on how you beat up on the Eastern Conference is really going to tell you whether you're going to get above 50 or not in my mind. So they're kind of where they are. And quite frankly, if we're going to say that there's 2 superstars and then 10 Jags or 13 Jags, then what Kerr is doing about saying, hey, we want to play 12 deep, that sounds like a pretty good experiment. I'm not sure why Wiggins became a Jag, but whatever. I think it's a pretty good experiment. We're only, 20 games in or something? They're 20. A 600 team. I think they'll be a 600 team, but when you start off 10-2, that's the problem. Everyone thinks that they're going to be better than they are. And I think they're exactly where they're going to be. It's unfortunate it's a 5-game losing streak, but I think they're probably going to be a 5 seed and, maybe between a 4 and a 7 seed. I don't think it's anything surprising. So to say we're going to tear it down because they've lost 5 or we need to trade away players for a superstar, I just don't really get that. We have a really deep team. No superstars, I guess, other than, I guess we'll say Curry and Draymond. So let them play this 12 deep or whatever we're calling this concept and see how it plays out. I don't know what we're going to be punting on because we're not going to make ourselves any better, quite honestly, in my opinion, for this year. I don't know. I guess that's my thoughts.
Yeah, Bobby, I listen, I like a lot of what you're saying, Bobby, and so maybe, in other words, the wins early made us too optimistic, and I'd argue if that's the case, then the losses now are making people too pessimistic. If you want to play the math game, because they're 20 games in of an 82, so 12 times 4, that's 48, but you still got 2 dangling games, and in theory, you would win 1.2 of those. I think that they're on pace for 49.2 wins, and you and I just made a bet about 50 wins. So that, if we make a bet about that, I think that suggests that we do think that 12 wins out of every 20 games sounds about right. And if that's where you end up, I do think you're going to avoid the play-in tournament.
If you win 50, you should.
Yeah, you win 49 or 50 games, you're going to avoid the play-in tournament. You'll be in this thing. There's a whole journey that needs to unfold here. You don't need to worry about Cleveland or Boston. You don't have to worry about them. Those teams are Like, if you get to play them in the playoffs, sweet. You made the NBA Finals.
Right.
You don't need to worry about that. And I don't see anybody in the West right now that is just flexing on everyone. I don't think that exists. So I just think all I'm saying, I'm not saying the Warriors are amazing. I'm saying there's a lot of routes here. There's a lot of routes that how this could go the rest of the way.
Yeah, but I look at all the routes that it could go, and I think, and I love the Warriors. It's my favorite team in all of sports, and I'm a Warrior fan going back 45, 50 years. I'd look at this team and this roster and the fact that the two most dependable or the two most important players on your team, rather, are your two oldest guys, and both of them are already dealing with injuries. And I know Draymond, the breaking news is that he should be back tomorrow and the MRI is clean, and so that's good news. And Steph just has tendonitis. It's not a major injury, but I just get concerned about the two most important players being guys who are up in their mid to late 30s.
Oh, you can get concerned.
Oh, I am concerned.
And that's totally, I'm not taking that from anyone. If you're feeling concerned about the Warriors right now on a 5-game losing streak, and a game that starts here in a matter of hours when Steph and Draymond aren't playing, I think that's totally fair. I just think to then take that concern and say, they're in trouble. I mean, you can think that. You can
they're
feel
in real
that.
trouble.
That's a totally fair thing to think and feel. For me, that's just projecting too far out that how it feels and looks right now is how it's going to feel and look for the rest of the year. I don't necessarily buy that.
Yeah, I look at how it could look and feel, and I think about things always in terms of best case scenario and worst case scenario, and the reality is always somewhere in between. And best case is, Steph and Draymond don't get hurt again, and the roster continues to gel, and everybody plays well, and Andrew Wiggins is impactful. Then yeah, you probably will win 50 games. But for me, the worst case scenario, the possibility of a 36, almost 37-year-old having injury issues, and Draymond Green, who gets ice every time he comes off the floor, and, a rotational group that really isn't that impressive. I look at that being more likely than the first scenario.
We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. All right. Wanting to weigh in on that, we'll continue with calls 888-957-9570. Matty Barrows of The Athletic is going to join us in the 4 o'clock hour, so that is still ahead. And in fact, we can dive into this. I know we want to talk about it coming up next, and I wonder how all of you would answer it at 888-957-9570. Why do you think Deebo Samuel has struggled so much this year? Dibbs said something at the end of our show a couple of days ago that I want to bring back up because you may have missed it. It's an interesting comment, and we'll get to that coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley to talk about Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank with the family-owned.
Mark of the Bose Corporation.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, can we talk about that for like 2 minutes? I find that both interesting and odd.
What?
Brock Purdy didn't talk today.
No?
Brock Purdy is supposed to talk on Thursday.
Yeah, the starting quarterback.
That's Brock talk.
Brock Purdy.
And the last time Brock didn't talk, Brock didn't play.
Right.
Brandon Allen ended up talking the next day, and Brandon Allen played quarterback, and that didn't go well.
John Sally.
Right, Brandon Allen. Okay, so when Brock didn't talk today, our crack staff, namely Director of Sports Lucas Alexander, immediately got on the phone and checked in to see what's going on.
According to sources.
And
I have multiple.
According to sources. And please tell everybody what you just told me as to why Brock couldn't make his scheduled press conference today.
He apparently, and this is more exact from Matt Barrows, who will join us in about an hour.
Yeah.
He had a quarterback meeting. His availability got pushed until tomorrow after Shanahan.
He had a meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Being the quarterback of the 49ers is not like being your neighbor who you had a coffee date with and a meeting just popped up. You don't schedule a quarterback meeting during your other quarterback obligations. I find that odd. I'm not saying it means anything.
Yeah.
But like Brock is not, it's not like the boss called a meeting that I didn't know about. You're the quarterback. You couldn't do the meeting later? You couldn't do it earlier? You couldn't do it yesterday? You couldn't do it tomorrow? What's going on?
Probably important that he goes in there and does quarterback things in the quarterback room.
They couldn't do that 20 minutes later?
Maybe, but maybe it was urgent, and maybe the other members of the quarterback staff had places to be.
Or Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen had backup quarterback commercials to shoot or something?
They got carpool, you got to run your carpool. Maybe it's Josh's day to pick up the kids. I don't know. I don't read too much into it.
No, I'm not. I don't want it to sound like I'm reading anything into it, but I find it very weird. And there's a lot going on with the quarterback room right now with the Niners.
It's a little different.
He's hurt.
But he went through practice, and he's not hurt.
He's hurt.
He's playing.
Right.
He might be a little limited.
Yes. He is not 100%.
But nobody is this time of year.
That's fine, but stop. He's the quarterback and his arm hurts.
I won't stop.
It's a
I won't
problem.
allow you to say that he's hurt.
No, but you're the one who's making this definitive definition, defined ink Sharpie thing.
He's playing football.
No, I'm allowed to use the word hurt. I'm not saying that means
say whatever you want.
It doesn't mean that, we need to judge him differently. I'm not saying that. Brock's going through some stuff. When the quarterback's arm hurts, that's not good. And there's already been all kinds of cloak and dagger around the quarterback the last 2 weeks on Thursdays at practice. He's throwing, but now he's leaving. Now we can't see him. Now we can. He's talking. He's not talking. I'm just saying.
Did he throw today, Lucas?
I think so.
In all of your...
He is still technically on the injury report, but he was a full practice both today and yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's weird. That's weird. Like, you're the quarterback. If you're supposed to be somewhere and someone else needs you, you can wait 20 minutes. That's weird. The 49ers, you know how structured all of this stuff is.
Yeah.
These people are huge creatures of habit. So there has to be something that caused this to suddenly move till Friday. That's not what Kyle Shanahan and the Niners set up. It's not what they wanted. What could that be?
It's probably a case where there was something more pressing, more important that he had to take care of right away. Get in there and break down some film from the practice, or get into more of the Chicago Bears tape.
None of that sounds urgent. You could do that.
That's more important than talking to the media.
It's not that it's not more important, but if you're supposed to talk at 2, you can do all those things at 2:15. It's not like the video evaporates.
Right, but maybe
watch it at 2:15.
Maybe the people that you were watching the video with, maybe they had something else that they had to do. I don't know.
That's just weird. It's just odd. It's odd. You don't see teams do that. You don't just start moving people around. Thursday is quarterback day. Like, the football week is more structured than the way we leave Costco. You have to get in line with your receipt, and if you try to walk quickly through that exit line at Costco, It's problems. You are not let out of this place, and they're coming at you with their highlighter pen. That's the structure. You get in line, and you move slowly, and people are waiting for you with a pen.
Nothing's more frustrating than when you pick the wrong of the two.
Completely.
Because there's the quick scanner, and then there's the slow scanner.
If I move left and try to leave through the entrance, buzzers are going off, and employees are running. Like a football team. We show up here Monday, and we get treatment. On Tuesday, you're off. On Wednesday, we practice. We practice at 10 a.m., and horns go off. At 10:11, we move on to the next practice.
Yeah, it's very organized,
Thursday,
very structured.
And then Friday, and then we fly, and then we hotel, and it's just interesting to me.
Yeah.
That's very, very odd. I find that to be
I don't
very
find it to
odd.
be that odd.
Yeah.
And, he pushes it back. Now, if he didn't speak at all, that to me would be odd.
He didn't speak at all.
Well, he will tomorrow. So
unless they move it again.
Right. And then I think he gets fined.
Has he ever not talked at his scheduled time before, except for the week when he didn't play?
I'd have to look back. I don't remember a time when he didn't speak at his regular time. Sometimes these things do get pushed back, but normally they don't get moved an entire day like this.
We want to talk about Deebo Samuel some. Why do you think he's struggling so much?
Well, it's a combination of things.
Let me hear it.
One, I do think that the league in general has caught up to the Shanahan scheme in many ways. The plays that Deebo would run that were so successful, they're not as successful anymore. Many teams do what the Niners do. Many defenses now know what the Niners do and what a lot of offenses do with the jet sweep and the pre-snap motion and all the rest of it. So I do think that defenses in general have caught up to the Shanahan offense and the offense that really favors Deebo, the plays that Deebo runs that he's been so good at. The other piece of it is I do think that has he lost a step? I don't know if he's lost a step, but he's not as dangerous with the football in line of scrimmage play. His kick returns, when he gets a good long run up, he still can get to a top end speed and he can still be a real threat in the kick return game, but I don't see him getting the ball and getting that explosive burst off the line. So whether or not that's him losing a step or not, I do think that there's a combination of the two.
I have just me personally, I have a very hard time with the whole league has caught up to this and caught up to that. Like I hear that a lot. Because by the way, if that's how you feel, then the Niners should fire Kyle Shanahan. That's what I think.
Well, he needs to adjust. It doesn't mean you have to fire him. He just needs to adjust. And I don't think that he's adjusted very quickly this year.
Yeah, the whole, I find it just very, very difficult to believe that Kyle Shanahan's called plays in this league for, I don't even know how many years, by the way. Like, if you bring in offensive coordinator jobs, how long has Kyle Shanahan been calling plays?
About 15 years.
Yep. Okay, his dad called plays in this league for decades prior to that, and they have largely come from the same concepts, core concepts, the entire time. And when people say that, it makes me feel like you're saying that all of a sudden in 2024, the whole league woke up and figured it out. And I just don't understand how that's possible. To me, it makes much more sense to think that so much with the 49ers crumbled around them. And you can say they didn't adjust well to that. I think that's a fair statement. But there has to be more to it than just the defensive coordinators finally went, aha, I know how to beat Kyle Shanahan now, after years and years and years of studying film and never being able to do anything about it before. Now, is it sort of the way they're using him? Is it the lack of an opposite receiver who can get downfield?
That's a big part of it.
Brandon Aiyuk? Is it the fact that he and Christian McCaffrey with their pre-snap motion are so effective when they're on the field together, but Christian largely hasn't been on the field? Is it we could keep going on this?
And I think that's all part of it.
Is it and is it also just even broader? Like, go away from play calling and take a look at the whole organization and everything that would physically and emotionally zap them of their powers, from all of the distractions, Super Bowl hangover, the death of 3 children within the room, the overwhelming injuries, even too much attention. You know, like Deebo and George went on Netflix this offseason.
Yep.
Like the 49ers had this humongous target on them, and I would argue probably come off to the rest of the league like, oh, y'all think you're that. Really? Okay, watch this. So there's juice there. I don't know exactly what it is. It's definitely not one thing.
It's all those things.
He's also not the only player who's underperforming. Seemingly, almost all of them are.
Well, Kittle's not, and Juwan Jennings isn't.
Correct. Although Juwan, he's overperforming. We didn't even know he could do these things. But you look around, the whole process has sort of just not worked. And Greg Cosell said interesting stuff to us, not only yesterday, but over the holiday while you and I were both gone. Mm-hmm. He said something that, boy, we would have, like alarms would have gone off if he had said this in the middle of the conversation. Because I think this is a trigger point for a lot of people. Product of the system, right? Brock Purdy. All right, so check this out. This was not yesterday. This was Thanksgiving holiday. Grandy, who are you with? You're with Lowe?
Lowe and our guy Hutch.
And Hutch.
Hutchinson.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the three of them are in here talking to Greg Cosell. And this comes up about Deebo Samuel. And was it your question, Mark? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, because he stuck it to me.
Yeah, he stuck it to Grandy. Grandy comes in with a Deebo is not XYZ. And Greg just smacked him on the head. And here's what he said.
Deebo Samuel's not really relevant to the conversation as to what's going on with the 49ers. Deebo Samuel is a schemed player. Deebo Samuel is not a top 5 receiver in the league in terms of twitchiness, route running ability to separate. He's a schemed player who has to be part of an offense. Deebo Samuel is not really relevant to the conversation. What happened on Sunday was when you play with a backup quarterback and a quarterback that hasn't started a game since 2021, you need two things to happen. You need your offensive line to be dominant so your run game can be a factor, and you need your defense to play at a really high level. Neither one of those things happened. This game had nothing to do with Deebo Samuel.
All right, I want to pick this apart from all kinds of different
He's
angles.
totally right, and this is where
I agree.
This is kind of what I'm saying when it comes to, defenses have figured out Shanahan, because when you don't have Aiyuk and you don't have McCaffrey and you have Deebo on the field, you know that Deebo can only do a certain number of things in the scheme. He's not going to go in the slot and run the full route tree. He's not going to go out wide like Aiyuk and run deep down the field.
Isn't that true when they are on the field, though, too?
But when they are on the field, there's the threat of the other things happening. So now you have to honor McCaffrey. You have to honor Aiyuk. You have to honor Kittle. And so Deebo has a better chance against the defense. When he's out there with Pearsall and Jennings and Jordan Mason, then the defense doesn't have to honor Deebo Samuel and, the pre-snap motion and all the eye candy and all the rest of it.
See, I see it a little bit differently. Let's dive into this. And 888-957-957 if you want to jump in. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Let me say this first. The idea of a schemed player, I think, will make a lot of people go, see, not that good. Why are you paying him $20-some-odd million? I just feel in general we have got to get over this whole system quarterback, product of the system, product of the scheme. I think all of these people are that. I think that that's what football is. I think that coaching staffs and executives know how they want to deploy certain things. They can get tweaked and adjusted when you get a new toy, like acquiring Christian McCaffrey, opens your playbook up further. But it is not a criticism to say that Deebo Samuel is a schemed-up player. That's actually, to me, a compliment. It means that Kyle Shanahan drafted somebody who he loved at the Senior Bowl. He was correct in drafting him. He has deployed him correctly. He has ended up having a good career, and I still think those can happen.
What I hear him say, though, is that he's not a guy who could just plug and play in 32 different offenses.
Absolutely, and that's okay. That's fine. That might be the case for Brock Purdy as well. It might be the case for a lot of quarterbacks. I think Jalen Hurts is one of those guys. If Jalen Hurts does not have Saquon Barkley, does not have tush push, does not have all of these things, is Jalen Hurts going to work in every system? Probably not. Still a good quarterback because he's working really well with the Philadelphia Eagles this year. But what I heard Greg say is your offensive line and your defensive line are not performing as well this year. And that zaps all of the other people of their powers. And so I really hope that doesn't sound like an excuse, because I know that bothers everybody. To me, it's just the facts of football. Your lines have to perform. They are the ones who set the table for everybody to sit down and eat. A bad offensive line means your quarterback's QB rating is going to go down. A good offensive line means a mediocre quarterback's QBR is going to go up. And that's, to me, what Debo is suffering from. The offensive line is not performing as high of a level, and the defense this year has failed to push through on the leads that they have been granted. And it puts the offenses in positions that are not as comfortable, are not as fruitful. So I just think the whole thing is a chain link fence. And I like the end analysis is I still am completely a Debo guy. I think Debo has not lost a step, and I think Debo Samuel is still part of this team's future.
About 73rd in football in catches, which tells you that he doesn't get targeted a lot, although he's been targeted about twice as many times as he has catches. So he hasn't been able to connect on a lot of the throws that he does get. Big drop against Buffalo, and I heard the interview with Greg Cosell yesterday, and I think he tapped you on the head. Now, you can't look at anything in the Buffalo game and take anything from that ball game.
Well, he took, because I did it on purpose because I brought up money.
You brought up money?
Yeah. You can't bring up money with Greg.
Nah, he's not.
I wanted to see what he would do.
Cash me out one time.
If he's a schemed up player, why the hell is he making almost $30 million, Greg?
It's a bad investment, is what it was.
I disagree.
Well,
he's been great.
He's been great, but what he is now is not as good as what he has been. And I do think that he's lost a step. And I look at a lot of the offensive line play that you were referencing, and as a run-blocking offensive line, they've actually been really good this year. It's the pass blocking where they've struggled. And I look at Debo when he's run the ball, and they haven't had him as a running back very often. And when he's been back there, he hasn't been effective. And the jet sweep, he hasn't been effective. And even the few plays that you scheme up for him, he hasn't done a lot. And you mentioned the big running or the big catch in the run against Seattle.
Yeah.
That's about it. I mean, as far as...
That's not about it. I mean, Debo's done some things, and I'd also
Not
argue,
many.
like, I don't really look at what does PFF tell me, oh, their run blocking has been good. Here's the way I look at it. It's not been as good as it was in the past.
But they've been able to run the ball with Jordan Mason, with Garendo, with
Sometimes.
McCaffrey.
Not in the
they're
red
top
zone.
5.
Not in the red zone.
Well, they're top 5 in the league in yards per carry.
Yeah, but again, to me, it's a little bit of an empty number, because that number gets gussied up with what you're doing at your own 42-yard line.
Well, you mentioned the red zone, and what has he done in the red zone? Debo. He's done nothing.
The whole team's done nothing in the red zone.
Right, but he's a guy you're paying $28 million a year to.
Understood, but
to me, it's a bad investment because he's a schemed-up specialty player, and he's a guy who... you reworked his deal, and now you can't get out from underneath Debo's deal, and now he's going to be here.
But that's okay, because the scheme's not changing. He's a schemed-up player in this scheme, and has been...
And he's not as effective as he has been in the past.
Hasn't been as effective as he has in the past, just like almost everybody else.
That's not true.
It is.
George Kittle's been more effective, and Jordan Mason's been more effective, and Juwan Jennings has been more effective.
Jordan Mason's been more effective because he's been on the field.
Right.
Barron Mason's not, there's nothing to compare it to.
Well,
He's
the run
barely ever
blocking
played.
hasn't affected him. He was leading the league in rushing.
It has affected him. He couldn't score a touchdown. You get inside the 10, and he couldn't get a yard. That's where things tighten up. It's no different than the way we talk.
Shanahan and the scheme as much as it is the players.
You can call it whatever it is. It's everything. It's just like the Warriors. You got no problem scoring in the first three quarters. Why can you suddenly not score in the final 5 minutes? It tightens up.
Yeah.
It's the same thing in the red zone. So I'm not here to tell you that Debo's performing wonderfully and you just can't see it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that this isn't just about Debo. I don't even know if it's about Debo at all. Here's what Cosell said when we followed up with him about the idea of him being a schemed-up player. This is what he told me and Grandy just yesterday.
He's very important to the Niners because of their scheme. Because Samuel, and of course McCaffrey's now done for the year, but in normal circumstances, if you think back to last year, think about the Niners offense when they had both guys and what they could do formationally in terms of all their motions and shifts, which they're among the highest percentage movement before the snap team in the league. All that stuff didn't happen against Green Bay because they were playing with a backup quarterback. And I'm just being honest, based on tape study, Samuel is not Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson or A.J. Brown. He's not at that level of as a pure receiver. That's not who he is. He fits into his scheme at a really high level, so therefore he's important to the 49ers. So think of it this way. When teams think about the draft, you know what they think about? They don't think about it probably the way a lot of people do in terms of making, is this guy better than this guy or whatever. They think it in terms of, is this guy better than the players we have on our team, and can he do better in our system with the players we have on our team? So Deebo Samuel's really important to the Niners, but he's not at that level of receiver as a pure receiver if you were doing it as an abstraction.
I buy this. So in other words, because what is he making this year? Was it 26, 28? Whatever,
something like that.
Whatever. Is Deebo Samuel worth that on the open market? Maybe not.
I don't think he's worth it here.
Okay, I do.
Yeah.
I do. And the reason I think that is he hasn't played up to it this year. The whole team hasn't played up to that this year. However, I think you got to look at contracts based on what you're attempting to do. If the Niners, when they've been good, he's been worth more than $26 million. And the Niners both, I think, still can be good. I don't know about this year, but I think if you do think this year's over and you are looking to next year, can this scheme still highlight Deebo Samuel at the importance level that he has had in the past? I believe so. And I think that they believe so, which is why they restructured it. I have no issue if you want to criticize that. But to me, if you just want to flatly look at money and importance to your scheme and what makes more sense, I think the Brandon contract is more offensive to me than Deebo's.
I think they're both bad contracts.
Then that's fine. I'm just saying, I think Brandon is the much less unique, less schemed up player. Therefore, to me, the much more replaceable player.
Yeah, I see it completely the opposite way because Brandon's a guy who you can at least trust to go out there and run every route, and you could throw him the ball and he'll go out there and make plays for you down the field. Deebo is largely a two-trick pony, and one of the tricks is, he's going to be a running back, watch out, and you're not even using him that way this year. He has 27 carries, and the other thing that you do is you throw him the ball behind the line of scrimmage and let him go out there and run people over. He doesn't often run a deep route, a deep in, a 9 route. He runs 5 to 10 yards. He runs crossers, middle of the field.
This is somebody who had a 13.
This is a man, but that's years ago.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
That's 3 years ago. It does matter because it's 2024.
Okay, then
and
why
he's got
are you
38 catches?
Then why are you pumping up what Brandon can do? Are you kidding me? He's not even on the team right now.
When healthy, Brandon Aiyuk is a better receiver than Deebo Samuel.
I disagree. He's a different receiver.
He's a better receiver. He may not be a better football player.
He's a more traditional
receiver.
He is less.
Deebo Samuel is a 1 or 2 trick pony. You throw him the ball behind the line of scrimmage and hope he runs somebody over.
This dude done saved 2 seasons in this system.
That's ancient history.
It's not.
What's he done in 2024, Mark? He's done nothing this year.
But you're pumping up Brandon because he's had an awesome year.
I'm not pumping up Brandon.
It sounds like it.
I'm saying that both contracts are bad contracts. I'm saying that Brandon Aiyuk, when healthy, is a better receiver as far as I'm a quarterback and I want to throw the ball down the field to a guy. Deebo Samuel's not
tradition.
that guy.
I don't like the word better there. He's a different receiver. He's a more traditional receiver.
I said better, and I stand behind it.
And that's fine. And I stand behind the fact that Deebo Samuel, through the last handful of years, has been way more important to this scheme than Brandon Aiyuk.
I agree with you, but that is ancient history.
As is Brandon's good play. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com, BayAreaOilChange.com. 888-957-9570. Where are you on the future of the wide receiver room? And Matt Barrows joins us in a half hour on Willard and Tips.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Golden State Lumber and building materials. And you've heard over the years all the great things
You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
Buddy.
Yeah, you still want to say he's on a cold streak now?
Well, I mean,
you both are.
Yeah. You think you're so funny sometimes.
No.
Buddy, he's averaging 10.7 a game over the last dozen.
Yeah. Well, there's also some numbers that would suggest
numbers are numbers.
Well,
and numbers are numbers.
That's true. And these are my numbers. As he goes, the Warriors go. In other words, you look at what he shoots from three when they win and look at what he shoots from three when they lose.
Interesting.
And it is significant.
5 of 7, win. 7 of 9, win. 7 of 11, it's a win. 6 of 10, they won. It's pretty good.
It's pretty significant.
Yeah.
I mean, he's shooting I don't know what the number is. It's 46% from three in their wins. And then in their losses, I think he's down around 30. So
1 of 9 against the Clippers.
Yeah, maybe that's true for a lot of the guys. I don't know.
Yeah.
But there is a little bit of, as Buddy goes, the Warriors go so far this year in the first 20 games. For sure.
Yeah, 14 for 33 in the last 5 games, all losses.
You know what I noticed about both of our core discussions today? It feels to me obviously, both of these squads are in a bad spot right now. The Niners being a much worse spot than the Warriors. The Warriors feels like it's just kind of problematic for a week and a half here. The 49ers feels like an entire season has been lost. But it feels to me like you think what we're looking at is very much emblematic of a larger problem that will sustain for a lengthy period, whether it's the rest of the year, maybe even next year. And I feel very, very differently about that. I feel like these are moments in time. I will grant all of your concerns. I will grant all of the negative feel about them. But I do not think that the Warriors are in trouble. And I do not think that this group of 49ers can't still have a very, very different outcome with a bunch of different circumstances in play.
This year? Because I've not given up on this year.
Yeah, no.
This year can still be...
Of course.
They could still be a playoff team. I mean, the odds are stacked against them, but...
You want the quirky number of the day on that?
Sure.
I think you saw this. The Niners are probably not going to go 5-0 the rest of the way.
Yep.
But if they did...
Yeah, Steiny had this earlier.
Did you hear it?
80%?
Yeah, 79% chance to make the playoffs if they win their last 5 games.
Right, and that makes perfect sense.
Yep.
They'd be 10-7, and they would probably win the division, assuming that, and even if they don't win, well, if they don't win the division, I don't know if they
get
get
a wild
in.
Card at 10-7.
It'd be tight, though, right?
There's a spot. There's a dangling spot.
You got Washington, Green Bay, and Minnesota.
Washington's the one. I don't know that they're going to beat 10-7. They've already got, 5 losses? They've not been as good.
Yep, 8-5.
They've not been as good. So, you look at their schedule the rest of the way. I think that they don't they still have Philly again? Let's see. They do. They still got to play Philly. They still have to play Atlanta. They're going to play
Dallas and New Orleans.
Dallas. Well, they've only got 4 more games.
They got a bye this week.
They've only got 4 more games. If they go 2-2, then they're 10-7.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the tiebreaker would be. But you get what I'm saying.
It's head-to-head than conference record.
But it sounds to me like while you haven't, quote, given up on this year, and I'm with you because I don't know what you get for that. Let's see him play the Bears this weekend.
Exactly. And I haven't given up on the Warriors either.
But next year, this whole idea of the league is caught up to Shanahan, Debo's lost a step, Trent's going to be 37.
Right.
Now Christian's broken again. I sit over here and go, well, I mean, those are all real things, but I don't think that between now and 9 months from now to next August, September, that means that all these guys just scheme dead, can't play football anymore.
Of course not. And I'm not saying that.
They can have a really good year next year.
They sure can. And they actually should. And we talked about this on Tuesday about their schedule. Their schedule next year, if they wind up this year as a 4th place team in the West, and I don't think that they will, but for the sake of the argument, it doesn't even matter where they wind up because their schedule next year is a joke. You play the AFC South and the NFC South. Those are 8 teams that are traditionally not world beaters. And this year, the NFC South, Atlanta leads the way at 6-6. Atlanta, and Tampa. In the AFC South, you get Jacksonville, you get Tennessee that doesn't have a quarterback, Indy lost in the woods, and you get the Fighting D'Amicos, who there's another team that was super hot in November, and now they've kind of regressed to the mean a little bit.
They're good, but they're not scary.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So next year's schedule is really good. All I'm saying about the scheme is that Kyle Shanahan this year in the offseason, I think, has got to go back to the drawing board in many ways and figure out different ways to go about running the ball, different ways to go about running his offense, because this year, I don't think that he has been that innovative. I see him running a lot of the same stuff, and it's not working. And is it because of the O-line? Sure.
Yeah.
Is it because you lost skill guys? Absolutely. It's a lot of things, but I also do think that teams around the league are seeing this offense a lot more. A lot of teams now run what Kyle runs, so you're getting used to facing this.
I look at it this way. Do you remember when Greg Cosell said to us a few weeks ago, he goes, look, there are no mysteries in the NFL. These guys, I mean, my God, they played the Packers a couple of weeks ago. Does anybody know anybody better than LaFleur knows Shanahan and vice versa? There's no way that they went out there on the field and went, oh, my God, I had no idea that was coming. It's sort of like under the premise that whatever you do offensively as a football team always has to have the element of surprise. It doesn't. You just need to execute better than the opponent.
But there used to be plays, 3 or 4 a game, where he would run something and the defense would have no idea and it would just be wide open. And that's not happening this year.
Yes, I agree with you. And again, I've said it 50 times. He's not had a good year. I'm not disagreeing with that point. What I'm disagreeing with is the statement, the league has figured him out. I can't even understand that. I don't think football works that way. They already figured him out. Everybody knows damn well what everybody's going to do every week, and it's a matter of, are you ready for it in that moment, and then do you execute in order to stop it? If a defensive player fires through the offensive line, it doesn't matter if your play call was good or not. The damn thing's going to get blown up.
The Super Bowl's on the phone.
Right, but if Trent Williams comes around the corner and you know he's coming, so what if he throws you into the third row? You're gone, and the running back's going to fly right by you. So I'm not saying...
And if Kyle Juszczyk runs the ball and doesn't fumble at the 1, then that's chalked up as a good play.
Yes, exactly.
And instead of you saying, why'd you give it to the fullback? Well, if he doesn't fumble and he scores, it's like, oh, clever play.
So I guess here's, again, they've all struggled. They've all struggled. I don't want the execution comment to sound like the blame is all on the players. It's not. You've got to coach them up. They've got to be more disciplined. They've been undisciplined. I've hated the penalties this year. All of it has been wildly disappointing. But I do not buy the statement the league has figured out Kyle Shanahan. And the reason I don't buy it is because I think they figured him out 15 years ago. I think they knew what he was doing when he got the job. He's extending what his dad has been doing. There are philosophies in sports.
I get it, yeah.
It's just like the Warriors. The Rockets know what they're going to do tonight. They know, but try and stop Steph. Go ahead.
Well, he's not playing, so you don't have to worry about that.
Okay, then it worked. We figured it out.
Exactly.
His stuff has been figured out.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They know what they're going to do.
I think that there's a part of what he's done in the recent years with the pre-snap motion and the jet sweep and all the other things that he's done with his personnel. And he can't do it this year because he hasn't had his personnel. And one thing that I've talked to a lot of football people about is the advantage that Kyle has is when you huddle up and you've got Juszczyk and Kittle and Debo and Aiyuk and McCaffrey, any of those 5 guys can line up in any one of the 5 positions. So as a defense, as the Niners break the huddle, you've got 15 seconds to figure out where everyone's going and what that might mean. When you don't have those guys, when you have Mason, okay, Mason's not going to go in the slot. Mason's probably not going to run a route. He's not going to run a wheel route out of the backfield. Juszczyk might go on the line, but he'll probably block. He's not really a receiver. There's no Aiyuk. So if we have Debo over here, we know Debo's not running a 20-yard in. Debo's going to probably do what he does. Kittle's the guy you worry about, but the big advantage that Shanahan has, he hasn't had this year because his personnel has not been diverse enough.
Well, it's interesting because this is, when you say that, here I think, because it's come up before, and Grandy actually, you want to talk about getting pinned? He pinned me on this yesterday. If that's the idea, if Kyle Shanahan's offense is not working as well because Christian McCaffrey is not on the field, how the hell did he do 2019? How'd he do it? And the way he pinned me is, I sort of, like, my memory bank was, well, that was a different team that would grind things out a little more. He goes, no, they averaged 30 points a game. They averaged 30 points a game with Jimmy flipping Garoppolo as their quarterback and, let's be real, a bunch of Jags as their running backs. Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson. This is who's running around back there.
Yeah.
Crushing the Packers in the NFC Championship game. How does Raheem Mostert run for over 200 yards in a standalone NFC Championship game to head to the Super Bowl while Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't even throw the football nearly at all, and you average 30 a game and you go to the Super Bowl? How? If I'm answering that question, this is a scheme that is just like anything else in life. It's a staircase. If you jump on the first step well, you're going to get an opportunity for the next step, and then the next step, and then the next step. In other words, here's my scheme. Now, okay, offensive line, you're step one. Execute. Don't commit a penalty. Fill your lanes. Get your assignments. Block your people. If we can do that, now we're going to the next step, and the next step, and so on and so forth. So it all works together to where a Jag running back can suddenly run for 200 yards 1 year, and then 4 years later, if step one of the execution doesn't work, then your Debos and your Christians and all of it doesn't matter. You're not, and sometimes they can perform, but not nearly as much. I think you agreed with me on this. How many times this year have we seen 2nd and 9? It feels constant.
Yeah.
We never used to see 2nd and 9. It was at least 2nd and 6 all the time.
Yeah, it's been a lot.
I don't think that is Purdy or Debo or Christian or Jordan or play call. I think that is Jake Brendel and things like that. That's what I think.
I do think that part of it is play call, and I think that Shanahan this year has fallen too much, especially early in the year before Brock had his shoulder issue, whatever it is, we don't really know, but he was in love with the deep throw. And all we wanted all the time with Kyle Shanahan was throw the ball down the field. And then this year, it's like, can you just throw it underneath a little bit more? Because he was throwing the ball down the field too much, and you don't have great pass protection, so Brock is running around and scrambling and fighting for yards. I do think when you go back to 2019, the offense that he was running was, and you can call them Jags if you want, but that offensive line was road grading, and they were creating a lot in the run game. And, Kyle Shanahan was much more married to it than he's been this year.
By the way, yeah, like I will absolutely stand by what I'm saying when I call them Jag running backs. Doesn't mean that they weren't good players. Doesn't mean that they aren't good players. They're in the NFL. They're amazeballs. Raheem Mostert, Matt Breida, these guys run 22 miles an hour. Are you kidding me? They're incredible. But be real. They're not stars. They're not overly special in the framework of the NFL. They're not Saquon Barkley. They're not Christian McCaffrey. They're not Joe Mixon. They're not these people. They're not. But, boy, they performed like that under the Kyle Shanahan system. And I think it's less about, like, so part of this is also because everyone wants to use the word genius and guru and all of these things. And it's not that. They're good play calls. But good play calls need the first step of good execution for them to go anywhere. And the Niners have not had that this year. And it is, there's so many things. Yes, it's injury. I also think, for me, a lot of this, everything in sports is mental. I really do. I believe that this whole group, all the way down to the staff, I think is cruising around Levi's Stadium right now and the facility going, good Lord. Like everything feels hard. Nothing has worked. Some in their control and their fault, some out, but it's just a total drain. The whole thing looks drained. And I don't think that means it's been figured out or now ineffective for the rest of our lives.
I'm not saying that. I mean, it's up to Kyle Shanahan to make the adjustments because what they've done this year largely hasn't worked. And they've been able to run the ball. So I don't think that I look at the offensive line and think it's been a complete disaster. They're fifth in the league in yards per carry. Pro Football Focus has them as the number one run blocking unit in all of football. The big issue with the offensive line for me has been the penalties. And it's like you said, setting you back behind the sticks, 2nd and 15 or 1st and 15. Totally. Those things have hurt you. And also your pass game, your quarterback, whether it's because his shoulder hurts or he's got a sore shoulder or whatever it is and he hasn't had his weapons, the passing game has not been as good. And so, you got a quarterback who's not letting it rip. Maybe it's because of the shoulder. Maybe it's because he doesn't trust his weapons, and you've had a lot of those guys be out. And so, especially these last couple of games, and Brock, I know, didn't play in Green Bay, but in the Buffalo game, you can discount because of the snow, but the offense, the passing offense hasn't been as good.
Yeah, the idea that they're still running the ball well, I think gets zapped on a couple of things. Like, fine. Great. PFF thinks they can run the ball. Well, they can't inside the 15. So it doesn't matter because you can run the ball to get 3. And Jake Moody might make the kick, and he might not. And then you can run the ball down to the 15, and then you can have 2 holding penalties. And now you're punting the ball. And so I don't buy those stats. We can see and feel that they cannot run the ball as good this year as they have in the past. We can see it. And so I think those numbers are a little misleading because A, they don't take red zone into account, and B, they don't take into account the lack of discipline that offensive line has shown. You can run the ball and have it be 2nd and 5, and then you hold, and now it's 2nd and 15. Great, you ran the ball. You're averaging 5 yards a carry, but you're 5 yards behind the sticks. And we've seen it over and over and over again. So everything is, think of in this conversation today, how many different reasons have we come up with for why things are bad? The list, it goes on forever. And so if that's the case, I just don't think that you can look at one person. I don't think you can look at Kyle. We've been talking about Debo. It is.
You can look at all of them.
It's so many things.
It's comprehensive, sure. And you could look at the games, the 3 games that they blew, and those were mistakes made by Ronnie Bell and Jordan Mason, and Devondre Campbell made a big mistake. Charvarius Ward with getting beat on a 50-yard pass play against the Rams. There's enough mistakes to go around, but ultimately it falls on the desk of Kyle Shanahan, and that's why I look at going into next year. He's got to figure out new ways to innovate this offense because this year it's been pretty flat, and they haven't had a lot of plays that are schemed to be explosive plays.
Are you ready?
For what?
For what?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
For what?
Let's do this.
What question is that?
Well, am I ready?
Is today the best day of the week or not?
What kind of question is that?
Right? Boy, nothing gets by you, pal. It's Thursday night, and you better fade.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradamus gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money. Cash me out one time. It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
All right, Mr. Dan, you are 2 games under 500.
Man.
And you are looking at a full field goal plus for the big bad Detroit Lions tonight. Big game. Detroit is hosting the Green Bay Packers on Thursday Night Football. The spread is 3.5 in favor of the Detroit Lions. Dibs.
Well, I love the DVOA, defense adjusted value over average, and the Lions are number 1 in football. Green Bay is number 5. So 2 of the 5 best teams in football according to the advanced metrics. And I look at a game like this, Detroit at home, given 3.5, divisional game, and you think, man, this is going to be another Detroit party. This team just hums. They run over everyone. Not so fast, my friend. Green Bay, really, really good squad. They can run the ball, And Detroit's dealing with a lot of injuries.
This is true. This is true.
For me, it goes against the grain, maybe, but I'm taking the Packers in the 3.5. You won't.
It's a good pick.
You like the pick?
It's a really good pick.
We're all disappointed.
Yeah, it's a really, I know. And I told you I bet this one this morning, and against my better judgment, because I was like, I went to hit send or submit or whatever, and I'm like, ooh, I better wait for Dibs because I don't want to go with Dibs. I don't know who's picking.
Yeah,
I don't want to be a stupid person and pick the same thing that Dan Dibley picked.
I wouldn't.
Right?
It's risky.
But then I searched my heart, and I'm like, this is what I feel, so I should go with my gut. And I went with the Packers plus 3.5. And I'm super bummed.
Yeah, I'm sure you're feeling
super bummed that you picked the Packers.
Well, this is going to make you feel even worse.
What's that?
I'm in that confidence pool where you pick every game against the spread.
And you have this one super high?
Super high. It's my second most confident pick of the week.
We could change the name of the segment just for today. We can make it Fade the Goo.
Well, why? Was he all in on Detroit?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's actually a pretty good game to play, too. Fade the Goo.
Arguably better.
You got to go out there and be tough.
I don't know what his record is this year. What's Guru's record
No
this
one
year?
does. He doesn't even.
He made the fantasy playoffs. Dibs?
I don't know.
Did you, Dibs?
No, I didn't.
Did you now, Dibs?
Nope.
This is your last fantasy game ever against me this weekend, isn't it?
This will do it.
No.
Wow. This will do it. And
Bet you 50
I'm
bucks.
actually gonna go out there and try and win. I thought about just laying down.
You're gonna go out there and be tough.
You got to go out there and be tough.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Oh,
yeah, this is gonna do it.
You're gonna try to beat me in fantasy this weekend?
Yeah.
I don't even
I'm not gonna try.
I don't even know if I'm starting my lineup. I don't need it.
You set your lineup. It's the fantasy football it's like there's so much about it that is just nonsense.
All of it.
Well, it's fun to
It's fun. That's
watch
it.
a player.
It's just stupid fun.
It turns out it's not that fun.
It is that
what
fun.
I've discovered.
Well, that's a you thing.
I'm good.
It is whatever you make it.
No, and I've learned. I learned a valuable lesson this year.
You learned that last year and the year before.
No, last year was different because last year my team stunk. This year I went against the top scoring team 6 of 13 times.
Last year.
And that's something that I cannot tolerate. It's something that I won't tolerate.
You'll be back.
I'm out.
You're in. You said I'm out like 700 times last year, and now here you are. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. All right. Why did Brock not talk to the media today? What is going on with Deebo Samuel? Is Nick Bosa going to play this weekend? What is the morale inside the locker room? There is one man. It's actually multiple people, but he is one of those people who can answer those questions. He's Matt Barrows with The Athletic, and he joins us next on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always,
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, Football Sunday, Niners and Bears kickoff show. Evan Giddings, Low Neal, 2 hours before the start of the game. Hilton Santa Clara is the spot. They got food. They got great drinks. Best pregame show in the Bay Area presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Willard and Dibbs, we got Dubs going up against the Rockets. No Steph, no Draymond later on tonight. We'll get you ready for that starting in a little bit, but we've been talking Niners, and now we get joined on the River Islands guest line by our buddy, Matt Barrows, The Athletic. Hey, Matty, what's up?
How are you guys doing?
We're doing fine, except for the last time Brock Purdy didn't talk on Thursday. Brandon Allen played football, so what the hell's going on out there?
Oh, I don't think this was a shoulder issue. It was more of a scheduling issue. He was getting ready for his press conference and then had to duck into a quarterback meeting. And so it was decided that he would have his Thursday press conference on Friday. But I don't think there's any shenanigans going on. I think it's just what I just described.
What's the concern level for the shoulder, and how's he looked at when you've seen him out there in practice?
He looks fine now. I mean, I thought that one indication that his shoulder was okay was after the Juszczyk fumble in Buffalo. It was Brock Purdy that sent the Buffalo Bills defender out of bounds, and he did so with his right shoulder. So to me, that was a good indication that he wasn't feeling a lot of pain from it. Hard to tell from the throws on Sunday because there just weren't a lot of deep throws from either quarterback. But in practice, he's looked like himself.
Matt, I'm sure you hear this. We hear this. I'm trying to figure out how to answer this. When somebody says to you, the league has figured out Kyle Shanahan's scheme, how do you answer?
I answer it that, the league has definitely done different things this year. Defenses are playing more man coverage, for example. And you see the effects of that. Brock Purdy is holding onto the ball longer. He's taking off and running with the ball more. His completion percentage is lower than it was last year. But I don't think that that's a Purdy problem or a Kyle Shanahan problem. I think that's a wide receiver problem. When teams play more man coverage, it usually means that they're not scared of your wide receiver core. And when you lose Brandon Aiyuk, he's your best, he's your man beater on the 49ers. And when you lost him for the season, I think that just emboldened those defenses even more. And that's what you're seeing out there on Sundays.
Ricky Pearsall is supposed to also be somewhat of a man beater, yet last 3 games he's been very quiet. What have you seen from Ricky that has caused him to maybe have an early regression in his rookie year?
Yeah, I would say that that's a rookie year issue. That's a missing most of training camp issue. That's a missing most of the beginning of the season issue. It's nothing you want to see. He's a first-round pick. He's getting lots of playing time, and he's had 0 catches in the last 3 outings. I do think that you can probably throw Buffalo out of the mix just because, it just wasn't a game that you're going to have a lot of passing yards and receiving yards. But, I think that's part of the same thing that I was describing, whether it's Deebo Samuel or Ricky Pearsall. These guys aren't getting open, or they don't have the same connection with Brock Purdy in man coverage.
Matt, you think Nick Sorensen's going to be the defensive coordinator again next year?
I think so. I'm writing about that for tomorrow. I don't think that the 49ers issues are a Nick Sorensen issue. I think it's a personnel issue. But having said that, I think Kyle Shanahan's going to have some options at defensive coordinator. This team looked initially at Jeff Ulbrich in the offseason, the New York Jets interim coach right now, and a longtime 49ers linebacker. And they were told politely that they were not allowed to interview Jeff Ulbrich. If Ulbrich becomes available at the end of this season, will they pursue him again? Robert Saleh might be available. There might be some other names as well. I think Kyle Shanahan will have options, and perhaps more options than he had when he tapped Sorensen in this most recent offseason. But again, on Sunday, you looked onto the field. I've been covering this team nonstop since the spring. I saw numbers out there that I was unfamiliar with. I had to consult my handy-dandy roster a few times. Who's 41? Who's 50? There are a lot of guys playing that who are unfamiliar to us and unfamiliar to the defense, and I think that's the bigger explanation for why they've struggled versus the defensive coordinator.
And why has the depth been an issue this year where previous years it seemed like they were able to just plug and play on the D-line when somebody went down?
Well, it's a lot of somebodies this year. I mean, look at their missing 3 of their top 6 defensive linemen, Bosa and Jordan Elliott, Javon Hargrave, and then Kevin Givens went down in the first quarter. So that's a big chunk. I mean, you go into a game with 8 defensive linemen. The 49ers were missing 4 of those 8 after the first 5 minutes of the game.
By the way, speaking of Bosa, Matt, I know he didn't practice today, but Kyle Shanahan had said he has a chance to play this week. What do you think is going to happen there?
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously the last time he kind of pushed it on that hip/oblique injury, he ended up injuring the other side of his body and then missing 2 games. So I would think that the 49ers and Bosa are going to be cautious with this, and knowing what happened the last time he played on the injury, that they might wait for it to subside even more. I think it is getting better. Until I see him practice, though, I would just assume that he's not going to play.
Any word on Trent Williams? And I know it's super touchy and what he went through is unspeakable, but has there been any thought or any chatter about whether or not he'd come back?
Yeah, he has not been around the locker room. He has that personal issue as well as, he's still coming back from the ankle issue, which he told me after the Seattle game was more of a heel issue, more of a bone bruise. So something that's going to take a while to heal. And obviously it wasn't healing quickly. And there's swelling involved, and I think it took a lot for him to get through that Seattle game, and I think that told them that it's probably not worth him playing on it these last 2 games.
Matt Barrows, The Athletic, on the Niners with us, Willard and Dibbs. Matt, you're around the guys. How's morale?
It's what you would expect. I think George Kittle put it well today. This team went into the season with the highest of expectations, realistic expectations that they would return to the Super Bowl. So to be 5-7 and to be really blown out these last 2 games, it's demoralizing. I think it's hard for guys like Kittle and for Fred Warner to kind of do what they do, which is try to inspire, to kind of get the team around them and rally everybody. It's hard to do that week in and week out when there are no results. You're not seeing the results. And again, I think it's a personnel problem. They're just playing without so many stars. I think it goes back to the offseason. This was not a good offseason for them. The 2023 offseason was really good. Christian McCaffrey was out there all the time. Brandon Aiyuk was out there all the time. This, that, and the other. And there were a lot of absences this year, and I think that was sort of the start of it. Got off to a bad start, and that bad start just got worse.
And it hasn't been able to turn around, and it's virtually a must-win here on Sunday. I want to ask you about Deebo Samuel and what you're seeing from his season, and I was mentioning earlier to Mark that I kind of see him as a 1 or 2 trick pony, and if things aren't schemed up perfectly for Deebo, then it doesn't seem like he makes much of an impact. How would you rate his season so far, Matt?
Yeah, I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier. Brandon Aiyuk is the wide receiver that beats man coverage for the 49ers. Deebo Samuel is the receiver that beats zone coverage for the 49ers. I know it doesn't always work out that way, but that's a very general way to think about it. So with teams playing more man coverage, that is not Deebo Samuel's specialty. And so getting open or, just the chemistry between Brock Purdy and Samuel on those routes probably isn't as good as it is between Brock Purdy and Aiyuk last year versus those types of defenses. So, that's a large kind of theme with which to look at the 49ers this year.
Matt, I know there's a long way to go, but as we sit here today, the Aiyuk injury, what you just said about Deebo, Pearsall's rookie year, how do you see the 49ers addressing the wide receiver room in the offseason?
I think I'm going to be part of your "that's a great question" montage because I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about that too. When you have a healthy Brandon Aiyuk, I don't think it's an issue. Obviously, it wasn't last year. The 49ers had a great passing attack last year. He was productive. Deebo Samuel was productive. George Kittle, Juwan Jennings. However, Brandon Aiyuk is going to be coming off an ACL injury this year, and you're not sure if he's going to be at full speed to begin the season. So in an offseason where you're going to be paying Brock Purdy, presumably, a lot of money, do you want to go into the regular season not quite knowing when Brandon Aiyuk is going to be back to 2023 Brandon Aiyuk, or do you want to address that position? Right now, they got the 14th overall pick in the draft. Do they use it on a wide receiver? Do they use it on a defensive end? Do they use it on an offensive tackle? I don't know. I think any of those three are probably good choices at this point.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
You mentioned an offensive tackle. It doesn't seem like they have been, Shanahan and Lynch, they've been that aggressive about using a high pick unless they love the player. Are they of the mindset looking for best available, or do you think that they would go into this year as maybe drafting for need?
It's interesting because the last time they drafted an offensive tackle was 2018 when they drafted Mike McGlinchey. They did that with a top 10 pick. Like I said, right now they're at pick number 14. If the season ended today, they'd have the 14th pick. That puts them in striking distance of a top 10 pick. This is a team that expects to be picking at the end of the first round every year. If they got up close to that point, would they use that opportunity to go get the tackle? That's I think a question for the offseason. It's not a great tackle draft, however, so that may be what kind of persuades them as well.
Matt, can we circle back to wide receiver for a minute and just sort of go with this? Like leading into the draft and afterward, there was sort of what felt like a final idea that either Brandon wasn't going to be signed or Deebo would be traded. Bottom line, the thought was this was the last year with both of them on the team. Is that still the case after the Deebo restructure? Do you think Deebo Samuel's going to be on this team after this year?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that because, as you pointed out, there's a restructure there that makes parting ways with him not easy. Trading him, you would incur a big penalty. Cutting him, you would incur a big penalty as well. The penalty is so big that you might conclude that you're better off keeping him. He's still Deebo Samuel. He's still capable of running over defenders, and more to the point, he's probably a better version of himself when he has Brandon Aiyuk out there. And that's the point that I've been trying to make all along is that they really work well together. So it's a good question. I don't know the answer to it. There are a lot of moving parts to this, but Brandon Aiyuk's injury complicates it even more.
Is Debo still the same player, Matt? And I heard you say that, and Mark and I have been going back and forth on this notion and whether or not he's lost a step or what. Is he really still the same player in your eyes?
He had a big play in Seattle earlier this year, big 75-yard touchdown, and he reached almost 21 miles per hour, according to all the GPS stuff. So he still can move out there. Like I said, I think it has a lot to do with the other wide receivers playing around him.
Matty, great stuff as always. We appreciate it. By the way, on the way out the door, when people go, hey, win the last 5, you can go to the playoffs, does that sound ridiculous to you?
Yeah, it does, because they just have not shown much fight at all these last 2 games. And that's, I think, is probably the most disturbing part of it. These have been blowouts. And I think the Bears, not a very good team. Bears have all sorts of issues up and down their lineup. They're a rebuilding team with a rookie quarterback. I think that this will be a really good litmus test to see whether the 49ers, in fact, can run the table. The 49ers have not been able to beat even middle-of-the-road teams in the second half of the season.
Matty, have fun with a couple of home games. Get back used to your own bed, and thank you very much.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, there you go.
Thanks,
Matt Barrows, The Athletic, with us on the 49ers. We have some stuff from Nick Sorensen that you're probably going to want to hear.
Okay.
And some callers that want to get on Niners. Then we'll get back to Warriors and start getting you ready for the game tonight. But you know me. I'm let's just put it on the table. Do you want to do the last hour? Your voice is going.
Yeah, it's going.
Do you want to do it or not?
I want to, but I guess the question is,
should you?
How bad does it sound?
Yeah, it's kind of like any injured player where they're like, I could fight through this. It's like Fred Warner.
Yeah.
Should you play? Oh, that's great effort. But then again, are you pulling away from the team? You tell me, dude.
No, it's up to you and Mark and Lucas. It's like, how does it sound? Because I know how it sounds to me, and it's a little bit of a struggle.
I think you got to speak in like 1-sentence bursts.
Okay.
Let's try
you're
that.
like Steph Curry.
Because it dies as it goes.
Yeah.
All right.
Like Steph Curry.
So I'll go on a 5-word limit.
Stop now. Stop.
Stop.
Okay.
All right.
As opposed to... And this is different.
Right there.
Make sure you breathe, too, in between.
Every other show is...
Do you need water?
Kind of like this.
You see, you do. You sound good with 3 words. And the crazy thing is I've been pitching this to the station for 3 years.
You've been doing it.
I'd like 3-word max.
Yeah.
Why does he keep talking?
Too much.
Wait, look at how good you sound with 2 words.
Especially when I'm down here.
There you go, McMahon. Good job.
How you doing?
Thanks.
Totally.
You turned into Big Dom, and you have no choice to not be Big Dom.
The Eagles need me on the sideline. I'm Big Dom.
Oh, God. All right, look, listen to this, and I haven't heard it. The guys said, hey, you're going to want to hear this. Frickin' Nick Sorensen. Listen to this, okay? The other team, known as the Packers and the Bills the last couple of weeks, when they go into the red zone, then they go into the end zone. In fact, they're pretty much the same freaking thing. 9 for 9 is the opponent the last 2 weeks on red zone trips. So they said, hey, Nick, what's up with that? And then here's the answer.
We're looking at everything. I mean, there's, whatever it needs to be done, we're trying. We got to same thing. Same as the run. Same as not taking the ball away. Same as third down. These situational parts of our defense have to get better. And it doesn't matter who's in there. We got to coach it better. We got to execute better. So look at every aspect of it, evaluate everything, looking at ourselves even more throughout what we've done. Is there things we need to change? Do we just need to tighten up what we're doing? So we're just evaluating. And then it's also your opponent. Does that apply to who you're playing? So it's not good. It's not good enough. We have to get it better.
I don't like this answer at all.
No?
I don't. This is a turnoff of an answer.
How come?
Because he's asking.
I'm doing great. I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Nick Sorensen.
Yeah. No, I'm laughing
What's
at both.
so funny?
I'm laughing at Nick Sorensen and Dan Dibley. Is that okay?
It's fine. I'm on a word count.
Can we hear it again? Let's hear it one more time.
Yeah, let's hear Nick again. And here's what I want to do. You want to know what I want to do? Let's have some fun with Nick. Count the questions. Nick, when you get it, here's how it works. All those people sitting in the auditorium, they ask questions. You're standing in front of a podium. You get to answer the question. When you answer a question with a question, people stop trusting you. It's kind of like when you come home late on a Friday night and your wife looks at you and goes, "Where were you?" And then you go, "Where was I?"
Where was I?
Now people don't trust you. Stop asking questions in your answer. Let's count the questions that Nick gives in his answer.
We're looking at everything. I mean, there's, whatever it needs to be done, we're trying. We got to same thing. Same as the run. Same as not taking the ball away. Same as third down. These situational parts of our defense have to get better. And it doesn't matter who's in there. We got to coach it better. We got to execute better. So look at every aspect of it, evaluate everything, looking at ourselves even more throughout what we've done. Is there things we need to change? We just need to tighten up what we're doing. So we're just evaluating. And then it's also your opponent. Does that apply to who you're playing?
Three.
So it's not good. It's not good enough. We have to get it better.
Okay, there's only 3. I had the over-under set at 4.5, but there were 3 questions asked in his answer. And then the other thing that, by the way, this was not a question. This was a statement. You're not allowed to say this as a coach. We're trying.
Yeah.
Holy crap. We're trying.
A lot of cliches in there.
Ay. And look, I know it's just a press conference, and maybe we don't even really know Nick that well yet. Maybe Nick's just not really good in front of the microphone, because that is sort of a gift, even if you're, quote, not great at it. Is there sort of a way that we can sink our teeth into what you do? I'd argue that's what Kyle Shanahan is. He hates talking to the media, but he makes fun of that. And then there's sort of a snarky back and forth kind of a tone to it, but you get something out of it. What I've noticed when I listen to Nick Sorensen talk, I don't get anything out of it. I don't walk away with, okay, this is what he said. That this is 36 seconds of we're looking at everything, we're trying, and we're asking questions like, who's the opponent? And where are they on the field? And is it a personnel thing? Or is it an execution thing? All right, good night. Thanks for coming. I got nothing. I've got nothing. Nick, you got to point your finger in a certain direction when you're answering a question like that, or else it just ends up feeling very unsatisfying.
Yeah, it's cliches and it's coach speak. There wasn't really anything there.
Yeah, they're right. When you get to the 9th word, it really right.
I was gonna say I'll pull the plug on it, but your car's in front of mine anyway.
Oh, that's a good point. He can't go anywhere. He can't get out.
I'm gonna sit out there.
You go. Well, there's a drugstore on the way. You go get yourself a big box of lozenges, and it's a beautiful day, night in the city. You just go for a walk, look at Christmas lights.
That's fun.
No, it is. Go over to California. The lights on the trees, they're beautiful.
Yeah, gorgeous. I'm trying here. I'm doing my best.
Yeah, gorgeous. I'll give you this. You're more entertaining than Nick Sorensen.
Thanks.
Even like this. Thanks.
I mean, he started the answer by just listing out everything they're bad at, which Check's notes was like every aspect of defense.
So listen to it one more time. Listen to this.
We're looking at everything. I mean, there's, whatever it needs to be done, we're trying. We got to same thing. Same as the run. Same as not taking the ball away. Same as third down. These situational parts of our defense have to get better. And it doesn't matter who's in there. We got to coach it better. We got to execute better. So look at every aspect of it, evaluate everything, looking at ourselves even more throughout what we've done. Is there things we need to change? We just need to tighten up what we're doing. So we're just evaluating. And then it's also your opponent. Does that apply to who you're playing? So it's not good. It's not good enough.
No.
We have to get it better.
It's not. I mean, what does that mean? We're looking at ourselves even more. Are you getting closer to the mirror? What does that mean? We're looking at ourselves even more.
31st in red zone defense.
We got to coach it better. We got to this better. It's like, look, I understand again.
70.7% red zone.
I understand that he's just talking to the media, but unfortunately for Nick, it sounds like someone who has no answers. And when you've got this amount of expectation and you're the new guy and your group is underperforming, I don't think you can not have answers. You have to have answers in this particular situation.
Well, the answers are all excuses. Really. We've had a lot of guys hurt. Okay.
Yeah,
Excuses.
but then he's like, it doesn't matter who's in there. They've got to be better. I've got to be better. You know what Nick would be really, really good at? I did figure it out. I know what Nick could be hired to do. Nick should be the guy that does the sideline interview on the way to the locker room just before halftime. He sounds like he's doing that for this entire 36 seconds. Hey, Nick, the other team has got 3 touchdowns in 3 red zone trips here in this first half. What's your reaction to that? Well, stop the run better, stop the pass better. I've got to be better, and they've got to be better, and we've got to come out with our butts on fire and be better. All right, thanks, Coach. You said nothing.
Yeah.
You said nothing. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. Say hi to Dan.
Guys.
Hey, Gene.
What's that?
Yeah, say hi to Dan.
Hey, Dan. Actually, you sound like Nick from the Bronx the other night, and you know what? I kind of like it being from Boston myself, so I'm hoping you hang around for another hour so I can listen to more.
Yeah, thanks, Gene.
All right, so here, this might make you feel a little bit better first here. You convinced me to change my pick tonight to the Packers, okay? So I'm going to make a pledge on the air here.
Oh, crap.
That if I win my pool this week by 1 point because of that switch, you and your wife are invited to come out to dinner with me and my wife at a restaurant of your choice.
There you go, Dibs.
Awesome.
So wait, if the Packers cover 3.5, you're going on a double date with Dan Dibley?
Yeah, why not?
All right, yeah, here it is. That's it. Now I'm into this game.
It's a win-win.
Now I'm really into this game. I have never been. Da-dun. Go, Pack, go. I am in tonight.
So, if I can say something quickly about the Niners here.
Sure you can. Actually, with the way Dib sounds, you can talk for as long as you want, Gene. You want to do the rest of the show?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
All right.
I got to get a
welcome to the team.
I got to go get a glass of tequila first. But anyways,
we still never show that
I know
way.
I know. I have a perfect career for Nick Sorensen once he leaves the Niners. Okay, national politics. All right. The guy said, in so many words, said absolutely nothing. So I think he'd be very, very successful. But anyways, put that aside. Hey, you know the Niners. I'm totally with you. What you said the other day, Mark.
You can call me Mac.
Just Mac or Mark or whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Excuse me. I think I'm catching Dibs disease.
Yeah, you guys do need to go to dinner together.
Anyways, this is a washout. I mean, by my count, I think they've had something between 7 and 9, critically important players either out or at least compromised to where they can't play, anywhere near their best this year. I've been racking my brains trying to think of a year when a team of mine has been this compromised because of injuries. I can't come up with one. So all this criticism of Shanahan and the players, and I just, as far as I'm concerned, you just put it aside. Anything they do in terms of wins from here on is a bonus. And, and as far as I'm concerned, I packed it in, and I'm going to wait for next year when hopefully they're ready to go, and start again. And then one last thing. I like what Matt Barrow said about the new coaches that he's proposing. I think he said Ulrich for offense, and I love Saleh. I don't know. I think Saleh was probably the best defensive coordinator Shanahan has had under his tenure. So I think that's a really cost-effective way to improve the team significantly. And last thing, if they're somewhere between 10 and 12 as far as draft picks, by all means, get whatever you can get for the line. I think that's their first priority.
All right, Gene. Thank you very much. I think Gene said last thing like 3 times. But no, that's all fair. And, going back to the defensive coordinator comment, Matt Barrows did bring up a bunch of extra names. However, he started the answer with, I think Nick Sorensen is going to be back.
Right.
It's going to be very, very interesting. To me, that one is a ... I don't think, and why wouldn't it be? It's only the first week of December. Like, no decision needs to be made yet. But certainly he gave Nick Sorensen the vote of confidence earlier this week. At the same time, I think that is still very TBD with regard to who's going to be the defensive coordinator based on who's available. Remember, it comes out this week, Nick Sorensen was not the first choice.
He was choice number 4.
He is not the first choice. And so when you're not the first choice and then you don't crush it, I mean, you can look at, like, Bruce Bochy was not the first choice, but then Bruce Bochy crushed it pretty quick.
Yeah.
And now you're like, okay. But if you're not the first choice and then you come out here and have a year like this, when's the last time the Niner defense was this bad? I mean, it was like, what? I would almost
probably
argue
Chip Kelly.
Or maybe year 1 for Shanahan, maybe. That's the last time the defense performed like this. They've never performed like this before.
And they're not terrible, but we're used to them being elite. They're mediocre. And what hurts is that they're 31st in red zone defense.
Yeah, see, I think they are terrible situationally.
Yeah.
Situationally. Well, they're not overall
giving up
terrible.
71% of red zone trips result in touchdowns.
Right. And
only Dallas is worse.
Red zone bad. Third down bad. Discipline bad. Between the 20s in the first quarter, sure, passable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
rushing defense bad.
And depth is horrible. If there's no Nick Bosa, they're like, you're not stopping anybody. All right. Glad you're with us, Willard and Dibs. That is Dibs. It is. Trust me. I'm looking at him.
Yeah.
That's Dibs.
Barely.
But
I had a couple of sentences there where I was back.
I heard that.
And now I'm back.
And they're gone again. Yeah. But anyway, the Warriors are back home against the Rockets tonight. There's no Steph. There's no Draymond.
Jeff.
That's awesome.
But Warriors Live with Evan Giddings is coming up shortly. It's going to get started here in about 40 minutes. It is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We're also sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and we want to get back into the Warriors. We talked about it earlier based off of your statement that, quote, the Warriors are in trouble. And,
big trouble.
Well, and I get the basic idea. It's not that there aren't concerns. Look, they've lost 5 in a row. It appears in the final 5 minutes of games when everything sort of wills down to the best players. And can you, against good defenses, get off a quality shot? The Warriors have not been able to do that. And your point is furthered by something that Anthony Slater said to the Morning Roast earlier today. That's right. Yeah, maybe you should do it today.
Slates.
The Slates. Anyway, he said the Warriors can't close.
Think about their best wins this season, right? Like Boston, Oklahoma City, Mavs at home. What happened late in those games? Like Steph Curry went on a 12-0 run against the Mavericks. Steph Curry hit like 3 straight jumpers to close out the Celtics in Boston. They were crumbling completely in Oklahoma City. Remember that, blowing the 30-point lead, and then Steph got hot and closed it out in Oklahoma City. That's kind of the formula for this team right now, right? It's like just be deep, play good enough defense, stay in the game over the course of the game, and when you get towards the finish line, Steph Curry's got to drag you across the finish line, kind of like he dragged Team USA, across the finish line. But he's just, like the last few games, he's either, been cold or not there because of this bilateral knee tendonitis. Obviously, he's not playing tonight. So I think part of, them going scoreless down the stretch the other night is like, Steph, didn't necessarily have it. I think he went, 8 of 23 shooting. They kind of need him to play hero late. And again, I'm not saying, hey, let's blame Steph Curry because they lost that game. It's probably like, hey, this might be the flaw of the roster. They need the 36-year-old who needs to be like basically load managed at this point to drag them across the finish line in big games.
I'm sorry to get distracted. Did anybody else notice that I think Joe Shasky was drawing during that interview? Anybody else hear that? You can hear it two different times.
Yeah, I missed it.
Anyway, I hope it was a pretty picture. But anyway, I don't think you can argue with what he's saying. I'd also go, this is not new. This is not new. This was the conversation that dominated last year, which is what to do in the non-Steph Curry minutes and who is your number 2 scorer. And I think we've known all along that this was going to be a rotating, moonlighting job, at least for now. At least for now. And to me, I still have plenty of optimism based on, A, I think that they can pop out of this losing streak. You got a few home games now. See if you can get a few of those. They got very good news on Draymond Green today, if you're just joining us. MRI comes back clean. Still won't play tonight, but there's optimism that he might play as soon as tomorrow. So that's very good. But when we talk about, quote, the flaw in the roster, my big question is, well, how long is this going to be the roster? I mean, look, it feels like a lot of us have arrived at the opinion that Jonathan Kuminga is not a perfect fit. It doesn't mean Jonathan's bad. It doesn't mean Jonathan's not worth fill in blank. It just means he doesn't quite fit. So I think I've arrived at a time where I would say if you can exchange Jonathan Kuminga for somebody else who is a better fit, and if that person is, for example, Nikola Vucevic, just as an example, I think that you should be ready to explore that, and I don't think you need to wait until February to do it. That's what I would say right now. And until we know that answer, then I don't know if we know exactly how long this, quote, flaw in the roster is going to exist.
Yeah, and that's a big name, and he's a big player, and he would be a great fit, but I think it would take more than just Kuminga to get Vucevic, and it feels like these trades are more likely going to happen later. I don't know if Chicago is fully ready to pack it in. I know they're not very good, but...
Yeah, and I also, I don't think, Kuminga and Melton and that contract actually, I think, probably gets it done.
Yeah.
The salaries match, and the Bulls, what do they got going? They're looking to shed everyone, and his contract is manageable. He's only under contract for one more year at about $21 million. By the way, this developing news sounds like Andrew Wiggins is expected to play tonight. Per Steve Kerr, Andrew Wiggins good to go, and I would love to see him try to cook. I don't mean that in terms of what's the output, what's the point number, or anything like that. I think that this basketball team is a good basketball team when Andrew is aggressive. To me, I think there's got to be a conversation at some point from this coaching staff to say, hey, the aggressiveness level of the younger players is a little too much right now. Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski are being too aggressive. And I do think that you hear the players say that, and the coaches. They say it a different way. They say they're pressing, right? They're pressing. They're trying to get a contract, trying to prove Joe's comments, whatever it is. They're being too aggressive. And Andrew, this has been his career-long problem, he is not being aggressive enough. Slater addressed that as well, at least with regard to Podziemski, and basically said this is what the Warriors are looking for from Pods.
High energy, push the pace. I think he's at his best when it's rebound and it's up, but it's sometimes it's not just dribbling the air out of the ball, getting the ball up. It's that hit ahead pass, and then he's running up and he's cutting through the lane, and maybe he'll take a layup or an open three if it's there, but it's movement, it's energy, it's diving on the floor. It's he's always cracking down on the low man, doing some of these very subtle team defensive things that they love. He's super physical. He's getting his nose in there sometimes, as you've seen. It gets broken when he gets in there, but he's just like that type of player, and he's not so obsessively chasing the offense.
Okay, that's Slater today with regard to Brandon Podziemski and what they're looking for. And again, another interesting night for all of these guys, being that Steph and Draymond are not going to be in there. So Podziemski has, whether you like it or not, he's got a very, very important role tonight. All right, this just in also. You want to hit the breaking news sounder? Hit the breaking news sounder.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, hit the breaking news.
Don't do it.
No, we got breaking news.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
95.7, the game is going to the bullpen.
Wait, what?
Listen, we appreciate your effort. You're a gamer, and we love you. You're out. Hit the showers.
Man.
Hit the showers. We'll see you tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah, boy. All right.
Grandy?
Thanks.
Are you right-handed? You're right-handed, right?
Yeah.
All right. We're calling on the right-hander. Get on in here. Grandy,
right.
yeah. And I'll hustle to the car as quick as I can.
Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
That's all we got.
All right.
That's all we got.
Sorry about that.
No. Thanks, brother. It happens.
Right, yeah.
I had one of those days. I can remember I had, and this was LA days at ESPN. I had a program director walk in the middle of a show. I get to a commercial break, and he goes, I want to shoot you. You sound like a cat that's dying. Go home. And so I did.
I want to shoot you.
I thought we took you out.
Sorry.
Head for the showers. All right. Thank you. All right. Hi, Grandy. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Who was that Giants relief pitcher who didn't want to leave when Gabe Kapler went to go get him?
Good, because Zach Littell.
Dibs is pulling a Zach Littell.
Zach Littell. Zach Littell. Well, that's not
Give
good.
me the damn ball.
Because if he's Zach Littell, he's going to end up in the minors tomorrow. Yeah, so
and that means that Willard is Gabe Kapler.
Well, of course I am. Yeah. Anyway.
Of course.
All right. So, yeah, Grandy's in for Dibs here for our last half hour as we head for Warriors and Rockets and Warriors Live. Grandy, what do you think about the conversation that we were having earlier, with sort of the premise being what we're seeing right now, 5-game losing streak, and certainly struggling to score down the stretch, is going to sustain? In other words, as Dibs said, this is like the Warriors are in trouble.
I think that the Warriors are at a spot where you are going to need more from the others than you've ever needed in the past. And by the others, I mean not Steph Curry and not Draymond Green. And as you pointed out earlier, I mean, Buddy Hield is a guy who can maybe kind of fix things. Like when he's going well, and the Warriors tend to play really good basketball. But you're also relying on a guy kind of similar to maybe Klay Thompson the last couple of years, where it hasn't been great for the Warriors, where he'll go through a stretch where he'll win you a basketball game or two, but then he'll just be non-existent for like a week straight. And it's hard to survive when you are relying on that guy to be consistent every single game because he simply hasn't been able to be that guy. So, and by the way, Steve Kerr also talking today, he has said that he expects Steph Curry to play tomorrow. And then again, there's still the possibility that Draymond Green returns tomorrow as well. So that is still good news. But they're going to be very hesitant to play them major minutes. And as Anthony Slater pointed out already, they haven't been able to close other than when Steph goes crazy, like at the end of the game against Klay and the Mavericks. And that was kind of like a one-off crazy emotional game in the first place. Well, so it kind of feels like a losing equation right now.
It is, and obviously it has been. I just don't know if it's going to stay that way. Like I'll say this, and I know that some people you might be a Warrior fan, you might not be a 49er fan, you might be a Giants fan. I don't know, right? You might be a Sharks fan. Today their uniforms came out. Maybe you're a big Valkyries fan. Or maybe you're like a lot of us are, which is you're a fan of all of these teams. These are our teams. And I just think that our minds are in a little bit of a spot right now. We're in a little bit of a space. We're in a negative space. Like, when's the last time the Bay Area won a game? When's the last time the Warriors, and honestly, and I'm just talking about Warriors and Niners mainly. But when's the last time we got a W? It's been a minute. And so therefore I think that we do see things right now and we tend to overreact. The 49er overreaction is totally fair. They are in a spot where it is very unlikely that they're going to be able to save their season. But in a weird way, I think what I'm saying is the doldrums of the 49ers might be affecting how some of us feel about the Warriors. The Warriors, to me, yes, there are concerns, but we are just in a moment of time. And you have got to allow for the life of a streak. I mean, we even see this embodied by individuals. Look at Buddy Hield. A month ago, we sat here and we could not stop talking about how excited we were about Buddy Hield, about what an incredible fit he was. Does anybody want to change their opinion? Has anybody changed their mind on Buddy Hield? Because I'd argue he's sort of the embodiment of the Warrior record. Like, amazeballs, overly surprising. Yeah. I can't believe how good this is. And then all of a sudden, now here. Now the last week and a half, and we're like, oh, the balloon got popped. None of that was real. Maybe it's too easy of an answer, but the Warriors, the truth has got to lie in between, I think.
Yeah, probably. But I also think maybe part of the reason why Dibs is included in this, and a lot of Warrior fans feel this way, why there is a little bit of angst about who this team is, and maybe they're more like the team that has lost the first 5 games than the team that started, or the last 5 games versus the team that started 12-3, is it's kind of following a similar path from last year, and not just in the last 5 games. Like, the way that they're losing these games feels very similar to last year. And I know you guys brought that up earlier today, but I mean, last year, if you remember, they started 6-2. They lost the first game of the year. They won 5 in a row. They were 5-1. They were 6-2, and then they rattled off 6 straight losses, and they fell to 6-8, and then they kind of just hovered around 500 for the rest of the year until the end, when they built up a little bit of an advantage. They played well down the stretch, and they end up finishing 10 games over 500, but they were like 500 for the vast majority of the season after a good start. And you're thinking, okay, they're back. Like, they're back to the championship caliber team that they were in 2022. And then they lost 6 games in a row, and everything went downhill, and it was too late before they really recovered. So I think there's a little bit of fear in Warriors fans' minds because it feels a lot like how last year went.
No, look, it doesn't feel good. It's not just a 5-game losing streak. I think at least 3 of them, you had a huge lead.
Yeah, in San Antonio, at home against Brooklyn, and then against Denver.
Like, I don't mind. It's an NBA season. I don't mind losses. You're going to get outplayed sometimes. The Thunder game, where they were missing a lot of guys, and the Thunder are good. The Phoenix game,
those are whatever.
You got outplayed. But the Warriors should be 3-2.
And last night,
5 games.
Denver, to a certain extent, that's a good team on the road. But if you beat San Antonio and you beat Brooklyn, you could have lost that game, and it would have been okay.
Fine.
Yeah,
you'd be fine. You'd be 14-6. You'd be riding high.
Yeah,
you'd still be sitting up high in the standings.
You'd be like, I wish we could have gotten that one, but it's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You want the starting lineup for tonight?
I do.
The starting lineup.
So no Steph, no Draymond.
No Steph, no Draymond. Your starting point guard will be Brandon Pajemski, Buddy Hield at the 2, Andrew Wiggins, parentheses, assuming he's cleared, will start at the 3, Jonathan Kuminga at the 4, Kevon Looney is your starting center at the 5. Pods, Hield, Wiggins, Kuminga, Looney is your starting lineup. So, he can bang on a table about Pods for as long as he wants, and we can talk about him for 20 minutes the very next day. He's right back in the lineup as the starting point guard tonight.
What is the other choice?
There isn't one.
There isn't one, which is why he's starting.
Yeah, there isn't one. I mean, unless you wanted to do some sort of a point forward thing with slow-mo.
You could maybe get away with it, like Buddy Hield as your starting point guard, or Moses Moody if you had Draymond, but you also don't have Draymond. So there's not really much else you can do. I
get thankful for stuff like this, though. I really do. I try to, at least, because I do think that throughout seasons, and I think this is the way coaches look at it sometimes, it's not just rooting for your team to win and coaching them up and trying to win every game. That stuff is standard. Of course, that's there. But at the same time, especially early in a season, you are gathering information. You're testing guys. You're putting them in certain situations. You want to see how they're going to react. And the Warriors didn't know what this roster was going to do. And I bet even they were surprised a little bit at how well things went early. But then you get the Melton injury. Now you're dealing with Steph and Draymond stuff. You're blowing leads. You can't score in the final 3 minutes. You've lost a bunch of basketball games, and the anxiety goes up. But remember, before the 5-game losing streak, what was the number one sports radio question about the Warriors? We all sat here and went, well, wait a minute. We've been trained for 3 months that this roster and this team is perfectly set up with flexibility to go for a trade when it becomes available. And then they played so well that people were almost worried about it. Hang on a sec. You can't make a trade if you're playing this well. Can you trade when you're the 2 seed? Well, take these 5 games for that as well. This is information. And yes, they need to make a trade. This isn't going, unless you don't want to be serious. And that's the way I translate the whole idea of 2 timelines and the future and all this. Oh, don't give up your assets. Fine. You want to play that way? You call Steph and tell him that we're not serious about winning anymore. I don't think that that's the way anyone in the Warrior organization thinks.
No, and I think to your point in terms of what the conversation was even before the season started, because obviously the offseason was about Paul George and it was about Lauri Markkanen, and once both those opportunities passed, and we don't need to get into the reasons why, but once nothing happened with those guys, then the conversation became, okay, they have all, as you just pointed out, all the flexibility in the world to make a move before the deadline. So if the deadline comes and passes and there is no capitalization sensation on their flexibility, then we'll be looking at, okay, well, what was the point of not pulling the trigger in the offseason? Like, the only way what they did in the offseason makes any sort of sense. And it almost doesn't even matter what the ask was, say, from Danny Ainge in Utah, because at some point you're going to have to do something. So if they don't do something to consolidate the roster a little bit and get maybe a legit 20-point per game night scorer in here, then what was the point of all the decisions they made in the offseason? It almost doesn't make any sense.
We can almost do a fun question on the way out the door that's just kind of a yes-no question. So if you want to line up on the phones, let's do it at 888-957-9570, and it's a yes-no question. Do you buy what Steve Kerr is saying right here? Do you buy this? Yes or no? 888-957-9570.
We are a really good team. We're 4th in the league in defense. We have not made shots during this stretch, which is, in the modern NBA, often just the difference between winning and losing. Who's making threes and who's not. And right now we're not making threes, and I think in the midst of that, we lost a little confidence. We lost a little defensive edge. And so I think that, while we're in the midst of this streak, I still see a really good team with great chemistry, great energy. Guys care about each other. They work hard. And I'm confident that if we can stay relatively healthy, that, what you've seen through 20 games is who we are, which is a 50-win team. And you just, it's never perfectly linear how you get there. You're going to have some good stretches and some bad stretches, and we've obviously had both. But I really like this team, and I think we're going to be really good.
I'm a yes. Are you a yes or a no?
If there's a move, I'm a yes.
There has to be a move.
I think so.
Again, the quote is, and we're paraphrasing, we're a really good team. We're a 50-win team. I say yes. You have a qualifier.
I think they gotta make some sort of move, and I can add something when we come back from break. Why a trade is a little more difficult than what we're making on. There's other roster things that you got to consider, and I can tell you that coming up.
All right, you can text in, you can tweet in 888-957-9570 if you want to call in. Yes or no? We're a really good team. We're a 50-win team. Are you a yes or a no on that from Steve Kerr? It's Willard and Dibs.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light.
Game.
All right, Dubs and Rockets, and here's all the news. All the news if you missed everything Warriors-wise today. Number one, Draymond Green, MRI clean. They don't know exactly when he's going to be back. He might play tomorrow night, but the MRI is clean. Sigh of relief there. Steph Curry expected to play tomorrow night. And Andrew Wiggins expected to play tonight, although none of that is firm and finished. But they will play tonight with no Steph. They'll play tonight with no Draymond. And they've got a 5-game losing streak on the line. And Steve Kerr was on with us yesterday. And, you know, he very much wanted to tell people not to worry.
We're going to bounce back. Like I said, I feel good about this team, and it's going to be a fun year.
That was following the comment that we are a really good team. I think we are a 50-win team. We're throwing that out to you. Is that a yes or a no for you? 888-957-9570 is the number. I think it is. I don't think 50 wins is, you know, like it sounds like this big, impressive thing. Remember, last year when everyone was angry the entire time, they were a 46-win team. They're a 46-win team last year. And everybody looks back on it like it was a horrible year. Steve is literally saying they're 4 wins better. And if Draymond doesn't get suspended, I don't know how you don't believe him. You know what I mean? I accept your point that maybe the roster needs to be adjusted at some point. But to me, 50 wins, 50-32, that's good. That's a good team. It's not even a great team. It's a good team, and it's a play-in tournament avoiding team. And as I sit here today, I still think the Warriors are that. What did you want to add, though? You wanted to add something to the conversation.
Yeah, so we're talking about potential trades, and I think the way that it would work would be the Warriors send out 2 players and get a player back. And part of the reason why is because you need the money to match or be very, very, very close to matching. But the problem that the Warriors run into there is they only have 14 players on their roster right now. They have an open roster spot, and they elected not to fill it because they're already up against the cap.
Yep.
Because they used their mid-level exception on DeAnthony Melton this offseason, they are hard capped. They have like $500,000 of space left, which means they can't sign anybody. They can't add anybody right now.
Correct.
But because they already also have an open roster spot, if you ship out 2 players and only get 1 back in return, you're then down to 13 players, and the NBA only allows that for like a couple of weeks. You have to add another player at some point. You have to have at least 14 players on your roster. In order to add another player back, of course, they need more space and more money to do that. So if you are shipping out 2 players and getting 1 back in return, you need to ship out more money than you're getting back, because you need to give yourself enough money to then go and sign somebody else. Or you just get back even amount of players, but you send away more money. So it's not just quite as simple as making the money match on a 2-for-1 or a 3-for-1 deal, because you need to give yourself room to then sign somebody to a minimum deal in order to get back to the 14 guys on your roster.
That's an interesting note, but to me, there's not a very difficult way to, for instance, what we threw out, Kuminga and Melton for Vucevic. I know that money matches pretty closely. I think I don't have that all right in front of me.
I don't think that would technically give them enough space to sign another to a minimum.
So you kind of add in another player and then get a lesser player or some other bad contract that the Bulls want to get rid of back, I think is probably the way that works. But
just again, an extra hurdle to clear.
Yeah, and I loved this. Mike Dunleavy said it in the offseason. I listened to Bonte and Joe the other day, and they were talking about, I think it was Bonte who caught up with Grant Liffman, our former Bay Area media friend here with NBC Sports Bay Area, who is now on the executive staff with the Atlanta Hawks. And when the Hawks were here, the 2 of them got to catch up. And I guess Grant told Bonte, he goes, one thing, like if there's one thing that joining the front office of an NBA team is really, really like hit me in the face that I never knew when I was just talking about sports on TV, it is so freaking hard to make a trade. It is so complex. It is so difficult for both teams to want to, for the money to work, for this person, that contract, all of those rules, some of which you just threw out there. He's like, there are times where people are working on deals for over a year, and then they don't come together. Or when they do, you don't realize, It was a year and a half, 2 years in the making. So, we do think that you snap your fingers and be like, well, the Bulls want to get rid of him and you need a trade, so done deal. It's really, really difficult. And for the Warriors this year, might be even more difficult than normal.
Yeah. And, I mean, the story of the Clippers in the offseason. No, there's not going to be a lot of teams out there that are eager to help the Warriors either. The Clippers were so okay with getting nothing back for Paul George because they didn't want to trade with the Golden State Warriors. They would rather get nothing back than give Paul George to the Warriors and take Kuminga and whatever else back in return. Maybe part of it was they wanted to get out of cap hell, and the new CBA is scary for everybody. But Steve Ballmer had no interest in trying to help the Warriors, and he had no interest in seeing Paul George put on a Warriors uniform.
Yep. So
I mean, the Warriors might not be the big bad team in the NBA anymore, but a lot of teams around the league still feel that way.
Well, sure. They're still like it's just like the Lakers. The Lakers are not the scariest team. Good Lord, you see what they did last night?
Lost by 41.
I mean, it's not even that.
You see the way they way that they looked.
That's the thing.
They gave up effort wise in early in the third quarter.
You literally are watching people almost play like a zone defense where they're just standing there, standing there watching people shoot. I thought that was that's an early bad sign for JJ Redick. I have no idea what's going on inside that locker room, but if that's the kind of effort that's getting put out, I understand they were down by a bunch of points, but that was a really, really bad look. But that said, that's always a thing. Beating the Lakers, beating LeBron. So what if he's 40 years old? They're a team that everybody talks about all the time, and so people are going to get up for it. It's no different with the Golden State Warriors. And tonight's game, by the way, is kind of a perfect example of what you're talking about. This is a bunch of young players, but they're starting to come of age. They're starting to really hum a little bit. They're 15-7 this year. They're not a bad basketball team. But a lot of them, when they were growing up, what was going on? Warrior Dynasty.
Yep.
So this is, and now they get to play in their building. And sure, Steph's not in the game the same way he wasn't in the game the last time they played the Rockets. But I don't think that stuff matters. There's something to be said for the other team's best shot, no different than what the Niners have dealt with this year.
Yeah. By the way, for the Rockets tonight, Fred VanVleet is tracking to play. So it looks like he's going to play. Tari Eason is out. And it's funny you brought up Warriors versus Rockets. I don't know if you remember, last year there was the fight for the play-in spot.
Yes.
And the Rockets kind of made that late push. It was Warriors, Rockets, Utah that were fighting, and then Utah kind of was trying to lose down the stretch, so then it was just Warriors and Rockets. It was Tari Eason who put up that post on social media.
That's right.
Warriors, come out and play.
And he wasn't even playing.
And he was hurt
he was
the
hurt
whole second half of last year.
Oh,
and he's not playing tonight either.
I forget. That got under their skin, too.
It did. And he's been playing really well this year. I mean, the Rockets as a team have been, but Tari Eason specifically. But, yeah, he's out today. But Fred VanVleet expected to play. Wiggins expected to play. Draymond and Steph out.
If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Tibbs on the free Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, be sure to check out what Anthony Slater told Bonte and Joe this morning about the earlier Warriors situation. That was today on the roast. In fact, we kind of played around with it a little bit. The Warriors can't close because they lean on Steph too much. Well, I don't know any other way to look at games like tonight other than an opportunity then. Like if you can't do things without Steph, well, let's see tonight. Because by the way, they played with him without him 3 times already this year. They won all the games. So do I have that stat right? Or did they lose one later?
4 times. They were without him against OKC at home.
And they lost that one. All right, so they're 3-1 now without him. So I don't know, man. I just think these narratives start to build really, really quickly. Oh, now they can't play without Steph. Well, they'll win a game without Steph, and now everyone will be back up again. I really think that this is an issue, but it's a smaller one as opposed to a bigger one. It's an in-the-moment issue. I think a lot of this goes away. Just win a couple basketball games this weekend, and everything is going to feel completely different.
Yeah, we're also reactionary. But today is a big game for Brandon Podziemski specifically.
For sure.
Less so in making shots and what his stat line looks like, but just the floor game and the decisions that he makes. Because, I mean, Steve Kerr told you and I yesterday, everything I say is planned out ahead of time. I knew I was going to go to that podium and kind of rip into Pods after talking to him probably a couple of times about what he said to the public last night or 2 nights ago, and he said the same thing with us yesterday. How does Pods respond? That's maybe thing number one I'm watching for.
Absolutely, especially with his role in the starting lineup at point guard. So that's what's coming up. We're here, Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service bank with no compromises. It's the Warriors and the Rockets tonight. Sans Steph, sans Draymond. Let's see what they can do. Evan Giddings is standing by with Warriors Live, and that is next. And I'm going to ask you, Grandy, do you want to do it again tomorrow? And the answer, I'm thinking, is probably maybe.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
Let's see how our guy's doing. Yeah, we'll see how our guy's doing. But valiant effort from Dibs today.
I can give you a spot start if needed.
Yeah, if needed. We'll be ready. We'll be ready for a big Friday where we will react to the Rockets game. We'll get you ready for the T-Wolves game and the Niners and the Bears as well. So thanks for hanging with us throughout the day. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
I think I'm catching Dibs.